Very much, Dr. Watson.
I must confess that I can't for the life of me think why you should need a reference from me. After all, you are a registered practitioner.
Well, that is what the advertisement in the paper demands. Here, see for yourself.
Wanted for short period services of medical man. Necessary he be of strong physique and steady nerves. Must be entomologist. Coleopterist preferred. Apply in person, 77 Brook Street, immediately. A reference from other medical man essential. Very curious advertisement. I wish you well with your application. But if you get offered the post, I advise you to go into the position quite thoroughly before accepting it. Good luck, Gerald.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
The Man Who Loved the Beatles. I hadn't seen young Gerald Hamilton for some years. I'd taken quite an interest in his career simply because he was a distant relative and the only member of my family who'd decided to take up medicine. I knew he'd done quite well and passed all his finals with flying colors. He was ambitious and was intent upon specializing, but was wise enough to get in as much general practice as possible beforehand. A strong, handsome young man, he was particularly interested in entomology, believing there was great need for medical research and the spreading of diseases by insects. Of course, I gave him a splendid character reference when he applied for a post with Lord Linchmere at 77 Brook Street. We neither of us were to know what a trail of bizarre events were to start with this initial meeting.
You've come in answer to my advertisement, Dr. Hamilton, and you fulfill the conditions which I've laid down? I think so, yes, sir. It would seem satisfactory from your references. Have you ever been exposed to imminent physical danger? I can't say that I have, but I believe I would react with promptness and keep my head in such circumstances. Certainly appears strong enough. So far, so good. And now, what about beetles? Beetles, sir? Yes, you say you're interested in entomology. Can you talk at all about beetles? Well, I cannot profess to have anything original to say upon that creature, but I have a small collection for study, and I did contribute a small medical article regarding him in the Journal of Entomological Science. Oh, you're a collector. Splendid, quite splendid. You're the very man for my purpose. You must have heard of my brother-in-law, Sir Thomas Rossiter. One of the greatest authorities on the insect. You've not met him? No, sir. Ah, but you shall. I must tell you that my sister, Lady Elaine Rossiter, is abroad at the moment, and I have to stay with Sir Thomas over this next week. He is interested in nothing but his recent studies on the South American beetle. It will greatly aid me if you will accompany me to Delir Court at Plangpond. That is my brother-in-law's country residence. Would that be convenient? If it falls within the scope of my duties, yes, of course. But with respect, sir, you have yet to outline those duties. Oh, yes, quite. I should require, Dr. Hamilton, that you put yourself absolutely at my disposal. For as long as you're with me, particularly this coming week, you must remain by my side. You must promise to do, without question, whatever I may ask you to do, however unreasonable it may appear to be. That is asking a good deal. Could you not elaborate a little? Unfortunately not, as I do not know what turn matters will take. You may be sure that I shall not ask anything criminal. You may well be proud to have been concerned in a good work if it all ends happily. It sounds extremely vague. May I ask the term? Yes, £20 a day. £20 a day? Yes. Lord Linchmere, you may rely upon me. No, good. Then the matter is settled. Consider yourself engaged as from this very moment. I will have a necessary contract of employment drawn up, should you desire it. Meanwhile, let it be a gentleman's agreement. And shall we shake hands on it, Dr. Hamilton? By all means. By all means.
It was in the middle of the next week that I received a letter from Gerald Hamilton explaining his circumstances. It was a very interesting and somewhat puzzling letter. I read some of it aloud to Sherlock Holmes. It really is a most strange household, And as each day passes, I ask myself just what I'm doing here. Lord Linchmere is pleasantly eccentric, but his brother-in-law, Sir Thomas Rossiter, is quite extraordinarily mad. He is a singularly ugly man, standing some 6 feet 6 inches, and is thin but wiry. His craggy features are topped by a domed head of strange appearance. His forehead appears to be in a state of continual movement, sometimes twitching, and at other times the muscles seem to rotate. Most alarming, and I have never encountered this condition before. As a medical man, have you? I can't say that I have.
Most interesting. Carry on, Watson. Read more.
My duties are extremely vague. I am simply a companion to Lord Linchmere, accompanying him wherever he goes, and even sleeping in the adjacent dressing room of his suite, so that I am within call should he wake in the night. Why he requires a doctor to attend him, I don't know, as he seems in very good health. For some hours every day, I talk to Sir Thomas, usually in connection with his work. But there is a strange atmosphere in this house, Dr. Watson. It radiates a sinister feeling. It would not be over-fanciful to say that the place smells of evil. How long I shall manage to stand it, I cannot say. How I would like you to visit here and see for yourself. But I need the money, and I shall endure it for as long as I can. Well, that's the main body of his news. Seems very odd, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. Well, I've heard of Sir Thomas Rossiter, of course. I think he's mentioned in all the modern works of entomology. There was a Rossiter who was a triple murderer.
I sincerely hope there's no family connection, Holmes.
Yes. So do I.
Another 2 weeks passed, and there was no more news from Gerald. And then I came down to breakfast one morning to find a telegram propped up by the coffee pot. Holmes had finished his meal and was puffing away at his first pipe of the day when I opened it. Good gracious. Something serious must have happened, Holmes. This is a telegram from Gerald Hamilton. He's in trouble. Listen. Please come Delir Court, Pangbourne, soon as you can. Murder imminent. Bring Holmes. Despair for sanity. Hamilton. Yes, well, what do you make of that, Holmes?
No more or no less than what it says, Watson. Lord Linchmere warned the young man of danger from the very beginning. Shall you go down?
Yes, of course. Will you accompany me?
Oh, by all means. I've already looked up the times of the trains and discovered that the best inn in the district is the Drover's Arms.
How could you have anticipated this, Holmes?
The postmark on the telegram is Pangbourne. It's marked urgent. Must be a cry for help. Only your young prodigy could have sent it. Shall we hurry and catch the 9:45, Watson?
The journey from Paddington to Pangbourne was uneventful. The train was quite crowded, and we had little opportunity to talk. We took a donkey cart from Pangbourne Station to Delir Court, and the driver of the cart seemed ill-disposed to chatter. As we clattered our way over the uneven dirt road that dwindled into a single track, I looked around the bleak countryside. The skies had clouded over and threatened rain. The leaves of the trees seemed to be grey and not green. The foliage of the hedges was dank and gave off an unpleasant smell. It was indeed a most depressing vista. And Delir Court, grey-stoned, bleak and depressing, peered from the hillside with gloomy foreboding. What a miserable-looking district, Holmes.
Not a great deal of cheer about it, is there? That, I take it, is the home of Sir Thomas Rossiter.
Yeah, it must be. Is that Delir Court, driver?
That be it. I'll be dropping you at the Drover's Arms as we arranged. I ain't going to drive up to that place no matter how much you pay me.
Oh, now, why should you say that?
Because it's haunted, that's why. That place is haunted. By the dead and by the undead. You take my advice, steer clear of it. There's many who set their foot in there and never been seen again. Just be warned. Stay clear. Aye, well clear.
Staying clear of Delir Court was the last thing we had in mind. We signed in at the inn and immediately changed into our country boots and set out to walk across the fields to join the driveway of the estate. We were crunching our way towards the house when... What the devil?
Stay quite still, Watson. Make no attempt to take cover or move in any way. That shot was meant as a warning.
What may I ask you two doing here? Can you not read the signs? Trespassers will be prosecuted. Turn immediately and leave my land.
You are Sir Thomas Rossiter?
What if I am?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We've come to visit Lord Linchmere.
Well, this is my land. Don't want any strangers here. I don't care who you are. The name Sherlock Holmes doesn't give you any more rights than anyone else.
No, I agree. On the other hand, the name Sir Thomas Rossiter does compel me to thank you for your book upon the Coleopatra. I found your chapter on the better-known species of British scarabaei quite fascinating.
Oh, it's a rare thing to meet a man who takes an intelligent interest in such matters. If you wish to speak to my brother-in-law, perhaps we could discuss this matter on the way to the house.
Oh, certainly. But surely this is Lord Linchmere approaching.
Ah, yes, it is. But come, let's not bother about him. Now, what is your opinion upon the life cycle of the golden brown raspberry beetle?
Thomas! What is this? Who are these men?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson called to see you. Mr. Holmes is about to give me his views on the laparispa acid. Please do not interrupt us. Now, you were saying, Mr. Holmes...
Well, like most fast-running active creatures...
Dr. Watson, and you brought Sherlock Holmes. Oh, thank heavens for that. Thank heavens. Please promise you will stay with me. Please promise me that you will never leave my side. Promise.
I was immediately caught up in the weird atmosphere. I sensed at once the unbalanced mental state of both the men who walked with us up the windswept drive. Sir Thomas Rossiter appeared only calm and reasoned when he was discussing his work. When talking about beetles, he was thoughtful and rational. On other subjects, he was quite distrait. As for Lord Linchmere, he seemed beside himself with fear. Once inside the house, Sir Thomas made for his study with no word of explanation. Linchmere took us through to the sitting room and offered us drinks.
I know it's early, but I feel the need. Will you join me?
Thank you, no.
Not for me, thank you. Lord Linchmere, I feel I must explain our intrusion. The fact is that we've been sent for by my young friend and colleague, Dr. Gerald Hamilton. He seems to have been in some trouble.
Hamilton, Dr. Hamilton. Well, yes, he isn't here.
Not here? But you mean he is out at the moment?
Yes, since the morning, this morning, early. He had some business to attend to today, so he asked me last evening if he could take the day off. I naturally gave him permission, and so he's out this morning. He's gone to London.
This is extraordinary. He sent a telegram to us, urging us to come down here immediately. Well, why would he have done so if he contemplated coming back to town? He could have seen us there.
I don't know. Believe me, I don't know. I'm most distressed by it all. Perhaps he will return this afternoon. Please, you will stay to luncheon, won't you? Stay tonight, as long as you like.
Oh, thank you, but we are comfortably housed at the Drovers Arms.
I'll send Phil luggage. It'll be a pleasure having visitors.
We wouldn't dream of imposing upon your hospitality.
No trouble at all. Just let me...
But I do assure you, Lord...
I think we shouldn't be so churlish as to refuse an offer to stay in such a unique home, Watson. And after all, we do want to find Gerald Hamilton, don't we?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Capital. You rang, sir. Yes, please take a trap down to the Drovers Arms and bring the luggage for Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Very good, sir.
And tell the maid to make up the beds in the room either side of mine.
Very good, sir. Will that be all, sir?
For the moment, yes. Thank you. Well, I cannot tell you how thankful I am that you've called, gentlemen. Most obliging of you to consider staying over until Dr. Hamilton gets back. I'm sure he will not be long.
Well, I still find the whole business most confusing, but naturally we want to do what is best for both you and him.
Yeah, thank you. I'm afraid you may find things a trifle dull here. Sir Thomas hardly ever leaves his own room except to walk in the gardens and study the insects.
It's a very large house. Does he live here alone?
My sister Elaine is travelling abroad at the moment. She runs the house. There are some 5 servants. It's large but comfortable, providing you stay in the rooms that she has planned. No one dare venture into Sir Thomas' domain. There are some rooms that even the servants are forbidden to enter. Heaven knows what they're like inside.
Would it be possible to see around the place?
Yes, of course. Come, let me show you to your room.
We were carefully shown over the house, seeing, I suspected, only what Lord Linchmere wanted us to see. I could tell that Holmes was very intrigued. Although he kept up an endless stream of small talk with our host, he was noting every square inch of the rooms and corridors.
That is a door that can never be opened. It leads into Thomas's private quarters. As for the rest, well, it is at your disposal, gentlemen.
Certainly roomy. I hope I can find my way about.
No, stay close to me. That is all I ask. My bedroom is here. Yours, Dr. Watson, is this one. And on the other side, that is yours, Mr. Holmes. There are connecting doors to my own room, and I beg of you to leave them open tonight. I have a morbid fear of being alone, even when I'm sleeping. Shall we return to the sitting room? There should be a pleasant fire there by now. Oh, we can talk quietly into lunch.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but could you please have a word with cook about meals? They have to be changed now, and she wants definite instructions.
No, dear, how tiresome it is. I suppose I'll have to do so. Oh, if only Elaine were here, things would be so very, very different. Will you please excuse me, gentlemen? Go down to the sitting room again. I will join you there in just a few moments.
Yes, very well done. Bother about us. We can find our way. Now, quickly, Watson. This may be our only chance to talk. Lord Linchmere is going to stick to us like glue.
Holmes, what is going on here? I can't understand.
I think it's fairly clear that Gerald Hamilton has not left this house. If that's the case, then he must be here somewhere and held against his will. We've just got to put up with all this quaintness until we can find him.
How? How will you do that if we're never left alone?
Look, after lunch, stick at Lord Linchmere's side. He's so scared that he's wearing himself out. Stay with him. Encourage him to relax. I shall make a thorough search and somehow or other get into Sir Thomas Rossiter's apartments.
We think that he's being held in there, but why?
No, well, in this house there could be many reasons. But I'm certain that he is here. Somewhere beyond that closed door, he's being held prisoner. One doesn't like to think of what might be happening, but we must find him. Come. Let's get back to the city.
So, my friend, you're awake. Good.
What the devil is going on here? For heaven's sake, I'm punished. Why am I tied down like this?
For many reasons, yes. Very many reasons. One is so that you cannot protect that tiresome brother-in-law of mine who's always watching my every move. He's worse than my wife.
Look, that's nothing to do with me. I'm only here to do my job, and
your job will be over quite shortly. Oh, yes. You'll not be needed after tonight. But meanwhile, I'm anxious to try a small experiment. I am sure, with your interest in the South American beetles, you will agree to this in the cause of science. I have a theory that the large red Montevideo thrives on human blood, in much the same way as leeches draw blood. And so,
Get away! You must be mad!
I have many of them here, in this large glass container. I shall open your shirt.
Get away! You must be mad! Take those blasted things away!
I remove the top, so. There, and now up in it, placing it upside down on your chest. There, the little ones will fall. Yes, they have fallen onto your skin. Oh, they're confused. They run backwards and forwards over your flesh.
This is coughing off me! The baby's maniac! Take him away!
Oh, no, I have cords on either side of the glass container. And each cord I can fasten to your wrist. So, and again here. There, I have the glass case will now be secure. The experiment now begins. How long before they start to take your blood, I wonder? Yes. How long?
There must be! I can't stand it! I can't stand it! I'm sorry, gentlemen. You have been disappointed. Dr. Hamilton fails to return. I can't explain this, but perhaps in the morning there will be an explanation. Meanwhile, the only thing I can suggest is an early night, that's all.
And, Sir Thomas? We've not seen him all day.
He has food sent through to his quarters. He's more than happy to be alone with his work. May I suggest a nice cup?
Not for me. Oh, excuse me. As for the country air, I think your suggestion of retiring is a splendid one, Lord Lynchmere.
Then may I lead the way upstairs? Rogers will put out the lamps. Come this way, please. And please do remember to sleep with the communicating doors wide open, won't you? I simply loathe the feeling of being alone in the dark. If you hear anything at all, however slight, then wake me. You will promise, won't you? Wake me if you hear anything during the night. Promise.
Come, Watson, we can waste no more time. Come quietly now, follow me. Fortunately, I packed a dark lantern with my things. Come this way.
Holmes, where are we going? We're surely not outside.
That's right, it's the only way. Careful. Now, the door. Quickly, Watson, quickly.
Holmes, what is this? I thought you said that Gerald must be held inside the house.
He's in the cellar under Rossiter's study. There is a large ventilated grill that must lead down into the cellar. It should be easy enough to remove. Come, see. Here by the light of the lantern. There. Half covered by the ivy. That has got to be the place.
Yes, I think you may be right, Holmes. Shine the light downwards.
It's him all right, Watson. Come on. Use the strength of yours. Get that grid up. Come on.
It took us nearly 20 minutes with all our combined strength to ease the iron grillwork away. A few minutes later, we were in the cellar unfastening the bonds that tied Gerald Hamilton to the table. Holmes threw the glass case that covered his chest to the ground.
There. Are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
Well, let's get those loathsome creatures off your chest. What a horrible ordeal.
It's all right. Harmless. Just one of Sir Thomas's illusions. Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes, he's mad. Stark-staring, raving mad.
Right, well, come along. Let's get you out of here. We'll get back to the driver's inn and call the police.
No. Wait. There's still Lord Lynchmere.
Yes, I was hired to protect him. He knows that his brother-in-law is dangerous.
Yes, well, there's no time to wait. Come, let's get out and into the house. There may still be time. Hurry now, both of you. Hurry. Careful. Softly now. Quiet.
Now, through here into my room. It leads to Lord Lynchmere's. Shh. Yes, I think it's all right. Yes, he's still asleep. Careful now.
Wait. Listen, someone's coming. It's Rossiter. It must be. Back into the shadows. See, the lamp still burns on the table. Wait. No. I'll get you, Watson.
It took four of us all our strength to overpower Sir Thomas Rossiter. The lamps were then lit and order restored. Rossiter lay back in a chair, his arms securely tied with the sash cord from the windows. One glance was enough to prove that he was a most dangerous maniac. Gerald Hamilton found his doctor's bag and administered an injection that took immediate effect. Later, downstairs, Lord Lynchmere explained.
My poor brother-in-law is stricken with a disease. He comes from a stock which is deeply tainted with insanity. He has these periodical outbreaks in which he will attack anyone who seems to interfere with his work. We tried for years to conceal this. My sister has led a dreadful life, and we realized that it could not continue. He grows worse each time. That's why I sent Elaine away and hired you, Hamilton. I needed protection and also a witness. A witness who was a doctor and could testify that Thomas is unbalanced and quite certifiable. We have had ample proof of that tonight. Thank heavens you came, Mr. Holmes.
Watson has been more help than I. It was quite easy to discover the layout of the house and realize there had to be a cellar beneath the study. Well, you had a dreadful ordeal, Hamilton. I sympathize completely. The fact is that I've never been able to bear beetles. I think it's time we went home.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Oh, how wonderful. John, I've got a letter from my brother Percy down at Nettlebed.
Oh, what of it, Mary, my dear? I hope he's well.
Yes. He says everything in his parish is going very nicely. But he recalls that next weekend is our anniversary. And he suggests that we go down to stay with him at the vicarage for the weekend.
Oh, and you rather like the idea?
Oh, yes. We could go to church on a Sunday at St. Anne's, where we were married just a year ago. Oh, John, dear, do say yes.
Very well, my dear. If I can arrange it, I agree.
And Percy also extends an invitation to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. John, dear, do you think you can persuade him to accept? Wouldn't that be quite splendid?
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tragedy at Nettlebed.
Mary and I had been married at Nettlebed Church in the parish of her brother, the Reverend Percy Phelps. She'd now been Mrs. Watson for a year, and a most happy year it had been. My only regret during all that time was that I had been forced to leave Sherlock Holmes alone in the rooms at 221B Baker Street. Of course, I never lost touch. I saw him several times a week, and was still able to give him assistance whenever he asked for it. I wondered if he wouldn't be bored by the prospect of a weekend in the country. But I was duty-bound to ask him. I knew I'd get a direct reply to my invitation.
Your anniversary, is it, Watson? Oh, I'm so sorry I'd forgotten. Time passes so quickly, and the last year has simply flown by. It's very generous of the Reverend Phelps to extend the invitation to include me.
Well, I'll quite understand if you simply say that you don't want to go, Holmes. I shall explain that you're too busy. Although if you can manage it, it'll make Mary very happy.
I have very many happy memories of Nettlebed. It's within the area of Great Paddock, isn't it? Yes, now that rings a bell. Let me see, where are my scrapbooks? I think this is the one. Now, let's see. If you recall, I started making up these books some years ago. They're press cuttings of many unsolved murders. I think just about 6 months ago, there was a most interesting case. No one ever caught a man who strangled his wife in one of the woods. I think it was Great Foxwood. And the man's name was Perryman. Yes, now let's see. Perryman. Yes, here we are. Yes, I was right. Some 7 months back, Arthur Perryman. Yes, that was the man's name. According to all these reports, he found out his wife had been unfaithful. One night he simply ran amok, and following her to an assignation in Great Foxwood, he strangled her and then disappeared. The police traced him to Southampton, where he gave them the slip, and it's assumed that he managed to get out of the country. One of the few unsolved murders of the year. Interesting.
Yes, I did read something about it. I know, Mary was rather upset as it occurred on the lands of Sir Rodney Trimble, who happens to be a great friend of her brother's. Well, frankly, she hasn't been back to Nettlebed since that tragedy occurred.
And yet, of course, she's prepared to now.
Well, this is a very special occasion. She wouldn't want to turn down the Reverend's invitation if she wanted to. She's a god to go.
Well, the whole thing is most understandable. And, of course, I shall be happy to accompany you, Watson.
Oh, Holmes, you will, but that's excellent. We shall all be so pleased. Now, I doubt if I shall be able to leave until lunchtime on Friday. Mary will probably go down a day or two earlier, so can you manage the 2:30 train from Euston on Friday, Holmes? Holmes agreed to the arrangement, and Mary was delighted. She sent a telegram to her brother saying she'd be with him midweek, and that Holmes and I would arrive late on Friday afternoon. The plan worked perfectly. Our train was on time at Great Paddock Station, and a pony and trap was waiting for us. I recognized the driver. It was Ben Crump, who worked for Sir Rodney Trimble.
Afternoon, Dr. Watson. Afternoon, sir. You must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
employment.
Thank you. It's nice to see you, Ben. But why are you meeting us? You still working for Sir Rodney?
No, that's right, but well, the Reverend and your wife, they've both been out all day. So I was asked to take the trap and fetch you. There's no need to worry. I'll be home by the time you get there. Are you comfortable, are you?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Ben.
Right, go on in, Bessie. Come on, up we go. Oh, this Olden. Yes, she'll find her way back to St. Anne's without anyone holding the reins.
I know. Bessie's a great favourite of my brother-in-law's. It's been a good year for you up at the Hall, Ben.
Times are hard, Dr. Watson. He's cut back a lot on entertaining. This weekend be the first time he's planned to shoot for nearly a year.
Oh, planning a shoot over the weekend, is he?
Tomorrow, the weather holds. I reckon you two gentlemen will be invited. You like to shoot, Mr. Holmes?
I'm considered quite a good shot, yes.
Oh, he's one of the very best.
What do you go for here? Pheasants? Woodcock?
That's right. Now, there's plenty of them to be flushed out. Just hope when the beaters start, we can cut the birds off from heading to Great Fox Wood.
Great Fox Wood. Ah, yes. That's where there was a murder some few months ago. Is that right?
No, that's right. We don't talk about that round here, Mr. Holmes. Some things is best forgotten. If you want to be a friend to Sir Rodney's and everyone else in these parts, well, you won't ever mention it. You got my meaning? Now looks like rain clouds over there. Come on, Bess, lass, get on with it. Get us home.
Within half an hour, we were at the vicarage, and all thoughts of Ben Crumb's warning had faded from my mind. It was a wonderful reunion. Percy Phelps was warm in his welcome, and Mary radiant to be able to play hostess for him as she used to in the old days. Dinner was delicious, and we sat by a pine log fire afterwards, taking coffee and liqueurs. It was a most pleasant domestic scene.
Ah, what could be more delightful than having one's family and dear friends gathered around one's own hearth? I'm so happy to see you all. Oh, I do wish you the very best of health. May you enjoy being here this weekend as much as I shall enjoy having you.
It's quite wonderful. I'm so pleased that you came with John, Mr. Holmes.
I took very little persuading, I can assure you, Mary. The only thing that amazes me is that a whole year has passed since you were married. It seems but a few months.
Oh, wait until you try marriage, Holmes. A year with the wrong person might seem like 10.
Well, here's to the next 10 years for you, John, and for you, Mary.
Oh, thank you, dear.
To a very happy couple. Oh, dear, now who can that be?
Now, don't you get up, Percy, dear. Let me go and answer the door. I shan't be a moment. You men stay where you are and enjoy your drink.
Well, I must congratulate you, John. You've made my sister the happiest woman in the world. I always thought she would become a contented woman, but I never believed that within a year she could change so much. Well, she looks and sounds years younger.
Well, I refuse to believe that I brought her more happiness than she's brought me. I suppose we're just very lucky, that's all.
Yes, you are. And I hope and pray that luck continues.
Well, I see no reason why it shouldn't.
Percy, look who's here. Sir Rodney, who's just walked over from the hall. Do come in, Sir Rodney.
Thank you, my dear.
Sir Rodney, what a lovely surprise. And you've arrived at just the right time. John Watson is here and also Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, as long as I'm not intruding upon a family reunion. Hello, Watson. So nice to see you.
Yes.
And of course, I've heard much about you, Mr. Holmes. Welcome to Nettlebed.
Hello, then. Do join us for coffee and a drink, will you, Sir Rodney?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, but no, I can't but stop a moment. I called to find out if your guests had arrived, Reverend, and if you'd all care to join us up at the Hall in our first shoot of the season.
I think we've heard news of this, Sir Rodney. The old man Crump said something about it when he drove us up from the station. And I remember thinking, very selfishly, that I hoped I'd get an invitation.
Oh, good man. That means you'll accept.
Only too willingly.
And you, Holmes?
How can I refuse? I shall look forward to it.
It's no good asking me, of course, but Mary will, I'm sure, be delighted to join you all at the Hall and act as hostess. She's extremely good at organizing things like refreshments.
Would you consent, Mary, my dear? I do confess that I am in need of such help, and I'd be very, very grateful.
The servants will do all the preparations, of course, but I need someone to be with the field carriages to serve refreshments to the guests.
Well, of course, I'd love it. I have done a little of that sort of thing on other occasions, so I know I can manage it. And it means I'll be able to watch John and Mr. Holmes in action. Will there be many guests, and shall I know any of them?
There are about a dozen, including yourselves. Mostly local people, a few from town. Oh, the only one you might know is David Endicott.
David? How silly of me. I've spilt my wine. Who did you say? David Endicott. Yes, I think I did meet him many years ago. I doubt if he'll remember me, though.
Well, I must be on my way. Don't bother to see me out. I know my way. Good night to all. I'll expect you up at the hall nice and early tomorrow morning. We want to start the first partridge drive at about 10 o'clock, so shall we say no later than 9:30? Good night to you.
Thank you so much. Good night, Sir Rodney.
After Sir Rodney had left, the talk became general. But I noticed that Mary was very quiet. We retired early, and the moment that we were in our room, she gave a little sob and placed her arms round me.
Oh, John.
Mary, my dear, what is it?
Oh, John, I didn't think it would ever happen. You remember many years ago that I told you I was engaged to be married and that the man walked out on me. I was jilted.
Dear, that was years ago. What does that matter now? We're happily married. You've put all that behind you.
No, listen to me, please, dear. The man I was to have married is this man, David Endicott. He will be at the shoot tomorrow, and John, I am so afraid. So very afraid.
Afraid? You mean you're afraid of meeting this man from your past?
Yes, I am. Afraid of what might happen.
You think you might still feel attracted to him?
Oh, no, dear. No, nothing like that. No, it's just that I have found out so much more about him, and then, John, I'm convinced that he is evil. David Endicott is an evil man and can only bring tragedy to Nettlebed. I'm sure of it.
I've never seen Mary so upset. Of course, she'd explained to me before we were married that she'd suffered an unhappy love affair years ago, but I'd never inquired the man's name or asked for any details. Now we were to confront him the following day. I reassured my wife, told her that nothing could possibly go wrong, that she was to get a good night's sleep, and it would all seem less formidable in the morning. But I was disturbed in my own mind, and I should have been even more so if I'd known what was going on at the hall that very evening.
Now that's better.
David, I think the time has come for us to have a little talk.
Yes, Sir Rodney, what is on your mind? Surely you don't mind me helping myself to a slight nightcap?
Oh, no, not at all. Although I think I should be honest and say that you seem to be drinking far more heavily than ever. It's no way out, you know.
No way out from what?
From the sort of dissipated life that you're leading, that you have led for so many years.
Oh, dear. Am I going to end my first day here with a moral lecture?
Yes, if that is what you wish to call it. This is still my house, and I must ask you to respect the fact that I have many guests tomorrow. You are part of the weekend, and I hope you enjoy yourself. You're a good shot and should be very useful in the team. But please, I know what you're like on these occasions. You can no more keep your hands off a woman than you can the whiskey bottle. I won't stand for it tomorrow.
Well, that sounds more like a threat than a lecture. Why don't you just ask me to leave right now?
You know full well that I can't do that. Please, David, it's important. And there are lots of really nice people coming down. One of them is someone I think you used to know very well. Mary Phelps, the vicar's sister. She's now married to Dr. Watson, who's also a member of our party.
Mary? Little Mary Phelps?
Well.
She is no longer little Mary Phelps. She's Mrs. John Watson, and she's a grown woman. Mature, sensible, and very happy. Just make sure that you don't cause trouble, David. If you do, in any way, then I shall no longer protect you or give you further warnings. I shall kill you.
Morning dawned bright and clear, but with a sharp wind. Mary and I were up early. She seemed pale and tense, but quite determined to go through with the day as it had been planned. The Reverend Phelps had been called out during the night to sit with a sick person in the neighboring village. And of Sherlock Holmes there was no sign. We were having coffee in the morning room when he marched in from the garden, fully dressed and flushed from a brisk walk.
Coffee, what a splendid idea. Good morning, Watson. Morning, Mary.
Good morning.
A black with 2 sugars.
Yes, very well. I'll pour it for you. Come and sit down.
Morning, Holmes. You're up and about early.
I thought it as well to take a look at the lie of the land before embarking on any practical shooting. Sir Rodney has his drives all marked out, and the beaters are gathered in force.
Sounds very promising.
Yes, it does. The only trouble is the wind. From what I can make out of the planned shoot, the first drive should flush the birds out from over the land known as Barnes Bridge and the low meadows. If the wind freshens more than it is, then the birds will be taken over the farm and into Great Fox Wood.
Great Fox Wood?
That's right. I understand that no one likes to talk about that wood and what happened there some 7 months ago.
No, it was horrible. Even Percy refuses to discuss it. No one ever goes in there these days.
And you don't know why?
No one does. It's a forbidden subject, you see. Something no one talks about.
Oh, yes, they do, amongst themselves. During my early morning walk, I came across the man Ben Crump. He's acting head marker, placing sticks with names on them where he wants the guns to be standing. I greeted him, and he didn't seem at all pleased to see me.
Well, morning, Mr. Holmes. What were you doing down here at this hour?
Oh, just finding my bearings. I see you're placing the guns.
That's it.
Anxious to keep the partridge out of Great Fox Wood? Why? Because the beaters will refuse to go in there? They think it's evil?
How did you come to know that?
Oh, rumors spread very quickly in the country, as you know. Have you any theories of your own, Ben?
I just do my job. But I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Holmes. These beaters are fine men, but you won't get any of them in that wood, not even in daylight.
Because that's where the murder took place?
Not just that. They say it's haunted. That man Arthur Perryman, who strangled his wife because she was unfaithful to him, he hanged himself in there. And I can see his body rotting from a tree.
They seriously believe this?
Oh, not only that, his spirit comes back and haunts the wood. Don't reckon I believe it myself. I knew Perryman. He's a violent man, wild, jealous. The folks around here swear they've seen his ghost. Now, so that's how the matter stands. We just got to do our best to see that the birds don't take us into Great Fox Wood. It's the wind that's the trouble. Just the wind.
So, it seems we're in for a very interesting morning, doesn't it, Watson? Very interesting.
Well, I do believe this is the real reason why I accepted the invitation to this weekend. Now, really, it's too bad of you, Holmes. Why can't you leave things alone and not turn a pleasant day's outing into a criminal investigation?
I suppose because it's my job, Watson. You ready to go?
I was annoyed with Holmes. I'd suspected all along that he was far more interested in the unsolved murder than he was in celebrating my wedding anniversary. I was also worried about Mary and this man David Endicott. I wondered what they would think of each other. But when they met, everything seemed perfectly normal.
David, you must meet Dr. Watson and his wife. You remember Mary?
Oh, of course I do. How could I forget her? Hello, Mary. How wonderful to see you again after all these years. And your husband. Very pleased to meet you, Dr. Watson. Congratulations. I can see you've made Mary a very happy woman.
Thank you. I'm pleased to meet you also.
You're looking well, David. I hope you are happy also.
Oh, very. Watson, can I show you the shooting positions? Ben has them marked out. This way. Come along, David.
Coming, Sir Rodney. I hope we can meet again later, Mary. I've such a lot to tell you. You're looking quite lovely. Oh, I've been such a fool. I made my biggest mistake over you. I shall be in touch.
David!
Coming. Goodbye, Mary, my dear.
Sir Rodney called us all to order. The party was divided up, and we set out for the first drive. I found myself in a gun position next to Holmes, with David Endicott on the far side. The beaters began work, and suddenly the wind freshened. Almost at once, the partridge began to leave cover and fly straight overhead. Whistles shrilled. The birds came on. They were easy targets. But to my sheer surprise, Holmes hardly produced a shot, and when he did, it was as though he deliberately aimed wild. The whole covey got through, and heading over the farm, settled gently in Great Fox Wood.
Holmes! Holmes, what the devil's the matter with you? You and Watson have let them all through. They're in Great Fox. Come on, men. Let's beat them out.
The men won't go in there, Sir Rodney.
Damn it, they'll have to go in there. We lead them ourselves. Come on, men. Come on. Follow me.
There was no time for more talk. We all felt pretty guilty at this failure, and I was determined to see that it didn't occur again, even if I had to drop Holmes' birds myself. But once we landed in the woods, we found it more difficult than we'd thought. Every possible tree seemed to have been planted there. The place was overgrown, and one could scarcely get through the jungle-like foliage. I found myself with Endicott and Holmes, with Sir Rodney to our left shouting orders.
Forward! Forward! Men! There to the left!
Holmes, you right.
Yes. Take a grip on your gun, Watson, and make sure it's fully loaded.
Come on!
We may well have to use it soon.
Yeah.
Look, there is a clearing. There. Stop. Now, wait a moment.
Come on, men! Come on!
For the love of heaven, stop him! Stop him! It's coming! The thing's coming! Watch out!
Great heavens, what is it? It's like a wild dog.
Hey, watch out! Keep away!
Run! It's the only thing! Run! Stop him! Stop him! Endicott, look out!
Shoot, Watson, shoot!
Great heavens! What's happened? David! And this creature...
That creature, Sir Rodney, is Arthur Perryman, the man who 7 months ago strangled his wife in these woods, and then went mad and has been living here almost as an animal ever since. Poor devil. It's just as well that it's all over for him. And as for David Endicott, well, you'd better see what you can do for him, haven't you, Watson?
I knelt beside the still form of David Endicott in the depths of Great Fox Wood. I had to tear Perryman's hands away from him. Endicott was badly savaged about the face and throat. Of course, the whole shoot was called off. The guests departed with as much dignity as they could muster, and the police were called in. It wasn't until we were all safely back in the vicarage and Percy Phelps was dispensing stiff drinks that Holmes was able to complete his summing up.
I'm sorry that the weekend started so badly, but I'm sure it was most necessary to solve the problem. You see, I checked most thoroughly in London before we came down here on the Perryman murder. I was sure that the police were quite wrong in thinking that Arthur Perryman had managed to escape after killing his wife. He hadn't left the country, yet no one had picked up a hint about him for over 7 months. There was a rumor of a ghost in the woods. Could it be that Perryman was still there? There is a disused hut in the clearing. He'd lived there, crazed and wild. It was necessary to bring matters to a head. Of course, when he recognized David Endicott, his murderous intent flooded back. For it was Endicott who was his late wife's lover, the cause of his breakdown. It was Endicott who had a hold over Sir Rodney and was sponging off him, bleeding him white. And it is Endicott who now lies very ill in Great Paddock Hospital. I think that justice has been done, and perhaps many doubts removed from everyone's mind. Don't you agree, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
All right, John, I'll answer it.
This is a hallmark, Doctor. Dr. Watson, pleased to help.
Gracious. Oh, come in. Come in. These are not surgery hours, but the doctor is in. I'm sure he'll see you. Come in. Let me help you. John, dear, a patient. Please come quickly. Hurry, dear, hurry.
I'm all right. Just to sit down.
What is it, sir? Oh, heavens, this man does look in bad shape.
On the contrary, Watson, for a man of my years, I have never felt better.
Holmes.
It can't
Holmes,
be.
you've been dead for years.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
His last sound. Had never been so stunned with surprise in all my life. My wife, Mary, practically fainted. We simply couldn't believe our eyes. Although Sherlock Holmes had never been far from my thoughts in the years that followed the tragedy at the Reichenbach Falls, I had come to accept the fact that he had perished, along with his arch-enemy, Professor Moriarty, in the dreadful swirling waters of that immense abyss. Yet, here he was, peeling off yet another of his many disguises, requesting permission to smoke his favorite pipe, sitting on the sofa in my sitting room, as though nothing had happened. He appeared a little older, perhaps a little thinner, but his voice was still incisive and unchanged. The years fell away.
I have to apologize, both for this sudden shock and for the great time of silence, but both were necessary.
But I have never believed that you were dead. Not for years.
Mary's right. She kept faith longer than I did. But Holmes, surely the chasm, the young Swiss, Hans, he said
I know. An explanation is required. It is essential. Well, the facts are these. Hans was mistaken. Moriarty and I did fall from the top ledge of the falls. We fell to the narrow pathway that leads up from that final ledge. I knew what Moriarty was intent upon. I could see the purpose in his eyes. He had given me permission to write a note of farewell to you before this final encounter. He knew his own game was up. He intended taking me with him to his death. He rushed at me, grappling with me, trying to pin my arms to my sides and take me with him over into the water. Well, I have some knowledge of Japanese baritsu. It stood me in good stead. I slipped through his grasp and applied a throw. He screamed most horribly as he lost his balance. With my head over the brink, I saw him fall a great way. He struck a rock and then disappeared into the foam.
But the tracks. I saw with my own eyes that two men went down the path, but none returned.
No. I think my brain has never worked more speedily. Fate had placed a great chance my way. I'd long wished to retire. I knew that for as long as the world had faith in me and I lived in Baker Street, I should never be left in peace. Here was my great opportunity. If I could get out of the falls alive, then I could start a new life. I climbed the face of the cliff.
That's impossible. The face wall is sheer.
Not quite. I decided to attempt it. If I failed, then Moriarty would still win. If I succeeded, I could enjoy a life of retirement. And it was by far the hardest climb of my life. At times I imagined I heard Moriarty's voice screaming at me out of the depths. But I managed it. Well, I will not bore you with the details from then on. I took my time before returning to England. There was only one man who knew the truth. My brother, Mycroft.
Oh, Holmes, don't you think that you could have...
It wasn't that I didn't trust you and Mary, Watson, but I preferred it this way. We would have been bound to have taken up our friendship again. Others would have found out. Mrs. Hudson, Lestrade. I simply could not afford to take that chance.
I still think...
I don't care, John. I don't care. Whatever Mr. Holmes says is all right as far as I'm concerned. I believe him, and I stand by him. I will remain silent about all this. Oh, so please don't leave. Oh, dear. I don't know if I shall laugh or cry.
Well, do neither, my dear. Why not go and brew us all a good strong pot of tea? I think that will do us all a power of good. Excellent suggestion.
Oh, yes. Perhaps you're right, dear. That is a good idea. What a morning. What a wonderful, wonderful morning.
Well, you seem to be well settled, Watson. The years have been kind to you. And Mary is unchanged.
Yes, we have a lot to be thankful for. Oh, but now come, Holmes, to the second part of your explanation. Why now? Why suddenly, after all this time, have you come back into our lives?
Good question. I made sure my retirement was complete. I lived the life of a hermit among my bees and books in a cosy cottage on the South Downs. But, through Mycroft, the only man who knew of my existence, I've been forced into action again. You see, Watson, this is 1914. And in the summer of this year, war will be declared. The greatest war this world has ever known. A world war.
Oh, Holmes, you can't be serious. Well, there are always rumors of war, always quarrels with Ireland, arguments with Germany, disagreements with the French, but an open conflict? Oh, never.
How I wish you were right. But the Kaiser has already made his plans. You'd be amazed if you knew how riddled this country is with German spies. It is inevitable, Watson. And that's why for some months now I've been engaged in counter-espionage. I can tell you that at this moment 2 gentlemen are engaged in a most important conversation in the garden of a large mansion just south of this city. One is known as von Bork, a remarkable man, the most devoted of the Kaiser's agents. His companion is Baron von Herling, the chief secretary of the German legation in this country. Now they are putting the finishing touches to a plan that is the culmination of von Bork's work over the years.
So far as I can judge the trend of events, you should be back in Berlin within the week. You will be surprised at the welcome that awaits you. Your work in this country is most highly thought of.
Oh, the English are easy to deceive. I have achieved everything simply because I am a born sportsman. It is not a pose. I hunt with the English squires. I play polo. I match them at it every game. I box against the young army officers and sail against their best yachtsmen. What is the result? No one takes me seriously. Quite a decent fellow for a German, you know, old boy.
And all the time in this quiet country house of yours lives the most astute Secret Service man in Europe. You are a genius, my dear von Bork.
You flatter me, Baron, but I certainly make claims that my 4 years in this country have not been unproductive. I have never shown you my little store, have I?
No.
Would you mind stepping this way for a moment?
Certainly.
After you, Baron.
Dankeschön.
I must, of course, claim protection from the embassy for the important papers that I shall be taking with me.
Oh, naturally. You have already been booked in the embassy entourage. There will be no difficulty for you or your baggage. Of course, it is just possible that none of us will have to go. England may leave France to her fate when we start to march. There's no binding treaty between them.
There is a definite treaty with Belgium. England will honor that.
England is not ready for war. We are. Our special war tax of 50 millions has made it possible. But here, as far as essentials go, anti-submarine measures, munition storage, high-explosive bombs, nothing is prepared. How then can England come in? We have managed to stir the devil's brew, the Irish question. All England's thoughts are centered at home.
She must think of her future.
Yes, that is another matter. Mr. John Bull must decide whether to fight with his so-called allies or without them. But fight Germany, she must. This is a week of destiny. But come, you were speaking of your papers.
Indeed I was. Here. There. See, the safe is opened. And here, in neat files. See? Harbor defenses, aeroplanes, Ireland, Egypt, all under their headings. Portsmouth forts, the Channel. Each file is filled with papers and plans.
Brilliant.
Not bad for the hard-drinking, hard-riding country squire. But the gem of my collection has yet to come. It will go here under naval signals.
But you already have a good dossier here.
Oh, out of date and a waste of paper. Somehow the Admiralty got an alarm and the code has been changed. It was a blow to me. But thanks to my checkbook and the good man Altamont, all will be well tonight.
Oh, a pity that I cannot wait. You can imagine that things are in an upheaval at the embassy. We must all be at our posts from now on. I had hoped to bring news of your great coup. Did Altamont name no hour?
Here, read his telegram.
Will come without fail tonight and bring new sparking plugs. Altamont. The sparking plugs?
He poses as a motor expert, and I keep a full garage. In code, everything likely to come up is named after a spare part. If he talks of a radiator, it is a battleship. Of an oil pump, it is a cruiser, and so on. Sparking plugs are naval signals.
I see. This was sent from Portsmouth at midday? Oh, by the way, what do you give him?
In this case, £500.
Greedy rogue. They are useful, these traitors, but I begrudge them their blood money.
I grudge Altamont nothing. He has never let me down. I know him well. I assure you, he is not a traitor. He is a very bitter Irish-American who is filled with intense hatred towards his country.
Ah, Irish-American.
With full Aryan blood on his mother's side. Must you really go? He should be here at any moment.
I regret. I can wait no longer.
Then we place these things away, and I will see you off.
Thank you. Good.
Come. I will walk to the gates with you to say goodbye. I shall call upon you tomorrow with the new, sparking plugs. Rest assured, we shall not fail, Baron. Oh, come in. Yes, Annie, what is it? Have they come?
Lights of a car coming up the drive, sir. Must be Mr. Altamont, as you expected.
Good, good. Then I go to welcome him. Thank you, Annie.
Just fine, Smith. Stay away behind the wheel, huh?
Just so you say, Governor.
Welcome, Altamont. I grew tired of waiting. Please do come in.
Sorry, got kind of held up.
Come in. Now tell me, is all well with you?
Well, it's great. Terrific. You're going to give me the glad hand here tonight? Okay. Just wait until I show you. I'm sure bringing home the bacon. Come on, bring out the drinks. This sure calls for celebration. Here's mutton, you all right?
Good health. And the signals?
Just as I promised. Every last one. Semaphore, lamp code, Marconi. Copy, mind you, not the original. That'd be too dangerous. But it's the real McCoy. You can lay to that.
Well, of course, a copy is better than the original. If an original were missing, it would change the whole thing. Now, let's see.
Say, hey, you don't mean to tell me you keep your secret papers in that?
And why not?
Gee, a wide-open contraption like that, why, a Yankee crook could be through that with a can opener.
It would pass through any crook to force that safe. Nothing can cut through that metal. It has a double combination lock. You need a word spelled out first and then a set of figures. In this case, it is August, August, and then 1914, August 1914. The date the war starts.
Hey, come back, all I said. That's real smart. You got a heck of a lot of stuff in there.
And it is all going out at once. I am what you would say, shutting up shop tomorrow.
Oh, I guess that goes for me, too. I'm not staying here on my lonesome. I'd rather watch the fun from the other side of the big pond.
But you are an American citizen.
Makes no difference. Cuts no ice with a British copper. What about Jack James? He's an American citizen. They got him. He's doing time in Portland, ain't he? Incidentally, talking to James, it seems to me you don't do much to cover your men.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he was his employer, not so? It's up to you to see these guys don't fall down, and when they do fall, do you pick them up?
It was James' own fault. He was too self-willed at his job.
He was boneheaded, I'll give you that. But then there was Hollis.
The man was mad.
But woozy toward the end, I grant you, but he was proper bugged. And now there's Steiner.
Steiner? What about Steiner?
I got him last night. He and his papers are all in Portsmouth jail. You go off to Germany, and that poor turf will have to stand the racket, and lucky if he gets off with his life.
How could they have got to sign her? This is the worst blow yet.
Well, we nearly had a worse one. For I guess they're not too far off me.
You don't mean that.
Sure do. My landlady down Fratton Way had some inquiries made. When I heard that, I guessed it was time for me to hustle. Oh, don't ask me how it's worked. I don't want to know. I know Steiner's the 5th man you've lost since I signed on with you. I don't aim to be the 6th. Ain't you ashamed to see your men go down like this?
How dare you speak to
if
me
I
like
didn't
this?
Tell you the facts, I wouldn't be working for you now, would I? Oh, here's something even more straight. I've heard tell that you Germans ain't sorry to see an agent put away once his work is done.
How dare you suggest I give away my own agents?
Well, there's a stool pigeon somewhere. It's up to you to find out where it is. Huh, I ain't taking no more chances. It's me for Holland, on a ship from Rotterdam to little old New York. No other ship in line will be safe in a week's time. So, here's my last assignment. Now what about the dough?
The what?
The boodle, the reward, the £500.
Oh, you don't seem to have a very high opinion of my honor. You want some money before you give up that book you've wrapped up.
That's about it. It's all here in the book. After all, this is a business proposition.
All right. Have it your own way. I will write you a check. Here we are. This should be sufficient. Now place the book down there on the desk. After all, I don't see why I should trust you any more than you trust me. There. There is the check on the table. Now let me examine the contents of your parcel. I claim the right before you take the money. What kind of joke is this? This is the Practical Handbook of Bee Culture. Altamont, what kind of...
Gently now. Gently. Let the chloroform do its work. That's it. Another glass, Watson? Or should I say Smith?
Don't mind if I do, Governor. You know, Holmes, I think this is the first time I've given an impersonation for you.
Well, let's hope it'll be the last. And there he is, poor fellow, flat out on his own sofa while we enjoy wine from Franz Joseph's special cellar at the Schönbrunn Palace. Oh, do open the window, Watson. The chloroform vapor does not help the palate. And while you're doing so, please touch the bell.
Oh, very well, Holmes.
There's little need to hurry, Watson. Just help me pile all this material from Von Bork's safe into this handy valise. There's no one in the house but the faithful old Annie.
You ran, sir.
Ah, yes, Annie. You'll be pleased to hear that all is well.
Oh, I'm so pleased, sir. Oh, dear. He does look bad, doesn't he?
Simply out cold for a short while, Annie. Nothing serious.
Oh, he was quite a kind master, sir, within his rights, of course. He actually said he would pay for my passage to Germany. Can you imagine? Me living out there with all them Huns? It would hardly be suitable, would it, sir?
Hardly. Thank you for your help. Now, would you be kind enough to take all these things and place them into my car? Also, telephone to my brother Mycroft and report that all is going exactly as planned.
Very good, sir. It'll be a pleasure, sir. Are you sure you can handle his nibs?
I think so, Annie. I think so. But that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Holmes, so far so good. You must have been impersonating this American Altamont for some time to have ingratiated yourself so deeply in the favor of Von Bork.
It's taken nearly 2 years and entailed actually living in America. But now I can return to my books and my bees. Here is my magnum opus, my book on bees. I intend to write a second volume, Observations on the Segregation of the Queen.
Have you never missed the old life, the catching of ordinary, everyday criminals?
Not really. The passing of Moriarty, I rather lost interest. It was only when the Prime Minister himself appealed to me, through Mycroft, to enter the game again and tackle this gentleman Von Bork, that I felt any enthusiasm. Von Bork is a superb spy. He matched the English in everything. That's why I assumed the role of an Irish-American and was persuaded to join his team. Since then, I've managed to make most of his plans go subtly wrong, and I placed 5 of his top men in prison.
I heard that. I heard what you said, Altamont.
Good. Because you, Herr von Bork, will be the 6th bird in the cage.
I shall get level with you, Altamont. If it takes me all my life, I shall get level with you.
That was the favourite remark of the late, but far from lamented, Professor Moriarty. Colonel Sebastian Moran was also known to have muttered it.
Damn you, Altamont, for a double-dyed traitor.
I am no traitor. Neither am I Altamont. Surely my speech now shows you that I am not an American. Altamont of Chicago had no existence, in fact. I used him and he is gone.
Then, who are you?
It's really immaterial to you, Herr von Bork. But I've had dealings with you and your kind. It was I who brought about the separation of Irene Adler and the late King of Bohemia. I also saved from murder Count von Grafenstein, your mother's elder brother. It was I...
There is only one man. You are Sherlock Holmes. But they told me you died years ago. The High Command...
It never does to believe the High Command. Now, if you'll be so kind, we shall take you to the car and then to Scotland Yard.
You are not the police. You have no right under British law to threaten me and abduct me. You are kidnapping a German citizen and stealing his private papers. They will reject you.
I will take that chance. Now, come. Watson, take the papers. Von Bork, come. No point in resisting now. This is the end.
No. Stay where you are. The almighty Sherlock Holmes. You chloroformed me, dragged me down here, and forgot to even see if I was armed. The revolver, my German service revolver, left in my inner pocket. Well, this is the end.
Are you all right, Watson?
Yes. Yes, I think so. I'm not used to these high histrionics, Holmes.
Neither am I, but I had to make him think he was winning. I had to make him think that I was stupid enough not to check the revolver and replace the bullets with blanks. Yes, the only way I could let him escape with confidence. Ah, listen, there he goes. That's his car, not mine. Mine has a special geared-up engine, racing quality. Now, come on, Watson. This is the last time. My final bow. Now, let's get after him. He's the only one who can involve the Baron and lead us to the rest of the conspiracy.
Holmes took the wheel of the motor car, and as we raced up the country lanes and out into the well-made roads, I pondered yet again on this strange twist to the autumn of our lives. Gone were the hansom cabs. Taxis were now replacing them. There were even motor buses, and the horse bus was fast disappearing. The Underground Railway tunneled its way under our very feet. What lay ahead? The hideous cruelty of a modern war with trenches and shelling, bayonet fighting, and even war in the air. It seemed that a curse of the Almighty hung heavy over a degenerate world, and there was a feeling of doom in the sultry and stagnant air. Holmes dragged me back to earth.
There, look ahead. That's where Von Bork has left the car. He's rushed into the building. The lights are on. That means they can suspect nothing. Come, Watson. And careful now. The net closes for the last time. Careful.
You are sure this is the truth, Von Bork?
I am sure. Baron von Herling will vouchsafe for every word.
Of course. We are lucky to have discovered the truth in good time.
And we are assured that this Sherlock Holmes and his colleague are dead.
I shot them myself. But we must act swiftly. We must cancel all previous plans. Our information is false. If we act upon it...
If we act upon it, the German war machine will start at a tremendous disadvantage.
Herr Conrad, you must know as leader of the espionage unit in this country that Von Bork would never go to these lengths unless it were true. We must act now.
I agree. The whole of our network is in jeopardy. I therefore disband this organization. You will all go your own ways, making for the fatherland with as much information as you can take.
Then let's not get in there! If you wish to fight them, fight them!
Well, Watson, my true friend, let us stand here on the terrace for a few minutes. This may be the last quiet talk we shall ever have.
I know. It saddens me, Holmes. I remember so much of the past. How many cases, the rooms at 221B Baker Street. Dear Mrs. Hudson and those precious breakfasts.
Best meals of the day.
The pipes we smoked before the fire, the fogs, the endless journeys in hansom cabs, the arguments with Lestrade, the agony columns in the newspapers. Oh, dear. Is it really over?
Yes, it's over. The whole era is over. But we've ended it effectively as far as you and I are concerned. We have beaten the most ruthless spy organization this country has ever known. It won't prevent the war that is upon us, but after the war, perhaps because of our small efforts, a cleaner, better, Stronger land will lie in the sunshine after the storm has cleared. Let us hope so, Watson. Let us hope so.
For 5 years, Graham Armitage has played Sherlock Holmes, and Kerry Jordan has taken the part of Dr. Watson. And the series was written and produced by Dennis Folbig.
Hey, anyone in here? Anyone mucking around in these stables? Come on out, I can see you there in the shadows. Come on, show yourself.
What are you going to do about it?
What are you doing here? These are private stables belonging to Mr. Paul Chester.
Too bad. I just lost my way, that's all. Sorry, bye for now.
Now, wait a minute. That ain't good enough. I'm sending for the police.
You won't cause any trouble if you're wise.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
You asked for it, mate. Right.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Porter Mews Mystery.
Sherlock Holmes was accustomed to dealing with mysteries and murders, but as far as I can recall, there was only one case where a death occurred almost on his doorstep. You see, running parallel to Baker Street is Chiltern Street, and in between, at the back of number 221B, there is a small mews, Porter Mews. The stables are clearly seen from our back bedroom windows. Number 108 Chiltern Street is owned by Paul Chester, an Under-Secretary at the Admiralty. And it was in his stable, in the mews, that the body of his coachman, Ben Mead, was found that autumn morning. Naturally, someone thought of Holmes immediately. And, not stopping for breakfast, we both hurried to the scene of the crime.
Constable, good morning to you. Oh, good of you to pop over, Mr. Holmes. Lindsay's the name. I'm standing guard here until the inspector arrives. Nothing's been touched since the alarm was raised.
Good. One of those rare occasions when I'm first on the scene and not the last to arrive. This is the man, Ben Mead. Yes, I've often seen him at work down here. Tell me, has Mr. Chester been informed of this?
Mr. Chester doesn't seem to be at home, sir. The place is all locked up. That's how this man was found. The housekeeper arrived. She doesn't stay in the house. She couldn't get in, and so she came down here to find Ben. Went in a flaming hysterics. She didn't call the police. She's next door if you want to talk to her.
Later will do. Let me first take a look at the body and the whole stable. The horse and carriage aren't here. I take it that Chester has gone off with them. Now, the body.
Well, it must have been a fight, Holmes, with the way everything's been thrown about.
Oh, yes, there's been a fight, all right, but an unfair one. It seems to me that this poor fellow was knocked down, and then, before he had a chance to pick himself up, he was hit across the base of the skull with a heavy instrument. This man gave a good account of himself according to his facial injuries. Blood everywhere, and look at his knuckles, and... Yes, what's this? Yes, a coachman's wheel hammer. Blood and hair on it, yes. This is the murder weapon, all right. Now, I need as much light as possible. Now, where's my glass? Yes, very interesting. Well, it's clear from the footprints in the earth by the door that Ben came in here and disturbed someone. I should say quite early last night. There was a fight. He inflicted some injury upon his opponent before he was knocked down. He was kneeling, I should think, about here when the fatal blow was delivered. Yes, I think I'd like to go over everything alone, if that's all right with you. And then, when the inspector arrives, you can send him up to my rooms, Constable. I think I can put him on the right track straight away.
Oh, that's a relief to know, Mr. Holmes. Lucky to have you on the spot, so to speak. I'll tell the inspector straight away.
And so, about an hour later, as Holmes and I were finishing breakfast, Mrs. Hudson showed in our old friend, Inspector Lestrade.
Ah, Lestrade. I wonder that Scotland Yard has been called in on such a minor case of murder.
Morning, Holmes. Morning, Watson. Well, as a matter of fact, the powers that be heard you'd been at work, and they thought it might be more important than it first seems. Murder on the premises of anyone who's employed at the Admiralty has serious undercurrents.
Yes, but this murder occurred in the mews, in the coaching stables at the back of Mr. Chester's house. Nothing to do with Chester.
That's right. But what is not known is that the house was burgled last night. And the housekeeper was let in, and when they opened up the place, they found that all of the famous silver plate had been taken. Now, these two events cannot be unrelated, Holmes. The man who killed Ben Mead must have used the mews as an entrance to the house. There is, of course, a connecting gate and a pathway to the back door.
Yes, but let's get the sequence in the right order. Ben Mead investigated the coach house, was killed by an intruder, who then took Mead's key and went into the house and stole the silver plate? Oh, no, I think not.
Well, I don't know what order it happened in, but the two events must be connected. The coincidence is too great, don't you agree?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Well, Holmes, where do we start? Any ideas?
Oh, yes, plenty. It's a question of marshalling my thoughts. Now, let's take the death of the coachman as a start. You're looking for the murderer. He is approximately 5'8" inches. He has red hair, and he has a tooth missing from the front of his mouth.
Holmes, you aren't serious.
Never more so.
But how did you arrive at these conclusions?
Oh, my dear Lestrade, you're as infuriating as Watson. You should know my methods by now. They are totally scientific. Nothing that I say is guesswork. I examined the coach stable in great detail. I found evidence. The fact that the dead man had put up a fight was very clear. He was bruised about the face. Now, bruises are very strange things. They come about in various ways. After death, for instance, they do not grow into blueness. The blood is not circulating. You understand? That's how we can tell the time when death occurred. Now, the knuckles of Ben Mead's hands showed definite, clear cuts. He'd landed several blows. Adhered to the blood on his hand were various hairs. I have them here in this envelope. They are, as you can see, rather vivid red hairs.
Yes, I see. All right, Holmes, carry on.
There's a broken tooth in that envelope also. I picked it up from the straw. It must have been from the man Ben was fighting, as Ben's teeth are quite intact. Also, on the beam of the stable, there were similar red hairs. They are also in the envelope. They show that if the man was hit and staggered back, his head would have hit the post at roughly 5.5 feet from the ground. Now, it's reasonable to assume, therefore, that he is a small man. He must have had red hair and a beard. It's all quite elementary, really.
Well, it's something to go on, isn't it?
Oh, I think so. Now, London must have hundreds of men with red hair, but not all that many who also have broken front teeth. It narrows down your search somewhat, you must agree. Now, I've suggested in view of the fact that there was also a robbery, that the man was hired to do this job, therefore he is a professional and an experienced crook. May I make one final suggestion?
By all means.
Try Limehouse. There's a gin hall near the river. It's called the Waterman's. It's a place where all kinds of seamen gather. At the back of the hall, there is an old coach house which is used as a boxing hall and gymnasium. I've long suspected that it's merely a front cover for various smuggling activities. If you can get a couple of plainclothes men to dress as seamen and ask a few questions, you could pick up the lead on the man you're after.
Well, that's a great help. Thanks, Holmes. I'll do exactly that.
Good. Well, the best of luck, Lestrade, and keep me informed, won't you?
Lestrade left, feeling rather pleased with himself, and I knew that if he succeeded in making an early arrest, Holmes would take none of the credit. In fact, Holmes appeared to lose all interest in the case, until later that day, when Mrs. Hudson showed in yet another visitor. This time, it was a man of considerable importance, Sir William Benningfield, of the Admiralty.
Good day to you, Holmes. I don't know if you remember me. We met a couple of times at the Diogenes Club. Your brother Mycroft introduced us.
Of course I remember, Sir William. Pray do take a seat and tell me why I'm so honoured by this visit.
Thank you. Well, the fact is that we seem to have hit a spot of trouble. This is, of course, in the strictest confidence.
Naturally.
It's my assistant, young Paul Chester, the fellow who lives just at the back of here.
The gentleman whose coachman was killed in a fight last night?
Yes, that's right. I don't know if that has anything to do with my problem. I can't see how it can have. But anyway, the fact is that Chester has disappeared. He can't be traced at all. But he should have been in the office at the Admiralty yesterday, and today there was not a sign of him. We're very worried.
You think he also might have been attacked?
Huh? Oh, no, I don't think so. The fact is that for some time now we've been aware that certain information has been passed on to foreign powers. Very vital information regarding the latest naval armory. As you know, we in Britain pride ourselves on our secret service as best in the world. Information coming back to us leads us to believe that someone in the Admiralty has turned traitor.
And you suspect it's Paul Chester?
Oh, grave accusation, Holmes. I hardly like to put it in so many words, but the possibility does exist. Recently, I've been watching Chester. Only he and I have the keys to the safe, where the codes are kept. Very few of us handle the top secret stuff. The codes are continually being changed. Now, I know Chester has been at work on certain papers. I am reasonably sure that he has been passing copies on to a contact in Austria. Your brother, Mycroft, is over there at the moment and has confirmed that the information is being leaked out there.
And you think that Chester may have got wind of this, that he might be aware that you suspect him?
That's right. I fear that he may be skipping out of the country with the latest plans. It's important that we find him and stop him.
You say that he's been missing for 2 days, and he could easily be aboard a ship or even across the channel.
Could be, but we must check. The point is, Holmes, will you help us? I'm sure Mycroft would wish you to.
Yes, of course. I shall do everything I can, Sir William. This case is becoming extremely interesting. Yes, I shall do everything I can.
Sir William Benningfield left, and I went about my own business. I had a large number of calls to make and didn't return to Baker Street until early evening. But Holmes was not at home. Mrs. Hudson had set the table for supper, and there was game pie and vegetables hot on the stove. I was helping myself to this when the door opened, and a shabby old tramp let himself in. Look here, my man, what do you mean by calling in here? How did you get in? And who are you, anyway?
You must be the doctor. Dr. Watson, ain't that right?
That is correct, but answer my questions. Who are you and what do you want? How did you gain entrance to these rooms?
You really are my best audience, Watson. I always feel my disguise is a foolproof if you're taken in by them.
Holmes, well, I must say that this is one of your better attempts. I was completely taken in. Well, what have you been up to this time?
Well, I thought I'd do a little checking up around the Limehouse district myself. Lestrade's men stand out like sore thumbs down there. I spotted them in the Waterman's Gin Hall immediately. Fortunately, they made my own investigation pass unnoticed. Yes, I found Ben Mead's murderer, all right.
You have?
Oh, yes. A very undesirable creature by the name of Joe Crumb. He's exactly 5'8", has red hair and a beard and a front tooth missing. I've advised Scotland Yard, and Lestrade should be about to make an arrest, I should think.
That's fast work, I must admit. Holmes, is there a connection between that man's death and the disappearance of Paul Chester?
I believe there must be. It's far too coincidental. Missing papers from the Admiralty, an under-secretary who disappears, silver plates stolen from his house, and his coachman is murdered all at the same time. No. There must be some link. But what is the link, Watson? That's the point. It's a far more complicated case than it appears. Now that, unless I'm very much mistaken, will be our old friend Lestrade. Would you be so good as to let him in, Watson, while I change out of these things? Give him a glass of brandy and invite him to take supper with us. I shall not be long.
I did as Holmes instructed, for it was indeed Inspector Lestrade waiting outside on the doorstep. He accepted my offer of food and drink gratefully, and over supper told us of his success.
We arrested the man, Joe Crumb, Holmes. He's now in jail, and we're pushing forward his trial. But, frankly, I'm wondering if the evidence will hold. He's rather too circumstantial.
Men have been hanged on far less evidence. He is the murderer, I've no doubt about that. Providing you have a good prosecuting counsel, I think you should get a conviction.
No, I'm not so sure. The man's attitude is so darn confident. He doesn't say much, just does a sly, lopsided grin. Refuses to comment at all. Simply says he's innocent, and that's that.
He is not innocent. He is guilty. I've been down to Limehouse myself and picked up quite a few tidbits of information. Nothing that I can pass on to you to be used as evidence, but from what I learned, it confirmed all my suspicions. Joe Crumb killed Ben Mead, and all that remains is for you to prove it, Lestrade. Now, would you like a little more game pie?
Holmes promptly dropped the whole case. Several times I asked him if he was making any progress with his investigations into the disappearance of Port Chester, but he merely said that the time wasn't right. Sir William Benningfield called a couple of times and was given more or less the same answer. I could see that he was disappointed in Holmes, but Holmes didn't let that worry him. He was concentrating upon other matters. Days went by and even weeks, and eventually Joe Crumb appeared in court on a charge of murder. Naturally, Holmes and I attended the trial. The defense was conducted by Hugh Starcross, a most able man.
Members of the jury, you must be amazed at the weakness of the case you have been brought here to judge. In all my long experience, I have never known a criminal charge supported by such flimsy, scanty evidence. As it unfolds, you will see that no rational mind can find the prisoner guilty. My client is not content, however, to be acquitted for lack of evidence. He claims the right to prove his innocence. He will show that he could have had no part whatsoever in the death of the coachman, Ben Mead.
That means he's about to produce an alibi. The usual questions first, though.
A prisoner at the bar. You have heard that at the scene of the crime there was evidence of a fight and the finding of red hairs and a broken tooth. You have red hair.
That's right. Natural, too. Always have had this colour here.
You also have a front tooth missing. Can you tell the jury how you lost that tooth?
Waterman's gym, Limehouse, boxing. Lost it about 3 months ago. A fella called Max Baker called me one in the face and knocked me tooth out. Oh, that's Baker down there, he'll tell you.
Yes, just confine yourself to answering the questions. I shall bring the necessary witnesses to testify as I think fit. And now, on the night of the 21st, when this death took place, can you account for your movements?
Of course I can. I was in the Waterman's till about 10 o'clock. Then I went across to the pub. 3 Ducks. Stayed there till closing time, playing darts. Then went with the landlord to play poker. Had an all-night session. I won quite a bit, too.
And now we shall hear the confirmation from the landlord. Yes, he'll now be called. That's him, that large, fat-faced man with the black hair smarmed down. He will testify for Crumb.
Holmes, you seem quite pleased that things are going so badly. If this continues, then Crumb will be acquitted.
Oh, yes, I should think that's almost certain. Well, I think there's very little need to stay and hear more, Watson. The jury won't take all that long to make up their minds. We may as well go and get ourselves a cup of coffee, I think, don't you?
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict? Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, my lord.
Naturally, I was greatly upset, and so was Lestrade. Scotland Yard had been made to appear rather stupid. He was far from pleased and very much inclined to blame Sherlock Holmes, who was quite unimpressed by the whole of the proceedings. In fact, later that evening, he seemed rather pleased with himself.
Tonight, I think we can actually move on the case, Watson.
I thought it was all over. Crumb has been acquitted. Well, you may have been right in thinking him guilty, but he's got away with it.
Not entirely. He has been made to reveal his hand, and I think now we can step in and solve the whole mystery. I've asked Lestrade and his men to meet me later. First, I have to send off a few telegrams, one to Mycroft in Innsbruck, another to the landlord of the 3 Ducks, and a third to Sir William Benningfield. Then we journey to Limehouse, suitably clad, of course. I'm sure I can find an old suit that'll fit you, Watson, and a large cape with a pocket that can conceal a revolver.
You want me to come with you, or you think it might be dangerous?
That's right. I've been inactive for long enough. This time, things were brought to a head, don't you agree? Come, make preparations. It could be a long night ahead.
And so, on a rainy, windy night, Holmes and I took a cab to the East End of London and made our way by foot to the 3 Ducks public house. We didn't go in. It was nearly closing time. We waited down a side alley, and after about half an hour, 2 men left by the back entrance. I could tell by the light of the gas lamps that they were Joe Crumb and the landlord. Swiftly and silently, we followed. They made their way down towards the river, and at St. Catherine's Wharf they stopped and entered a small disused warehouse. Holmes seemed to know the way, and catching me by the sleeve, guided me through the darkness. The 2 men lit a lantern.
There's he. They're kneeling on the floor. about to open a trap door in the floor.
Holmes, what's all this mean?
Shh, you'll find out very soon. Wait.
No, it's safe enough. Gotta check out, though. Can't be too careful. Here, give us a hand. Ready? See, still there. Told you. No chance of anyone discovering him under the floorboards. All we've got to do is put him in the chest. Come on. Easy. Right. Right, that's got him. Close him in. Good. Now, tomorrow, going to pull the Santiago Star. Once right out at sea, the captain drops it overboard and that is down. We settle back in head and start collecting. Rich men we're going to be. Nice and rich for the rest of our days. Worth taking a few risks for, I reckon, don't you?
One risk too many, Crumb.
What a devil!
Don't move. There are 2 guns on you, and both my friend and I are crack shots. Cover them, Watson. Let's get this straight in here. He and his men have been following me. That's it. The game is up, Crumb. You may have got away with murder once, but this time you won't be so lucky. This time you will face a charge of killing Mr. Paul Chester, whose body you have just placed in that sea chest.
You blasted clever swine, how did you...
You'll have plenty of time to listen to explanations later. Strayed. Good, right on time. Take these men away. Then I think you can make yet another arrest. A bigger fish this time. These are just 2 sprats to catch a mackerel. Come on, Watson. Our work here is over.
After the arrest of the 2 men in that warehouse, events moved at a bewildering pace. The body of Paul Chester was found, wrapped in canvas. It was clear that he'd been murdered, his throat cut from ear to ear. Under cross-examination, the landlord of the 3 Ducks broke down and confessed everything. He turned Queen's evidence, and so implicated none other than Sir William Benningfield. Holmes was not at all surprised.
You see, it was Benningfield's whole idea. It was he who had turned traitor and was passing on the naval secrets. Paul Chester found this out and was ready to expose him. So Benningfield had to get rid of him. The plan was to burgle the house in Chiltern Street, steal silver plate, and then send a message to Chester where to find it. Chester was lured to Limehouse, where he was killed, and his body placed beneath the floorboards of the warehouse until it could be shipped aboard a boat and dropped out at sea. Unfortunately, Joe Crumb was discovered by Chester's coachman, who was killed in a fight. I knew that it was the beginning of the case and not the end. Once Crumb was acquitted, he got overconfident. The landlord, being the spineless type, reacted to a telegram I sent to him, saying Chester's body had been found. They led us to him. My brother Mycroft is due back in England straight away. He'll deal with Benningfield. I think our job is over, Watson. So much for the Porter Mews mystery. Interesting case, but a little too close to home for comfort. Don't you agree?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Who is it?
It's Jimmy Richardson, Mr. Bishop.
Oh, very well, Jimmy. Wait just a moment.
What the? Who are you?
Get him quickly.
Call him quickly. Don't make so much noise. Get him. All right, I got him. And he got lost. Yes, easy now. That's it. Good. Good, he's out. We've got him.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Missing Inventor.
Over the years, I've been privileged to chronicle hundreds of the cases that Sherlock Holmes has worked on, and most of them, I'm happy to say, have been extremely successful. A few have been failures, and many so secret that Holmes has strictly forbidden me to write even the briefest account of them. But as the years pass and the names of the people involved fade from importance and the events become forgotten reports in the yellowing pages of newspapers, Holmes has relaxed his rules and allowed me to give an accurate account of how his influence and authority has actually changed the policies of many high officials. There was one case that is now over 10 years old. It happened back in 1881. I was still living in the rooms at 221B Baker Street. I clearly remember that it was summer, and for England, a rather beautiful summer, filled with clear skies, warm days, and leisurely evenings. But Holmes was rather bored, and, as always in these circumstances, he scanned the newspapers for any sort of unsolved crime.
Nothing at all, Watson. The fine weather has made all London content. Not a single crime of interest reported in the daily press.
Oh, surely you should be glad of that, Holmes. No law-abiding citizen can actually want a crime to happen.
No, of course not, but the average person can give vent to his feelings in various ways. He can read books of violence and murder, adventure stories where the hero does things he dare not do himself. He can go to the theatre and rid himself of the emotions of anger and hatred. Unfortunately, I am unable to do that. I have to remain apart, to be analytical, dispassionate. I need something real to occupy my mind, not some fictional fantasy. That's why the only thing in this evening's paper that interests me is the so-called agony column, the personal cry for help. For instance, listen to this. It says here, "Colin, please come back. I forgive you and I am truly sorry, Florence." Now, that's human drama, if you like. Now, there's another here. The gentleman who helped an elderly lady to a hansom cab on Tuesday the 15th in Regent Street, please answer this box number where he will hear something to his advantage. Or even better still, what about this one? "All is well with higher clergy. Await instructions, Seabird." Now, doesn't that stir the imagination, Watson? Can you work out what those messages mean in terms of human relationships?
No, I can't. But, well, we approach life from different angles, Holmes. I'm concerned with the physical well-being of my patients, and I'm content to heal their bodies as best I can. I'll leave the imaginative workings of the mind to you.
A visitor. This could prove interesting. I wonder if Mrs. Hudson's still with us.
Yes, I think she is yet to say good night. She usually pops her head in. Yes, I think she's answering the door.
And I know I have no appointments this evening. Oh, well, at least it will alleviate the boredom.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes. A young gentleman to see you, sir. He says it's an urgent matter, but he ain't got no appointment. Have you the time?
All the time in the world, Mrs. Hudson. Show him in, please.
Yeah, right, sir. This way, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I must beg your pardon. This is an intrusion, but I do need your help. You are Sherlock Holmes?
At your service. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do?
Whatever it is you have to say may be said in front of him. We work together on most of my cases. Please do sit down. I see that you have walked here. You must be fatigued in this hot weather. Place your jacket over that chair. Feel free to smoke your pipe if you wish.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what is it that you're so anxious to talk to me about? Is it something connected with your past in the merchant navy, or your present job, which is to do with explosives?
Good heavens, Mr. Holmes. I was told that you were swift to deduce things, but how do you know all this about me?
I know very little about you, except that you walk like a seaman, that you have a tattoo mark from Australia on your right forearm, and that while your hands are well kept, suggesting that you do not indulge in manual work, the hairs on both hands and arms have been recently scorched. Those type of burns are usually associated with experiments with some form of gunpowder. Are you perhaps a scientist of some sort?
Well, I'm amazed at your perception. Yes, I am. My name is Jimmy Richardson. I've had quite a checkered career, which did include a long stint at sea. I've always been interested in chemical and explosive research. At the moment, I work for Mr. Giles Bishop in his experimental workshop at Twickenham. I've been with him for a little over a year now, and, well, it's because of him that I'm here. You see, Mr. Bishop is an inventor, quite a brilliant one. He's been perfecting a new type of gun. If he succeeds in selling the invention, it could revolutionize modern infantry warfare. He was to have given a demonstration next week. Everything has been going splendidly, and we are both sure of success. But, well, you see, Mr. Bishop has simply disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes, without trace. We were due to carry out final tests at the workshop yesterday afternoon. I arrived, let myself in with my key, and did some paperwork while waiting for him. He didn't arrive. I worked until 10 o'clock and then packed up and went home. I thought some technical matter arising from his negotiations with the War Office might have delayed him. Well, I woke early this morning and was once again at work before him. When he didn't arrive by 10 o'clock, I once again locked up and went round to his lodgings. The landlady, Mrs. Craddock, said he hadn't been seen since the previous evening. His bed was not slept in. He must have been missing for 2 days, and I'm at my wit's end. I don't know what could have happened to him.
You've been to the police?
No, I think the very nature of Mr. Bishop's work indicates that I should stay away from the police. Frankly, Mr. Holmes, I'm worried that someone is after our new invention. In the hands of a foreign power, it could have a devastating effect upon our military position in many parts of the world.
You have evidence that the secrets of this new gun have been leaked abroad?
No evidence at all. I've made a complete check of the workshop. All the equipment is intact. All the relative papers are safely under lock and key. Nothing is missing. I would know if there was. It's all untouched exactly as it should be for our demonstration.
And then you're worried for Mr. Bishop personally?
Yes. He's a wonderful man. It would be much more to the advantage of a foreign power to kidnap him and force all the knowledge from him than it would be to simply take the gun and its secrets. Please, won't you help to try and trace what has happened to him? It is far more important than I've been able to explain. I know that Mr. Bishop would not go off at this crucial time without letting me know what he was doing. He must have been abducted, forced away against his will. It's an urgent matter, Mr. Holmes. Please say that you will help.
Of course, Holmes agreed. Even if it had not been such a slack period in his career, I think he would have taken the case. His first reaction was typical. After taking Jimmy Richardson's address and making an appointment to see him early the next morning, he invited me out to dine. We hailed a hansom cab, and to my surprise, Holmes requested that we be driven to the Diogenes Club. And once there, of course, he asked for his brother Mycroft, who invited us to join him. There was another gentleman in the party, Mr. James Jules.
Good to see you both. Do join us. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. James Jules. Jules is my brother Sherlock and his colleague, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do?
Jules is in the Defense Ministry.
How do you do? This is a most timely meeting. As a matter of fact, I have one or two queries regarding an interesting case that has come my way. Perhaps between the two of you, you might be able to give me a little advice.
I've heard so much about you from your brother that I doubt if I can advise you on anything. But I shall be a very avid listener.
Let's order drinks, sir, and you can tell us what's on your mind, Sherlock. Waiter, same again, please. And 2 more scotch and sodas. That will be to your liking, won't it, Watson?
Thank you, yes.
I know my brother's taste. Well, now, tell us what it is that you're interested in at the moment, Sherlock. More murder and mayhem?
I sincerely hope not. No, I'm inquiring about an inventor named Giles Bishop. I believe he's recently been in touch with the War Office. I'd like to check up on him.
Jules will tell you more than I can. Although I do know the name, of course.
Giles Bishop. Yes, I know him. Bit of a crank. Comes up with all manner of ideas. Some of them might work, but they're very extreme. As a matter of fact, he's got an application in for a demonstration regarding some newfangled invention. Wants to sell it to an armaments firm. Can only do so if the defense boys recommend it. I can tell you here and now the chances are very slim. Of course, one has to have experiments in all fields in order to get progress. But frankly, I'd say Bishop's simply far too visionary. Lots of our people think he's as mad as a hatter. What's your interest in him, Holmes?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I should very much like to meet him. But he seems to be out of town at the moment.
A good thing, if you ask me. Won't be bothering us every 5 minutes. I'd say whatever your problem is, you'd be well advised to forget it.
Here are the drinks. Your very good health, gentlemen.
I was surprised that Holmes appeared to take James Jules' advice, for he immediately changed the subject, and during and after an excellent dinner, the matter was not referred to again. We left the club quite early and took a hansom back to Baker Street. Holmes appeared thoughtful and hardly spoke.
It wasn't until we were actually outside 221B that he showed any sign of interest. For having paid off the cab, we found young Jimmy Richardson waiting on the pavement.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I've been waiting for you. I have to tell you, I have received a letter from Mr. Bishop. He says there is nothing wrong and that he has simply gone away for a few days to think things out. But the letter is a fake. I'm sure it is. Please, won't you study it and give me some advice? I know it's late, but please, won't you agree?
I'd rarely known a case start off so very tamely. I was surprised when, instead of dismissing Jimmy Richardson, Holmes actually readily agreed and showed the young man upstairs to our sitting room. There, he asked to see the letter from the missing inventor.
Dear Richardson, a short note to say that I've gone away into the country for a week. I've been at it too hard, and I'm inclined to rather overdo it a bit. I want you to clearly understand that there is nothing to worry about. I will see to everything when I return. I want you to simply carry on as usual. Yours, Giles B. This is his handwriting?
Oh, yes, it's his handwriting. No doubt about that. I don't think anyone has forged the note, but he must have been forced to write it. To start with, he would never call me Richardson. He would write Dear Jimmy. And then here, he would never sign himself Giles B. He would write G. Bishop.
Yes. Also, I take it that he's a very educated man.
Oh, yes, most learned.
And yet he has split 3 infinitives in one short note. Yes, I think you must be right. The note is deliberately couched in this way to arouse suspicions and put us off the track. Did this come through the post?
Yes, here, the envelope. See, you can just make out the postmark.
Richmond, Surrey.
Do you think that I should get in touch with the police after all, Mr. Holmes? Get them to alert the Richmond squad with a description of Mr. Bishop?
No, I don't. If this letter was written under duress, then it would not be posted in an area where we can trace it back. Yes, I think I shall start from quite the opposite end. It's late now. There's nothing more we can do tonight. But first thing tomorrow morning, I should like you to take Watson and me to Mr. Bishop's lodgings. That is where we shall start. Now, shall we agree to meet at 7 o'clock here for an early breakfast?
Jimmy Richardson was right on time the next morning, and Holmes, who had spent a good 20 minutes in deep thought over the agony columns of the morning papers, served him breakfast with no mention of his plans for the day. We took a cab and drove to Giles Bishop's lodgings. They were on the top floor of a terraced house in St. Margaret's Avenue, Spring Grove. Mrs. Mabel Craddock received us with genteel disapproval.
Of course, you may see the rooms, although I consider it quite unnecessary. I received a short note only yesterday from Mr. Bishop to say that he decided to spend a week in the country. It's quite clear that he will return when he thinks fit.
May I see that note, Mrs. Craddock?
I don't think I kept it. It was just a short note in his own hand. I recognise the handwriting. Oh, really, Mr. Holmes, I don't know what all the fuss is about. This way, please, up the stairs. Mr. Richardson, you've been here before as Mr. Bishop's guest. Would you like to show these gentlemen the way?
Yes, of course.
I'd be obliged if you would make sure everything is neat and orderly when you come down. I would not like Mr. Bishop to feel his belongings had been disturbed in any way.
I assure you that we shall not interfere. It's simply the fact that we wish to find out exactly where Mr. Bishop has gone. It is very important, a matter regarding his work.
Oh, I see.
One other point. When precisely did you last see Mr. Bishop?
When he retired for the night 3 nights ago, he went to his rooms. I heard nothing. But he must have changed his mind and gone out again. For the next morning, he had gone. His bed had not been slept in, you see. He must have decided to pack and leave that night. I did think it rather odd as the front door was still bolted. He must have let himself out the back way. I was a little disturbed at first, but of course the note he sent was put everything all right. Up those stairs. I shall be waiting for you when you come down, when you finish.
Thank you, Mrs. Craddock. Please follow me. So, she had a note as well. I wonder what clues Mr. Bishop left, hoping that she would realize all was not well.
I'm afraid Mrs. Craddock isn't the type to understand subtleties.
No, in here.
So these are his rooms. This is the living room, and through here, I presume, is the bedroom. Yes, I think this is the room we want. It looks out over the back roofs, doesn't it? A sash window, and outside, yes, a small fire escape to the roof. Just give me a hand with this, will you, Watson?
Well, do you think the bishop might have left through the window, Holmes?
Well, that would certainly explain why Mrs. Craddock didn't hear anything.
Yes, and also how the front door remained bolted.
Just a moment. Don't touch anything until I've made a thorough examination. Yes, there are fresh scratches on the brown paintwork. See here and out on the ledge, near the iron staircase. Several cigarette butts. Did Giles Bishop smoke, Richardson?
No, not at all. He maintained that it was too dangerous in the job that he's doing.
Yes, I see. Well, then it seems clear that the abduction, if there was one, took place from here. Come, Watson, let's see if we can follow a trail. I have an idea we're on the right lines at last.
Holmes clambered out of the window onto the iron fire escape, and I followed him. The staircase led both up and down. Holmes went up, and we found ourselves on a flat rooftop. It seemed to lead to nowhere until Holmes pointed out yet another small flight of iron stairs that took us up and across yet another roof. Holmes moved slowly and carefully, examining the slates and tiles that gave way on either side. Eventually, he was satisfied.
Yes, there's no doubt about it, Watson. I should say 2 men were involved. They carried or dragged our man across this space on the roof, and then...
And then what, Holmes? Having got him up here, what the devil did they do?
Well, there's only one explanation. Look, down there, see that roof?
Yeah, large glass fanlight. Holmes? Is it possible that they took him through there?
That's the only explanation.
Well, what should we do? Climb down there and break in?
No, I think that would be a little premature. No, Watson. We must spend the rest of the day making preparations. I must get in touch with Mycroft once again and visit a few newspaper offices. And then tonight, with the aid of Mrs. Craddock's back door key, we get into the house, come up here, and it is then that we break through that fanlight. Come, let's go back the way we came. And not a word of this to anyone, not even Jimmy Richardson.
I was completely baffled by the rest of that day. When I saw Holmes, he was either hurrying in or out of our rooms at Baker Street. He seemed tireless. But I knew him well enough to recognize that he'd formed a theory and was working upon it. That evening, at about 9 o'clock, we once again took a cab and made our way to Spring Grove.
The house we're about to burgle is owned by a Mr. Harold Kestrel, Watson. He works as head of the Essex Arsenal. Now, does that not mean something to you?
I suppose frankly, no.
The Essex Arsenal supplies government arms of various types on contract to the Defence Ministry. Now, surely there must be a connection with Kestrel and the Bishop's new invention. Yes, now that makes sense. Now, you may have noticed that I've been taking a great interest in the agony column of the newspapers. Do you remember one insertion? It read in the morning paper, "All is well with higher clergy, Seabird." Now, surely that can easily read, "All is well with Bishop Kestrel."
By Joe, Holmes, that's clever.
Thank you. And there was a reply to that insertion. It read, "Seabird, take care of clergy. Money ready. 2 J's.
But you think a ransom is about to be paid?
No, I don't. Now, let me read you tonight's message. It is, "Clergy dangerously ill. Call 10 tonight. Knock 3 times with money and instructions. Seabird."
Oh, heavens, you think they're about to kill the man?
No, Watson. It's a trap. A trap I laid by myself. You see, I placed that insertion. And if I'm right, we shall clear the whole matter up in just 1 hour. Here is St. Margaret's Avenue. Good. It won't be long now, Watson.
The entry into Bishop's lodgings and the quiet scramble across the rooftops in the evening light were far easier than I anticipated. Holmes had left nothing to chance. We had ropes and lanterns and rubber-soled shoes. It was only a matter of minutes before we found ourselves on the rooftop of the house owned by the man Kestrel. Holmes reached into his pocket and produced a gun.
There. Now, you see, Watson, there's a light on. Being a fanlight, there can be no curtain. Careful now, let me go first. Yes, I can see. Yes, we're right. There's a man lying on the bed. He seems asleep. And another sitting in a chair beside him. Well?
How the devil do we get down there?
There's only one way, Watson. I'm going to simply jump through the glass. Follow me as quickly as you can. I'll deal with the thug on guard. You attend to the man on the bed, who must be Bishop. Ready? Here I go. All right. Stand there with your hands over your head.
Who are you? Now, what's this all about?
Not to sound, or you're a dead man. Watson.
It's all right, Holmes.
I'm with you.
Tend to Bishop.
Very well. But this man's drugged, Holmes. He's still alive. And I can't wait for you.
Don't try. Wait. Listen.
What's happening in here? Well, what's the matter?
Stay quite still, Kestrel, and you won't be hurt. The game is up. The police are surrounding the house. We are taking Giles Bishop out of here, and you are going to face arrest for kidnapping and assault. Come on.
After that, events happened at a remarkable speed. The man named Kestrel must have realized that he could not escape. He refused to make a statement, wisely waiting for his lawyer to advise him. Holmes left me to take care of Bishop, and at gunpoint forced Kestrel and the man called Woods downstairs. They didn't have long to wait before...
Open it, Kestrel, and don't make a fuss.
Very well.
Kestrel, what is it? What's wrong with Bishop? Why?
We've caught the big fish at last. Come in, James Jules. Mycroft, bring the police in. The case is over.
Well done, Sherlock. This way, man. This way.
This way. Be careful. Back at our rooms, Holmes was able to add the final detail.
It was all arranged by James Jules, the two J's of the advertisements. He was in need of money. He arranged a deal with Kestrel of the Essex Arsenal. He would renew the standing contracts for a certain sum. But then Bishop came up with this new invention, which, if the Defense Ministry were impressed by the demonstration, would alter all their contracts for arms. Bishop simply had to be kept out of the way until the business deals went through. Luckily, we were able to foil the kidnappers. The demonstration will take place as planned. And who knows, it could revolutionize the whole of this country's defenses. Let's hope so.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Are you back?
Oh, Dr. Watson, you're back. Thank heavens for that. I wonder if I heard the footsteps on the stairs, if it might have been Eden.
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, do you mean that he isn't home yet?
No, not for 4 days and 4 nights he hasn't been here. Oh, Doctor, I'm that worried about him. What could have happened?
No, Mrs. Hudson. You know what Holmes is like. He's often disappeared for days at a time. Well, it's due to his work. It's customary. He'll turn up soon, so don't worry. Is supper ready?
Yes, it's been ready since 8. But you know, this time I'm really worried about Mr. Holmes. I'm really worried about him. I'm worried sick and that.
Yes, well, this time I'm worried too.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
The Rubber-Faced Man.
I was accustomed to Sherlock Holmes' sudden disappearances. I knew he had many private hideaways in various parts of London, rooms in lodging houses where he could assume another name and identity. Master of disguise, he could mix with any class, from the lowest beggar to the highest in society. Always, of course, it was connected with his work. And regarding his current case, he was very secretive. I told myself I should hear in due course and tried not to worry, but there was a nagging doubt in my mind that all was not as it should be. And so, later that night, when I heard a commotion upon the stairs, I naturally thought Holmes had returned, but...
I'm so sorry to burst in like this, Dr. Watson, but Amy Castle is here and she says she must see you.
Oh, yes, of course.
I must apologise for calling like this, Doctor, but I am in very serious trouble.
No, that's all right, Amy. Come in, and that'll be all, Mrs. Hudson. Thank you.
Oh, yes, sir. All right.
Right, now, come and sit down by the fire. Now, tell me what's troubling you, Amy. That husband of yours again?
That's right, Doctor. It's the old business, the smoking. You've tried to get him to break the habit many times, but, well, it's the opium. Hugo's been away for over 2 days now. Well, you know what it's like. He can't keep away from the stuff. Of course, I've been making the usual inquiries, and I have traced him.
Well, where is he?
Well, he's in an opium den called the Green Pagoda in Upper Julius Street. You know the road that runs parallel to the river off Bell Lane. I want to go and get him out, but I daren't, not on my own. So I thought, well, if you came with me as his physician, you could get in there and talk some sense into him. Well, I'll come with you if you like.
Well, I don't think that would serve any useful purpose, Amy. It would only distress you. I'll order a hansom and get over there straight away. Now, you go home and wait. I'll find Hugo for you, so don't worry. Hugo Castle had always been a problem patient. Like thousands of others in London, he was a constant visitor to the opium dens that clustered around the dock area. The Green Pagoda was one of the more respectable of these houses of iniquity. Near the river, to the east of London Bridge, it had a single door opening off a narrow alley. I entered, and by the low flickering of the oil lamps set against the damp stone walls, made my way into a low, long room filled with thick, brown opium smoke. Wooden burrs like those in an ancient galley lined the walls. Faint sounds of Eastern music came from the gin shop beyond the bead curtains, but no one listened. Groups of huddled creatures bent over red circles of light where the burning poison waxed and waned in metal bowls. Most men lay silent. Some were groaning or whispering, mumbling their own distorted thoughts aloud. As I entered, a sallow Oriental slipped from the shadows to offer the customary pipe.
Evening, my sir. Comfortable bed, very good pipe. Long sleep and good dreams. This way.
Thank you. No, I'm not here for that. I seek a friend. He's around here somewhere. Would you allow me to look and... yes. Yes, he is. Yes, I think that's him. Hugo Castle.
Dr. Watson, it is Watson, isn't it? Watson, my good fellow. What is it? What time is it?
It's nearly 11 at night.
11? I must go home. I've been here all evening.
You've been here some 2 days. Now, pull yourself together, man. It's Friday, October the 19th.
But it can't be. I thought it was Wednesday. You're trying to frighten me, muddle my thoughts.
Well, they couldn't be more muddled than this foul stuff has made them. Right, now look, I have a cab waiting, so come along. Let me get you out.
I only had one pipe, just one, no, two at the most.
Right, well, come along. I'll pay for you, and you'll feel better in the fresh night air.
Oh, give me money? Money?
No, not for you, poor wretch that you are. I cannot help everyone.
Shh, softly, Watson.
Holmes?
Hush, you'll spoil everything. Keep your voice down.
What on earth?
Look, I'll explain on my way home. I'll pay for that poor castle creature and get him into a cab. Send him packing and wait for me on the corner. I shall be for 10 minutes. Hurry, Watson, hurry.
I did as Holmes requested. Hugo Castle made no protest as I bundled him into a cab and, paying the driver, gave Hugo's home address. I was confident that Amy Castle would take good care of him, and once he'd recovered, give him a sound talking to. I would call in the morning and do my best to make him break the pernicious habit. Meanwhile, I waited on the corner. Holmes arrived, still dressed in beggar's rags, and joined me in another hansom. As we clattered our way homeward, Holmes said with a chuckle,
If you could have seen your face in the lamplight, Watson. I suppose you think I've added opium smoking to the long list of my other vices. Well, I assure you that, like you, I was visiting the Green Pagoda in order to find someone. You found Hugo Castle. I, unfortunately, have not found the man I was after.
May I ask who you were looking for?
A man called Maynard Burley. He came to live in London several years ago. He led a checkered, colourful existence, having been an actor, a seaman, and a tobacco importer. He bought a house, married a local lass, and settled down in Islington. He was happy with his wife and a young son. Recently, he's had no set occupation, but has interests in several concerns in the city. He travels to town every morning by train, returning to Shoreditch Station by the 5:15 each night. Last Monday, Maynard Burley left the house earlier than usual. His wife, Sarah, remembers it very well.
I'm going now, Sarah.
Maynard, dearest, it's long before your usual time.
Yes. There are several things I wish to do before reaching the office. I want to do some shopping. I'll bring home a set of soldiers for the boy.
Oh, Raymond will love that. He's been asking for those for weeks. Have a good day, dear.
And you. Don't work too hard in the house. I expect to be back at the usual time. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Now, shortly after her husband had left that morning, Sarah Burley received a telegram saying that a parcel of considerable value that she'd been expecting from her family in Australia had arrived at the offices of the Tower Shipping Company. So after lunch, she went to the city. She did some shopping and collected the parcel. Walking back to the station, she crossed Bell Lane, and at the corner of Julia Street, looked around hoping for a vacant cab. She waited and looked up at the opposite building. To her horror, she saw at a high barred window the face of her husband staring down at her. She couldn't believe her eyes.
Maynard! What on earth, Maynard? In a place like that? Help someone. Please help.
She tried to enter the building. She couldn't. Because, as you may have guessed, the room she wanted was above the Green Pagoda building that we've just left. Eventually, she appealed to the police, and a sergeant from Tower Hill Station accompanied her back to the building. She identified the room, and as they climbed the stairs...
I know I'm not mistaken, Sergeant. It was my husband, all right. I saw him quite clearly. He had his hands up to his face. He could have been pleading with me for help. He looked so ill, and he covered his face with his hands. He is in here. I know he is.
Oh, this must be the room.
But it's empty. There's no one here. But that was the window. Those long, dirty curtains. He must have been standing here and looking down and... Wait. What's this? It's a box. It's a box of toy soldiers. The present he was going to buy for little Raymond. What is through there?
Let's see. Another room. And a window that looks out over the parapet and onto the river. Wait, there's blood on the windowsill. Fresh blood.
No. Look, there in the corner, the chair. Those clothes. When I saw him at the window, he was wearing a shirt but no tie, but these are his clothes. The clothes he was wearing when he left this morning. I know they are.
Leave this to me, Mrs. Burley. I'm convinced there's something really wrong here. I'll go and question other folk who may be living on this floor. You stay here with the clothes. I'll quickly get you out of this place as soon as I can. No place for a lady of breeding. What have we here? What are you doing, sleeping on the stairs? I ain't doing no harm. Just leave me be. You've been here quite a while. Have you seen anyone come down this way, from the rooms above? No one at all. Wait a minute, I know you. Mike the peddler. Beg on the streets. Pretend to sell matches, but you're a beggar, aren't you? Work a beat from here to Threadneedle Street. Have you been upstairs? No, I swear I haven't. I don't know nothing. No? Come on, up you get. What's this? Blood. Blood all over the cuffs of your shirt. Well, you've got a lot to answer for, Mike Beale. Come on, come along with me.
And only this evening I have learned from men in the Green Pagoda that Maynard Burley's overcoat has been found in the Thames. I'm afraid it's a case of murder. I feel I've failed, Watson. What am I to tell that poor woman?
It was late when we got back to Baker Street, and I went straight to bed. The lights remained on in Holmes' room, and I knew he was far from satisfied with the way things had worked out. Over breakfast the next morning, he seemed morose and disinclined to talk. We'd finished breakfast and were lighting our first pipes of the day when Mrs. Hudson bustled in.
I've come to clear away, but there's a lady waiting on the landing, a Mrs. Burley. She says it's urgent.
Well, then show her in, Mrs. Hudson, show her in. Leave the dishes. You can fetch them later.
Just as you say. It's through here, please, Mum. Thank you. I'm sorry to arrive so early, Mr. Holmes, but I had to speak to you.
That's quite all right, Mrs. Burley. Please do sit down. Some coffee? Oh, I don't think you know my friend and colleague, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do, Doctor? No, I won't have any coffee, thank you.
I suppose you've heard the news. They found your husband's overcoat in the river. The police have it now. You may be required to identify it. Strange enough, the pockets were filled with odd coins. Loose change, mostly pennies. It looks very serious, I'm afraid.
You think that Maynard was attacked by that peddler named Mike, or some other thugs, and his body thrown into the Thames?
I'm afraid it is more than likely. But you appear unafraid.
Mr. Holmes, Maynard is alive. I know he is. You see, I've just received a letter from him.
You have? You brought it with you?
Yes, here it is.
Now, let me see. Well, the handwriting on the envelope is not the same as the note it contains.
No, but the note is in Maynard's handwriting.
Yes. My dearest Sarah, please not despair. I am alive and will make sure all ends well. There has been a grave mistake. It may take time to correct. Please have patience, my darling Maynard.
It is Maynard's handwriting. I'd know it anywhere.
It's written in pencil on the flyleaf torn from a book. The envelope. It seems that the person who wrote it wasn't sure of the address. The name has been blotted first and the address added later. It was posted in Gravesend by a man with dirty hands, and the gum flap smeared by someone who chews tobacco. Yes, your husband gave the note for someone else to address and post. There's something else contained in this envelope, wasn't there? I can tell by the imprint of a circle of creases on the paper.
You're very observant, Mr. Holmes. Yes, there was a ring. A signet ring. I have it here. It's Maynard's.
Then we must accept the fact that this message is genuine. But if your husband is alive and well and able to write to you, why does he not return home?
I cannot answer that. He must have some unfinished business that he has to attend to.
Either that or he can't return. He's incapable of doing so. Now, let me refresh my memory. To start with, your husband did not at any time show signs of taking opium?
No, never. He hardly smoked tobacco and rarely drank spirits.
When you saw him at the upper window of the Green Pagoda, the window was open. He made some sort of gesture with his hands?
Yes, he gave a hoarse sort of cry and his hand flew up to his face. I'm sure he was signaling for help.
Although it could have been a cry of surprise, astonishment at seeing you.
It might have been, yes, but it was over so quickly. He disappeared immediately.
He is alive, and yet his overcoat has been found in the river. The pockets filled with pennies and small coins. Strange. Very strange. Well, Mrs. Burley, will you consider leaving this note with me? Take the signet ring, of course. But leave the note and future investigations in my hands. I will communicate with you later in the day with, I hope, encouraging news.
Just as you say, Mr. Holmes. But now I know that Maynard is alive, all I want is that he should be found. Please find him, Mr. Holmes. Please find my husband.
I went about my day's tasks and for a few hours forgot the case of the missing man from the Green Pagoda. When I returned in the early evening, I found Holmes pacing the room impatiently. He was fully dressed with hat and Inverness cape, an empty pipe clenched between his teeth.
Watson, good, you're back. I've been waiting for you. Do you think you could forego supper until a little later? I've work to do, and I'm not sure I wish to tackle it alone.
Yes, if you need my assistance, then you've only to ask, Holmes.
That I know, my dear fellow. Here, a small brandy to fortify you for the night's work.
Thank you. That'll be most welcome. I take it, then, that you've made some progress.
Indeed, yes, I think so. I have a hansom waiting at the corner cabby rank. I must now put to test a little experiment. I think I behaved like a blind fool, Watson. I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I think I have the key to the whole affair. How many times have I told you that when all possible solutions are met with failure, what is left over must provide the answer? I've been as blind as a mole. It's better to learn wisdom late than never to learn it at all. Come, Watson, finish that drink and let's be on our way. Hurry, man, hurry.
Within minutes, we were in a cab and pounding our way across London. The horse buses were filled with folk on their way home. The shopkeepers were about to put up their shutters. The gas lamps glowed at every street corner, and Holmes muttered angrily at the slow progress we were making. I could tell from the direction we were taking that Holmes was playing the game by the correct rules. We were heading for Tower Bridge and the police station. Sergeant Bennett, who'd been with Mrs. Burley on the Monday's raid on the opium den, was on duty.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. Well, what can I do for you?
I've called about Mike Beale, the beggar who was questioned regarding the disappearance of Maynard Burley. Have you held him for questioning?
He's about to be remanded on a full charge. At the moment, we know he's still in his room above the Green Pagoda. The place has been closed down. It's under surveillance night and day. No one allowed in or out.
I see. So Mike the peddler is virtually a prisoner in that place?
Oh, put it that way if you wish. Of course, there's no way we could forcibly hold him. But he knows if he as much as puts his nose out from the street, we shall grab him on some charge or other. Can't let him slip through our fingers.
No, of course not.
If he left that place, he could vanish in a couple of minutes into the dock area on a ship and out of the country in 24 hours. That's why we've got him shut up in there, pending further evidence. Once we find the body of Maynard Burley, we'll slap a murder charge across Mike Beale quicker than lightning.
Well, you may be bending the law a little, Sergeant, but I'm very grateful for it. Yes, I suspected as much. That's why I'm here. You see, I want to ask Mike the peddler a few questions. I knew I should be unable to get in to see him without you. Can you arrange to have Watson and me let into that building?
Oh, I'll do better than that, Mr. Holmes. I'll come along with you. There, Constable. I'm off on the Burley case. Expect me when you go off duty. Very good, sir. Come on, Mr. Holmes. I'll have the station wagon get us there right away.
It was a short ride this time. Within a matter of minutes, we drew up outside the dark alley that led to the Green Pagoda. This time, all was still. There was just the music wafting in from the gin shop next door. But the opium den was deserted. It still smelt of smoke and filth. By the light of a lantern, the sergeant showed us the way through and up the stairs to the sleazy rooms above.
Well, he's got to be in here. Can't have left. Mind you, I doubt if we'll be able to get much sense out of him. He just mutters into that filthy grey beard of his.
What was his explanation regarding the blood on his shirt cuffs?
He said he'd fallen and cut his wrist on a bit of broken glass. The funny thing is, he did have a nasty cut. Didn't go into details. He couldn't. He was too drunk to talk much. Of course, he has had time to sober up, being in here all alone. That's unless he's got a real good supply hidden away. Right, this should be where we'll find him. The second door on the right. In here.
The sergeant held the lantern high above his head as he entered the room. It was empty, but for a trestle bed and a table in the far corner. On the bed, covered by a single blanket, was the man we wanted. He was asleep, his face towards us. An uglier man I've seldom seen. His face seemed bloated, yet crustaceous, and of an unreal pallor. I'm a medical man, and not easily shocked, but I was repelled by this sight. Holmes, on the other hand, seemed totally unaffected, but whispered to me urgently.
Don't wake him. Just move close enough to hold him fast. When I tell you, seize his arms. Use all your strength. He's going to put up a devil of a struggle. Wait. Right. Right now. What the hell? Hold him, Watson. Pin him down. Let me go. Now, let me get his face. Yes, I've got to show you his real face. There. Hold on. Hold on, it's coming away.
No! What the devil is that?
His whole face is coming away. It's peeled off like the bark of a tree.
Yes, and the grey hair, too. Up with that. Come on. Light the lamp on the table, Sergeant, and ask this man that question. All right, you may get up now, Mr. Maynard Burley.
What the devil is it? All right. I give in. What am I charged with now?
You really are Mr. Maynard Burley.
If I am, then clearly I cannot be responsible for my own death. So legally, I must be allowed to leave.
You may not have committed a major crime, Burley, but you've caused a grave disruption of the public peace. You've disgraced yourself. And above all, you've let your wife down most dreadfully. If you feel anything for her and your son, then now is the time to make amends.
Well, it was something I drifted into. And once in, I couldn't see a way out. You see, in my youth, I'd been on the stage, and when things became difficult, I thought I'd turn to writing. I wrote a series of articles about what it was like to be a beggar of the streets.
In order to find out by first-hand knowledge, I became a beggar. I used a rubber mask, a different whining voice, and I got all the information I needed. I wrote the articles, and they were a success. Then times changed. I found I could make more money as a beggar than I could as an honest journalist. I could make over £1 a day by whining and begging. I still had a little money from my investments, but regular employment seemed to evade me. I took to begging as Mike Beale as a profession. I left our modest home in Islington each morning, well dressed for the city. I begged all day and changed back into my city clothes in the late afternoon. I rented these rooms above the Green Pagoda for changing purposes. Imagine my horror when I looked out of the window last Monday and saw my wife in the street below. I rushed into the room, threw my overcoat with the day's takings into the river. As I did so, I cut my wrist on the broken window pane. There was blood everywhere. I donned my rubber mask and hurried to the room below, pretending a drunken sleep. I assumed the identity of Mike Beale. I've had to do it ever since. I've been waiting for the chance to slip away, go back to Sarah and my young son.
Yes, you were worried about them. That's why you arranged to send your wife that note and your signet ring, posted by one of the inmates of the Green Pagoda before it was closed down. As well, Mr. Burley, it seems to me that you have a great deal upon your conscience. You obviously cannot be held for the murder of Maynard Burley, but how you'll be able to face up to your wife again is something I shall never know.
Holmes looked at the sergeant, who appeared completely baffled. The sergeant shrugged his shoulders and indicated that he didn't know what line of action to take. It was Holmes who took the initiative.
If the police manage to hush this up, Burley, well, there must be an end to this. No more begging, no more Mike Beale.
I swear by the solemn oath that it shall be so.
Then I think you should tell your wife everything. If she is the lady I think she is, then she will find it in her heart to forgive you. I promise you that we shall be silent. The rest is up to you. Well, now, Watson, how about that supper waiting for you back at Baker Street? Shall we get back to it straight away?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Mr. Holmes, I was hoping I'd find you here working in the library.
My dear Tebbit, I know you are a tutor and lecturer at this college, but you must understand I am an extremely busy man.
I realize that, but a very awkward and delicate incident has occurred here at Magdalen. By chance, you are here, and I must turn to you for help.
I'm sorry I cannot be disturbed. If there is any trouble, I should prefer it if you would call in the police.
The police? Oh, no. No, that would cause a terrible scandal at all costs. Magdalen must avoid a scandal. I beg of you, Mr. Holmes, help us. For the sake of the college, help us, please.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
a hollow victory.
It was in the year 1892 that Sherlock Holmes and I spent some weeks at one of the great university towns. We were residing at the time in furnished lodgings close to a library, where Holmes was engaged upon researches into early English charters. It was whilst he was busy with his research that Frank Tebbit, one of the lecturers at Magdalen College, burst in upon him. A gaunt man of excitable character, he was even more agitated than usual.
I must explain, Mr. Holmes, that tomorrow is the first day of the examination for the Hamilton Scholarship. I am one of the examiners. Today, at about 3 o'clock, the proofs of the examination paper arrived from the printers. I read it carefully, as the text must be quite correct, a large part of it being passages in Greek to be translated. There must be no printer's errors, you see.
Quite so.
At 4:30 p.m., I left as I had an appointment to take tea in a friend's room. I left the proofs on my desk. I was away for little more than an hour. As you know, our college doors are double, the green baize one within and the heavy oak without. As I approached my outer door, I was amazed to find a key in the lock. But it was not my key. I knew I had not been so careless. My key was still in my pocket.
Nevertheless, there must have been a duplicate. Who carries it?
Oh, my servant, Jackson, who's been with me for 10 years. His honesty is above suspicion.
Have you questioned him?
Yes. I met him in the corridor and discovered that the key was indeed his. He had come to my room to ask if I wanted to take tea, and he had very carelessly left his key in the door when he had left a few minutes later. Of course, in ordinary circumstances, it would not have mattered.
And what are the examination papers on your desk?
Oh, the moment I looked at the table, I knew that someone had been in there. The proofs were in 3 long slips. I'd left them all together. Now I found one on the table, one on the side table near the window, and the third upon the floor.
Tell me, Tebbit, is the scholarship a valuable one?
Very. There is a lot to be gained by getting it, including money.
Jackson entered the room with you. What was his reaction to all of this?
He nearly collapsed. I had to seat him in a chair and give him brandy. He was so upset to realize he'd been the cause of such an outrage.
Did you examine the room?
Yes. While Jackson was recovering, I tried to be thorough. I found evidence of a broken pencil, the tip of some lead near the paper on the table.
Ah, excellent. Continue.
Then a definite cut, about 3 inches long, in the red leather surface of my new writing desk. Both Jackson and I are sure it wasn't there before.
Ah.
No, that is not all. I found a small ball of clay with specks of sawdust on it. I'm convinced that these are clues left by the man who entered my room.
Very interesting. Yes, well, of course, I see your dilemma. If the culprit is not found, then the examination will have to be postponed until fresh papers are prepared. That would call for an explanation and could create a scandal that would naturally reflect upon you, the college, and indeed the whole university.
That is it, exactly, Mr. Holmes. Please help me to settle this matter quietly and discreetly.
Very well, I will look into it.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Now, before you go to your rooms, just a few questions.
Yes?
Have you had any visitors in your rooms since the papers arrived?
Only one, I think. Raoul Chabra, a foreign student. He lives in the block. He came to ask certain questions regarding the examination.
Is he one of the entrants, then?
Yes.
And the papers were on your table while he was present?
If I remember correctly, they were rolled up.
No, nevertheless, he might have recognized them as printer's proofs.
Possible, though unlikely. No one knew they were there, not even Jackson.
Where is Jackson now?
I left him recovering in the chair in my room. I hurried straight to you.
Well, then it amounts to this. Either this student, Chabra, recognized the papers and is the guilty party, or whoever tampered with them came upon them by accident.
So it seems to me.
Yes, well, we'd better go over there. Would you care to come along, Watson?
I'd remained silent throughout this interview. I was useful to Holmes when there were medical matters that needed attention, but this was purely academic. However, not wanting to appear uninterested, I agreed to walk over to Mortland with them. It was nearly dusk when we reached Tebbit's rooms. He was on the ground floor, and above him, he explained, lived 3 students. Holmes stopped and, standing on tiptoe, peered in through Tebbit's window.
Oh, no use considering this as a method of entry, Mr. Holmes. There's no opening in the window except that one pane high up.
Well, if there's nothing to be learned out here, we might as well go inside.
This way.
We entered the building, Tebbit leading the way. Tebbit let himself in with his own key and bade us welcome. Holmes set to work making a thorough investigation of the carpets.
There's nothing here. The day's too dry for footmarks. Jackson has recovered, I see. Which chair did you leave him in?
There, by the window.
I see, near this small table. Yes, I imagine what happened is that the man entered through the door, took the papers to the window so that he could see you if you crossed the courtyard, so you could make a quick escape.
As a matter of fact, that would not have helped him. I returned by the side door.
Ah, that's interesting. Well, that's what he must have had in his mind anyway. Now, let's see the printer's 3 pages.
Here you are.
There's no fingerprints that are visible anyway. So many people could have handled these. How long would it take to copy one of these using every possible method of contraction?
Oh, allowing for careful study and taking pertinent notes, I should say a quarter of an hour.
Ah. Then placing it on the table, he studied the next paper. He was still doing this when you returned unexpectedly. Yes, he could not have seen you cross the courtyard, but something disturbed him. He'd not time to replace the papers. Ah, yes, this is the lead of the pencil.
Yes, I have not touched anything, I assure you.
Good. Yes, an unusual type of lead. Not often used in ordinary pencils. Valuable. This is a small black pellet. Yes, I need to study this through my lens. Yes. Yes, and here is the cut in the red leather top. Yes, it's quite a tear. Well, this gets more and more fascinating. Where does that door lead to?
To my bedroom.
Have you been in there since discovering all of this?
No, I came straight to you. Take a look if you wish. Allow me.
Thank you. What a charming room. I don't wish to pry, but I presume this large wardrobe is where you keep most of your clothes. May I? Yes. Large and convenient. Oh, now, there seems to be... Now what have we here on the floor next to the shoe rack? It's a similar piece of clay, formed into a pyramid shape. Identical to the one by your table. Now, isn't that extraordinary?
Yes, let me see that. Yes. Yes, you're right. What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
I don't know. It seems that your visitor had access to your bedroom as well as to the sitting room, Mr. Tebbit.
That does not make sense. Surely anyone wanting to take notes from my papers would be familiar with the layout of these rooms. Whoever it was could not have fled into the bedroom by mistake.
But then he must have done so intentionally, in order to hide.
But do you mean that he might have been hiding in here when Jackson and I came back?
Very likely. In which case, you would only to close this door, and you have had him a prisoner. But first things first. It's necessary, I think, that I meet your servant, Jackson. Can that be arranged?
Excuse me, sir.
No, Jackson. Just the man we wish to see.
I came back to see if there had been any new developments, sir.
No, but this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, who are investigating. Please answer any questions as clearly as you can.
Of course, sir.
I understand all this happened because you left your key in the outside door. How extraordinary that you should do so on this one important occasion.
It's something I can't explain. I missed the key and realized what I must have done. I had a tea tray in my hand at the time, you see. I couldn't believe my carelessness. I hurried back, but met Mr. Tebbit in the corridor, and when we entered together, I saw the worst had happened, and someone had been in the rooms. I tried to be helpful, but the shock was too much. I felt ill, near to fainting.
Where were you when you started to feel ill?
By the door.
Yet you collapsed in this chair by the window. Odd.
I don't think Jackson knew what he was doing. We were both shocked. It was minutes before either of us could think straight.
Yes, well, that will be all for the moment, Jackson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Tebbit. Ring if you need me again, won't you, sir? I'm most dreadfully sorry.
I'd like the names of the 3 students you say live about these rooms. Who are they?
One of them is the foreign student I told you about, Raoul Chabra. He is quiet, keeps himself to himself. His work is good, although I would say his Greek is his weakest subject. Then there is Forbes, a fine scholar and athlete. Well, perhaps too keen on sport, but a fine young man. His father was the notorious Sir Stafford Forbes, who ruined himself gambling. The son is poor, but should do well.
I see. And the third?
Harland McBride. Brilliant. One of the brightest intellects of the college. But wayward and unprincipled. I know what your next question will be. Which of the 3 do I suspect? Oh, I can't answer that.
I'm glad, because I wasn't going to ask you anyway. But I was about to suggest a quick stroll outside in the courtyard before it becomes too dark. Shall we go?
Holmes led us out of Tebbett's rooms and back to the courtyard. It was not quite dark. 3 yellow squares of light shone above us. The 3 students were spending the night before the exams in their rooms. Shadows moved across the blinds of one room. Is Raoul Chabra pacing the floor. An occasional movement came from Forbes's quarters. From the 3rd window, There was a bright light, but no sign of activity. Holmes suggested that we make some excuse and call on each in turn. Tebbit thought it could be arranged and led us up the ancient staircase. At Raoul Chabra's rooms, we were welcomed a trifle coldly.
Please to come in, Mr. Tibbet. Sorry to interrupt, but these are friends of mine who are looking over the college. This is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. How do you do?
How do you do?
Mm-hmm. I am pleased to meet any friends of my tutor.
Oh, thank you. I'm interested in the internal design of these buildings. They're very well appointed, are they not?
I find it very comfortable here. Please to look around.
Well, I'm pleased to see that you're not doing any last-minute studying, Chabra. That shows confidence.
I do not feel confident. I am greatly worried. I am very nervous. I am lost to know how to spend this last night before the examination.
Ah, you have an examination tomorrow. I'm so sorry. We did not know. Shall we move on, Tebbit? Good luck tomorrow. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
I noticed that Holmes' eyes had been darting about all over the room, especially at the large desk by the window. Raoul Chabra seemed a mystery. Courteous and well-dressed, he could have been thinking anything as he bowed us from his rooms. We went up another floor, and this time called upon Julian Forbes.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Come in. Make yourselves at home. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer you in the way of a drink.
Oh, that's quite all right. We're just making a brief tour of the college. If we accepted everyone's hospitality, we'd be here all night. However, it is very pleasant to meet you. I understand you have an important examination tomorrow. May I wish you the very best of luck.
Oh, thank you. I hope I will do well. I have worked hard for it.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're so relaxed, Julian. Get an early night and do well.
Oh, I shall try. Thank you for your good wishes. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Again, I was aware of the intense scrutiny Holmes had given the room and its occupant. We followed Tebbit up further stairs to the rooms of the third student. This time, our reception was far from cordial.
Who is it?
Your tutor, Tebbit.
Go away.
I beg your pardon. I have friends here who wish to meet you.
Well, I don't want to meet them. Tomorrow is the exam and I have sorting to do. I won't be disturbed by anyone. Is that clear? Go away.
I rather think we're not wanted, Tebbit.
I really must apologize.
Not at all. He has the right to sport his oak on an occasion such as this. I want to know one thing about Harlan McBride.
And what is that?
How tall is he?
I beg your pardon?
Is he under 6 feet? Is he taller than I am?
No, not at all. Much shorter. Well built, but shorter.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. And now, Mr. Tebbit, I wish you good night.
But, Mr. Holmes, surely you're not going to leave me in this abrupt fashion. I must have some definite action. I cannot allow the examination to proceed tomorrow if one of the papers has been tampered with.
You must leave it as it is. I shall drop round early tomorrow morning. I shall tell you my views then. Meanwhile, leave everything as it is, understand? Do not change a thing.
Holmes remained quiet as we made our way back to our lodgings. He said good night shortly after dinner and did no more work on his studies. At 8 a.m, he came to my room and was quite his old self again, quite changed from the preoccupied person of the night before.
Oh, good morning, Watson. Lovely morning. Come, it's time we went to see Mr. Tebbit. Can you do without breakfast?
Certainly.
Tebbit will be in a terrible state until we tell him something positive.
But have you anything positive to tell him?
Oh, yes, my dear Watson, I've solved the case.
What? Well, how could you have done? What possible fresh evidence could you have got since last night?
This. It's not for nothing that I got up at 5:30 this morning. I put in 2 solid hours of work and covered over 5 miles, and I have something to show for it. There it is.
3 small pieces of black clay, almost identical. But Holmes, yesterday, there were only 2.
Quite. Now, this one I discovered this morning, and the 3 of them will solve the whole mystery. Come, Watson, let's go and put Tebbit out of his misery, shall we?
The unfortunate tutor was certainly in a state of great agitation. In a few hours, the examinations would commence. He appealed to Holmes immediately.
Thank heavens you've come, Mr. Holmes. What am I to do? Shall the examination proceed?
Oh, yes, let it proceed by all means.
But the culprit...
He will not sit the examination.
How can you say that? Does it mean that you know who it is?
I think so. And if this matter is not to become public, then we must pass judgment upon this ourselves. And so, in this private court-martial, so to speak, We shall take up official positions. Watson, will you stand there?
Oh,
very
Tebbit,
well. There. And ring the bell, please.
But that will bring Jackson.
Exactly.
Very well.
I say, Holmes, can't you tell us a little more? I mean, what do we have to do?
Just you stand there and glare, Watson. Fiddle with your moustache and frighten the life out of anyone who comes through that door. Here is the first person. Come in, Jackson.
Do as Mr. Holmes requests, Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Now, Tebbit, would you leave us for a little while? Please go down and bring Mr. Forbes down to us.
But I don't understand. I mean, what...
do as I say, please.
Very well, but I must confess that I do not understand this. It is lamentable.
Now, Jackson, would you please tell us the truth about yesterday's incident?
I have told you everything, sir.
You have nothing to add?
No, sir.
Then I will make a suggestion. When you came in here yesterday, and you appeared to be considerably shocked, you sat down upon that chair. The reason was to conceal something, was it not?
No, of course not.
I think you answered that a little too quickly. I wonder why. You know who was in this room yesterday, don't you, Jackson?
No, sir, no.
It is a pity you feel that you have to lie. Stay with us, but stand over there by the bedroom door and wait. Yes, I think the time has come.
Oh, it is lucky that I found you. I think you must have been coming to see me.
Yes, I was. It was very important, you see, sir.
Come in. Close the door. Yes. Now, Mr. Forbes, we are alone here. We can be perfectly frank with each other. We want to know why an honorable man such as yourself ever stooped to become the cheat you were yesterday.
What? Jackson, how could you? Oh, it wasn't me, sir. Mr. Forbes, I never said a word.
But you have now. Forbes, your only chance lies in a frank confession.
I don't know where to begin. How can I tell anyone?
Then let me tell the story, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Now, Tebbit told me that no one, not even Jackson, knew the papers were in this room. It was extremely unlikely that Raoul Chabra could tell what the papers even looked like when he came in here. After all, they were rolled up. The chances of someone coming in here by accident and finding them would be too remote. Obviously, someone saw into the room from outside.
I see.
Forbes had been training that afternoon. He had his running shoes with him, the traditional kind, spikes on the soles. When he passed the window, he saw that you had been working on the exam paper. As he passed the door on the way to his room, he noticed that the key was in the lock. The temptation was too much. He let himself in and saw the situation at a glance. He placed his running shoes on the table and placed something, gloves perhaps, on the chair whilst he hurriedly made notes. Correct, Forbes?
Yes.
Thinking you, Tebbit, would return across the courtyard, he stayed by the window to watch. But you didn't. You came by the side entrance and he was caught. There was no escape. He grabbed for his shoes and made a tear in the red leather. Darting across to the bedroom, he forgot his gloves on the chair. Some of the black clay from around the spikes of his running shoes dropped off. One piece was left here, another in the bedroom cupboard where he hid himself. That third piece I collected from the pitch where he trained yesterday. Correct so far, Forbes?
Yes, it's exactly as you've explained.
Is that all you can say for yourself after such infamous conduct?
I'm sorry. And to prove it, I have here a letter which I wrote last night. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't live with what I'd done. In the letter, I say I'm withdrawing from the examination. I'm ashamed.
Well, I am relieved to know you have recovered your self-respect. Why the change of heart, Forbes?
Jackson. He persuaded me.
Well, Jackson, can you clear up the last point in this mystery for me? What was your interest in all of this?
It's simple enough, Mr. Holmes. I was at one time butler to Sir Stafford Forbes, this young man's father. When he was ruined, I came here to work for Mr. Tebbit. I never forgot my old employer and made it my job to watch over his son. That's why I pretended to collapse when I sat in the chair in order to conceal the gloves. When Mr. Tebbit left to seek your help, I aided Mr. Forbes to escape. What else could I do? My loyalties. I didn't approve, of course, and I persuaded him to do the right thing. I'm sorry, but, well, can you blame me, Mr.
There was silence in those rooms at Magdalen College. Forbes looked down at the floor. Chebbett stared out of the window. And Jackson slowly left the room. Holmes said,
"Well, Watson, I think that clears up the matter. Breakfast awaits us. Goodbye, Forbes. You have fallen low. In the future, see how high you can rise."
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Getting about in this fog, it's almost impossible.
Yes. I've been fortunate in not having to move from this most comfortable fire. Give me a day or two in which to get my records straight. The indexes were sadly out of date.
Anything of interest in the papers? I imagine this fog has stopped a great deal of the crime in the city.
On the contrary, it's made a lot more possible. Perhaps we don't hear about the crimes because they're easily hidden away, but there's increased activity going on, you can be sure of that. Some crimes will get full publicity. I imagine the murder of P.C. O'Keefe on Wanstead Flats will not be easily ignored.
Oh, the murder of a policeman? Well, that's unusual.
Yes. Depends on the circumstance, of course. If he was trying to make an arrest, it's understandable enough. But his body was found on the common. Oh, no details have been given. Interesting. I wonder if that's what our friend Lestrade is calling upon us for, to discuss the murder.
I say, this stew's good. So that's why our front door is unlatched. Lestrade's coming round, is he? When do you expect him?
I think, if my hearing is correct, any second.
Evening, Holmes. Evening, Watson.
Just in time. Come in, Lestrade. Now, take off your top coat and settle by the fire. I'd invite you to join Watson at supper, but I'm sure you must have had a bite to eat at the King's Head when you stopped there for a drink on the way here.
How the devil did you know that?
You have a winter anemone in your buttonhole. Rosie, the barmaid in the saloon, has several bowls of those flowers on her counter. I know she likes to give buttonholes to her special friends. Take a seat by the fire, Lestrade.
Thank you.
Now, has this visit anything to do with the death of P.C. O'Keefe?
No. No one has turned to the yard for help on that one yet. Now, this has to do with an event not yet reported in the press. A dangerous criminal lunatic has escaped from the hospital in Hornsey. He'd been serving a 15-year sentence in the scrubs, but went off his head. They shoved him in the men's ward of the Crouch End Asylum. Yesterday, he went for his usual treatment at the doctor's section. He assaulted the doctor, threw a chair through the ground floor window, jumped out, tore across the grounds and out of the gates that were just being opened for the weekly goods van to come through. And the alarm was raised, but, well, in this blasted fog, he's on the loose.
A dangerous criminal lunatic, you say? What is his name?
Nathaniel Cross.
I see. This is really most interesting.
You recall him, Holmes?
I most certainly do. It takes me back to, what was the case? Yes, the Greek interpreter. Nathaniel Cross convicted for 15 years, and he's broken out, has he? Yes, I think you're going to have to be careful, Lestrade. Cross is as cunning as a rattlesnake and hates authority, and particularly the police. By a strange coincidence, I read up some notes upon him when I was editing my files only yesterday. I remember he always refused to sign his name in full. He just put N and then a cross.
That's right. I thought you'd remembered him. If you have any theories about how this man will operate now he's got his freedom, I'd like to hear them, Holmes.
I have no theories, Lestrade. I can only say that if Nat Cross is as clever as I think, then you'll have a very hard time finding him. But if he's truly mad, then he won't have to go looking for him. He will come looking for you. And if that happens, then I wish you and the men in your force the best of luck.
Started my rounds the next morning. The fog was as dense as ever. But by midday, it had lifted a little. I lunched out and decided to go home to tackle some paperwork. Upon leaving Baker Street Station, I heard the familiar cry of a paper boy at the entrance.
Read all about it. Another murder. Second policeman found dead. Read all about it. Another policeman found murder.
Great heavens, did I hear correctly? I beg your pardon, sir. Sorry, that's fog.
Oh, Watson, here's a bit of luck.
Holmes.
Were you going back home?
Yes, that's right. Holmes, that paper boy, did I hear correctly?
The second policeman murdered? Yes, you did. The press got hold of the news quickly enough. I'm on my way now to join the Hampstead police.
Hampstead?
Yes, the body was found on the heath. Care to come along, Watson? In spite of this fog, crime in London has taken a most interesting turn. Shall we go?
It was ages to get to Hampstead. We took a hansom and then met a small group of police at the north entrance to the heath. As we walked, the sergeant explained.
The body has been removed to the mortuary, of course, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, well, why, of course. If you really needed my help, it should have been left where it was until I made a thorough examination. I suppose not only is there no body, but everybody's been trampling the spot with their number 11 police boots, destroying every chance of picking up decent clues.
Sorry, sir, but you know how it is. These things have to be reported through the station. It wasn't until Inspector Lestrade of the yard was called in that they agreed to send for you.
The police seem to be getting more and more tied up with red tape. A few years ago, I would have been sent for immediately without having letters in triplicate about it.
Well, that comes under the heading of efficiency and progress, sir. I've been in line for promotion myself for years. Never gets beyond somebody's desk in headquarters. Blind alley job. Here we are. The body was found over there under that tree where the constable is standing. Constable!
Is that you, Sarge? About time, I'm getting frozen stiff. Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Sherlock Holmes, and I've been asked to take a look at...
Afternoon, Mr. Holmes. P.C. Allen, remember me?
Well, of course I do. The Reigate Squires case, wasn't it? Odd old memories springing back to mind. How are you, Jim?
I'm fine, Mr. Holmes. The sergeant will tell you all about this place.
Well, the body was found here, lying face downwards, arms outstretched. I think you can see the impression in the grass and earth. He'd been crushed, hit at the base of the neck with a blunt instrument.
I doubt if there's much here that can help us. Do you know why he was up here? I mean, this isn't a regular police route. What could have made him come to this remote spot, and in a fog?
Well, there is a patrol from the Highgate Road to Hornsey and Crouch End. I've done it many times myself. I suppose there must have been some trouble. He left a beat to follow someone, something like that, and then... Well, there was a fight, and he got coshed.
Oh, there's no fight here. There's no sign of a struggle.
Well, he was hit from behind.
Without the protection of his policeman's helmet. Odd. But what is this here at the base of the tree? Shine that fog lantern, Jim.
Right, sir. Yes, somebody's carved their initials.
At the base of a tree? And quite freshly cut. But not someone's initials. Merely a cross.
Holmes went to inspect the body. I chatted for a while to the constable, Jim Allen, who made a most unusual request, that he accompany Holmes and myself back to Baker Street. It seemed he was going off duty and had an arrangement to meet his brother at Paddington later that evening. Naturally, we agreed, and once there, invited him up for a drink.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Holmes, I'm worried. When I saw you this afternoon, I was very pleased. You see, I needed advice. I don't know what to do. I'm torn apart with worry, loyalties, and that...
Drink this, Jim. Tell us everything.
Yeah, well, it's my brother Arthur. He's in the force, too, as you know. He's a few years older than me, and I always looked up to him. The fact is, well, I think he's turning crooked. I noticed for some months now that he's mixing with the wrong crowd, and I caught him out spying. Yes, spying at the police station. Last week, for instance. I come into the super's room, and there he was.
What the devil are you doing? Creeping in here like that?
I can ask you what you're doing. That cabinet holds confidential police files. How'd you manage to get it open?
Mind your own blasted business. Just peer out and keep your mouth shut about all this. It's nothing to do with you.
It is to do with me. You're my brother and a member of the force, and
look, Jimmy boy, just do as I say. Keep your place. If I want to play games, I'll play them, and according to my own rules.
You've got to tell me what you're up to. Are you stealing information?
What if I am?
Well, then it can only be to use against the force. Arthur, are you turning crooked for heaven's sake?
I told you, get out of here. Keep your mouth shut. Just remain a dumb cop all your life. That's all you're good for. Now get out.
I'm afraid there's more to it than that, Mr. Holmes. I've been doing some checking up myself. I think Arthur's in touch with
with someone who lives in Hampstead, right near where that body was found.
It was some time before young Jim Allen could be persuaded to listen calmly to the advice Sherlock Holmes had to give. And that was to go about his business quietly, to avoid quarrelling with his brother Arthur, but to keep a sharp eye upon his movements and report anything suspicious not to his superiors, but to Holmes himself. After Jim had left us, Holmes fell into a silence. Eventually, he said,
"There's got to be a connection, Watson. Nathaniel Cross, who hates all policemen, breaks out of the mental hospital. 2 policemen have been killed, both in much the same way. Constable Arthur Allen is known to be in touch with someone in the Hampstead district, and he's seen taking secret information from the police files. Now, if he's turned crooked, he could be feeding Cross with the facts he needs to avoid the police cordons."
In which case, shouldn't Jim go to the sergeant and speak the truth?
He cannot betray his own brother unless he's sure of his guilt. No, the thing to do is to tackle it from the other end.
And what play is that?
Find Nathaniel Cross, of course.
But the police must be working full out on that, Holmes. I know it's almost impossible to search everywhere in this darn fog, but they have the organization for big searches. Well, you can't help them much.
I'm not so sure. Information is what we need. In the underworld, the news of Cross's escape must have spread like wildfire. A man with his record has plenty of friends, but also plenty of enemies. He's been behind bars for 9 years. That's a long time. People forget. Other, smarter people come up in their places. Yes, I think that's the first priority. Find Nathaniel Cross.
The fog persisted, and there was still no news. I was busier than ever, attending a growing number of patients with flu, bronchitis, and whooping cough. On my feet all day, I saw Holmes but for a few minutes to ask how he was and envy him the comfort of our fireside. Then, about 3 days later, I was appalled to read in the newspaper as I reached home that there'd been yet another murder. A young policeman had been found in Eltham Park in southeast London. I immediately went in search of Holmes and found him in the saloon bar of the King's Head, sporting one of Rosie the barmaid's buttonholes and talking to a very dubious-looking character.
That's all I can tell you, Mr. Holmes. No, I don't know nothing about these murders. And mind you, I must be honest, even if they did, they wouldn't say. But I don't really think the Copper murders are the work of any one gang.
And Nathaniel Cross?
Well, of course, he's another matter. Conflicting rumours, as you might say. Them who've never met him, they say he couldn't be getting out of sternness, starting murdering. But he's always been a bit crazy. But them who do remember him say he's just waiting.
Waiting? Waiting for what?
For a ship, of course. Waiting to get out of the country. And what's more, they say it'll be here at the end of the month. Half brig to Rio. And he'll be smuggled aboard it.
Half brig? Do you know the name of that?
No, but rumour has it again that she'll be loading from the Surrey docks. So if I were a knowledgeable man, which I'm not, of course, I'd say I'd think of looking somewhere around Rotherhithe for Nat Cross, wouldn't you, Miss Holmes?
Well, thanks. Thanks for the tip. Here, buy yourself a drink and keep those roomy eyes of yours open. Here.
Thank you.
Holmes! Holmes, I wondered if I'd find you here. Now, is it true? I mean, a third police murder?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Watson. Come on, let's get out of here and walk back home. Is the fog just as bad?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Now, stay close to the wall, Watson. Right. Luckily, we both know this road like the back of our hands. The street lamps can act as a guide, right?
Yes. I can find my way back, all right. Don't worry about me. Holmes, tell me about this latest tragedy. What happened?
Well, much the same story as the other two, Watson. A policeman on the beat, on duty, killed by an injury to his spine and a broken neck. Clutched in his hand was a sheet of notepaper. Nothing on it but a large cross.
Oh, gracious, this really is the work of a madman.
Yes, I think it is. The crimes are without motive. The only factor that links them together is that they were all policemen.
And this man, Cross, hates the police. Oh, Holmes, they've got to catch him soon before he kills more of these young...
Watson, I think we should cross over.
Nice.
Oh, that's strange. There's a light on in Mrs. Hudson's room.
Oh?
She must have come home suddenly. Come on, Watson. Let's find out what happened.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. I know it's a cheat, but when I saw Mrs. Hudson come home, I asked if I could come in and wait.
Oh, don't apologize, Jim. Obviously, you wouldn't turn out in this weather unless it was important. What is it? Has anything happened?
Well, yes. I've done exactly as you advised. I haven't spied on my brother Arthur, but on the other hand, I haven't trusted him. Of course, I didn't tell the sergeant of my fears regarding his conduct, but I did check up on him. He's been avoiding me. He's not on the same schedule as I am. He's working at Clapham Police Station at the moment. Today I went to make a few inquiries, and the sergeant, you know him, Sergeant Morrison, and to my amazement, he said...
You know that your brother Arthur is resigning, Jim?
What? I can't believe it. When did he tell you this? But why?
I don't know why. But he asked for an interview, and then when it was over, he came in here and said he was leaving the force at the end of the month. I would have thought you'd have known about it.
Oh, no. It's a total surprise to me.
It seems that he's thinking of going abroad, leaving England for good. Said something about a ship to South America at the end of the month. What could I say? Nothing, except to wish him luck. He might be doing the right thing. I don't think they have pea soup fogs in Rio de Janeiro, eh? No doubt he will come to say goodbye.
I don't know what I should do, Mr. Holmes. If Arthur's been up to something shady, then perhaps I should speak up now and have him stop him from leaving the country. What do you think?
I think it's time we had an open confrontation with this brother of yours, Jim. Where did you say we could find him?
I don't rightly know. I don't know his lodgings, but Clapham Police Station could be a good place to start.
Right. Now, come on, Watson. Let's see if we can get ourselves to Clapham.
It took simply hours to get to Clapham due to the fog. And then when we did arrive, a completely unknown inspector greeted us with news that could hardly have been worse.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and you, Constable. But the fact is that there's been another of these terrible killings, discovered not an hour ago. Constable on the beat stumbled over the body. It's the same as the rest. Bludgeoned to death and a cross mark in chalk near the body. Here, the body is right here under the sheet on this dresser table. See for yourselves.
But it's Arthur. It's Arthur.
It was after midnight before we all got home. Lestrade was called down to Clapham and took over the case. And eventually we persuaded Jim Allen to take the spare room. I gave him something to calm his nerves and induce him to sleep. I almost felt like taking some myself. The next morning, Lestrade called round, and a very stern-faced and determined Holmes held a council of war.
I think the time has come for some straight speaking, Lestrade. Between us, we've made a thorough mess of this case. Oh, I've been fooled as much as you have, and I thoroughly admit it. But now, let's start by forgetting any preconceived thoughts about Nathaniel Cross and his murderous instinct. Just let's look at the facts. On the day that Cross escaped from the mental hospital, the first policeman was killed here, Wanstead Flats. Now, the second, which is when Watson and I were called in, was here, Hampstead Heath. The third, here, Eltham Park, South London. And Arthur Allen was killed here in Clapham. Now, 4 different parts of London. They almost make a square, don't they? But now, if you draw a line through them diagonally to make a cross, what do you find? Let's see. And a large cross. And at the centre, what? Surrey Docks.
Holmes, this is all very intriguing, but I don't
Wait a minute. I think I do.
There's a murderer who makes crosses of 4 policemen
And
killed.
the 5th will die in the centre of that cross you've just drawn. There is a 5th murder planned near the Surrey Docks.
That is what I believe.
Then let it be me. Let me patrol the Surrey Docks beat. Can that be arranged, Inspector Lestrade?
Evening, Jim.
Oh, Sergeant. What are you doing here?
Been sent to keep you company. Reckon it's too dangerous on your own. You can't know the speak very well. It's this way. We take the first turning, and that leads us round towards Bermondsey, and then back the Rotherhithe way. That's the ticket.
Round here, you say? But this is just a blind alley here.
Yes, a blind alley. Ready for you, like your brother.
Yes, I was fooled, and I admit it. I didn't realize until the lie Sergeant Morrison told you, Jim, about your brother leaving the country, that he was the person responsible. It was one madman living out another madman's threats. The report will show that Morrison was a depressive maniac. Someone thwarted in ambitions in the force. His hatred turned against his younger colleagues. They didn't suspect him. They were easy to kill. When Cross broke out of jail, he realized how easy it would be to trick the world into believing he was doing the killings. But your brother Arthur was onto him. He was slowly building up evidence against the sergeant. It's a pity Arthur didn't turn to me in the first place the way you did.
I can't believe it. But of course, when you think about it had to be someone who knew police procedure, knew where every man on the beat would be at a certain time. And of course, the sergeant could stroll along any of those beats at any time without rousing suspicion. But he must have been stark raving mad. How can anyone who appeared so calm and reasonable turn out to be a madman?
The line between sanity and insanity is very thin. Frustrations, anger. No one can answer certain questions.
Oh, what about Nathaniel Cross? He's the other madman in this case. He's still at large. What's going to happen to him, Mr. Holmes?
Lestrade is laying his plans just as I laid mine. Let's hope he will be successful.
Lestrade was successful. Nathaniel Cross was caught just 1 week after Sergeant Morrison was held for trial. He gave no trouble and is back inside finishing his term of sentence. But I doubt very much if either of them will be released to plague society again. As Holmes said.
Let's hope we never get such another fog over London, Watson.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilansberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000. Or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge: Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Though it hurts to go away, it's impossible to stay. But there's one thing I must say before I go. I love you. I love you. You know, I'll be thinking of you in most everything I do. Now the time is moving on, and I really should be gone. But you keep me hanging on for one more smile. I love you all the while. With your cute little way, will you promise that you'll say your kisses for me? Save all your kisses for me. Bye-bye, baby, bye-bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Gonna walk out the door, but I'll soon be back for more. Kisses for me, save all your kisses for me. So long, honey, so long. day, and that's why I go away. But I count the seconds till I'm home with you. I love you. I love you. It's true. You're so cute, honey G. Won't you save them up for me? Your kisses for me. Save all your kisses for me. Bye-bye, baby, bye-bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Gonna walk out the door, but I'll soon be back for more. Kisses for me, save all your kisses for me. So long, honey, so long. Hang on, baby, hang on. Don't you dare me to stay, 'cause you know you've got to save your kisses for me. Save all your kisses for me. Bye-bye, baby, bye-bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Won't you save them for me, even though you're only 3?
Ek wonder wat van jou geword het. Jy wat nog so by my spook. Ek weet net ons het die vuur gemaak, die wêreld aan die brand gestook. Nou is die nagte soveel stiller, die dae eis sy eie tol. Maar ons twee was die wilde windse blare. Ons kaartjies lê die hele wêreld vol. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê daar basies, net die leespore. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê die leespasies, van die onskuld nou verlore. Nou vraag ek waar het alles begin, die ding van loswees voor die wind. Onthou jy ook die rook, die yster, die lig wat in die verte blink. Dan dink ek terug aan soveel dae, soveel stawe op die spoor. En ja, daar was voorheen 'n tyd van treine, waar en wanneer het ons dit verloor. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê daar basies, net die leespore. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê die leespasies, van die onskuld nou verlore. Elke keer was dit 'n afskeid, elke keer weer 'n begin. 100 haltes langs die spoor, elke stasie het sy eie skyn. Miskien het ek verleer om te kyk, jy bepaal jou eie baan. Soms sien ek die skadu van jou spieelbeeld, 'n speels verbrokkel voor die maan. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê daar stasis. Nebulae spora, tussen treinen, tussen staties. Nebulae staties, van die onschuld onverloren.
U is ingeskakel op die internetradiodiens van springbokradio.com.
Are you sure that'll be all, sir?
Yes, thank you, Gilpin. I shan't want anything more. Oh, by the way, how's your wife? Is she recovering from the operation?
Well, I'm happy to say there's progress, but it will be a long job, sir.
Yes, yeah. Buy her something with this. Cheer her up.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're most kind. I do appreciate it.
Oh, that's all right. I hope things go well for you. Good night, Gilpin.
Good night, sir.
Well, no use putting it off any longer.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A matter of conscience.
James Beresford's death by his own hand shocked the London business world. The rumours had been well-founded. Never smoke without fire, the financiers said over their whiskies and sodas. Beresford's notes had been going about the city at 40% discount, and there were no takers. Settling day was the very next day. He realized he was a completely ruined man, and so he took the only way out.
James Beresford, the man who shot himself yesterday. He at least did not leave a wife and family.
No, quite. Poor devil. I know the man was a gambler and probably wreaked a great deal of havoc through his ruthlessness in business, but I can't help feeling sorry for him. He must have been in a desperate state of mind.
Indeed, yes. I met the gentleman on more than one occasion through my brother Mycroft in the Diogenes Club. He was on the surface a most amiable and fair-minded man. He was well liked by many and feared by most. A man like Beresford makes many enemies in the course of a lifetime.
Well, you mean that his enemies may have brought about his ruin?
Oh, undoubtedly. The point is that in order to outmaneuver his kind, one has to be within the inner circle, as it were.
Well, I don't think I follow that, Holmes.
Well, I mean only someone near to him, someone who held his confidence, would be able to trick him so cleverly that it would lead to total bankruptcy.
But you think he was driven to this by the treachery of his friends?
Oh, almost certainly. That may appear cynical of me, and I doubt if we shall ever learn the truth, but I should judge it to be so.
How dreadful that any man can be betrayed to that extent.
Quite. It is inhuman and immoral. But not a criminal matter, for no one has broken any laws. One can cheat a man quite legally by giving him false advice. If I sway your judgment to back a horse that has no chance of winning, well, whose fault is that?
Yes, well, I see what you mean. But if Beresford was forced to kill himself by someone else, I wouldn't like to have that person's conscience.
Ah, yes, a matter of conscience. Yes, that is a different matter. Ah, we have a visitor. I wonder who that can be so early on a cold November's morning.
Now, if it's anybody important, you have no need to fear of my presence. I've sadly neglected my patients due to this flu epidemic, and I must be about my business.
Oh, no, please don't go. I value your opinions. They give me the slant of the ordinary man in the street.
Oh, excuse me, a young lady to see you, Mr. Holmes. Refuses to give her name, and apparently she ain't got no car.
Well, our business must be urgent to ignore the weather and the social niceties. Show her in, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, very well. This way, please. Thank you.
Do come in. May I introduce myself? I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
I know who you are. I have often seen you, Mr. Holmes.
Do come nearer the fire. Take a seat. Some coffee?
No, thank you. I cannot stop. And you will possibly ask me to leave anyway. You see, I want some advice, but I'm not prepared to give you my name or address.
That is at least honest. You could have lied about those facts and hoped to get away with it.
I don't lie. I always tell the truth. I want you to advise me on the correct course of punishing a man who has forced another man to commit suicide.
Ah, that is a most curious request. Something which is both pertinent and topical. I take it that you're referring to the death of Mr. James Beresford.
How did you guess that?
It's really not at all hard. The case is splashed all over the newspapers. Watson and I were discussing the tragedy and the poor fellow's state of mind just before you called.
Suicide while the balance of his mind was disturbed. That what you think? Nonsense. He was driven to it by Max Corbett.
Max Corbett? Yes, they started as partners, is that not so? Very many years ago. An enterprise known as International Supplies. Very ambitious and very successful.
It was all James Beresford's skill and business acumen. But Corbett and his cronies got to know more. They deceived him in various different ways under different names. Beresford trusted them. He was unaware, even up to the last 6 months, of the bitterness and hatred he was faced with. Can you believe it?
Oh, yes. Please continue. You're telling me very little that I didn't know.
Beresford was forced in the end to turn to moneylenders, only to find that they also were puppets of Max Corbett's men. Then came the final squeeze. It was cold-blooded and calculated, and at the moment these men are pretending to be heartbroken, but they are inwardly delighted. They should be punished. They must be punished. Particularly Max Corbett. Do you not agree with me, Mr. Holmes?
My dear young lady, as I pointed out to Watson only a short while ago, this cannot be regarded as a criminal matter. Everything you say may be true. You may even be able to produce certain facts as proof, but there is no way that you're going to pin a crime onto Max Corbett. If you start to spread these rumors, you can lay yourself open to an action for slander. But Corbett is too clever to be caught like that.
You mean that my hands are tied? That there is nothing I or anyone else can do?
I didn't say that. I shall have to give the matter some thought. I wonder... Watson, while you're doing your rounds, will you be anywhere within the vicinity of the Diogenes Club?
I can be, Holmes, yes.
Then would you be good enough to deliver a note to my brother Mycroft? He's bound to be there around lunchtime. Excuse me a moment. Paper and pen. Envelope. Yes.
Mr. Holmes, it is quite clear that my worst fears have been confirmed. I am doing no good here, merely wasting your time. I'd better leave.
No, please don't go. There you are, Watson. Now, if you could see that this is delivered as soon as possible.
Very well, I shall do my best. Oh, will you excuse me now? I'm a doctor and have to attend to patients. I shall call back later, Holmes. Good morning to you.
Now, young lady, answer me one thing. If I agree to help you, you will give me your name and address here and now?
I got to the Diogenes Club just before lunch and left Holmes's note for his brother. The place seemed unusually crowded. I met a few people I knew who invited me for a drink, and it being a cold day, I accepted gratefully. It was while in one of the rooms that I heard the name Max Corbett mentioned.
Ah, Max. Max Corbett. Might have known that you'd be here today. Toasting to success?
I don't know what you mean, Wilder. I came to collect some mail. And now I'm off to see my fiancée. That's worth a toast.
Ah, yes, the Honourable Abigail Stratton. Yes, I read of your engagement. Congratulations.
Thank you. But today is not a happy one. Not after hearing of poor Beresford shooting himself.
Poor Beresford indeed. Cut out the rot, Max. I happen to have been on the right side when International Supplies went under, so I'm not complaining. But I'm not a fool. You and I and the rest of the crowd caused it to happen.
That's a lie.
It's true when you know it. You put Beresford out of the game as surely as if you pulled the trigger of that revolver yourself. You played every dirty trick you could to beat him. I've got to hand it to you. You got what you wanted. Mind you, what Abigail Stratton would think. Well,
Lucky for you, she doesn't understand business deals.
Now, you keep Abigail out of this.
Oh, it doesn't matter to me. She's your problem. I wonder how you'll explain it all. Tell me something, Max. Were you very afraid of him?
Afraid of him? Afraid of Beresford? No, of course not. Not in the slightest.
Well, I'd say you were scared stiff. That's why you couldn't fight straight. You've made a fortune out of him, but you had to do it crookedly. James Beresford was a gambler, but a fair one. Something you'll never be, a fair fighter.
Now, that's enough, Wilder. I'm not staying here to listen to this. And you'd better watch your step. You're right when you say I have influence now, more than I've ever had. So be careful.
You can't frighten me, Max. I've taken all precautions.
Excuse me, Mr. Corbett. You called for your mail, but this one must have been overlooked. It was at the desk. How he got there, I can't say. He must have just arrived by hand.
Oh. Well, thank you. Excuse me, Walter. What? Well, that's strange. The handwriting, it looks like...
Go on. Open it up then, old boy. Might be important.
We can't end it like this. You cannot get rid of me. I shall always be near. I will call upon you at your home in Eaton Square next Thursday evening, exactly at 9 o'clock. You will see me. You cannot avoid it. Jimmy. Oh, what the devil?
What's up, Max? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Not bad news, I hope. Something frightened you? Again? What is it this time? Something real or something imaginary? Or is it the fact that you have a guilty conscience?
The next few days were very busy ones for me. I was either out in the cold, misty London streets visiting sick patients or attending to them in my surgery. I hardly saw Holmes, and when I did, he was either coming in or going out of 221B Baker Street, so muffled up that I could scarcely recognize him. Then, about 2 days after the inquest on the death of James Beresford, we had a caller. The morning was a foggy one. Gas lamps burned in the streets long after daylight. It was surprisingly cold, and Mrs. Hudson arrived later than usual. She was not pleased to receive a visitor in these circumstances.
Oh, now, what on earth? Oh, it's going to be one of those days. Yes?
I want to see Sherlock Holmes, come on.
I'm not so sure that you can. Have you an appointment?
No, but it's early. He must be at home. That is, if he isn't still in bed.
Mr. Holmes is always up early, but he doesn't like to be disturbed at this hour. Now, if you give me...
No, look here, that's enough. Let me in. I didn't come all this way to argue with a common washerwoman on a doorstep.
Common washerwoman, indeed.
The rooms are upstairs. Very well, I'll find my own way.
You can't charge him like this, sir. You want to know who you are and what your business is. It's my job to look after him and see that he isn't put upon by the likes of people like you.
Come in, quiet.
Yes, what is it?
This man pushed his way in, sir, and he demands to see you. Mr. Holmes, I couldn't keep him out.
That's all right. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. You may come back to clear breakfast in 10 minutes.
Oh, common washerwoman indeed.
Come in, Mr. Corbett. Take a seat. You know Dr. Watson?
How do you do? No, I don't know, Watson, but I'm glad to see you remember me, Holmes. We've met a couple of times at the club, haven't we?
That is correct. May I ask the purpose of this surprise visit? Oh, it's all right. You may speak freely in front of my friend. I have no secrets from him. Well?
I'm being persecuted, and I want you to put a stop to it.
Persecuted? You mean someone is threatening you? You're in bodily danger in some way? A threat to your well-being? Then why not go to the police?
Oh, no. There's nothing tangible for the police to get their teeth into. It's far too subtle. The fact is that since my good friend and ex-partner James Beresford killed himself, someone's been... persecuting me. I've received a note. Here, I'll show it to you. It was delivered at the club. It's a stupid joke, of course, someone with a perverted sense of humor. It's written, as you can see, as though it came from Jimmy Beresford. The handwriting is the same.
My dear Corbett, if you know this is just a malicious trick, then why not burn it and forget the whole matter?
Because it won't stop there. It hasn't. I'm being watched, followed. I know I am. And I've seen him. Not once or twice, but several times.
Seen him? Seen whom?
Well, someone, disguised as Jimmy. Okay, coming out of the fog. Why, only yesterday I banged into him. I could have sworn it actually was him. Tall, big, dressed in the way that Jimmy always dressed. Even the same cigars, the smell. The fact is that someone's trying to scare me, break my concentration.
If that was the objective, it certainly succeeded. You seem very distrait.
Well, it's getting on my nerves. Well, of course it is. I'm too busy a man to be bothered by such petty things. I'm going to get married soon. I don't... This going on a moment longer. You've got to stop it, Holmes.
I fail to see quite what I can do.
Well, catch whoever it is behind all this. I'll pay you any amount of money you want. Now, look, today is Tuesday. And in that blasted note, it says that whoever it is going to call on me at 9 o'clock on Thursday.
Well?
Well, here's your chance. You've got 2 days. Now, catch whoever it is that's tormenting me. Arrest him. Hunt him out. Scare the living daylights out of him. Warn him that if this persecution continues, he'll be dealt with. I don't quite know what methods you can use. I don't care. Just tell me how much you want to offer me complete protection.
Mr. Corbett, I'm a private detective. I only deal in very important criminal matters. I am not a bodyguard. And cases like this are of no interest to me whatsoever.
You mean you won't take the case?
May I clear now, sir?
I do not consider that there is a case, Corbett. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, you may take away the breakfast things and see this gentleman to his carriage.
Oh, very well. But you'll be sorry for all this. And I don't need that creature to show me out. Goodbye.
We've had some ill-mannered people in these here rooms, Mr. Holmes, but he must rate as the worst chink. Know thee reach, that's what the French should call him.
I am inclined to agree, but forget it, Mrs. Holmes.
But he called me a common washerwoman and a creature.
It really doesn't matter.
That's all very well. But people in glass houses shouldn't try to put the straw that broke the camel's back through the eye of a needle.
A plethora of mixed metaphors, Mrs. Hudson, but you made your point.
Ta!
After Max Corbett left, Holmes was strangely silent. He returned to his seat by the fire and relit his pipe. He knew far more than he'd told me, and wasn't going to tell me more. I packed my things and prepared to leave on my daily rounds. As I put on my overcoat and gloves, he said...
You will be free this evening, won't you, Watson?
No, I have no appointments, but I doubt if I shall be home before 7.
That's all right. Ample time to get over to Eaton Square by 9.
Ah, where Corbett lives. Where to pay a call upon him?
That's right. Although I'm quite sure he will have another unexpected visitor before then, but we must be ready for all emergencies.
A young lady to see you, sir. Her card.
Oh, thank you. Miss Gillian Marsh, secretary to Mr. James Beresford. Oh, what's the time here?
8 o'clock, Mr. Corbett.
Oh, all right. Show him.
Very good, sir. This way, please, miss.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Corbett.
Good evening.
I don't think we've met. I was Mr. Beresford's secretary. I have called because I wanted to know if you could help me. Have you any similar work for me to do? I'm very experienced in your type of business, and I'm now unemployed. I'd be grateful for some help.
Well, sit down, Miss Marsh. This seems a most odd time for you to call. Hardly business hours. But let's not bother about that. You see you worked for Jimmy Beresford. I never saw you in his office.
I worked for him at his home. I was a private secretary.
I see. Then you must know all his correspondence. Tell me, Miss Marsh, have you ever seen this note before?
James Beresford's writing. Shall see you, Eaton Square. Call on Tuesday evening. Exactly at 9.
What's that? Tuesday evening? No, it says Thursday evening.
Oh, no. No, you're mistaken. I know this writing. It's Tuesday.
But that's today. I made all the preparations for Thursday. I'm going to Paris that morning. It can't be Tuesday. It can't be. It's 8 o'clock.
And Jimmy will be here within the hour. I'll leave you to face him, Mr. Corbett.
No, don't go. Please don't. I have to think. You see, I've been having the strangest hallucinations. I've been seeing Beresford ever since he died. He's been standing on street corners,
at the club, getting out of carriages, just standing there, haunting me. And now he's supposed to be coming here within the hour. Are you sure that note says Tuesday?
Of course. Look for yourself. How odd. Of course, even the signature could be misinterpreted. Instead of Jimmy, it could be Jilly. Oh, I'd realized that before.
Before? You mean you've seen this note before? Now, tell me. Tell me all about it. I pay you well. Anything you can do to put my mind at rest. Just prove this is a stupid, malicious joke, and I'll set my mind at rest. Please help me.
You really are frightened, aren't you? Frightened that the doorbell will ring, and through that door will walk the ghost of James Beresford to torment your soul. Well, all right. I'll set your crooked little mind at rest. No one will be coming here.
How do you know?
Because I wrote that note. I wrote it after he died. You see, I wasn't his secretary. I am his niece. Uncle Jimmy was one of the best. You had him hunted down and you were glad when he was killed. Well, I wanted to make you suffer as he must have suffered. I could imitate Uncle's handwriting. I did it because I wanted to see what kind of a man you were. I've proved it. You are a cheap coward.
Oh, is that so? Indeed. Well, don't think that a chit of a girl like you is going to show me up. You think you've taught me a lesson? Well, I'll teach you now, here and now. I'll show you to start with.
How dare you! How dare you! Stop! Just stop it!
Just show me up, will you? You little vixen over here. How's this?
Right, that's enough, Corbett. Leave her alone. Watson, take care of him.
Come on. Come on, who do you want me to deal with you?
You all right, Miss Marsh?
Yes, I'm all right.
Maximilian! Just what does all this mean?
Abigail. Well, how did you... Why are you here?
I was asked by Mr. Sherlock Holmes to come here this evening. He said I would learn something to my advantage. I seem to have done so. I'm leaving. I have nothing to say to you now, and I shall have nothing to say to you in the future.
But I can explain all this. I can explain. It's a trick.
Perhaps, Miss Stratton, you would like to take this note. It will explain that what you have seen was premeditated. Max always plans everything, down to the last detail.
Thank you. I'm grateful I found out the worst before it's too late. Good night, gentlemen. Goodbye, Maximilian.
It wasn't until we were back at Baker Street that Holmes confessed his part in the unmasking of Max Corbett. He puffed at his pipe with satisfaction.
You see, I agreed with Gillian Marsh. Something should be done to curb this man's ambitions. So I plotted with her to show up the weaker side of his nature. I even impersonated James Beresford. I'm quite good at disguises, you know, and could well remember how the man looked and walked. Then, when we had preyed upon his mind long enough, we brought things to a climax, making sure that his fiancée, Abigail Stratton, saw what kind of a man he really was. Now, rumours will spread after this. I should think it will be many long days before he dares show his face at the Diogenes Club, for instance. Hardly a criminal case, I agree, but one where I think justice has been done. Don't you agree, Watson?
Oh, Joe, yes, very clever, although perhaps not entirely ethical.
Well, the man is defeated in a much more gracious manner than he has defeated many others. My conscience is quite clear.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Anything in the newspaper of interest, Holmes? I'm rather worried about the floods in Scotland.
What? Oh, the floods. No, not much about it. Water appears to be subsiding, torrential rains abating, local people stoic in the circumstances.
Well, thank heavens there seems to be an end to it all. I have old friends who are farming in that area.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt your train of thought, Watson, but I've just spotted something rather intriguing.
Oh?
Lady Jane Beresford has had the famous Sarusi pearls stolen whilst giving a house party. And who do you think is in charge of the case?
I can't imagine.
Our old friend Inspector Thorne from Scotland Yard. What's the betting that he'll be around here before lunch? Oh, not to ask advice, of course, Mark Cuban. Merely to drop in for a cup of coffee. Swapping stories, that sort of thing. I lay 10 to 1 that we find ourselves involved. What do you say?
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
the Suspense Pearls. Suddenly, it was spring, and one of the most beautiful springs we'd seen for many years. It was the more appreciated as it followed a severe winter with serious flooding in the north. The parks and gardens began to stir with life. Overnight, the air became warm and soft. Blossoms filled the trees and shrubs. In the city, children were bowling their hoops and playing hopscotch in the alleyways. In the country, house parties could now be arranged with tennis and croquet for the guests. I was always happy at this time of year. There would be fewer cases of illness owing to the winter cold. Even Sherlock Holmes, who professed never to care a jot about the weather, appeared to respond cheerfully to the changed conditions. On this particularly bright morning, we'd hardly finished breakfast before there was a ring at the doorbell. And some minutes later, Mrs. Hudson showed in Inspector Thorne of New Scotland Yard and his assistant, Detective Sergeant Pollock.
You're bright and early, Thorne. Enjoying the change in the weather? Pray do take a seat. Will you have some coffee?
Thank you. Yes.
Sergeant?
Thank you. Don't mind if I do.
Yes, well, allow me.
Tell me all about it, Thorne. You cannot have called here just because you want to share our coffee. I see from the newspaper that you're engaged upon the case of Lady Beresford's stolen pearls. Is it proving interesting?
It's always difficult when one's dealing with the aristocracy. It can be rather embarrassing. It's uncomfortable to question a lord or a baronet, and, this case is nearly a dozen of them.
Here you are. Your coffee. Well, do tell us all about it.
Yes, pray do. But first, let me refresh my memory regarding your central character, Lady Jane Beresford. She is a widow, is she not? Lord Beresford died some 6 years ago, leaving her the ancestral seat of Ashwood Hall in Oxfordshire. She's an extremely rich lady who entertains lavishly and owns the famous Suspense pearls. It's something from this collection that is missing?
A tiara. It seemed she opened the country season with a house party. 12 house guests. All top drawer, naturally. Guest list reads like who's who. I was sent to Oxfordshire the moment the yard was called in. Lady Beresford insisted that the local police should not be called in. She wants the whole matter handled with the utmost discretion. As little publicity as possible. How the morning papers got hold of the news, I can't think. Anyhow, Pollock and I went up there, and of course we were granted an audience with Lady Beresford at once. She was extremely upset.
This is very considerate, Inspector. I do appreciate it. It's a most delicate matter, you see, and I'm sure you'll be most discreet.
You can be sure of that, my lady. Now, please tell us all the facts, right from the start, leaving nothing out, however insignificant.
Well, a month ago, I sent out invitations to a dozen or so friends of mine. The list is there on the side table. I've had my secretary prepare it for you.
Thank you. I see there are 14 names here. Did they all come to the house party?
2 were unable to. The Earl of Baronsmere and his wife. They were stranded in Scotland in all that terrible flooding. The others all came and stayed here, naturally. On the Sunday evening, we had a recital. A string quartet from Oxford. It was a great success, and the guests all retired around midnight. It was quite formal, evening dress, of course. I wore a lavender gown and the tiara.
Any other jewellery?
With the Suspense pearls, Inspector, any other jewellery would be quite out of place.
Quite. Well, please carry on.
But I keep my jewels in the safe. in my late husband's bedroom. It's the very latest in safes, very secure. Nobody but my secretary and myself know how to open it. But it's my own fault. I was simply careless. It had been a wonderful weekend, and I was exhausted when I retired. Foolishly, I did not return the tiara to the safe. I left it instead in a jewelry case in my dressing room. In the morning, it wasn't until after all the guests had departed that I remembered that the tiara was still out of the safe. I went to the dressing room. The jewelry box was still there, in the same place, but the tiara was no longer inside. It had been stolen during the night. I immediately reported the matter to Scotland Yard.
How many servants have access to your dressing room, Lady Beresford?
3, my maid, the housekeeper, and the chambermaid. But they all swear that they were never in the rooms. You wish to question them, of course, but they've all been with my household since before my husband's death. All my staff are 100% trustworthy. Oh, you do see what this means, Inspector. If no one living here stole the tiara, then it must have been one of the guests. The cream of British aristocracy is on that guest list. How can I let any one of them believe that I think them to be a cheap thief? It's unthinkable. And yet the theft took place. I don't know how you're going to investigate this, Inspector, without bringing shame and humiliation to all of us. It's quite dreadful. Dreadful.
Of course, I questioned all the servants. The impression I got was that they were totally loyal to Lady Beresford and quite horrified that this should have happened. I made an examination of the rooms and the grounds. The dressing room in question is a corner room. Outside there's just one floor and then the ground floor. There's a large creeper growing along the wall. Clear evidence that it had recently been climbed. There were marks made to cover up the ground at the roots, which may have shown footprints.
So you're fairly certain that entry was made from the outside during the time Lady Beresford was sleeping, by a person or persons unknown?
That's right. Now, we can discount casual robbery. How would the thief know that the pearls were being worn on that particular night, and that they were to be found in her ladyship's dressing room?
How indeed.
So her ladyship's fears are confirmed. It was one of her guests who turned thief. I'm not looking forward to questioning all those titled people. It'd be impossible not to cause offence.
May I see the list?
You are, Miss Holmes.
Oh, thank you. The Earl of Newport, Marchioness Zindobri, Speetron Lady Courtney, Count Hubert von Parent, the Honourable S. O'Keefe, Sir James and Lady Ford Wallace, Viscount McFadden. It's quite a celebrity. Start to the spring season. Well, now, it doesn't seem to be at all difficult, Thorne.
It doesn't?
No. Of the 12 names we have here, 5 are women, who are, after all, unlikely to go scampering up creepers during the night. Of the other 7, 4 are men hardly able to climb a flight of stairs. They're so old. Viscount McFadden lost a leg in a shooting accident last year. Therefore, we're left with 2 young suspects. The Earl of Newport is known to me, and I should say he would never be a thief. The other, the Honourable S. O'Keefe. I've never heard of him. Well, the name has a decidedly false ring to it. Watson, please pass me the large blue book at the end of the 3rd bookshelf, please.
This one?
That's it, yes. Thank you. Yes, I already have a suspicion growing in my mind, but one must verify everything. I'm sure you'll agree, Thorne. Now, O'Keefe. As I thought. No such person listed. Well, that's your man, Thorne, no doubt about it. The course is clear. Find out who the man is, how long Lady Beresford has known him, and why he happened to be in such august company.
Well, that's a very useful suggestion, Holmes.
May I make another?
Well, of course.
There are very few men in England who would dare to commit such a crime. An ordinary crook could never hope to carry it off. To start with, he has to fool some of the oldest and best-bred families in the land. He'd have to be extremely well-read, well-travelled, and well-educated. In short, a black sheep from the upper classes who has turned to crime through force of circumstances, or maybe just sheer boredom. That narrows it down even further, wouldn't you say?
Got anyone in mind, Holmes?
Yes, one in particular. Slim Buxton. Public school background, married twice for money. He's several aliases, and is known in the London underworld as the Duke. Now, don't try and look him up at Scotland Yard. He's too clever to have a criminal record. If you like, I'll make inquiries through my own contacts. They would know who could locate a buyer for rare and famous pearls.
Yes, that might be just as well.
Yes, I doubt, however, if the Duke would risk trying to dispose of the Sorusi pearls in England. Certainly not so soon after the theft, at any rate. The collection was designed for the Cerusi family, the famous Italian bankers. The collection came into the hands of the Beresford family when Alberto Cerusi disposed many of his assets in order to finance his vast Middle East concerns. Yes, well, I'd have a watch placed on all ports and check all continental shipping. Pick up the Duke, pin a crime on him so you can hold him, and then get to work.
Well, as I say, it's worth following up. Got that, Pollock?
Yes, Inspector.
Well, thank you very much, Holmes, for the chat and the coffee. We'll be getting in touch. Good morning to you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
While Thorne and the detective sergeant had been with us, Holmes seemed to view the whole matter with an air of slight amusement. But once they'd gone about their business, he became very thoughtful.
This is a very puzzling affair, Watson. Simply does not make sense. There's far more to it than Thorne thinks.
Well, if he does take your advice and manages to catch the Slim Buxton fellow, then it'll be entirely due to you, Holmes.
It'll take a smarter man than Thorne to catch the Duke out. Oh, well, I shall be out all day, but if you're here this evening, I expect to have news.
You're going to pursue the case? You're going after this man, Slim Buxton, yourself?
Oh, no. I shall let Thorne do all that. I expect him to be successful up to a point. No, I shall be tracking down the real criminal. I'll see you this evening.
Sherlock Holmes' attitude of being one step ahead of everyone else could be extremely irritating. But he was so seldom wrong that I'd learned to live with it, and I must admit that I looked forward to hearing the progress both he and Thorne had made during that day. When I returned to Baker Street that evening, I found Holmes seated by the open window, a sheaf of telegrams on his lap. He looked up cheerfully and said,
"Listen to this, Watson. Your supposition's entirely correct. Slim Buxton identified as Honourable S. O'Keefe, booked under his own name, passage on SS Emerald Isle from Portsmouth to Dublin this evening. Pollock and I will be on board. Hope for catch red-handed before stop at Liverpool tomorrow. Regards, Thorne."
I must say things are moving, Holmes, but why are Thorne and Pollock boarding the ship? They know the man's guilty. Why don't they hold him on suspicion until it's all been cleared up?
It's quite simple. They hope to catch him on board with the pearls. If they move in too soon, they might get their man, but they will have no proof. Thorne thinks he's playing a very clever game.
Oh, well, it sounds astute enough to me. I just hope he can pull it off.
I should be very surprised if he does. A trip to Liverpool might prove most interesting. How are you placed, Watson, for a couple of days?
Yes, I suppose that'd be all right. I could,
Well, I think it might take longer. If we go over to Dublin, if you could spare the time and the interest, I promise you will not be out of pocket at the end of the trip. Shall I make the necessary arrangements? The SS Emerald Isle will be at Liverpool tomorrow, so we must take the first train. Will that be all right with you?
By this time, I was too intrigued to want to miss a minute of any further developments, and I simply agreed. All the same, I wondered what was about to happen. I also wondered about Thorne and Pollock aboard the SS Emerald Isle. How exactly would they go about it?
This is how we'll go about it, Pollock. Watch the man like a hawk. He's not have a clue who we are. One of us must be with him all times. The only time he'll be alone is when he goes to his cabin. Then we watch the gangways. Notice if he talks to anyone, makes friends with people, or engages anyone in what looks like a business transaction. We've got our man, I'm sure of that. And he must have the pearls, either in his luggage or about his person. Is all that clear?
Yes, Inspector, I understand.
Good. Then we must not appear to be too friendly. Look, he's getting up from the table over there. He's finishing his drink. He's heading for the deck. All right, get after him. Keep your ears and eyes open and report back when I can take over from you. Now, off you go. That's right.
You wouldn't happen to have a match on you, would you, old chap? Yes, I think so, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, deuced rude of me. Would you care to smoke? No, thank you, sir. Calm sea, lovely night. Should be a good crossing tomorrow. Going far on this trip? Well, no, that is... Well, I don't think so. Like that, is it? You know, you really should make up your mind. After all, it is the public's money you're spending, is it not? What? What do you mean? I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on now. Credit me with a little more discernment. Perhaps it is just as well that we can have this little chat, and it saves so much time, you know. My name, as you know, is Slim Buxton. I don't know yours, but you really should cut along to your superior, the worthy inspector, and tell him that this trip is a complete waste of time and money. I rather object to a nice sea crossing being spoiled by being treated as a common criminal. I have not committed a crime, and you will never be able to prove that I have. So be a good man and leave me alone, will you? Now, I think I will retire for the night. Good night. I hope you sleep as well as I know I shall.
Of all the blasted effrontery, the blaming cheek! How dare the man take such liberties? I'll have him arrested immediately. I have the captain put a close watch on his cabin. He'll be dragged off this ship at Liverpool and held for
what, Inspector? We haven't got a thing on him.
He gained entry to Lady Beresford's home at Ashwood Hall by impersonation. That's good enough for a start.
But she invited him. No, we haven't got a thing on him and he knows it.
Don't stop raising objections, Polliger. I'm holding that man tomorrow morning the moment we tie up at Liverpool, and that's a fact.
And I boarded the night train for Liverpool, having been lucky enough to secure a double berth at short notice. We were expected to arrive at Liverpool at 6 o'clock the following morning, in good time to meet up with the SS Emerald Isle from Portsmouth later the day. The next day, as the packet was being moored at the dock, we saw a police carriage standing outside the portmaster's office. Inspector Thorne was already at work upon his victim.
It's no good, Inspector, it's no good. There's nothing here. I've been through this case half a dozen times.
Well, take the handle off. Take the bottom off the case.
I do hope that you're going to replace all this, Inspector. I regard it as willful damage to private property. I know you carry a warrant to search, but not to destroy. May I get dressed now?
You may, but you're not leaving England. I can detain you under my special powers, and I shall do so now. I know you're at the root of all this trouble, and by heaven, I'll stick at it until I have proof.
Well, the best of luck to you. Since I have been deprived of my rights of travel and my belongings are in tatters, I take it you will be good enough to escort me back to my London home, where I can at least change into decent clothes before taking this appalling business any further.
Very well. Come with me. Sergeant, get all this stuff together. Come along there. Hurry, man. Hurry.
To my surprise, Holmes seemed little interested in Thorne's interrogation of Slim Buxton. He merely requested that the sergeant stay with us at Liverpool when the official police party took the impeccably cool suspect away to London. Holmes boarded the SS Emerald Isle and had a word with the purser.
The cabin allocated to Mr. Slim Buxton. I'm afraid it's been given to somebody else, sir. It just isn't free.
Oh, that is a pity. Mr. Buxton then just left the ship. I'm a bad sailor, and I thought I'd like a cabin for the crossing.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You see, there was a lady, and she had her name on the list for cancellation. It's a Signora Claudia Gamboli. So you see, you're just too late.
Oh, very well, I understand. It's not all that important. Can you point the lady out to me among the passengers already aboard?
Oh, why, yes, sir. Let's. Oh, well, there she is. There, in the dark brown coat with a brown hat and veil. That's her. That's Signora Gamboli.
Oh, good. Thank you. Now, Sergeant, you see the lady we've been talking about over there? She's about to go below.
Yes, sir, I got her.
Well, just stay well out of her way until we reach Dublin. I don't think there'll be any difficulty. She will go below, I imagine. And we shall spend most of the pleasant crossing smoking our pipes and enjoying the calm seas. What do you say, Watson?
Well, I can't think of a more enjoyable way of spending the day.
Good, then. Let's go and get ourselves a decent spot by the rails.
Crossing was delightful. The sea like a mill pond, and just sufficient breeze to be invigorating. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and as for Holmes, well, I think he almost forgot the purpose of our journey. However, at Dublin, he asserted his authority and was the first off the ship. An Irish official came aboard, and Holmes led our small party down to the cabin where Signora Gamboli was sitting with luggage packed.
Signora Gamboli?
I am Signora Claudia Gamboli. What can I do for you?
This is Inspector McEnroe of the Dublin Constabulary. This is Detective Sergeant Pollock of Scotland Yard.
Oh, yes? What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I think you already know Sergeant Pollock, do you not?
No, I have not had the pleasure.
I think you have. The day he called on you at your ancestral seat, Ashwood Hall in Oxfordshire, in connection with your missing tiara.
What are you talking about? Are you people crazy? What kind of rubbish are you coming here with?
Will you please mind removing your hat and that thick black veil? I'm sure the sergeant will confirm all that I'm saying. Come now, Lady Beresford. No one wishes to force you into a confession, but the game is up. You know it is. Now, please, remove the veil.
This is an outrage. I mean, you come here disturbing a lady with these stupid lies.
Lady Beresford, please remove the veil. I'm afraid I must insist.
No, and if I refuse...
I shall merely take your handbag like this.
Oh, no, give that back. Give it to me. How dare you?
Ah, that is better. That's more like your own voice. And now... the pearl tiara. Here is the beauty. Watson, I think you'd better take charge of this for the moment.
Yes, very well, Holmes.
Just where did Slim Buxton hide this tiara, my lady? Behind the water pipes, perhaps? Oh, yes, it was very clever of you. A neat plan. Too neat a plan in many ways. You've been extremely heavily in debt for some time, and so you arranged the entire affair. You got in touch with Slim Buxton, who seemed eminently suitable for the kind of tricky operation you had in mind. You promised him half the insurance money if he would steal your jewels. The idea was to make it obvious that he was the crook, and have Scotland Yard follow him on board this boat. You both knew that he would be taken off, and when he was, you would come aboard, occupy the same cabin, collect the tiara from a safe hiding place, and proceed to Dublin, where you could dispose of it for a fortune. I'm familiar, my lady, with the notorious Circle des Amis, whose headquarters are in Dublin, and who specialize in trading in hot collector's items. A piece from the exquisite Sarusi collection would not only bring in a handsome sum, but would be quite a prize to acquire. The money from the sale, combined with the insurance claim, would certainly get you out of debt and also prevent you from losing face in society. Now, is that not so?
Give or take a few details, everything you say is quite correct. But I have nothing further to say.
Neither have I. I shall leave it all to Scotland Yard to handle as they think fit. Only one more thing. You did offer a reward to whoever found the tiara. Well, I found it. So there we are. I told you we would not be out of pocket regarding this little trip, did I not, Watson?
Decided to stay in Dublin for a few days. As Holmes pointed out, it was a free trip. Why not enjoy ourselves? Dublin proved to be, indeed, the fairest of cities. And as we sat drinking sherry early in the evening in a delightful public house overlooking Dublin Bay, Holmes explained,
I've always said that when all other factors have been discounted, the remaining one, however implausible it may seem, must be the cause of the problem. In this case, no one on that guest list would have been prepared to rob Lady Beresford, not even Slim Buxton. Therefore, the instigator of the crime had to be Milady herself. She was just too clever. She left too many obvious clues for Thorne to pick up. Well, I'm looking forward to the crossing back, Watson. Such a soothing journey it was coming here. For us, anyhow. Not so for Lady Beresford, I shouldn't think. Would you, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Here we are, Andreas. Drink this.
I do not know why you should make this fuss over me, Dr. Watson. Anyone would think that I am seriously ill.
Oh, well, you're not. But you might be if you don't take care of yourself. You're not a young man, you know. And after a life such as you've had, well, it's a wonder you're in such good shape.
It tastes bad. But you are right. At least I, Andreas Paulus Juno, have lived. Look at my pictures, the photographs, Greece, Spain, Italy. Ah, yes, Italy, the most beautiful. If only my Maria were alive. She would be really looking after me. But thank you, Dr. Watson. There's really no need to concern yourself anymore. Good day.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Italian Intrigue. Sherlock Holmes was never a man to believe in luck or in coincidence. As a medical man, I suppose I should have been equally scientific, but my long travels in the East, mixing with strange fakirs and mystics, had left me with a form of ingrained superstition. I became aware of this once again in the summer of 1891, when I attended one of my most colourful patients in his small detached house in Moorfields. Andres Juno was a wonderful man, filled with a zest for living at every moment. He'd married an Italian girl, Maria, and they had one son, Rico. They were supremely happy. Later, tragedy had struck. Maria had been killed in a riding accident. Andreas showed his courage then by the way he forged ahead, heartbroken but strong. These thoughts had been uppermost in my mind as I drove back to Baker Street. And somehow, I wasn't surprised to find a well-dressed, foreign-looking woman outside our home.
Scusatemi. Oh, please, but this is the house of Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
That is correct. My name is Dr. John Watson. I share rooms with Mr. Holmes. Can I be of any help to you?
I wish, please, to be interviewed by Mr. Holmes. I have no appointment, I'm afraid.
Well, let us go inside. I'm sure if Holmes is free, he'll talk to you. Come this way.
Oh, grazie.
Sherlock Holmes was free. He was sitting by the open window reading a book. When we entered, he looked up and greeted us both with a thin-lipped smile.
Ah, Watson. I observed you arriving by hansom and wondered if you'd be kind enough to bring up this young lady. She's been hesitating outside for some little while. Please, do be seated. I observe that you have travelled a long way. I'm very flattered. You are an Italian? You come from Naples, perhaps? And you are not familiar with our English currency. You have difficulty paying the cabby.
That is quite correct, Mr. Holmes. Although how you can tell at just a glance, I really do not understand.
Oh, it's really quite simple. Please, do be seated. Your very appearance says that you are not English. There's always a style about continental women that shines in our drab London streets. You're wearing a locket round your neck, which is unmistakably Italian. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, it is the charm of Naples. Only people born and bred in that city are allowed to wear it. It's supposed to bring good luck.
That is also correct, but I'm afraid the luck, it is not with me for a long time now. I am in trouble, Mr. Holmes, and that is why I come to you. My name is Lucia Cataldo. I'm not married. Until recently, I lived with my father, Marco Gino Cataldo. He was the prosperous merchant. Then a year ago, there was trouble. Things in the business, they go wrong. We lose the money and the prestige. My father, he suddenly sells most that we own, and then he disappears. I do not know where he is. Friends, relatives, they do not know. I must find out what has happened.
Well, if I can help you, you may be sure that I shall, Signorina. But tell me what brings you to England.
I hear from a friend of the friend that Papa, he took the boat from France across the channel. That was some months ago. I have little money, but I come to try and find him. But London, it is so big. I don't know how to start.
Well, of course, there is your own embassy.
That I have tried. They do not know of him. He does not report to them.
And you have already tried to reach him through the agony columns of both the Morning and Evening Standard?
You know that? How?
I study these columns. Recently there was an appeal for Signor Cataldo to reply to an urgent appeal. The moment you mentioned your name, I knew it must be the same family.
So what can I do? I must find Papa.
Well, of course, I shall make all the inquiries I can. Tell me, you have no names or addresses of any of your father's friends in London?
No, not as far as I know. He has no friends here. All the time we lived in Naples, there was never an English visitor in our home. The only time Papa spoke English was to a Greek friend.
English to a Greek friend? But how odd. Do you recall the friend's name?
Oh, it was many years ago. The man, he married a girl from my village, and he became friendly. I cannot recall the name. It was, I don't know. My friend's name was Maria Goldini.
Maria Goldini?
She married this man who was much older than herself.
Well, it could have been Juno. Could it be Andreas Paulus Juno?
Oh, no momento. You know, Dr. Watson, I think that was it. I cannot be certain. It's so many years ago, but it might have been.
Well, come now, Watson. What magic trick are you about to perform now? An Italian rabbit out of a hat?
Not exactly, but by the wildest coincidence, I've just returned from administering to a patient. He's an elderly Greek gentleman, Andrea Paulo Juno. He married this Italian girl when he was middle-aged. I have a strong feeling that it must be the same man.
Oh, well, now, that is something to go on.
Dr. Watson, even if this does not lead us to Papa, if this is the same man, then please, can you not take me to him? I should greatly like to meet him again.
Oh, of course I will. Andreas is not desperately ill, but I can always find an excuse to call in upon him. I shall be busy with other patients for the rest of the day, but tomorrow morning, perhaps.
Oh, grazie. That I can agree to.
Good. Now, where are you staying at the moment?
In the Garibaldi Hotel in Albion Street.
Marble Arch. It's quite convenient. Shall I pick you up there at, say, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Oh, that will be most convenient. Oh, thank you very much. I will take up no more time, Mr. Holmes, but I do hope that we shall meet again soon.
I do most sincerely hope that we find your father. Good day to you, Signorina Cataldo.
Okay.
I saw Lucia Cataldo downstairs and into a hansom cab. When I returned, Holmes was seated at his desk, one of his innumerable research folios open in front of him.
I do not seem to find what I'm looking for, Watson.
Might I ask what it is?
The name Cataldo. It has a definite ring about it. I thought when I saw the agony columns the other day that it was to do with a criminal element associated with Palermo in Sicily, the treacherous organization known as the Mafia.
You're not suggesting that Lucia Cataldo's family are criminals, are you, Holmes?
I didn't say that, but ask yourself one thing, Watson. Why has this man uprooted from Naples and come to England? And without explaining the reason to his only daughter? It's the act of a desperate man, a man afraid for his life.
You mean he's been hounded out of his own country and is hiding over here? He doesn't want to acknowledge the fact, not even to his own daughter.
Yes, exactly. He might even think the advertisements appealing to him in the newspapers are a trick to get him to reveal his whereabouts.
I see, and I don't fancy our chances of tracing him.
Oh, I wouldn't be as pessimistic as that. Follow up on the visit to your Greek friend in the morning, but keep your eyes and ears open, Watson. There could be a great deal more behind this than first appears.
The rest of that day passed uneventfully enough. The next morning dawned bright and clear, and Lucia Cataldo was waiting for me at her hotel. She spoke little on our drive out to Moorfields. It was clear that she was extremely worried. But when we were shown into Andreas Juno's house, it was Rico, his son, who welcomed us.
Ah, Dr. Watson. How pleased I am that you have called. Father was taken quite bad during the night. I was wondering how to get in touch with you. Do come in.
Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is Lucia Cataldo. She believes that her father and your own were friends many years ago in Italy.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Signora.
And I you.
It was lucky that I called here yesterday afternoon. As you know, my job takes me all over the country, Doctor. I'm rarely home more than a few nights every month. Will you please follow me?
Well, what appears to be wrong with your father, Rico?
Oh, he has the pains in the chest and can't breathe very well. I gave him some of the medicine you left yesterday, but he didn't sleep at all. If I didn't know him better, I would think he was imagining it all. He seems to be worried about something, quite unlike him. In here. Dr. Watson to see you, Father, and also a friend from Italy.
Italy? A friend from Italy?
I am Lucia Cataldo. I wondered if you were the friend who used to visit my father, Marco, in Napoli.
Lucia, I cannot pretend. Oh, si. Oh, but what are you doing here?
I think before you start to explain, Senora, I must attend to this gentleman. Would you mind? Rico, please, now that the Senora knows you're old friends, won't you take care of her until I've examined your father?
No need. I'm all right.
You are not all right. You're clearly in great distress. I must take your temperature and listen to that chest of yours.
Do as the doctor says, Father. Come, Lucia. I may call you that, mayn't I? Come this way.
Now, let's get one thing clear. If I have any more of this nonsense, I shall have you removed to a hospital. You won't like that, so you'd better do exactly as you're told. Now, open your mouth and don't talk. I gave Andreas another thorough examination. His condition was much the same as it had been the day before. I could detect no marked deterioration. All I could do was leave more medications and order him to take a complete rest. Then I allowed Lucia Cataldo back into the room and left them together.
So you see, Signor Juno, I must find my father. I must know what all this means. You are the only person I know in England who may have heard from him. Te prego, have you seen him? Has he been in touch with you? Tell me.
My dear, my heart, it bleeds for you, but from the little I know, I can only advise one thing. Go back to your own country. Cease this search for your papa. It is a hard thing for me to say, but if you stay here, continue to ask the questions, you will only make things far worse. Go, while there's a chance. Go, leave now. Leave me in this house and never come back. Understand? Never.
Lucia Cataldo was with Andreas for only about 20 minutes. When she came out of his room, she was pale and trembling. She refused to talk about their conversation and begged me to go about my daily business. I was reluctant to do this, but when Rico Juno said he would take her back to her hotel, I was forced to agree. We said we'd keep in touch, and I assured Rico that I would call upon his father within 2 days, and that I was available on the telephone should he want me before then. The next afternoon, just as I got back to my surgery...
Call for Dr. John Watson.
Watson speaking.
Hold the line, Dr. Watson. You're going through.
Hello?
Hello, Dr. Watson. This is Rico Juno speaking.
Oh, good afternoon, Rico. What is it? Anything wrong?
Yes, there certainly is. It's father. He's been attacked. I went to my office this morning, and when I returned about noon, I found him lying on the floor of the sitting room. Someone must have got in and beaten him up. He's in a bad way.
Gracious, where is he now?
In the Moorfields General Hospital. They say he'll be all right, but it's very worrying.
Oh, I'll get over there as soon as I can, Rico. Thank you for letting me know. Now, try not to worry, and I'll be in touch with you later.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. It was later that afternoon before I managed to get across to the hospital. I was allowed to see Andreas because I was his doctor, but I knew that it was useless to question him at any length. He was extremely badly beaten, and although no bones were broken, there was obvious concussion. And a lot that he said didn't make sense.
Get away. No right to be here. Well, won't tell you a thing. Where am I?
Andreas, this is Watson. Can you understand me? Now, I am here. You be all right. Just try to lie quiet.
Dr. Watson, yes. Not made a very good job of this, have I?
You've been attacked. Can you tell me how it happened?
Broke in. 2 men. I don't know them. And they asked questions. I didn't understand. I told them to get away. Get away. No right in here. Won't tell you. Never heard of the man. No one here called Marco.
It was clearly a waste of time to stay further. I had a talk to the doctors and nursing staff and left knowing that Andreas was in good hands. I tried to concentrate upon my work for the rest of that day, but I couldn't get my mind away from what had happened. Holmes was out when I got home. He came in later for supper, and I explained as best I could what had happened. It seems very clear that things are moving to a climax, Holmes. I'm sure that it's all connected with the disappearance of Marco Cataldo. It's got to be. Otherwise, Why did Andreas keep muttering his name in protest?
Yes, that's obvious. Well, I'm afraid the time has come for us to take an active hand in all this, Watson. Although it's getting quite late, I fear we must delay no longer. Well, if you're willing, I think we should call a cab after supper and get over to Moorfields immediately. I presume that this young man, Rico, will be at home?
Oh, yes, I think so. They won't allow him into the hospital at this hour. I doubt if his father will have visitors for some days. Well, Holmes, I agree. I should be grateful for your advice. Frankly, the thing's growing upon my mind. It's, in a strange sort of way, I feel responsible.
Well, in that case, let us finish up the remains of the game pie, wash it down with a draught of fine ale, and be on our way. What do you say?
Within half an hour, we were in a hansom and pattering our way across London. By the time we got to Moorfields, it was quite dark and the streets were deserted. The lights were on in the downstairs windows. That at least showed us Rico Juno was at home. He received us with delighted surprise.
Oh, come in. How nice to see you, Mr. Holmes. I take it that Dr. Watson has told you of our latest trouble.
Yes, I'm very sorry. Perhaps if I'd taken a more active hand earlier, I might have been able to prevent this. However, we must deal with things one at a time. You say that you rarely spend much time in this house?
No, I feel a little guilty about it, but I travel a great deal in my job, all up and down the country. Father is left alone for days and nights at a time.
You have someone who comes in and cleans and cooks?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Lawson. She comes in 3 times a week, has her own keys. Been with the family for years, quite trustworthy.
When you do stay here overnight, do you ever notice anything strange? Noises, movements that you can't account for?
Oh, well, I am usually so exhausted from my day's work that I go to bed quite early and sleep very soundly. But, well, sometimes I do get the feeling that all isn't well. It's an old house, of course. Stairs creak a bit. I'm not the nervous type.
Do you notice any food disappearing? Things misplaced in cupboards?
Well, no. I have nothing to do with the running of the place. Why? Well, why do you ask?
I ask because I am sure that you are not living here alone, and neither is your father.
What do you mean?
You have a lodger, an unpaying guest. He's here in this house at this very moment.
Mr. Holmes, what are you talking about? Do you mean... Oh, no, you don't think that Lucia's father is staying here under this roof?
It would seem to me to be the most likely solution.
But that's impossible. There are only 2 rooms upstairs, father's and mine. There is an old box room.
An attic, I presume?
Yes, but no one could live up there.
You can't be sure.
There's only a couple of foot of space between the ceiling and the tiles. It is impossible.
Nonetheless, I think we must investigate, and I think we must handle this very gently. Now, come, take me to the top of the house and let us take a look at this attic. Lead the way, please, Rita. Ah, yes. You see, there is the hatch to the attic. A small plank of wood about 3 feet square. And here, see the top of the stairs? If one stood on the rail at the top landing, one could easily reach the hatch, remove it, and pull oneself up. Yes, and look, you see marks upon the rail here. Yes, that is exactly what has happened. Now, give me a hand, Watson. I'm going up.
But this is ridiculous. There is nothing up there. No one could exist up there.
Careful, Holmes. Here, take my shoulder.
Right. Quiet now. Now. The light, please. The lamp. Hand it up.
Here.
Good. Come out, please. Please come out. No one is going to hurt you. Please, Senor Marco Cataldo. You are among friends. Please, now take my hand. Let me help you down, please.
I cannot. I cannot.
Yes, you can. You can come along now. You can do it. Come along now. That's it. Gently now, gently. Careful now, legs.
What happened next was one of the most bizarre sights I can ever remember seeing. From the small aperture came the emaciated legs of a tiny, filthy, frail creature who hardly resembled a human being. His staring eyes were wild with fear. He was shaking with ague. A man hardly in his right mind. Holmes handled him like a child. Soon we were back downstairs. Drinks were poured, and Marco Cataldo was persuaded to sip a small brandy. Gradually, we managed to get some sensible words out of him.
I had to hide there. It was the only place I could find. Andreas, he did not know. I
came here, the cleaning woman, she let me in. I pretended to go, not to wait. I said goodbye, closed the front door loudly, and crept back up there till I found a place to hide.
Yes, you did that because you thought there were no friends here. But there are. Andreas is your friend, and so is Rico, his son.
His son?
Yes, and your own daughter, Lucia. She is here in London.
Lucia? Here? Oh, no. Oh, Lucia.
Now listen to me. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. I have great influence with the British police. I can guarantee your protection. All you have to do is to tell me who your enemies are, and I shall do the rest. Now come. Will you tell us the whole story?
Marco Cataldo did exactly that. He described how back in Naples he'd been accused by the mafia of betraying them, when in actual fact it was his cousins of the same name who were guilty. He'd been blackmailed by them, forced to pay protection money, and eventually flee for his life. Now they'd followed him to England, and he'd been forced into hiding. Holmes listened to the story with the greatest of interest. I was able to use my influence to get Cataldo admitted to the same hospital as his friend Andreas. I knew he'd be safe there. The following morning, Holmes announced over breakfast.
If you go to read the agony column of the Morning Standard, Watson, you'll see that Marco Cataldo has come out into the open. He's appealed to his daughter to call upon him at a certain address in Elm Park. He even stated the time, 8:30 this evening.
Gracious, Holmes, how extraordinary. Is it wise?
Well, I hope so. The apartment of Inspector Gregson of the Yard. Yes, I think our mafia friends will be unable to resist this invitation. Young Rico Juno is going to help by impersonating Marco. Shall we also attend? It'd be rather gratifying to be in at the kill, as it were.
And so it was arranged. There were several of us concealed in Gregson's flat that evening. The front door was conveniently left unlatched. The light was dimmed. Rico Juno, conveniently slumped in a chair by the fire, could have been mistaken for anyone. There was not long to wait.
Leave all this to me. This time we shall not fail.
See, it must be over and finished.
Hey, there by the fire. It is him. So, Marco, you think you're kind of scared, eh? No, not our vengeance. This time you die before you can tell the truth. You die swiftly with the knife in your throat.
It was all over in a matter of minutes. The two would-be assassins were arrested and led away. Much later, Lucia was reconciled to her father, who made plans to immigrate to America, taking her with him. But this plan did not materialize, because...
I shall not be leaving London after all, Father. Rico and I are in love. He has asked me to marry him, and I have accepted. Oh, sono così felice. I am so happy.
And, as Holmes remarked...
Well, at least the Italian intrigue had a happy ending. Not all our cases do they, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Well, Holmes, nearly there. Oh, look from the window, our first glimpse of the sea. I think of all the things I love, it's the sea breaking over the Cornish coast.
You're a romantic at heart, Watson.
And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm looking forward to 2 weeks walking, swimming, and fishing, and you, Holmes, are to do exactly the same. You're utterly tired out. As a doctor, I order complete rest.
Well, from the plan you've just laid out, it seems to be quite the reverse. A very energetic holiday.
I mean no studying and no getting involved in local criminal matters.
Now, Watson, we're going to live at the Seagull Inn at Desert Point. Now, what possible crime could happen in such a remote spot?
we present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Lizard Point. In the spring of the year 1897, that Sherlock Holmes' iron constitution showed some symptoms of giving way in the face of constant hard work of a most exacting kind, aggravated perhaps by occasional indiscretions of his own. But he was induced at last to give himself a complete change of scene and air. And so it was that we found ourselves entrained for Lizard Point, the southernmost tip of Cornwall. A carriage was waiting at the Falmouth station, and I thoroughly enjoyed the long ride to the Seagull Inn. It was out of season, and I thought that perhaps we would be the only guests. However, there was another smart, foreign-looking gentleman signing the register.
Please sign here, sir. Thank you. Will you be staying with us very long?
I do not know. It depends upon so many things. Perhaps a week. I shouldn't not think any longer. Is it convenient?
Oh, are you? Bless you. Stay as long as you please. We aren't all that busy at this time of the year. Room 5, just along the corridor. Shall I have someone take your things?
No, that is not necessary. I can manage myself.
There we are then, sir. There's your keys. If you like to take half a cider in the bar, it's right there on the left.
No, thank you. I drink only wine. Perhaps you can tell me, is it far from here to the place known as Cliff House?
About 20 minutes walk along the cliff path. Turn left at the top of the lane and follow the path. Can't miss it. Grey stone building. Looks right out over the sea.
It is owned by Mr. Adam Leach. Is that not so?
That's right. Why, Adam's right there in the bar at this very moment.
Then perhaps I shall take a drink. After all, thank you.
Good afternoon to you, good sirs. You must be the two gentlemen who made reservations. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson from London. That be right?
Yes, that is correct. I'm Watson, and this is Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do? How do you do? If you'd be so kind as to sign the register. You have rooms 8 and 10 with a connecting sitting room between. Nice view, right out to sea.
Oh, thank you. That sounds ideal. Holmes?
Oh, certainly. If you could have our cases taken to the rooms, I think Watson and I will take up a suggestion of a drink in the bar straight away. It's been a long and very tiring journey.
Very sensible. I'll be joining you myself very shortly, once the wife comes off duty. To the left there, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you. Come on, Watson. I'll buy you your favorite cider.
The bar of the Seagull Inn was obviously the gathering place of all the local residents of Lizard Point. There were not many in there when Holmes and I entered, but perhaps half a dozen. Behind the bar was a buxom Cornish woman who I assumed correctly to be the landlord's wife. She was talking to a strong, middle-aged man whose weather-beaten face was topped by a mop of the most luxurious silver hair I've ever seen.
I won't be doing with it, Arthur. She ain't old enough to know her own mind, and he's too smooth, too clever by half.
But nice and well-behaved, Adam. No one in these parts has anything against him. We was all young once, you know.
I'd still be against it. Over to enough of that. You got company.
Oh, evening, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
2 of your best, strongest ciders, please.
Oh, come in for a first taste, have you? Well, I can tell you it's the best you'll ever get. You the 2 gentlemen from London who'll be staying here?
That's right. We've just arrived.
Well, have a good holiday. Not exactly the right time of the year, but you struck it lucky. Weather be that fine and hot the last week. Suppose it'll break with a storm sooner or later. There we are.
Thank you. Place it on the bill, please.
Of course. I think you're wrong, you know, Adam. Why not try to get to know Mr. Mason better?
Well, here's to your much improved health, Holmes.
What? Oh, yes. Good health.
Good evening. Is it possible to have a glass of wine?
Well, yes. We've got some French stuff, but it's by the bottle only, you understand.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
I'm on my way. Good night to you, Mark.
Up early, are you? Night, Adam.
Please, excuse me. Mr. Leach.
Mr. Leach, please. You know me. My name is...
Well, strange things are going on here tonight. Who was that?
French gentleman named Jules Lebrun, who arrived from Paris quite recently and intends to return there once his business here is completed.
Holmes, how can you possibly know that? You haven't even met the man.
No, but I signed the hotel register after he did, and it's very easy to add up. 2 and 2 make 5 if you have any imagination at all. Oh, you were right, madame. An excellent cider.
Evening, Martha. Did I see Miss Leach go out?
That's right.
Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to have a word with him in here.
Oh, if you ask me, I wouldn't bother him right now. He don't seem in none too good a humour. I'd play a waiting game if I was you. Slowly, don't you?
You mentioned me.
Aye, and he wasn't too friendly. Take it easy, my boy, and you'll stand a chance. Otherwise...
I suppose you're right. I'll have a pint of ale then, Martha.
Right you are. Oh, meet Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Down from London they be. This is Christopher Mason.
Oh, good evening to you. You're on holiday, are you?
Yes, that's right, and a fine spot it looks, too.
Oh, Lizard Point is a rare place and no mistake. Take a turn up on the cliffs when the moon comes out. You'll see. It's like a fairyland.
There you are, then.
Oh, thank you, Martha. And here's to your good health, gentlemen. May you have a very pleasant stay. Cheers.
Christopher Mason was an agreeable young man. He sat chatting to us for half an hour or so, and then the landlord came through to advise us that supper was ready. Afterwards, we took Christopher Mason's advice and strolled the cliffs. The moon was up, far out over the silver water. It was enchanting.
That young man was right. The visual effect from here is amazing.
Breathtaking. I don't think I've seen anything like it.
Well, that I take it is Cliff House. That's where the man Adam Leach must live with his daughter.
Oh, his daughter?
Yes, of course. Christopher Mason is in love with her, and the old man doesn't approve. That much of the scenario is clear already.
Holmes, you never change. Here we are in a wonderland of scenic beauty, and you're already more interested in the ordinary problems of the local people. Oh, come on. Let's walk back to the inn.
Oh, you think I exaggerate, Watson? Then look carefully down there. There, on the beach path. 2 lovers, if ever I saw a pair. No?
I followed, Holmes pointing fingers. And yes, there, sure enough, was a man and woman held in tight embrace. Well, they had an ideal setting for their romantic evening. I wished them happiness. We turned, walked swiftly back to the inn, had a nightcap in the sitting room, and said good night. I think I slept better than I had in years. I know Holmes did, because he was still sound asleep when I rose to bath and shave. The morning was quite glorious. We decided upon a walk before breakfast. Glorious morning, Holmes.
Yes, a really beautiful spot. Yes, I'm glad you recommended this, Watson.
Well, 2 weeks of this, and you'll be a new man. Ah, look, we aren't the only ones about. Here comes that French gentleman. What's his name?
Jules Lebrun. Yes, it seems he doesn't wish to greet us. He's turned and deliberately gone the other way.
Oh, well, he's probably quicker back by the path he's taken. Shall we walk down to those rocks? Seems that they form a natural pool. Ideal for swimming, I should say.
Yes, and someone has already made use of it by the look of things. Is that not Christopher Mason, a towel round his shoulders? He must have got up bright and early.
Yes, and I think he's seen us. Yes, coming up this way. Hello there!
Good morning. Good morning, Miss Holmes. Dr. Watson, what a lovely morning it is.
Yes, makes one feel good to be alive. Oh, you've been for a swim?
Oh, just a quick dip right over there.
Oh, you don't use that natural rock pool? Well, surely that's safe enough.
Oh, yes, but I haven't got time this morning. I've got a lot to do. Excuse me. Have a good day. Bye.
What's he in a hurry about, I wonder? Oh, Holmes, this is exactly right for both of us. Peace and quiet, fresh air, good food, no troubles at all. Well, come on. Let's step it up. This is the rock pool. Must be careful how we climb. Down slippery. Just look at the color of the water. It's all kinds of...
Watson, you may not be correct in saying all is peace here. Look, there on the beach between the rocks.
Great heavens, it looks like a man's body floating face down.
Quickly, Watson, quickly. Down here, on the beach. Here, Watson, come, give me a hand. Help me drag him out and onto the shingle. Here. Right. Come on, beggar. That's it. Oh, heavens, Holmes. Poor fellow, he's dead, I'm afraid. No point in trying to revive him. Drowned, of course. No, not at all. It's the old man, Adam Leach, killed by a vicious blow at the back of the head. Not the traditional blunt instrument either. Look at that wound. Surely it could only have been made by something like a pickaxe.
For one moment I stood and stared at the dead man. I've seen some dreadful wounds upon the human body in my time, but never one of such a peculiar nature. It was, as Holmes said, the sort of injury that would be sustained by a blow from a pickaxe. I found it puzzling, but there was no time for speculation. We raised the alarm immediately. Men were summoned from the inn, and the body, covered in canvas, was removed to the local mortuary. The one and only police constable was summoned, and an urgent message sent to the police station in Falmouth. It seemed quite natural that Sherlock Holmes should take charge.
It seems that you've all heard of the unfortunate death of Adam Leach of Cliff House. I must ask you all to remain calm. This is a most regrettable tragedy. One can only assume that he went for his usual morning swim and was overcome with cramp, and while floundering, crashed his head against the rocks and drowned.
Aye. Adam, he always took a morning swim down there when the weather was good. Like you say, Mr. Holmes, we must all be calm. Inspector Brendan from Falmouth will be here soon, and he'll take charge. Meantime, someone has got to tell Yvonne.
Hey, poor girl. She'll be that heartbroken.
Yvonne, I take it, is Adam's daughter. In which case, I think I should like to go up to Cliff House with you, Mr. Mason. You will be anxious to be with the young lady when she hears the news, will you not?
Yes, of course I do. Well, I just can't believe this. It's unreal. Yes, of course I must go to Yvonne.
Right. Constable, perhaps you'll wait for the inspector. Come along. Let's get up to Cliff House.
Yvonne Leach was a young, attractive girl, well-spoken and neatly dressed. She was deathly pale, but in no way hysterical.
Good morning. You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and you, Dr. Watson. Thank you for coming up here with Christopher.
We can only say how sorry we are. It's a great tragedy.
I've often warned Father about taking exercise so early in the morning. He was always an active man. Didn't seem to realize that he was no longer young. I suppose it was an accident, wasn't it, Mr. Holmes?
Why should you think otherwise? Did your father have any enemies?
None that I've been aware of until recently. Oh, he was not very likable in many ways. He had a vicious temper and always wanted his own way. He resented Christopher, for instance. There's no point in denying that. But Father usually came round and compromised. It's going to be hard to think I shall ever see him again. I'm sorry.
You said your father had no enemies until recently. What did you mean by that?
Well, it started about 6 weeks ago. He received a letter from France. At least it had a French postmark. And from then he appeared strained, even frightened. And then last night he had an unexpected visitor. I was in my room. I didn't hear the man arrive, but I did hear voices coming from here, this room. I wondered who it was and if Father needed anything. So I left my room and came down here. I didn't enter because it was quite clear that they were quarreling. I heard Father say...
You shan't get a penny. Hear that? Not a penny.
An unwise decision, Leach. You know that you will have to pay in some way or another. I think paying in money is better than paying with a year or so in jail, don't you?
I refuse. Not a penny. I don't believe you have any evidence at all about what happened in Paris. In any case, that was so many years ago that no one will take the slightest interest in your feeble accusations.
That I should not bet on. The families who suffered are still alive. They will remember. They will demand retribution, whereas if you agree to the sale of the letters, then all will be peace and quiet once more. After all, what is £100 to a man like you?
No. I said no.
Here, look, the letters.
No, that's got it now.
You really are anxious to have the letters destroyed, aren't you? You don't think I'd be stupid enough to bring them with me tonight, do you? These are only the empty envelopes. No, I still have the letters, and they are still for sale. But now that I am sure you want them, the price goes up. I want £500 now.
What?
A nice round figure. Oh. 500, and I promise you I will hand them over and leave for France by the next packet steamer. What do you say?
I say get out. Take your blasted letters, get out of my house and stay out. Oh, go on, do your worst. Get out of my sight while you're still alive, and if you ever set foot in this house again, I'll kill you.
Very well. I will go. But you will live to regret this, Adam Leach. That is, if you continue to live at all. Good night.
I was in the hall. I stepped back and concealed myself behind the curtains by the stair windows. I was able to see the stranger as he left. A tall, dark man, smartly dressed and top-hatted.
Jules Lebrun, the foreigner from the Seagull Inn. I knew it was. He's the only French-speaking visitor in these parts.
This is most interesting. Well, thank you for telling me, Miss Leach. I think you'll be having a visit from Inspector Brendan of the Falmouth Police later on. I advise you to confide this to him.
Very well. But I do not wish to cause more trouble. Whatever happens, it can't bring Father back, can it?
I could tell that Holmes already scented a crime. As we walked slowly back to the inn, he hardly spoke. He studied the nature of the scenery, watched seabirds of all kinds wheeling their way high above the jagged cliffs, and paid particular attention to the nature of the rocks that formed the pool where old Adam was found.
No, it couldn't have been an accident, Watson.
You mean the man wasn't drowned, Holmes?
No. A post-mortem will show that he was killed by a tremendous blow on the back of the head. It was not caused by crashing against the rocks. If that had been so, the body would have shown signs of cuts and bruises all over. There wasn't another mark on him. The puzzling thing is that the blow must have been caused while he was in the water. Now, the water in that pool is deep. We know that. It was hard for us to get at him and pull him out.
Yes, within a matter of a few paces, the bottom falls away by several feet. But, Holmes, if the man was swimming, and he would have had to have been, how could anyone have delivered a blow to the back of his head? The wound was actually at the base of the skull.
Exactly.
Well, it means that if he was swimming when it happened, he would have had to be swimming underwater.
Yes, exactly. Yes, this case grows more interesting the more one studies it.
But could anyone have thrown anything like a spear, a fisherman's gap?
Can't see where they could have thrown it from. No, I don't think that's the answer. I have a theory. It's just a theory, but... Well, enough of this speculation. Let us return to the inn and see if the good inspector has arrived.
The inspector had arrived and was in the process of interviewing the local inhabitants. None of them could throw any light upon the tragedy. All gave testimony to the rather violent character of the dead man and agreed upon his physical strength and habit of taking regular early morning swims in that particular part of the beach. Then the inspector was told by the landlord that Jules Lebrun, who had said he might wish to stay for a fortnight, had requested his bill. He wished to leave immediately.
I wish to leave. Why I have shortened my stay here is really no one's business but my own. I go back to Paris as soon as possible.
Well, I suppose we can't stop you, monsieur, but I'd be grateful if you could answer a few questions. The dead man, Adam Leach, you knew him?
No, that is only slightly. I had some business dealings with him years ago. I came into the bar last night. He was just leaving. I followed him out into the lane. We greeted each other, had a few moments' conversation, and then we parted. I have not seen him since, and know nothing about how he was drowned.
He was not drowned, monsieur. He was killed by a blow at the base of his skull. Good morning, Inspector. I'm Sherlock Holmes. And this man is lying. He came here for the express purpose of blackmailing Adam Leach. He went up to Cliff House last night, and there was a violent quarrel between the two men. His daughter Yvonne overheard the whole affair. He ended by threatening to kill Leach. He was also on the beach this morning, shortly before Watson and I found the body.
Oh, is that so? Well, in which case I'm afraid I shall have to insist that you do not leave here, monsieur. On the contrary, I'll have to take you in. You'll have to come to Falmouth for questioning right away.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I deny it all. You cannot hold me against my...
Lebrun was led away, protesting vehemently. Holmes seemed quite satisfied. And when the carriage, taking the Frenchman, left for Falmouth, Holmes went with it. He didn't ask me to come with him, and I knew this was one of those occasions when he wished to be alone. I didn't mind. The sudden tragedy had put a blight upon the day. I decided upon a long walk across the cliffs to clear my mind and restore my spirits. And by the time I got back, it was late in the afternoon. To my amazement, I found Holmes, the inspector, and Christopher Mason in the kitchen of the inn. A large side of ham stretched on a table. Holmes was in the process of tying something to the ham.
Ah, Watson, good. There is some time to witness an experiment that may clear up our mystery.
Holmes, what is this? There is a sizable chunk of ham pinned down to a plank of wood, and you're now tying a fish on the top of the ham.
Yes, quite. It appears a most bizarre mess, doesn't it? But come, I think this is ready. Now we shall take ourselves down to that rock pool, and I will show you how Adam Leach was killed. Come. Now, you see, we float this strange contraption out into the calmer waters of this large rock pool. Now, see, it floats just below the surface. Only the silver glint of the fish appears visible. Come, stand way back, and wait and watch.
Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. This is some kind of joke.
Not at all. As a local man, you must surely have guessed at the solution. Might I remind you of two things? Adam Leach, although an elderly man, was mightily strong. He used to do a great deal of underwater swimming. The sitting room of his house is filled with precious shells gathered from the bottom of the sea. He dived many times, searching with his head just below the surface of the water. He had a mane of white hair, did he not? It must have streamed behind him as he swam. And from way above could look exactly like the fish out there in the calm waters. Now look at the sky.
Birds wheeling around. What are they? All different types.
Yes, but one in particular, the cormorant, the bird fisher. That dives at incredible speed down like a hawk, only much faster and with far more strength. It crashes through the waves and takes the fish in its beak. If anything stands in its way, well, look. Now, look. There is your killer, Inspector.
It was some hours later that, back at the inn, Holmes went over the whole case again in detail. We had all assumed that Adam Leach's death had been part of the local intrigues, his daughter's forbidden love affair, the treacherous blackmailing of Jules Lebrun. But it simply wasn't so.
I've always said, Watson, that when everything else has been ruled out in a case, whatever is left, however impossible, must be the answer. In this case, no one could have delivered that death blow. We've seen, from examining the side of ham, that the gash caused by the enormous beak of the diving cormorant was exactly the same as the wound at the base of the dead man's neck.
It's quite the most extraordinary death I've ever heard of, Holmes. I'm glad it wasn't murder, as I thought.
Justice will be done. Lebrun will be let off with a warning, and Yvonne Leach will doubtless marry Christopher Mason. And we, my dear Watson, will be able to resume our holiday. And now, enjoy it to the full.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Yeah, what is it, woman?
George, I'm ill. I've got to get medicine.
Oh, go and get it.
Can't you help me, George?
Oh, you'll be all right, though. Go get it.
It's downstairs. And I can't.
Shut up.
All right, George. I'll try. Got to keep trying. I didn't think it would ever be as bad as this. What an end. But it is the end. Do we have to pay an even greater price? I wonder. Well, we shall see. Ow!
Lovely morning, fresh
present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight, The Greater Price.
Soek jy dit? Vryf jy dit? Sien jy dit? Vergelyk jy dit?
Ek het 'n hamburger gewen.
Ja, die Wimpy, dis 'n groot fees. Scratch and match spel is 'n groot fees. Groter as wat jy gedink het. Wen R25 of 'n onvergeetlike reis na Disney World met die Wimpy. Dis 'n groot fees scratch and match spel.
By 'n Wimpy nou.
In the year 1885, I was still in practice at Paddington. I was living at Baker Street and slowly building up a reputation as a general practitioner. Holmes had already achieved some quite considerable fame, and our friendship was already settling down to a solid partnership. I was growing used to his untidiness and eccentricities, and he was tolerating my steady respectability. I never interfered with his work, and he was frankly not interested in mine. But there was this one case where our interests seemed to overlap. It started when I was called out to the home of George and Emma Baker. Emma was an old patient of mine, and she'd had a nasty fall down a flight of stairs. Now, Emma, there's nothing broken, thank goodness, but you're getting a little too old to take these falls. You must rest in bed until I tell you to get up and take a little exercise. You're very badly bruised.
Oh, I'm all right. It was silly of me, really. I should have made sure the gas was on the landing. I must have tripped over the rug.
Well, you shouldn't have been out of bed anyway.
Well, I had to get me medicine.
You should have insisted that your husband get it for you.
Oh, was that not a good it does to ask him for help? Oh, dear, Dr. Watson, things have reached a desperate state.
Oh, you mustn't give in. As I say, you've been very lucky. I'll have a word with George and tell him he must take better care of you.
It won't do any good. He'll be home here soon, wanting his supper.
Well, he'll have to get it himself. I'm sure you've got plenty of food in the larder. Get him to boil some eggs or make some soup.
He'll be off down the road to the Rose and Crown. Spends more time and money in that place than he does in his own home.
Emma? Emma, you all right?
The doctor's here.
No, I'll go down to him, Emma. Now, stay here, get some rest. Now, there's some liniment to rub on your bruises and some pills for the pain. You'll be as right as rain as long as you take it quietly. There. Yeah, that's everything. I'll call in again in a couple of days' time. Just rest most of the time. Good day to you.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson, and thank you.
Oh, hello, Doc. How's the old girl?
Oh, severely shaken. You really must take more care of her. She works too hard, and she isn't a very strong woman. She's been lucky on this occasion, but she's got to take care. And it's up to you.
You know what she's like. She'll be up and about in no time. She moans a bit, but she always comes through. Trouble is, the money's running out a bit. They're laying off men down at the plant. Things aren't as rosy as they were.
Well, you'll just have to be as thrifty as possible. I'll call back in a couple of days' time. But please, do look after her. And I mean it. We doctors can't work miracles, you know. And later to you, George. I had very little time for George Baker. I knew his wife was hard-working and thrifty, but George was something of a spendthrift, throwing money away on horse racing and hard drinking. But there was little I could do but offer advice. I kept my promise and called at their home 2 days later. Emma was up doing the weekly wash and cooking a stew. The air was fetid with the smell of drying sheets and boiled cabbage.
Well, on as you see me. Not so bad, not so good.
I've warned you before, Emma. You're You're overtaxing your strength.
Oh, it's got to be done. Couldn't go on being ill. Not when we've got a visitor coming to stay. Sort of vague cousin from Australia. Ever such a nice letter he's written. Just arrived in this country. First time he's been here, and he don't know anyone. George has gone down to the station to meet him. Oh, must get this all cleared up before they arrive. Oh, dear. Oh, that sounds like them. Oh, dear, dear. All behindhand. Now, sure you won't stay for a cup of tea, Doctor? The kettle is on.
No. Thank you. You already have company.
Come in, Sully. Meet the wife. Emma, this is Roy Thornton. Roy, this is the missus. Oh, and Dr. Watson, the family doctor, you know.
Well, our Iris is youngest, all the way from Australia.
How do you do, Mrs. Baker? Very good of you to make me so welcome.
Oh, it's great pleasure. I hope you'll be comfortable here. We're only working class, you know, rough and ready. But you can treat the place like home for as long as you like.
Thank you. It's very good of you.
Well, look, the missus obviously isn't ready for us at the moment. Why don't you dump all your cases in the spare room and let's stroll down to the Rose and Crown for a pint? Might as well introduce you to the English pubs. One of the prides of the country. No good, asking you to join us, is it, Dr. Watson?
I'm afraid not. I must get about my rounds. Good day to you, Mr. Thornton. Bye, Emma. Don't forget my advice. Bye-bye for now. Roy Thornton appeared to be a well-set-up young man of obvious education and a wealthy background. I couldn't see him fitting in very well to George Baker's scheme of things, but the matter was no concern of mine, and I put it from my mind. But subsequent events proved me to be right.
Well, now, Roy, think you're going to like it in England?
Hard to say. I want to move about a bit first. Travel, see something of the countryside. Visit places I've read about and never seen.
Not thinking of getting a job at all?
That'll come later. There's no immediate urgency.
Comfortably off, are you? Plenty of the old ready cash?
I'm reasonably well off. I have enough to last. The inheritance I came into has a reasonable backing. I have shares, some jewellery. I'll be all right.
Oh, you are a lucky boy. And no dependents over here?
Don't know a soul. And that's just the way I want it to be.
Well, of course. The wife and I are simply poor Londoners. You'll have to take us as you find us. Of course, it's all a question of give and take. We must try and help each other, mustn't we? Well, how about another pint? Then we'll toddle off home. Must show you the place. Got a nice bit of garden out the back. Of course, you'll be used to wide open spaces. But you might be interested in what we're doing to it. Anyway, cheers, and great having you among us.
I didn't call on the Bakers for some time. In fact, it must have been over a month before I called again. The young man, Roy Thornton, had packed his bags and gone travelling. I can't say I was surprised. The best news was the improvement of Emma Baker. She was in far better health and looked neat and cheerful. She attributed this to a rise George had had in salary. She seemed quite a new woman.
Oh, yes, I'm so much better, Doctor. Just makes all that difference a bit more in the wage packet. And really, George has been so much better about things. You should see what he's done out there in the garden. Look, a new shed he's just erected. Going to have me own pot plants, geraniums and such like. And a bit of a lawn plan, too.
Oh, I'm really glad to see this improvement, Emma. Quite like old times, seeing the sparkle back in your eyes again.
Oh, yeah, I'm all right now. No troubles at all. Now, you will stay and have a cup of tea this afternoon, won't you?
Of course, I discussed none of this with Sherlock Holmes. The progress of a working-class Paddington family was of no interest to him whatsoever. But it was then that the hand of coincidence began to move. I'd returned to our rooms after a rather tiring day to find Holmes deep in conversation with a young man named Arthur Hughes.
I'm sorry to bother you like this, Mr. Holmes. I know you must be a very busy man, and my small troubles are probably beneath you.
No, not at all. I'm always willing to listen to people with a problem. Please do sit down and feel free to smoke. Watson and I find the relaxation of a pipe ideal at this time of the day.
Most agreeable. Take a light from the fire.
Oh, thank you. Well, I arrived in this country only a few weeks ago. Met a fellow on the ship coming over. We sort of chummed up and agreed to meet and travel up to Scotland together. We'd neither of us been here before, and to have a friend to travel with is quite an adventure. Well, this fellow, Roy Thornton is his name, has disappeared.
Excuse me, but did you say Roy Thornton?
Yes, that's right. Why?
Nothing. Carry on.
Well, I left a forwarding address with Roy, and he said he'd get in touch. He was planning to stay with some distant relatives in some part of the city. But he just hasn't written, and I know there is uncollected mail from Australia waiting for him at his bank. It's all rather puzzling. I'm sure something must have happened to him. I've tried advertising in the agony columns of the press, but without success. And I wondered if you could give me any advice.
Well, there doesn't seem to be very much data.
I know, but that's what's so bewildering.
I don't like to butt in, but I think I can help you here. It really is the most amazing coincidence, but I think I've met this young Australian fellow. I have a patient, a Mrs. Emma Baker, who lives not far from here in Paddington. She had a young man named Roy Thornton living with her for a while. He was a vague relation. He sounds very much like the same man.
The facts dovetail in far too easily to ignore, Watson. What has happened to the young man?
Well, Emma Baker says he's gone off travelling. I don't know whether he's kept in touch with the Bakers. I could easily inquire.
Well, that's very decent of you, Doctor. I'd appreciate that. Frankly, I'm quite concerned. Roy's not the type of young man to let people down.
Oh, why don't you join me in a visit to the Bakers' home tomorrow morning? If you care to come here at 9:30, I can make it the first call of the day.
Thank you. I think that's a very good plan.
And perhaps an even better plan would be for me to accompany you two gentlemen. I have been known to pick up a few clues where others have failed. At 9:30, did you say, Watson? Then 9:30 it is. And now, a glass of brandy all round to round off the evening, don't you think?
We maak vandaag 'n sunshine dag.
Sunshine D, heerlike smaak, plus die sonskynvitamien wat ons liggame nodig het.
Op wakker en kyk wat daar op jou wag. 'n vrolike lagdag, 'n sonskyn of reëndag. 'n dag vol van smaak, 'n lewe vol maak, ja.
Sunshine D, die margarien met sonskynvitamien. Kyk uit vir die groot rooi D.
A while back I was coughing, wheezing. My chest was so tight and sore. Fortunately, a friend recommended Vicks Actor Plus, the cough and chest cold remedy from Vicks. You know, Vicks Actor Plus quickly calmed my cough and loosened that tight and painful chest. So next time you've got more than just a cough and want fast relief from a chest cold too, take my advice, try some, and you'll see why they call it Vicks Actor Plus.
The following morning dawned windy and raining. It was not the sort of morning to pay social calls in Paddington, but Arthur Hughes had turned up on time, and Holmes was quite ready. We took a four-wheeler and found Emma Baker alone in her back parlour.
Well, this is a surprise. Didn't expect you on a morning like this, Dr. Watson. Well, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, too. This is an honour, I must say.
Thank you. We are here because this young man, Mr. Hughes, is anxious to get in touch with Roy Thornton, who stayed here with you for a little while, I understand.
Yes, that's right. Just a few weeks. Nice lad. Come over from Australia, but he decided to move on. Can't blame him. We weren't his class, if you know what I mean. George said he was stuck up, but I don't think so. He was just used to something a bit better than this.
I see. Have you heard from him since he left?
No. Strange. I thought he might write, but we haven't heard a thing. Easy come, easy go.
Didn't he leave a forwarding address?
No. Now, George saw him off at the station, and he said he would write, but as he was going to be travelling around all the time, we couldn't get in touch with him. I suppose we'll hear sometime.
Oh, I can't understand it. We had a definite plan to travel together. Oh, well, I suppose there's nothing we can do. Did he take all of his things with him?
Oh, yes. Well, that is, I think there were a couple of cases he said he didn't want. George put them in the shed.
I wonder if it might be possible to take a look at those cases, Mrs. Baker. There might be a clue left hanging around.
Oh, I suppose there can't be any harm in it. Better put your capes on. It's a wet old morning and no mistake.
Well, there's no sense in your getting yourself wet. Just show us the way.
Oh, well, all right. It's through here. The back door is unlocked. The key of the shed hanging up over the door. Mind you, you'll be getting really wet if you don't watch out. Now, here we are. There it is, down the path.
Right, come on, Watson. Hughes, let's make a dash for it. Here we are. This looks most interesting. Quite a recent building, I take it.
Yes, pride of Emma Baker's life. She's going in for pot plants.
Yes, but meantime, we need those suitcases. They're on the shelf, I think.
Yes, that's one. I'm sure I recognize it.
It's quite a good pigskin bag. I would have thought this far too good to leave behind. Now, let's see. Empty. Oh, very, very strange. A man leaves a house without a forwarding address, doesn't write, and leaves a valuable case behind. Now what have we here?
It looks like a stain.
Yes, or an attempt to remove a stain. Yes, I'm afraid the mystery deepens, gentlemen. It's fairly clear that the man to question is one George Baker. Yes, well, it's not yet mid-morning, but I should judge that Mr. Baker will take advantage of this inclement weather to wet his whistle in the bar of the local pub. Yes, I think we must take our leave of Emma Baker and drop in there, don't you?
Yes, gentlemen. What will it be?
Just a pint of ale, I think, barman.
Same for me.
And me.
3 ales. Right you are, gentlemen.
Holmes? Holmes, you're right. Look, there in the corner of the bar. That's George Baker. And he looks as though he's been putting away quite a lot of scotch. That's odd. For a man who has just been given a handsome rise at work, he should be drinking at this time of the day.
Quite.
He's seen me. Well, we'd better go over. I'll introduce you, and then you can question him however you choose. Come on. Hello, George.
Why, Dr. Watson, what are you doing here this time of the day?
Just been visiting your wife. Oh, and this is Sherlock Holmes. This is Mr. Arthur Hughes. Arthur is a great friend of Roy Thornton's. Came up this way to see if there was any trace of him.
Been down to the house, have you? Not a medical visit this time. Snooping around. That it, Mr. Holmes? I've heard of you, Nosy Parker. What are you after this time?
The answer to that is the whereabouts of Roy Thornton. He seems to have disappeared.
Oh, who says so? He's a free man with a lot of money. Able to move about all over the world if he wants to. Wife and I weren't good enough for him, so he packed up and left. Simple as that. It's on the 12th of September, about 8:30 in the evening at Paddington Station.
Had he much luggage with him?
As he wasn't planning to come back, I think he had all of it.
All except a couple of suitcases you placed carefully away in your new shed. Isn't that so?
Now, look here. What is this cross-questioning? I tell you the fella's gone. Cleared out. We don't know where he is, and that's a fact. So keep your nose out of my affairs. That clear enough, Mr. Sherlock Blooming Holmes?
It was clear that Holmes suspected some kind of foul play. What exactly he decided to do about it was a mystery, but he wasn't going to leave things alone. He spent the remainder of that rainy day closeted in a public surveys office at the Paddington Town Hall. And the next morning, Mrs. Baker, once again, had a visitor.
Good morning, madam. My name is Channing from the survey department. We're doing a survey on new road planning. This area has been chosen for examination. If the proposed plans are approved, it could be that part of your land will be requisitioned for development.
Well, I don't think I understand. My husband and I own this place. You mean you could throw us out?
Oh, it wouldn't be as drastic as all that. More than adequate compensation would be made. You would be a very wealthy woman.
Oh, well, I don't know about this. This is our home. We like living here.
Well, I must explain that this is purely in the exploratory stages. No plans have been finalised. But progress must go ahead, you know. Better roads, lighting, sewerage, all have to be considered.
But I thought that was all going to happen on the outskirts. I mean, this is old established area. Just how much would be affected?
Oh, it's impossible to judge at this stage. The whole back garden would probably have to go.
Oh, well, our back Pardon? Oh, just when we got it looking so nice.
Well, as I have said, this is purely an investigation. We thought that you should be told of our work. Might I suggest that you talk it over with your husband? Reassure him that everything will be taken care of. He will not be out of pocket in any way.
Oh, that's as may be, but he's not gonna like it, I can tell you that. Oh, just so we're getting everything right. It's not one thing, it's another. Now, we shall want to know more about this in full detail. Understand that? Everything in full detail.
You're certainly taking a great interest in the disappearance of Roy Thornton Holmes. What's this all about?
Patience, Watson. We're going back to the Baker house. And this time, we're not subjecting that poor woman to further harassment. We're simply going to break into her back garden.
Well, Holmes, is such a thing justified?
I firmly believe so. Now here, I think, is the entrance to the road. Pull over by that gas mantle, cabby.
Very good, sir.
Here we are. Thank you, cabby.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, not to you. Come on, Bessie. Come on.
Now, there's a backyard gate in the fence. It should present no problem. I noticed it last time we were here. Just a bolt on the inside, which is easy for a tall man to reach over and unclasp. It should provide us with no trouble.
Well, Holmes, what's the purpose of all this? What do you intend to do?
Listen, Watson. Just listen. I think our friend George Baker will be in a high old temper when he hears what his wife has got to tell him. Come on, this way.
It isn't possible. It can't be true. You can't mean it.
George, I'm only telling you what the man told me.
But they can't do this to us. You can't go around knocking down people's houses and building roads through their lands.
Well, he said it was just an idea. The authorities were going into it. And if it all come to pass, then we should be adequately compensated. We'd be rich people. They'd buy the house, and we'd be able to move into a smaller place somewhere out of town.
I tell you, I don't want to move. I can't move.
Well, it's all just in the planning stages. I insisted that we'd be given adequate time and told the fullest details.
I don't want to hear any details. I tell you, you should have told the man that we weren't interested and sent him about his business.
But this was his business. He's from the Public Surveys Office.
I don't believe it. Have you discussed it with the neighbours?
Well, not yet, but I suppose they'll be given the same opportunities as we are. But I really don't feel as badly about it as I did. And I've had time to think. Well, it might not be a bad move.
Bad move? You must be out of your mind.
Oh, I don't know. It is a big place for the two of us, and all those stairs. I've already had one bad fall. A little bungalow out in the country. Chipperfield way. I've always liked Chipperfield. Oh, come on, we'll talk about it later. Come and have some tea.
I don't want no tea. I don't want anything but to stop this business going through. We've got to stop it. We can't ever leave this house. Get that through your head once and for all.
But, dear, if we have to...
We don't ever have to. It's impossible. We can't. We mustn't. Can't I make you see that? It'll be the end of me if they take over this place. Once they start pulling the place about, digging up the garden, it'll be the end of me.
George, what are you talking about?
The shed. I'm talking about the flaming shed. Once they take that down...
What is this about the shed, George? I've always thought it was funny you suddenly putting it up like that. What's so precious about an old wooden shed? You can always get another.
Don't you understand, woman? He's out there. Young Roy Thornton. We had a quarrel the night he was due to leave. I asked him to lend me some money. He refused. I lost my temper and ate him. I didn't mean to kill him. He hit his head on the side of the fireplace when he went down.
George, you can't mean this.
You've taken your medicine and gone to bed. I didn't know what to do. I took him out in the shed and buried him in the earth. The next day, I started to cement it over. He's out there, lying under a layer of cement. What can I do, Emma? What can I do?
You must go to the police. Confess everything. It's the only way. Oh, what an end. I wondered if we'd ever have to pay an even greater price for happiness. Well, now I know.
Het tydjie gelede het ek 'n slegte hoes gehad. My bors was benoud en seer. Gelukkig beveel 'n vriend toe Vicks Actoplas aan. Die nuwe hoes- en borsverkoue medisyne van Vicks. Jy weet, Vicks Actoplas het my gehoes en daai benoudheid en pyn in die bors gou laat bedaar. As u ooit meer as net 'n hoes het en 'n verkoue op die bors gou wil verlig, volg my raad. Neem Vicks Actoplas. U sal sommer sien hoekom hulle dit Vicks Actoplas noem.
O, maak vandag 'n sunshine dag.
Sunshine D, heerlike smaak, plus die sonskynvitamien wat ons liggame nodig het.
Op wakker en kyk wat daar op jou wag. 'n vrolike lagdag, 'n sonskyn of reëndag, 'n dag vol van smaak, 'n lewe vol maak, ja.
Sunshine D, die margarien met sonskynvitamien. Kyk uit vir die groot rooi D.
Sherlock Holmes and I overheard everything. When George Baker realized they'd been witnesses to his confession, he broke down completely. He took his wife's advice and gave himself up. As Holmes said later...
A sad case, Watson. I've no doubt that when he comes to trial, they will take into consideration that it was an accident. A post-mortem will show that, but, oh dear, what a pathetic chain of events. Of course, Baker might have got away with it if they had continued to live in that house. That's why I had to arrange the fake meeting of the surveyor. I was aware from the moment I entered the shed in the garden that something was wrong. The cement so uneven, the pile of earth outside the window, the suitcases. As I say, a pathetic case.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Might I inquire your movements today, Watson?
Oh, only my usual rounds in the Paddington area, Holmes. And now back here for lunch at the usual time. Surgery late this afternoon and some paperwork in the evening. Nothing very special. Why?
I've had a note brought round. It's extremely interesting. It reads, Sir Charles Druings will be pleased if you would receive him at your rooms in Baker Street at 2:30 this afternoon. It is a matter of national importance and extremely urgent. Yes, it comes, as you can see, from the seal on the envelope from the Admiralty.
Well, I think I understand. The matter will be secret and your meeting highly confidential. You'd like me to lunch in town and come back later?
No, not at all. I believe Sir Charles Druings is a very shrewd and devious character. I should very much like a witness to this meeting. You will be here to assist me.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Lack of evidence.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge, Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Flower Connection has just opened their flagship store in Linden, Johannesburg at 65 on 4th, situated in 4th Avenue. For fresh cut flowers, plants and florist accessories at wholesale prices, come to Flower Connection. Call Jenny on 076 951 9449 or visit our website at www.flowerconnection.com.
Sherlock Holmes was accustomed to dealing with government departments, but any assistance he was asked to give invariably came through the visits from his brother Mycroft. It was unusual to have a direct request from someone as high up as Sir Charles Drewings. I went about my business and forgot all about the appointment. There were several difficult cases that needed hospitalization, and to my consternation, I found the morning had slipped away. Lunchtime had come and gone. And when eventually I got back to Baker Street, it was nearly 2:30. A carriage waited at the curb outside 221B. I let myself in and found Holmes seated in his favorite chair. Opposite him was a tall, distinguished-looking man of rather forbidding appearance. Holmes immediately made the necessary introductions.
How do you do, Dr. Watson?
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you. But surely, Holmes, you must have understood that I intended this appointment to be strictly confidential.
Watson has been privy to almost every case I've ever handled, including the most secret assignments from my brother Mycroft.
Unfortunately, Mycroft is not in England at the moment. Were he so, I should doubtless have used him as an intermediary.
He would have welcomed Watson's assistance, I do assure you. You need have no fear of speaking freely in front of a most trusted colleague.
Well, very well. The fact is that I have an assistant at the Admiralty. His name is Robert Rivers. He lives quite near here in Upper Montague Street, or rather, he did. The fact is that Rivers has simply disappeared, can't be traced at all. He should have been in the office 2 days ago. He didn't turn up. No sign of him anywhere. We're very worried.
You think he may have met with an accident? Surely he has a family who would have known that.
Well, he has a wife. A very beautiful wife, years younger than himself. They appear to be estranged. A delicate matter. Impending divorce, I understand. Naturally, Rivers wishes to avoid that publicity, but that's not what disturbs me, Mr. Holmes. The fact is that for some time now we've been aware that certain information has been passing from our office to foreign shores. As you know, we in Britain pride ourselves on our secret service, best in the world. Information coming back to us leads us to believe that someone in the Admiralty has, to put it bluntly, turned traitor.
I see. And you suspect it's Robert Rivers?
It's a grave accusation, Holmes. I don't care to put it in as many words, but the possibility does exist. Recently I've been watching Rivers. Only he and I have the keys to the safe where the codes are kept. It's top secret. The codes are continually changing. Now, I know that Rivers has been at work on certain papers. I'm reasonably sure that he has contacts in Austria. Your brother Mycroft is over there at the moment and confirms that information is being leaked out.
So you think Rivers became aware that you were onto him and that he has skipped the country with your latest plans?
That is what I fear.
I see. Well, if he's been missing for 2 days, he could easily be aboard ship or even across the channel. What does his wife say?
We have not contacted her. She's rarely at his house. The point is, Holmes, I don't want to call in the yard. If this can be handled quietly, if you can obtain proof that Rivers has defected, then our men on the continent will know what to do. At the moment, there is simply not enough evidence. Will you consider taking up this investigation and giving it top priority? Please agree for England's sake.
Of course, I knew Holmes would say yes, and he lost no time in taking action. The moment Sir Charles left us, Holmes reached for one of his files. He speedily confirmed the background and address of Robert Rivers, and, giving me time for a light luncheon, suggested a short walk round to the Rivers home in Upper Montague Street. In response to our ringing, the door was opened by an extremely lovely lady, and she was quite obviously the wife we'd been told about.
Yes, can I help you?
I beg your pardon, madame, but am I addressing the wife of Robert Rivers?
I am Irene Rivers, yes.
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Oh, Mr. Holmes. Well, of course, I have heard of you. Would you care to step inside before stating your business?
You are very kind. Thank you.
Please come this way. I presume that a visit from someone as illustrious as yourself must mean that you wish to ask questions about Robert. Please, won't you both be seated?
Thank you. What makes you assume it's in connection with your husband, Mrs. Rivers?
Because he's the only one who matters here. If it is about Robert, then I must tell you that I know nothing. I haven't seen him in months. I'm only here for a few days to collect some possessions, and then I'm about to sail for the United States.
I see. If you see so little of your husband, then presumably you know nothing of his movements.
Nothing at all. Even when I stayed here permanently and tried to help him, he was totally secretive about where he was going and why.
You have no idea where he is at the moment?
Well, at his office, presumably.
He's not been seen for over 2 days. No one knows where he is. The Admiralty are extremely worried. They fear that he may have met with some misfortune.
Not been seen? Oh, but surely I've only just returned here, you understand. I've not even seen the servants. Surely they must know.
Well, I believe they have been questioned and can throw no light on the matter.
I see. Oh, I wish I could help. I really do. Oh, dear. I hope this isn't going to complicate matters. You see, Mr. Holmes, I am leaving my husband, this time for good. I'm seeking a divorce and leaving for America, where I hope to marry the man I'm in love with. I don't wish to part from Robert as bad friends.
When are you thinking of leaving?
Well, I have a passage booked on the Ruritania for the day after tomorrow.
I see. Well, then let us hope we have good news for you before then.
Oh, Irene, darling, did you know that... Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know that you had visitors.
That's quite all right. The gentlemen were about to leave. Let me introduce you. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson. This is Mr. Douglas Beresford from New York.
A great pleasure to meet you, Mr. Holmes. Your name is well known, even on the other side of the Atlantic.
Oh, that is most gratifying.
Mr. Holmes is here making inquiries about my husband, Douglas. I have told him that having just returned to the house after an absence of some weeks, I know nothing of his whereabouts.
I see. Well, I'm sorry. I can't help you either, Mr. Holmes. Rivers and I hardly know each other.
Well, then it's useless to question you further. May I have a few words with the servants before we leave, Mrs. Rivers?
Yes, of course. Be so good as to ring the bell, please, Douglas.
Yes, sure.
May I leave you my card? You will, of course, get in touch with me if you hear from your husband or can throw any light upon his sudden disappearance.
Yes, of course.
You rang, madame?
Yes, Briggs. Please take these two gentlemen down to the servants' quarters and allow them to question whoever is available, and then be so good as to show them to a carriage.
Very good, ma'am. If you would follow me, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, good day to you, Mrs. Rivers. Mr. Beresford.
Good day.
Good day.
Irene, darling, what do they really want? What did you tell them?
I told them nothing, except that I'm in love, and I'm going to America to divorce and remarry. That's all, my dear. That's all.
Really? Oh, my dear.
The christening of the servants at Upper Montague Street took very little time. But, to my surprise, Holmes asked to be shown out the back way into Montague Mews. He then entered the private coach house.
Yes, I see. The horse and carriage are not here. All seems in order. The hay untouched, unused. It rained yesterday, but there's no evidence of it in here, except... but wait. What is this over here? Look. Blood.
You're right, Holmes. Blood, and quite a lot of it. Dried blood. It's not fresh.
Yes, and here there's been quite a violent struggle. The hay, canvas coverings, all buried away. Give me a hand, Watson. Look. A man. A dead man.
Heavens, Holmes. What a sight. This man's been beaten to death.
Yes, it looks as though he's put up a good fight. His hands are much bruised. And then perhaps when he was down, he was struck violently from the back with a heavy instrument. Look, a coachman's wheel hammer. Shot at the base of his skull. Oh, it's murder, all right, Watson.
Holmes, is this Robert Rivers, the missing man?
No, I think not, Watson. He's a servant. I should judge from his garb that he's a family coachman. Poor fellow's dead, all right. Well, that means we shall have to bring the police into this case. Can you please use the telephone, Watson? I saw one on the wall inside the hall.
Yes, of course.
Get through to Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard. Tell him to come to me or send a man round.
Right.
Meanwhile, I have the opportunity of going over this table before no one else gets here. Now, hurry, Watson, hurry.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000 or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
In less than an hour, Inspector Lestrade had arrived with a police sergeant. Holmes had got the butler to identify the body. It was indeed the coachman Morgan, who had been in service to Robert Rivers for so many years. Lestrade made his own examination and agreed with Holmes.
Struck down from behind. Murder, all right.
Yes, I hope you don't think this is too small a matter for you, Lestrade.
This is the home of Robert Rivers, isn't it? He works at the Admiralty. Well, murder on the premises of anyone employed at such places has serious undercurrents. I see that the horse and carriage are not here. Is it possible that Mr. Rivers has taken them?
Yes, it is possible, but I think you do well to concentrate on this as a straightforward murder, Lestrade.
Oh, well, where do we start? Any ideas?
Oh, yes, plenty. You're looking for a man of approximately 5 foot 8 inches tall. He has red hair, and he has a tooth missing from the front of his mouth.
Holmes, you aren't serious.
I'm never more so. The coachman Morgan put up a good fight. I see the knuckles of his hands and the bruises on his face. He landed several blows to the head of his assailant. Adhered to the blood on his hands were various hairs. I've used tweezers to place them in this envelope. Yes, the hairs, as you will see, are of a rather vivid red.
Yes. Yes, all right, Holmes. Carry on.
You'll find there's also a broken tooth in that envelope. I picked it up from the straw. It must have been from the man Morgan was fighting, because Morgan's teeth are all quite intact. Also on the beam of the stable there are similar red hairs. That shows that the man was hit and staggered back. His head hit the post at roughly 5.5 feet from the ground. It is reasonable, therefore, to assume that he is a small man. He must have red hair and a beard.
Yeah. Well, that is something to go on, isn't it?
I think so. There must be hundreds of red-headed men in London, but not many who also have broken front teeth. It narrows down the field somewhat. I think you'll find that the killer is a hired thug, experienced in this field. May I make a final suggestion?
By all means.
Try Limehouse. There is a pub called the Anchor near the river. It's the kind of place where all the seamen gather. There is a so-called gymnasium at the back. I've long suspected it as being a screen for various smuggling activities. If you get a couple of plain clothes men to dress up as rough seamen, they may be able to pick up a lead on the man you're after.
Oh, yes, all right. I'll follow through on that, Holmes. Thanks.
After we left Montague Mews, Holmes went back to Baker Street and I took a cab to my surgery. I'd delayed my work long enough. It was now quite dark, but I was able to see the many patients who'd been waiting for me. It was late when I eventually made my way back home.
Watson. I've been sniffing about in Limehouse. The Lestrade's men are there, standing out like sore thumbs. They were in the bar of the Anchor, but in a way they helped. They made my own investigations pass quite unnoticed. I found the murderer all right.
Oh, you have? Well, who is the man?
A most undesirable creature by the name of Joe Cornfoot. He's a burly 5'7", has red hair and a front tooth missing. I've advised Scotland Yard and the Lestrade should call him in for questioning.
They should be able to get the truth out of him.
Yes, but Holmes, even if they do get a confession out of this man, will that help you to trace what has happened to Robert Rivers?
Oh, I sincerely hope so, Watson. Well, there must be some connection. An important Admiralty man disappears and his coachman is murdered on the same night? No. There must be a link. It all depends on Lestrade. Can he get at the truth? Huh. Oh, let's hope so. Oh, well, it's been a long day. I'm getting to bed. Good night, Watson.
Good night, Holmes.
Now, come on, Cornfoot. Tell me the truth.
You ain't got nothing on me, Inspector. What makes you think I'm the man you want?
You've got a front tooth missing, haven't you? We've got one that will fit that gap in your mouth exactly.
So what? Lots of seamen have got teeth missing.
How did you come to lose yours?
Well, it must have been 2-3 nights ago. I was mixing it with another bloke in the gym at the back there. A fella called Max Welder. Caught me one in the face, knocked me bleeding tooth down my throat. Yeah, look, that's Welder's just come in. You can go and ask him if you like.
I will, later on. Tell me where you were last Monday night between the hours of 6 and midnight.
Well, see, I was here most of the time. Yeah. The landlord will bear me out. He'll tell you that I had a bit of grub, a few pints, and then I went round to the gym and had a couple of rounds with the boys. And got my tooth knocked out and came back in here until closing time. As a matter of fact, because of me swelling face, like, I spent the night right here in one of the rooms at the Anchor.
You expect me to believe that?
Oh, please yourself. I've got a dozen blokes to back me up. Just hold on, Jiffy. Alf Brown is the landlord. Hey, Alf, come over here. What is it? The inspector here is questioning me about where I was on Monday night. He seems to think I ain't telling the truth. You tell him.
Monday? Oh, let's see now. That will be the day you had your tooth knocked out, wouldn't it?
Right.
Yes, you've done such a nice supper to stayed all night, if I recall. Yes. Well, there's Max Welder over there. He's the bloke who copped you one, wasn't he?
That's Max.
Shall I call him? All right. You're all going to stick together. But I warn you, Alf Brown, this is a serious offence. If you are shielding a murderer lying on his behalf, then you are an accomplice, and you could end by swinging on the end of a rope. Remember that.
The next day was spent in trying to destroy Joe Cornfoot's alibi and continuing the search for Robert Rivers. Both ended in failure. A very frustrated Lestrade called in the late afternoon.
Oh, I just can't move him, Holmes. Can't make the charge stick. He simply says he's innocent, and that's that.
But he is not innocent. He is guilty. I've been ferreting away down at Limehouse, and Joe's pals are perjuring themselves to protect him. He is guilty, and he knows where Robert Rivers is. I'm sure of it.
Well, Holmes, I don't know how we're going to prove that you're right.
Well, I shall have to take active steps myself. There's no time to lose. We move tonight. First, I want you to send off 2 telegrams for me. One is to Mycroft, wherever he is in Europe. Oh, I think we should be here to take the responsibility. The second is to Sir Charles Drewings. Then I want you to have your men at the ready down at Limehouse, Lestrade. Watson, are you agreeable to accompany me?
Oh, yes, of course.
Good. Then it's about 9 o'clock we will journey to Limehouse. Suitably clad, of course. I'm sure I can find old clothes that you can get into. A large Inverness cape with big pockets that can contain a revolver or 2.
So you think it's going to be dangerous, Holmes?
No, we're tackling dangerous men. Let's go prepared. Come, let's get started. Now, Lestrade, this is what happened.
And so, on that rainy, windy night, Holmes and I took a cab to the east end of London. We made our way on foot to the Anchor Inn, but we didn't go in. It wasn't all that late. We waited down a side alley. After half an hour, 2 men left by the back entrance near the gymnasium. By the light of the gas lamps, Holmes identified them as Joe Cornfoot and Alf Brown, the landlord. We followed them swiftly and as silently as possible. They made their way towards the river, and at Luke's Wharf, they stopped and slipped into a small, disused warehouse. Holmes touched me by the sleeve and guided me through the darkness. Inside, the 2 men lit a lantern.
There you are. You see, they're kneeling down, look. About to lift up a wooden trapdoor in the floor.
Yes, but Holmes, what does all this mean?
Shush. You'll find out very soon. Wait.
Waste of time if you ask me. We know we're safe enough.
We've got to check, though. We can't be too careful. Here, give us on. No, you take that side. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Right. See, still there. Told you. No chance of anyone discovering him under the floorboards. Now, all we have to do is put him in the chest. Come on, now. Easy, no. That's got it. Right. Close him in. Right. Now, tomorrow he goes aboard the Seawolf. And once out at sea, the captain drops the chest overboard, and that's that. We settle back and start collecting. Rich blokes we're going to be, nice and rich for the rest of our days.
The cops won't give up. They'll still be asking questions.
No, let them. There's a lack of evidence. They can't make any accusations. Stick, it's worth taking a few risks.
One risk too many. Don't move. There are 2 revolvers pointing at you, and both my friend and I are crack shots. Keep them silent, Watson. Let's get this straight in here. I know he's been following us. Right. Yes, well, the game is up for you two. You may have been lucky once, Cornfoot, but you don't need a false alibi for this evening's work. This time you face a charge of murder. The killing of Robert Rivers, whose body you have just placed in that sea chest.
Oh, see, you clever swine. How do you ever find out?
You'll have plenty of time for puzzling out the answers when we have you behind bars.
Holmes. Watson. I take it you're all right?
Yes, there's nothing wrong with us. But our friends here have a lot of explaining to do. You'll find the dead body of Robert Rivers in that sea chest. Take these men away, and then...
All right, so long, you.
I think you can make another arrest. A bigger fish this time. These are just 2 sprats to catch mackerel. Come, Watson. There's still important work.
Holmes and I left Lestrade in charge and took a waiting carriage back to Baker Street. There, we hastily changed from our old clothes, washed ourselves as cleanly and speedily as possible, and at exactly midnight, while the chimes of Big Ben ran out over the city, I heard someone pull our doorbell. It was Sir Charles Druing. Holmes' welcome was most cool.
I have to report that my case is closed, Druing. The body of Robert Rivers has been discovered. Thank you for answering my telegram by keeping this appointment, but you must have known that to stay away would have been more condemning than to face my accusations.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, but I think you do. You have been responsible for all of this, haven't you? You are the traitor who's been selling secrets abroad. The secrets of the Admiralty, new improved armory on our warships. You knew Mycroft might easily discover the leakage and who was responsible. So thinking to throw him off the scent, you turned to me. But you have already committed the major crime, hiring Joe Cornfoot to abduct Rivers. Then you wish to plant further evidence of his treachery by sending Cornfoot back into Rivers' house with enemy correspondence. But the coachman intervened. He was killed. Cornfoot fled. And you had Rivers killed and his body made ready for a final disappearance at sea.
You will have to prove all this.
Oh, yes. I certainly shall be able to do so. In your case, there is no lack of evidence. Would you care for a glass of brandy while we wait for Scotland Yard? They won't be long.
Charles Druings remained quite silent. He refused to make any sort of statement when Lestrade and his men arrived to take him away. Joe Cornfoot and Alf Brown were arrested on charges of murder, and Holmes lost interest in the case completely. It was over a week later when we were sitting at breakfast.
Yes, I see 2 items of undoubted interest to you, Watson. One is the sudden death of Sir Charles Druings of a supposed heart attack. How convenient. Oh, well, we won't bother to question that. The other is that Mrs. Irene Rivers has now become Mrs. Douglas Beresford after hearing of the death of her first husband, Robert Rivers. Well, I trust you have an uneventful day today, Watson. I certainly intend to do so.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Well, the heat wave continues, Watson. According to the latest weather report, there's no sign of it abating.
Well, I suppose after such a cruel winter, one should be grateful. It can't last indefinitely. Look here, Holmes. I have a young fellow working with me. He can take over my practice for a few days. Why don't we get out of London?
Get out?
Yes. The heat in the centre of the city is insupportable.
Let's hire ourselves a pony and trap, pack a few things in a rucksack, and take to the open road. Stay at inns wherever we like, walk, swim, fish. Well, just relax and enjoy the sunshine. We both need to get away, and this is an ideal time. Now, what do you say?
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
David Rensburg's will. Summer of 1886 was indeed one to remember. It was one of the hottest, driest times ever recorded for the month of May, and London sweltered. None of us was accustomed to such heat. While most of my patients continued to improve, a great number were suffering from heat fatigue. Of course, the trains to the seaside towns were crowded, but it seemed to me that the quiet peace of the open English countryside held out the best promise of relief. Sherlock Holmes loved London. In fact, I don't think he was really happy anywhere else. But he saw the sense of my argument and agreed to my suggestion. It was easy for me to hire a pony and carriage from the hostelry in Bickenhall Street, and so off we went. Our plan was to simply follow the country lanes through Hertford and Buckinghamshire. Now, you must admit, Holmes, that this is a splendid idea. Just look around. Wild roses are already out on the hedges. Birds are singing. The wild grasses shimmering on the banks each side of us. Not a cloud in the sky.
It is, of course, very beautiful.
It's downside better than those pea-soup fogs and the bitter cold of a few months ago. Thank goodness all is peaceful here. I don't know about you, but I'm getting quite an appetite. Well, surely you must come across a country inn very soon.
Well, according to this map, we're some miles from a village called Little Sutton in the Wold.
Well, that may be it, down there. What a view. Shall we stop for a few minutes, Holmes? I could do with a breather.
Oh, very well. I'll take the reins later.
There. Go. Oh, let's get down and stretch our legs. Well, certainly a great sight. An undulating patchwork of different-colored fields stretching as far as the eye can see. Ah, golden corn and sweetest breeze bring peace and quiet to an English heart.
You wax very poetic this morning, Watson. I appreciate the tranquility of all that lies before us, but I do confess that to live amongst all this for very long would become unsatisfying. One needs mental stimulation.
Oh, I should have thought you had had enough of that to last a lifetime. And thank goodness we've escaped from crime and violence, at least for a short while. Personally, I've seen so much pain and suffering that I could cheerfully...
Some travellers are in a hurry. The road is quite narrow. Good job we pulled off to the side.
What was that? Holmes, the driver's lost control. Get me to that horse. I saw the horse rear up, the carriage about to topple over. The driver lost the reins, and unless the animal was controlled, I knew there'd be a dreadful disaster. Instinctively, and almost without thinking, I threw myself forward, grabbing at the horse's head. Found the bridle and hung on. My weight slowed him down. I was conscious of being dragged forward. There was a pain in my shoulder. My arms seemed to be wrenched out of their sockets. Suddenly, I felt a searing stab of agony. Mercifully, all went dark and silent.
How is he, Doctor?
He'll be all right. He's broken a few ribs. I don't like the look of those bruises. But if you ask me, he's been extremely lucky.
Should he be taken to hospital?
Oh, no. He's a very strong man. Let him lie here in this comfortable room at the Dappled Duck. You have no immediate plans?
No. We were taking a country tour with no definite plans. As long as he's comfortable and in no danger.
Oh, no. He's a medical man himself, I understand.
Yes, that's right.
Then he will know what attitude to take when he becomes himself again. Just leave him. Let nature take its course. I'll be in the village if you need me at all. Good day to you, Mr. Holmes.
Good day to you, Doctor. I'll show you out.
I was conscious of what Holmes and the doctor were saying, and strangely enough, in spite of the aches and pains, I felt quite peaceful. I may have been given some form of opiate. I can only remember feeling quite at ease, knowing that Holmes would take good care of me.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me. You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
That is correct.
My name's Mary Cook. I've come here to inquire into the condition of your friend who so gallantly rescued us this morning. My mistress and I were in the carriage that nearly overturned. I'd been sent from Rensburg Manor to convey our grateful thanks.
My friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, is suffering from a few injuries, but I'm assured that he'll make a speedy recovery. Please, won't you sit down and discuss this whole matter? We were parked at the roadside when we heard a shot, and your horse was frightened into bolting. Can you tell me who was in the carriage at that time?
Just myself and my mistress, Miss Reva Lowe. Oh, it's all very distressing. You see, Miss Lowe and I have only just arrived in this country from South Africa. We were on our way to Rensburg Manor. My mistress is an heiress and has been left the manor and all the estates in her uncle's will. Oh, what a dreadful welcome. Are you sure that Dr. Watson's all right?
Oh, yes, he's a very tough fellow. He'll pull through soon enough. Has anyone inquired into the shooting incident?
Why, no, I assumed it was someone shooting in the woods. Oh, what an unfortunate incident.
Yes. Particularly as the bullet from the gun ricocheted off the rocks on the bank where we were standing. I don't wish to add to your anxieties, Miss Cook, but I have the distinct impression that the shot was deliberately fired at either your carriage or ours.
Oh, but surely that cannot be.
Well, as you are strangers to this country, it would be unlikely that you should be the target of such an attack, and so...
You mean someone aimed at you?
It is quite possible. I am a man with few friends, but many enemies. Please do not distress yourself on my account. If this was not an accident, you may be sure I shall find out the true cause of it all. Well, thank you for calling, Miss Cook. Convey my respects to your mistress, and assure her that all is well. Good day to you.
Within a couple of days, I was feeling more myself again. I'd managed to bandage up my chest to give support to my injured rib cage, but the comfort it gave me was offset by the heat it generated. However, I made progress. There was a goodwill note and a bowl of fruit from the ladies up at the manor, and an invitation to call upon them whenever I was able. For most of the time, I sat in the small back garden of the Dappled Duck Inn under the shade of the large oak tree. Sherlock Holmes disappeared for hours at a time. I was surprised, as he seemed cheerful and enjoying himself no end. Then, on the third day, he suggested a quiet drive up to Rensburg Manor. The mistress of the house, Reva Lowe, received us graciously.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, how good of you to call. We've been so anxious about you, Doctor. Are you recovering from the accident?
Yes, I shall be myself again quite shortly. There's nothing to give concern.
Well, I think you're a very brave man, and we are much in your debt. May I introduce you? This is Harley Albright, our family lawyer.
How do you do?
Little Newman, the Squire of Little Sutton. And Mr. Robert Higgins.
How do you do?
Mary Cook, my companion in the carriage, you already know. She's just as grateful to you as I am. Mary, have we sherry and biscuits to offer our guests?
Yes. They're there on the side table.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Albright, I wonder if you'd be so kind.
But yes, of course. Allow me.
I do trust that things will settle down for you now, Miss Lowe. You have inherited these estates, I understand.
Under the terms of Uncle David's will, yes. I must say I don't understand it very clearly. In these matters, I am totally in the hands of lawyers.
Well, as Squire, I can state most definitely that you couldn't be better represented. Albright has handled my affairs with great skill for many years.
Yeah, mine too. Not that a hard-worked farmer like myself has a great deal to handle. I've enough to do trying to make the land pay for itself.
I'm sure you manage admirably, Mr. Higgins. If the farmlands about here belong to you, then you've something to be proud of. I've never seen such a green land.
Thank you, Miss Cook. I'd like to show you around them sometime, but I think we'd do better to start by calling each other by our Christian names, don't you?
Should we not take our refreshments into the garden? It's still so dreadfully hot. There are shady umbrellas under the trees. Can you manage, Dr. Watson?
Oh, yes, quite easily, thank you.
Allow me to help you, Doctor.
And I, too, if I can be of any assistance.
I'll be getting back shortly. How about you, Albright?
Oh, yes. I have a great deal to do. Perhaps a few minutes in the garden, then back to work. Papers to prepare, you know.
Well, that leaves us together, Miss Lowe. I understand you come from South Africa. A most fascinating land. What part do you come from? The Cape? Natal?
Natal. My family were amongst the early settlers. This is the first time I've been to England, actually. There's such a contrast.
That was a most agreeable visit, Holmes. I think Viva Lowe and her maid companion are delightful. The Squire and Robert Higgins, too, very pleasant. A happy community. Pity we can't stay longer. But I'm quite able to travel.
No, Watson.
Huh?
I said no. You are incapable of enjoying a further holiday and reluctant to return to the heat of the city. I suggest we stay where we are.
Holmes, there's more to this than meets the eye. Now, just what are you up to? Why do you really wish to remain here in Little Sutton?
I wish to remain, Watson, because I know all is not happy. If I stay, I may put a stop to a miscarriage of justice. I may be able to prevent a murder.
I looked at Holmes in sheer amazement. I knew that he longed for the excitement of the city and his routine of continual investigation, but surely, here in the peace of the countryside, he had to be mistaken. But he was quite serious.
Oh, yes, I am quite serious. This isn't daydreaming on my part. You see, I've been wondering about that accident. It was caused by a shot from the woods on the other side of the road. It might have been an accident. A poacher, a wild shot at a rabbit, something like that, but I don't think so. It was deliberately fired at that carriage. It could not have been meant for us. No one, not even Mrs. Hudson, knows we're here. While you've been lying down recovering, I've been making a few inquiries.
Oh, you mean into the affairs at Rensburg Manor?
Yes, I found that David Rensburg died under very strange circumstances. He was found dead after taking a jump whilst out riding one morning. He was alone and there were no witnesses. He was an expert horseman and had cleared that fence most days of his riding life. The horse was found grazing some mile away. Nothing wrong. It must have been an accident.
Well, these things do happen. Why should it arouse your suspicion?
Because he made a will. It was a most strange one. I cannot find out the conditions, but I think there's going to be some controversy within the next few days. I can spell danger, Watson. I'm a man who deals only in facts, not suspicions, but I smell danger.
I had learned never to take Sherlock Holmes' views lightly. He was a man who rarely wasted time, and if he felt the need to stay on down at Little Sutton, then I was quite agreeable. In any case, I was still in great discomfort, and it was easier to convalesce on the countryside than back in the city. But it was some days later before Holmes' fears were confirmed. Miss Reva Lowe called at the inn, and it was in the early evening.
I'm sorry to arrive like this, Mr. Holmes, but I took a chance on the fact that you might still be here. May I talk to you in confidence?
By all means. Do take a seat.
Thank you. I hardly know where to begin. Well, the fact is, since Mary and I arrived up at the manor, things have not been as trouble-free as I should have liked. To start with, the terms of my uncle's will are very strange. They require that I shall stay at the manor for a whole year before the estates are legally mine.
Well, these things often take some time, but a year is rather unusual.
Yes, particularly because after that year I shall be required to prove my identity as being sound of mind and body.
Extraordinary. May I ask if there are any other clauses in the will? Should you not fulfill the conditions, who would stand to benefit?
That's the curious thing. No one else. I am the only relative, and so why all these strange conditions?
Yes. Well, if it's all legally drawn up, I don't see what can be done about it.
Neither do I. But that isn't all that's bothering me. The fact is... I don't wish to be over-fanciful, but I have a feeling that it's a very unlucky house.
In what way?
Well, to start with, there was the accident with the carriage before I even arrived at the manor. And then, since then, several things have happened, even in this short time. The other day, Mary and I were out relaxing on the terrace, enjoying the sunshine. Oh, isn't this heavenly? So beautifully cool under the trees.
Yes, it's lovely. Oh, it's too hot for tea, don't you think? What about iced lemonade? There's some waiting. Oh, look, it's Sandy, your uncle's old tomcat.
Sandy?
I wonder if he misses his master.
Doesn't appear to. I don't think Uncle David liked cats very much. He must have been much more of a dog man. Let's give Sandy a saucer of milk. You feeling thirsty, Sandy? I'd like some lemonade, please.
There we are, Sandy. That's nice, huh? Well, what are the rest of your plans for today?
Mr. Albright is preparing some papers for signing. He should be here in a moment. Then the Squire and Robert are coming for luncheon. Incidentally, I think Robert is becoming very attached to you. He talks of nothing else.
You must be imagining.
is the matter? What's the matter with Sandy?
He seems to be having some sort of fit. Oh, I think...
No.
Oh, he's lying so still now. I think he's dead. Oh, no.
Of course, Sandy was a very old cat. He hadn't been well, and we were told that he was subject to fits, but the incident was upsetting. We naturally called the servants and retired into the house. The cat was dead and buried in a favourite spot in the garden. Well, I thought nothing more about the incident until noon today. It's been yet again another boiling hot day. Mary was about some duties in the house, and I borrowed her green and white parasol and stepped out into the garden. I wandered quietly across the lawns, returning to the house along the open terrace. I was happy, humming to myself, at peace with the world, when... Mary? Mary? Is that you up there? It was all over so quickly, Mr. Holmes. I was on the terrace when I thought I heard a sound from above. I looked up at the veranda, and then one of the heavy flower pots containing pink geraniums crashed down towards me. I just had time to jump aside before it broke into pieces on the tiles. There is no doubt that I could have been killed if I'd not moved quickly.
And this is the latest accident?
Yes, but now I am sure they're not accidents. There is someone trying to cause me bodily harm.
Yes, indeed. You or another?
I beg your pardon?
No, it's nothing. I do agree with you, Miss Lowe. I think you have cause for alarm. In fact, I'm sure there is a vicious plot afoot up at the manor. With your kind permission, I should like free access to the house at all times, day and night.
By all means. I have spare keys.
But first tell me, the cat that died, did anyone think of examining the milk on that milk tray?
No. You mean you think it could have been poisoned?
Almost certainly. Tell me, who was in the house at the time?
Just the servants. We had guests to lunch, the Squire and Robert Higgins, both of whom you've met.
You find both men agreeable company? Did they pay you much attention?
Yes. I think they were both Uncle's friends, and they're doing their best to make us feel at home. The Squire is most attentive towards me, and Robert is more than anxious to look after Mary. In fact, he seems quite infatuated with her.
He does? Oh, that's very interesting. Well, let me gather a few things together and find out if Watson is agreeable to taking a trip to the manor. You have transport?
Yes, thank you. I have a cab. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I need hardly tell you that I'd be most grateful if you'd keep this conversation to yourself. I don't want the others to know of my suspicions. Can it remain a secret between us?
Of course, but I think it's very important for us not to deceive each other. I'm a well-known detective, and I shall find out the truth sooner or later, and so...
So?
So why don't you stop all this deception and tell me the whole truth, here and now?
Of course, I agreed to accompany Holmes up to the manor. He didn't bother to explain the circumstances to me. Both he and Reva Lowe were silent for the whole journey. Then, to my surprise, we didn't drive the whole way. Holmes stopped the carriage just outside the grounds.
Now, this will do nicely, thank you. We get off here, Watson?
All right, if you say so.
Here, Mr. Holmes. I think you'll need these keys. They are to the whole house. The largest one is it's the old side entrance. That'll be the safest way in.
Oh, thank you. Remember all I have said, and good luck.
Thank you, I shall remember. Come on, boy. Come on.
Now, look here, Holmes. I'm accustomed to being kept in the dark about quite a lot, but I really must insist that you give me some information. How am I supposed to help if I don't know what's going on?
All will be revealed to you shortly, Watson. The fact is that I was right. There is a murder planned. So far, a few attempts have been made under the cover of an accident, but those have all failed, and I have reason to think that there'll be a more serious attempt made this very night. Come, we have a long wait ahead of us.
The lights were ablaze at the manor, flooding through the open windows and spreading across the lawns. It wasn't easy to approach the house without being seen. We dodged from shadowed tree to thick bush, and eventually stopped near the side of the house. We waited, hearing voices from within. I could tell that the Squire, Robert Higgins, and Harley Albright were all present. It seemed to be hours before the guests departed.
I'll call on you tomorrow, Mary. That's if I may.
Oh, yes, of course.
Good night, Squire Newman.
Good night.
Good night.
Come on, dear, let's lock up and good night. Let's go to bed now. I'm really very exhausted.
It's the heat, I think. Oh, it'll be difficult to sleep tonight, even with the windows wide open.
Oh, listen, thunder. Well, a good storm may break the heat. Come on, let's lock up. Oh, it was a most pleasant evening, don't you think?
Come, Watson. The time has come to take up our positions. We enter by the side door and climb the servants' stairs to the bedrooms. Then I'm afraid it'll be yet another long wait. Come.
I followed Holmes, and we gained entrance to the house without being seen. To my surprise, Holmes chose to wait in the very small dressing room next to Mary Cook's bedroom. The two ladies retired, and we heard movements as they prepared for bed. Then followed hours of waiting while the storm grew and the welcome rain began. I began to become cramped and irritable.
I fear the storm is not to our advantage, Watson. It could make all this a waste of time.
Have we not been cooped up here for nothing? Oh, Holmes, I'm in agony.
Listen. Someone is out in the corridor. I'm going to push this door open.
Holmes, this is Mary Cook's bedroom. Surely if there's danger, we should be guarding Reva Lowe.
Shh, quiet. Now, Watson, get him. Right, get him quickly, man.
Instantly, my cracked ribs and aches and pains were forgotten. I threw myself into the room. Mary Cook jumped from her bed, and Holmes and I grabbed at the man who loomed over her. He struggled manfully, but he was no match for the pair of us. Overpowered, with wrists tied behind his back, Harley Albright, the lawyer, glowered at us as Reva Lowe entered the room.
Just what do you think this means, Mr. Holmes? It means that you will be facing a charge of attempted murder, Albright.
Mary, are you all right?
Yes, thank you, dear.
And the game's up, Albright. I knew there was something wrong from the moment these ladies arrived in this place. Incidentally, I think I'd better explain, Watson. The two of them changed places. This is really Reva Lowe. And this lady who posed as the heiress is a hired protector. You are a brave woman.
Thank you. It was a job. Reva approached me because she'd received a letter in South Africa from her uncle saying that he thought someone was trying to kill him.
He was killed by Albright's loosening the girth of his saddle before he went jumping. Then when you arrived, he set about trying to kill again. Only he knew the switch had been made, and the person he wished to kill was known as Mary, not Reva. The parasol you borrowed made him think it was Mary underneath the veranda. And that's why we guarded this room tonight. Watson and I caught him red-handed. It had to be him. It couldn't be anyone else. You killed to cover up for all the money you've been swindling out of the estate, isn't that right, Albright? Oh, yes. There's no need to reply. You'll have plenty of opportunities for that at your trial.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
What's that, Holmes? Oh, you mean more coffee? You want me to pour you some also? Or would you like more bacon?
No, Watson. I was not referring to the breakfast or the coffee. You will not, I'm sure, be offended in any way if I say that I find your acceptance of the ordinary always refreshing.
I don't think I understand, Holmes. I'm not aware I've done anything unusual. I've barely spoken to you since I came to the table.
Exactly. Yet you told me a great deal. You will always accept things on their face value. I happen to see quite a bit deeper than that. That's why I say you should do it. You should accept the invitation from your old school to contribute to their field bazaar. Now, am I not right?
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
The Field Bazaar.
In the early days of my association with Sherlock Holmes, I have to admit that I found him rather overbearing. In later years, I grew used to his manner, and after I'd married Mary and moved away from 221B Baker Street, I was able to laugh at my feelings of inferiority. But he was never an easy man to understand, and I well remember during the summer of 1885 being particularly disconcerted by his attitude. It was one of those lovely, long, hot English summers, days which cried out to be spent in the country, walks along narrow, leafy lanes filled with the drone of bees and the smell of honeysuckle. That's why, when our letter arrived on that August morning, I was very tempted, and Holmes knew this.
I repeat, I should say yes.
Holmes, I really don't know what you're talking about.
I've just told you. You've been asked to help in the Oxley Field Bazaar, haven't you?
Yes, that's correct, but I cannot for the life of me see how you know this. The letter has only just come to hand, and I've not spoken to you since I opened it.
In spite of that, I would even venture to suggest the purpose of the bazaar. It's to gain funds in order to enlarge the school's cricket field.
Holmes, there are times when I think you use some form of black magic.
You really are a most excellent companion, Watson. You respond instantly to all my mental processes. Really, I can find you easier to read each morning than I do the daily newspapers.
I'm sorry, I'm so transparent. I don't think it's unintelligent to be puzzled by your knowledge. But if you're so clever, perhaps you'll tell me how you've arrived at your conclusion.
I really claim no credit. The facts are so obvious. You came into breakfast with a thoughtful expression, the expression of a man who is debating some point in his mind. In your hand, you held a solitary letter. Now, last night you retired in the best of spirits, so it was clear that it was in this letter which caused the change in you.
Yes, well, that's obvious.
Well, anything is obvious once it's explained. I naturally asked myself what the letter could contain, which might have this effect upon you. As you came and sat down, you had the flap side of the envelope towards me. There is a crest upon it, the Oxley crest. The same shield-shaped device which is on your old cricket cap. Then you poured yourself a cup of coffee and walked over to the mantelpiece.
Yes, well, that's very observant. And then?
You gazed for some time at the group photograph of yourself in the cricket team. Clearly, you were remembering many occasions of being in that side. You came back down, helped yourself to eggs and bacon, and again read the letter. This time the envelope was face side up. I could see that it was informally addressed, just to John Watson, Esquire. So it must have been something of a friendly and informal nature. Now, there are three institutions that are almost always debt-laden. The country churches, the old people's homes, and the cricket clubs. Your interest was certainly in the cricket club.
Well, quite correct.
Well, the best fundraising idea is a form of a bazaar. It's a very popular activity among public schools at the moment. Hence my suggestion that you should take part in it. Now, what is it to be? An old boys' cricket match on Oxley Common? Or will you use the school facilities?
All right, Holmes, all right, you win. Your deductions are correct as usual.
Splendid. Now tell me, are you accepting?
Yes, I will. On one condition.
Oh, what's that?
That you accompany me. Our old boy's side may be a man or two short, and you're a good bat as well as a rather crafty slow bowler. What do you say, Holmes? The weather's ideal. We stay Friday and Saturday nights at the Boar's Head on Oxley Common, get back here on Sunday evening. Very welcome break in the country. Now, come on, do say yes. To my surprise, Sherlock Holmes agreed immediately. I wrote off to Oxley School, accepting the invitation and placing my name down for cricket. I also mentioned that Holmes, while not an old boy, was prepared to help out as extra man should he be needed. The weather continued to hold good. And Friday saw us down at Oxley in good time. I'd known the Boar's Head since I was a student, and I was happy to find that it still maintained its excellent standards. That evening, the bar was crowded with visitors, all with one subject in mind: the next day's cricket match.
Oh, I say. It's Watson, isn't it? John Watson.
That's right. By Jove, don't tell me, Rufus. Matthew Rufus. Why, I haven't seen you in over 20 years.
Must be every bit of that. I take it you're down here for the match tomorrow.
That's right. Thought I'd like to support the old school, you know. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sherlock Holmes.
How do?
Colonel Matthew Rufus.
How do? Have you studied the sides? A copy of the teams and batting order over there on the notice board.
Yes, I did take a look at it earlier. It seemed very well balanced. Should be a good match. Hardly anyone I can remember on the list, though.
Most fellows have simply sent in a contribution. Bad show. I think it's much more cooperative to turn up and do one's bit, eh? There are a couple of the old stalwarts there, of course. Thackeray and Monckton. I was all for putting them in the same side, but the committee thought it would unbalance the match. They're both fierce cricketers. Playing together, their side would win hands down.
They always were rivals, even at college.
It got worse as the years have gone by. There's some talk about Thackeray making a pass at other men's wives. No, I'm not surprised. He always was a dog for the ladies. And Monckton's as jealous as blazes. Ungovernable temper.
Well, let's hope it doesn't find its way onto the pitch.
Sure, it could well do. Monckton is a bowler of tremendous speed, but not all that careful. He's inclined to aim at the batsman more than the wicket. Oh, dangerous. Thackeray, on the other hand, is known to go all out to win, regardless of what happens.
Yes, from what I recall, he's never been a popular man with the other side. Never takes a risk. Successful, but not really a sportsman. Plays to win. Doesn't care how it comes about.
Yeah, that's right. Uses his pads too much. Never played an innings without 2 or 3 appeals for LBW. Rumour also has it that he'd often tried to square the umpires in his favour.
Yeah, doesn't sound a very good sort.
Well, neither of them are, in my opinion. The captains will just have to keep a tight rein, huh? That's your captain over there in the corner having a quiet pint. Charles Ellis, local chemist. Sound fellow. Take you across and introduce you, shall I?
I met Ellis and a few other cricketers whom I didn't know. Holmes, never bored when there were interesting people around to study, puffed away at his meerschaum pipe and listened avidly to the local gossip. Time went by, and then Ellis and the Colonel were joined by James Monckton.
Well, Monckton, ready for the game tomorrow?
You're ready for anything, Colonel. Anything that your side and that lout Thackeray can dish up.
Come on now, Monckton. That's not the spirit to approach the game with. It's a social occasion, not a private war.
And that's all very well, Ellis. You're Thackeray's captain, and it's your job to see he plays cricket in the proper manner. For as long as I've known him, he's been utterly selfish out there in the pitch. He thinks only of himself, getting runs and blocking with his pads. It holds up the game and drags it out, just stonewalling until the spectators groan with boredom. I hope you give him some firm instructions not to apply those tactics tomorrow.
Monckton, you know as well as I do that that's his style of play.
But surely you can advise him to take a few chances. Go for some runs and give the crowd their money's worth. And as you say, it's a social occasion. Let's give him something to clap for.
I'm sure he'll do his best.
Well, if he plays his usual game, it won't be good enough. I tell you, I'll give him a run for his money. If he starts that pad play stuff, and I'll pack my leg field and have him on the hop.
Now, look here, Monckton. That's no attitude. That's no attitude in which to approach the game. This is cricket, not a blasted vendetta.
No, and you've got to remember that Thackeray isn't as young as he was. You start bowling bouncers and aiming for his body, it could cause him an injury.
Well, that's too bad. It's up to him.
I heard all that, Monckton. Didn't know I was at the bar just behind you, did you?
Huh? No, Thackeray. Well, I don't care if you heard or not. In fact, it's just as well. Perhaps now your captain will give you some well-founded advice.
I don't need any advice, not from Ellis or anyone else. I'm going to play my usual game. Just because you've never got the better of me, on the field or off, is no reason why I should change.
It's a pity you can't change a lot of things. Your behaviour as a man is almost as bad as your cricket manners.
Now, look here. If you really want to get personal, everyone knows you're not much of a man in lots of ways. Ask your wife.
Why, you dirty lout! You take that back or I'll not...
That's enough. Colonel Rufus, take these men out of here. This be a respectable pub, not gymnasium. Hear me? If you want to fight, get out on the lane. Now, come on, it's time anyway. Time, gentlemen, please.
Clear from that very first evening that the Saturday match on Oxley Common was not going to be the quiet, relaxed game of village cricket that we'd all expected. Most of us, from Colonel Rufus and George Biggs the publican, down to the lowest farmer's boy, deplored the bad manners shown by both Monckton and Thackeray. Outside the Boar's Head in the warm night air, the two men were made to apologize to Biggs and were persuaded to shake hands. And then, in an atmosphere of uneasy truce, they said good night. Monckton went striding off down the main street, while Thackeray stood for a while arguing with Ellis, who was, no doubt, giving him a bit of a dressing down. The next morning saw the opening of the Field Bazaar by the Vicar of Oxley. And after luncheon, our side won the toss, and Chelmsford and Howes went into bat. I noted that Monckton was not put on to bowl, and wondered if they were saving him for when Thackeray went to the crease, which seemed rather a dangerous plan. However, whether by accident or design, that's exactly what happened. Chelmsford was caught in the slips at a score of 15, and in went Thackeray. He played his usual tight game, scoring quite a few runs, but taking no chances, and using his pads whenever possible. Then, when the total was 29, the opposing captain put Monckton on from the duck pond end. A murmur went round the spectators. Rumours spread quickly in country villages, and Oxley was no exception. Everyone knew of a row the night before.
Gad, those two are really at it. A bad show, eh, Holmes?
Well, they're certainly not sinking their differences for the good of the game.
Oh, dear. An appeal for LBW.
Umpire has disallowed it there. Thackeray was very lucky there, if you ask me.
Just the sort of thing to infuriate Monckton.
Yeah, afraid so. You'll start bowling straight at him to teach him a lesson. Same old arguments. Just what we feared would happen, huh?
Here he comes again. Long run, right up to the wicket.
Gad, that must have hurt. Bounced right full up and caught Thackeray in the chest. Oh, it's not cricket, sir. Intent to harm, all right. Definitely not cricket.
Thackeray seems doubled up, but I think he's all right. He's not leaving the field, anyway. He's just rubbing his chest under the heart, hitching his pants up now and patting the crease.
Monckton in again. A fast one. And this time, Thackeray has got his own back. Well outside the stumps. And he stepped out and put his left pad to it. I can't blame him. Oh, Monckton is furious, of course. Going back now to run again. Takes a long run, this man. All that faults, he needs it. But in he comes. But wait a minute. Thackeray's staggering. Something is happening out there. But Thackeray's slumping down. Great heavens, he's collapsed. He's fallen down on his face.
Watson, that man is ill out there. Come on, get out to him. He's seriously ill. Come on, let's get out there while there's still time.
Holmes and I left our seats in the pavilion, and hurriedly followed by the colonel, we raced across the grass towards the cricket pitch. Game had stopped, of course, and a cluster of fielders gathered around the prostrate body of Thackeray. They made way for me automatically, and I knelt down beside him. One look was enough. The man was dead.
What's the matter, Watson? You're a doctor. What's wrong with the man?
I'm afraid he's dead, Colonel. Must have been that blow under the heart. We must get him back to the pavilion.
Dead? All right, men. Lift him up. Carefully now. Ellis?
Yes.
Please see that there's as little fuss as possible.
Okay.
Carry him off the field. The match must, of course, be abandoned, and I must see that the police are informed. Monkton, please find the village constable.
Police? What for? I mean, it must have been a heart attack. Why send for the police?
Well, there must be an examination. Must make it official. I have no doubt about Watson's verdict, but things must be done in the correct manner. Give a hand there. Give a hand and keep the people back, for heaven's sake. Come along. Let's get some order into things. Come on.
Thackeray's body was carried to the pavilion, and there a meeting extraordinary was held by the colonel. There was no panic. People were very concerned, but sympathetic and considerate. Sam Wiley, the local constable, was dispatched on his bicycle into Oxley for a carriage ambulance from the hospital. And shortly after that, Inspector Winters arrived. Well, there was really nothing much anyone could do. It was just a regrettable accident. At least, so we all thought at that time. I looked around the pavilion and found Sherlock Holmes carefully removing the dead man's pads. Holmes, what a tragic accident.
That's what it appears to be, doesn't it? But as I'm always saying to you, Watson, you will take things at their face value. Oh, now, careful with these pads. I imagine the inspector will be in here at any moment. Things must be left to him, of course, but if he needs my help, then I will willingly give it. I think that for the time being, it would be better not to interfere.
Holmes, you can't mean that this was not an accident.
Of course it wasn't.
I see what you mean. Monkton's intention to harm Thackeray at all costs. Yes, it's a very tricky situation.
Right,
Here they come now. Colonel, Monkton, and the inspector.
Yes, well, we carried him in here, of course. Encouraged all the spectators to get back to the field bazaar. There's no sense in allowing this tragedy to ruin the whole of the charity.
I understand, Colonel. I agree. But after the body is taken away, I'm afraid I shall have to go into things in rather more detail. For instance, Monkton, I shall have to ask you to come with me to the police station.
But whatever for?
Well, there will be an inquest. It's purely another formality, of course. I have no doubt it was heart failure. But heart failure caused by what? Everyone knows it was a blow to the heart by a cricket ball traveling at terrific speed.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't kill Thackeray. I mean, it was an accident. I didn't deliberately kill him.
Manslaughter is a very loose term, Monkton. There's a great deal of difference between manslaughter and murder. Manslaughter involves unplanned conditions and the like, accidents through negligence. But you were intent on causing bodily harm. There are dozens of witnesses prepared to testify to that.
But that's ridiculous. An unlucky blow.
Like a man who killed someone in a fight? Exactly. Sorry, the matter will have to be taken up. It simply can't be glossed over. Do you not agree, Colonel?
It's not for me to say. You're the law, but... I'd seek advice from a solicitor as soon as you can, Monkton.
Sound advice, Colonel. Come, man, you haven't been charged with anything yet. Let's get the body out of here. The carriage is waiting.
Bring him out this way.
Go. That's it. Get the doors open, Peter.
Well, Holmes, aren't you coming?
No, and neither are you. We are both staying here.
But, Holmes, what do we do here?
Very simple, Watson. Catch the murderer.
Murderer?
Quite. Thackeray didn't die of a heart attack. He was poisoned.
What? Holmes, you can't be serious.
My dear Watson, have I ever joked about sudden death? You are a medical man, but you were just as taken in by the circumstances as anyone else. I examined the dead man and thought it looked more like poison than a heart attack, and I was right. Look, careful now. Study the dead man's pads. Here, let me show you. Now, you see, these pads are stiffened with cane struts, but here is another twisted thorn. That splinter of wood is impregnated with a deadly poison. The man died not directly after a blow under the heart, but immediately after a blow on the left knee. He stepped out, used his pad. The splinter tore into the flesh of his knee, and that's how he died.
Then if what you say is correct, whoever organized this dreadful crime must have known that Thackeray would be hit on the pads.
The whole of Oxley knows that. Thackeray was bound sooner or later to risk putting a pad out to a fast ball in sheer defiance of Monkton's tactics. The fact that he received a blow the ball before was simply coincidence, and one which worked very nicely as far as the murderer was concerned.
But, Holmes? And who could have done this terrible thing?
That's what we have to discover, isn't it? Look, the hue and cry has died down a little now. We shall have to be patient, I'm afraid. This pavilion is used not only as a dressing room for cricketers, but for storage as well. The cement roller, the gardener's equipment, everything used to keep the common clean and tidy. There are plenty of places where we can conceal ourselves. Somehow I don't think we shall have long to wait. Yes, here, behind here. Yes, that's it. Now, Thackeray's pads are clearly displayed there on the bench. Wait. Quickly, Watson, quickly. I think we're about to have a visit. Shh, wait. Look there. The open doorway. Wait until he picks it up. Now, Watson, hold him. Hold him.
What the devil? How dare you? What do you think you're doing?
All right. Call the colonel and the constable. It's all over, Ellis. As a cricket captain, you may be quite good, but as a killer, you're caught out, in every sense of the word.
Ellis was taken away by Constable and Colonel Rufus. Under interrogation, he broke down and confessed everything. It was a diabolically clever plan that he'd conceived and almost carried out. It was left to Holmes to fill in the details, as usual.
You may have noticed when we first arrived down here that I was unusually quiet at the bar. I was listening to the local gossip. It wasn't all about Thackeray and Monckton and their cricketing rivalry. There was a deal of talk about Thackeray's amours with the local ladies. Everyone thought he was after Monckton's wife. But quite a few locals knew that it was Ellis's wife with whom he was carrying on an affair quite openly. Ellis, being the local chemist, had no difficulty in obtaining the Brazil curare poison. It fades from the bloodstream in a matter of hours and so would remain undetected. Oh, yes, it was very clever. But thanks to you being on the spot, Watson, he had no chance of examining the dead man and removing his pads straight away. I think we've made our contribution to justice and the field bazaar, don't you?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
More coffee, Holmes? More coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. I've had more than enough.
Is there something troubling you? Something you've seen in the newspaper, perhaps?
Yes, here, the disappearance of George Corrigan.
Did you know the fellow?
Yes, he was assistant librarian for a time at the Agnes Head Collection in Oxford. He helped me greatly the year I was researching 18th century maritime law. Well, he certainly tracked down a lot of information for me. Saved me hours of work.
Well, you say he's disappeared.
Yes, it says here, he was last seen walking into the Quaker meeting house near Waterloo Bridge. And since then, he's not been sighted. His wife, Ada Corrigan, is distraught.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Vanishing Quaker.
As far as I could recall, he was devoted to his wife Ada, who had not enjoyed good health. I will remember the pride he took in his role at the library. Delighted if he'd been able to locate a reference for me. His small, wiry figure, always busy going to and fro with armfuls of books. I had to admit to myself that I found the news of his disappearance quite disconcerting. I was on the point of suggesting to Watson that we pay a visit to Ada when the lady appeared in my rooms.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, we've never met before. I'm Ada Corrigan.
Ah, good morning, Mrs. Corrigan. Good morning. I was planning to visit you.
I read about this unfortunate business only this morning. Could you let me have the details, please?
Well, he's gone. He's vanished.
Mrs. Corrigan, had your husband been receiving any medical attention before this happened?
No, but he will when I find him. And I will. I'll leave no stone unturned.
Mrs. Corrigan, please sit down and quietly and sensibly tell me all the facts. I am sure we will arrive at an explanation. George would never go off and leave you.
Well, he has. He's more than left. He's vanished.
Yes, so you said.
And under the most peculiar circumstances. It's hardly to be credited. I'm the laughing stock of the neighborhood.
Oh, come now, surely not.
Well, I am. And as a professional man, you must agree with me that I deserve to know the truth.
Mrs. Corrigan, as a professional man, I am unable to pass any sort of judgment at all, unless you tell me the facts.
Well, this is what has happened. As you may know, Mr. Holmes, we live in our own house in Faraday Road, near Waterloo Bridge. The house is in my name, left to me by an uncle. Well, it's a very comfortable home.
Quite.
Well, I suffer severely from ill health, and I rarely leave the house, just to do a little shopping and to attend church activities. George has to do the rest when he gets back from the office. I've always said that if the woman is ill...
Mrs. Corrigan, please, try to get to the point. Which office? Where was George working?
Well, they know nothing. They were the first people I went to speak to. It's an insurance office in Fenchurch Street. He's been a clerk there for a long time now. The last they saw of him was when he left, last Saturday.
When did you last see him, Mrs. Corrigan?
At the meeting house, of course.
Really, Mrs. Corrigan, I must ask you to tell me the whole story. I cannot follow your reasoning. And I cannot help but feel that there must be a logical explanation to all
there
this.
isn't. There isn't a logical explanation. Well, in the simplest possible language, I'll tell you what happened. George and I have been going to the Quaker meeting house for many years. And last Sunday, we left the house as usual. A carriage calls for us by regular appointment, and we arrive there always on the dot of 10:45. On rainy days, we give our maid Gwyneth a lift. I've always insisted that whoever works for us must share our fate.
Quite.
Well, Sunday was wet, so Gwyneth came with us. We attended the meeting together. No, Gwyneth was sitting at the back, of course. We met with Mr. Symes. He's one of the elders there. Afterwards, and we were standing at the front having a talk.
Very good to see you looking so well, Mrs. Corrigan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Symes. One does one's best. But I do find the weather gets me down.
Yes. Well, we must hope that it improves soon. It's been quite dreadful, I do agree.
But you said in this morning's meeting that one weathers the storm in order to spread sunshine. We appreciated that, didn't we, George?
Oh, yes, indeed, my dear.
I thought it was wonderful, Mr. Symes.
Thank you, Gwyneth.
Gwyneth,
Thank you.
go outside and see if the rain stopped.
Yes, Mum.
I'm afraid you'll find it's still raining, my dear lady.
Pardon me for interrupting. I'm afraid I've left Ada's monthly meeting agenda. Excuse me, I'll just run off and fetch it. Excuse me, my dear.
Oh, really, George? You're becoming so forgetful.
I won't be a minute, dear.
Oh, he'll forget his head one of these days. He's getting old, that's what it is. He's getting old. And that was the last time I ever saw George.
You're saying he went back inside the Quaker meeting house to get a prayer book? And that's the last time you saw your husband?
That is correct. Gwyneth and I stood waiting while the rain poured down, and George did not come back. In the end, Mr. Symes searched the whole place, but there wasn't a trace of him. We searched and searched. No one saw him leave the building, and he certainly wasn't inside.
Did you check the other exits to the building?
The only other door, the door out of the back of the meeting house, was locked.
I see.
Well, eventually Gwyneth and I gave up and went home. I've been waiting in vain for his reappearance and explanation, but there's not been sight or sound of him.
Very extraordinary. You say that you have been to his place of business?
Oh, yes. I spent the day making inquiries there. No one has seen George Corrigan since the moment he disappeared inside the Quaker meeting house. He's vanished.
Have you been to the police? Have you contacted the local hospitals?
Of course not. Can I say to the police? I shall become an even greater figure of fun than I am now. Why should I contact the hospitals? He was in excellent health.
There might have been an accident, madam. A fall. Amnesia.
Oh, in the Quaker meeting house? No, this is a plot. A devious plot of some kind. And I am the victim, Mr. Holmes. I am the innocent victim.
But I couldn't take the whole incident very seriously. I had little sympathy for Ada Corrigan, who seemed to be facing her loss in a strident and rather selfish way. She seemed less concerned with her husband's disappearance than with her own personal inconvenience. I was concerned, however, about the fate of my old acquaintance, George Corrigan. When Watson read out to me a pertinent piece from the newspaper, we were having a drink at the Wig and Pen Club.
Extraordinary. It says here a man's overcoat, jacket, and a pair of shoes have been found in the Thames near Waterloo Bridge. A gold watch was found in the pocket of the jacket and is the property of Mr. George Corrigan of Faraday Street, Waterloo Bridge. I say, Holmes, isn't that the same man?
Indeed it is, yes, Watson. Does it say that the body has been found?
It says nothing about a body, although the inference of drowning is obvious.
Let me see that newspaper article. The newspaper told me very little, but those were the clothes of George Corrigan without a doubt. It was expected that the body would turn up with the change of the tide. I didn't think it would. And it was whilst I was questioning my doubt about the possible death of Corrigan when Watson said,
I've heard of this Quaker meeting house. There's quite a history connecting it to the River Thames. Well, no doubt the police will now carry out their investigations and solve the mystery. Don't you think so, Holmes?
No, I don't think anything of the kind. I think they'll make a great fuss for a few weeks and then put it down as another unsolved mystery connected with the River Thames.
The man must be somewhere. The chances are they'll drag parts of the river and find his body.
I doubt that, Watson. I doubt that very much.
Why? He doesn't sound like the sort of man to disappear without a trace. Well, it must be foul play somewhere. He must have been abducted, attacked, the body thrown into the water.
Again, I doubt it. What is the motive?
Who knows? Robbery?
Oh, come, Watson, come. A few articles of clothing are found in the water, and in order that identification is verified, a gold watch is left in the pocket of the jacket. Does that fit with robbery? A watch is usually worn on a chain attached to a waistcoat. It's all too pathetically obvious for words. My suggestion is that you come along with me and we start to find out something about Corrigan's private life.
Did you not discover anything from his wife?
That is a waste of time. She's a mass of contradictions. No, Watson, in any case, I don't mean his home life. I mean his private life.
What, you mean the people he worked with?
Yes, exactly. The people he spent his lunch hours with. I can't see him walking home and back each lunch hour, and Mrs. Corrigan doesn't give me the impression of being the loving wife who would take the trouble to make him sandwiches. Yes, I think we should try a local pub. The Red Cap is the most likely, on the corner of Paradise Row.
Certainly, if you say so. Well, when would you like to go?
Oh, there's no time like the present, my dear Watson. Let's finish our drinks and then take a cab to the Red Cap. I feel sure the local people will be eager to expand on the mystery.
Oh, of course I knew him. Been coming in here regular for a long time. Funny sort of bloke, though.
In what way?
Well, sort of kept himself to himself, like, if you know what I mean.
Well, in all this time he must have conversed with you, or perhaps you saw him bring a friend in here with him?
Well, that's the funny part. He didn't seem to have no friends. And he never said much to me, neither, apart from the usual pleasantries about the weather or the cricket score, you know. No, he was definitely a dark horse, was that one. Oh, speaking of horses, there's a chap sitting over there that might be able to help you. There, the green table in the corner. It's Irish Mick, the bookie. Mr. Corrigan always had something to talk about with Irish Mick. I can't think what they had to talk about. George Corrigan hardly looked like a betting man.
No, well, thank you very much. Come, Watson, let's move from the bar. Well, hello, Mick. I'm surprised to find you in this place. I thought you usually operate south of the river.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Holmes. Nice to see you, tis indeed. That's all right about that one. Southwark used to be my pitch. That is up to about 18 months ago when I ran into a spot of trouble, you might say.
Oh, nothing serious, I suppose?
Oh, not at all, Mr. Holmes, not at all. It's all been well looked after. Now, I'm doing all right up here. Nice bunch of punters. I can't grumble.
Talking of punters, Mick, I have 3 questions that I need direct answers to.
All right.
I promise you that none of this will go any further than myself. They concern George Corrigan.
Fair enough, Mr. Holmes. I owe you. Now, what is it you want to know?
Just how clever a punter was George Corrigan? How many years had he been backing the horses? And how much do you think he's won recently?
I was amazed at the way Holmes gathered information. It was as though he already knew the answers to the questions he was asking. I'd seen it time and again. Irish Mick knew he'd be caught out if he lied, and it was clear that he knew Holmes extremely well. Holmes explained it all as we walked away from Paradise Row to the Corrigan's house in Faraday Street.
Yes, it's a stroke of luck meeting Irish Mick like that, Watson. It certainly put us on the right course. He's given me information before. He's 100% reliable.
It's very surprising, really. If George Corrigan is a sincere Quaker, he'd never drink and certainly never gamble. It's quite unheard of. Yes, according to what we've just been told, he was a most successful punter. It makes you wonder. He must have made quite a few £100, too. Do you think his wife knows anything about his activities?
I'm sure she does not. I'm not going to tell her either. This must be the house. Come along. I think the ringing of the bell is a little unnecessary, Watson. The lace curtains in the front room were moving as we approached.
There's no one at home. If the newspaper reporters, you can stay away. Mrs. Corrigan won't see anyone.
We are not newspaper men. I am Sherlock Holmes. Mrs. Corrigan came to see me, looking for some assistance.
Let's come in, then.
Thank you. You must be the maid, Gwyneth. This is Dr. Watson. Is Mrs. Corrigan at home?
Yes, but I don't think you'll be very welcome. She's in a terrible paddy at the moment. The place has been besieged by newspapermen, and we're right fed up with it. I'm leaving her to it, that I can tell you, here and now.
You are leaving Mrs. Corrigan's employment? How surprising.
There's nothing surprising about it. I only stayed on here because of him. He's a nice, quiet, gentle person, he is. And now he's gone. Well, I can't put up with old prune face a moment longer. My man won't let me anyhow. Says I've got to leave. He's made all the arrangements to take me to Australia, he has. And I shall be that glad, I can tell you.
Leaving for Australia?
That's right. There's my cases, right there by the all stand, all ready.
What's going on in here? Gwyneth, I gave you strict instructions not to open the door to anyone. How dare you disobey?
Oh, shut up, you silly old bat.
What?
I don't have to listen to any more of your insults. You with your airs and graces trying to be a lady, pretending to be an invalid. I've had enough, and it's goodbye to bad rubbish.
I'll call the police. I'll call the police.
You can call whoever you like. If they've got any sense, they wouldn't listen.
Why of all the ungrateful hussy. How dare she speak to me like that? A woman in my condition.
We appear to have called at an inappropriate time, Holmes.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, we've called at just the right time. I suggest you prescribe a slight sedative and leave Mrs. Corrigan to recover. I'm sorry that we can do no more, Mrs. Corrigan, but you are in no condition to be questioned. When you are sure the lady is in a satisfactory condition, Watson, I suggest we pay a visit to the Quaker meeting house. It's bound to be more constructive than this, would you not agree?
I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, Mr. Holmes. I'm indeed sorry for Mrs. Corrigan. The whole affair is most mysterious, unaccountable, really. Well, it all happened exactly as she described it to you. George Corrigan disappeared inside the building, and as far as we know, was not seen again. We searched for hours, as you can imagine. Oh, it is really most regrettable. We've been besieged by spectators and by the newspapers, and all of them ghoulishly searching for a dead body.
Well, surely that's unlikely, considering the news given out about his clothing being found at the river.
Well, I'm at my wit's end. I really am. Are there any more questions you would like to ask, Mr. Holmes?
Mr.
Holmes.
Yes. These manuscripts on your shelves dealing with the history of the Quaker meeting house. May I ask if George Corrigan ever took any interest in them?
Oh, what an extraordinary thing to ask. Well, as a matter of fact, he did. He borrowed them to study on one occasion.
Can you say how long ago that was?
Oh, about 3 months or so, I suppose. He was most interested in the old legend that was buried treasure in the vaults.
Is that so?
Yes.
Was there any particular part of these manuscripts to take his attention?
Well, I don't know. Those diagrams did, yes. He tried to puzzle out what they meant, but not without much success, of course.
This diagram, may I please make a copy of it?
Oh, gracious me, that is exactly what George Corrigan did.
Yeah. Then we're on the right lines, are we not? I think this is all that I need. Thank you, Mr. Symes. We shall not be bothering you again. I take it that the building is open and we may go inside?
Oh, yes, of course, anyone may. With luck, the sensation seekers will have gone by now.
I trust so. Come, Watson. It's time we put an end to this fruitless search.
Made like a series of meaningless lines, Holmes. What does it mean?
Notice the circle and the figures? A compass. Observe how it's all marked within the rectangle that is clearly this building, the old meeting house. See? The angles of direction. That means down these stone steps over there. Yes, they must lead under the building.
Yes, well, that'll just be the vaults. Be no way out.
Yes, but nevertheless, we will follow the map. Remember, it's supposed to lead to buried treasure. Ah, here's a candle in the niche here. Right, now. Again, we consult the map. Here you see north is clearly marked. You see? And north facing indicates that wall over there. There's an arrow with 4 and another marking 5E. So, note the large paving stones. 4 from the north wall and 5 to the east brings us to... here.
Oh, that's all very fine, but, well, there's nothing here.
No, but there is a compass reading on the map. It has the figures 8 and 4. Yes. Try paces, Watson. 8 that way and then 4 along the wall.
Very well. Right, well, this takes me to the wall, then along to this corridor. There's nothing here. Wait. There seems to be another niche similar to the one that held the candle.
Feel inside and press. Press against the stone as heavily as you can.
Right. I think something's moving. Wait.
That's it. More, Watson, more.
Holmes, look, there's an opening. Big enough to close.
Now, just as I thought. Come, follow me. This may be rather uncomfortable, but necessary. We may have to go on all fours, but I think I can state confidently that this is the way George Corrigan disappeared last Sunday, and it will lead to the river. Of that I have no doubt. Come, Watson, after me.
I followed Holmes in what was one of the most uncomfortable endeavors I've ever experienced. Holmes, being thinner and fitter than I, was able to proceed quite nimbly on his hands and knees. I was less fortunate with my bulk, groping my way along the floor. Eventually, the passageway began to widen. We heard the dripping of water. A wide tunnel opened before us, and a glimmer of daylight at the end of it.
Well, at least we can stand upright now. You all right, Watson?
No, I've cramps and I'm covered with filth. Otherwise, I'm in splendid shape. Well, so much for the buried treasure.
Oh, that must have been discovered centuries ago. But you must admit that passageway out is still most effective.
Well, George Corrigan must have had a very good reason for choosing such an uncomfortable way to disappear. By the way, where does this lead?
To the river, near the spot where his clothes were found, I presume.
What do we do next, Holmes?
Well, take a hansom to the docks at Tilbury. There we consult the dockmaster and ask to look at his shipping list. When I consulted last night's newspaper, there was a ship named the Star of Sydney. A word with her captain might solve all this. Daylight at last. Come, Watson. There's no time to lose.
There's only one passenger cabin booked on the ship, sir. It's booked in the name of Bradshaw, returning to Sydney. This is it, sir.
Yes. What is it, Captain? I specifically asked not to... Hello, George. May we come in? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Thank you, Captain, for your trouble.
Very good, sir.
You had better come in. Thank you. Well, George, we've gone to a great deal of trouble to find you. What does all this mean? How did you find out I was here? Have the police sent you? Has Ada sent you? You must not give me away. You mustn't. One thing at a time. How we found you is immaterial. Your wife knows nothing of this visit. Neither do the police. And providing you've committed no criminal act, then I see no reason why they should be told. Have you committed a crime, George? Something you are ashamed of? I'm only ashamed of living under Ada's thumb for all these years. The only crime I committed was to marry her for her money. I didn't even get that. I worked and slaved for her for nearly 20 years. And then I started to make a plan. I needed money. So you gambled, and you were a success? A few months ago, you hit a real jackpot, and that gave you enough to think about starting a new life in Australia. Is that not right? That is it, exactly. I had tried to find some hidden treasure in the old Quaker meeting house. I thought that might give me the means of getting out of the country. But of course, when I got there was nothing there. Only the escape route. And last Sunday, I did it. I did it, and I'm never going back to that old life. I'm free. Oh, Mr. Holmes, please keep my secret.
We agreed to keep Corrigan's secret. And on the way back to Baker Street, Holmes chuckled as he said,
Wasn't really a case at all, Watson. However, it does make one think of all the men who would envy George Corrigan. Quite probably more than one would imagine. Especially if he has the girl with him.
Who? Which girl?
Did you not notice? It was a double cabin. And the woman's hat box on the table near the door. Gwyneth said her man friend was taking her to Australia. That's what put me onto the Star of Sydney. George Corrigan is the man friend. Well, there's a lot of truth in the old saying, still waters run deep. Wouldn't you agree, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
I think a pint of ale, don't you, Holmes?
It's a warm evening, yes. A sound choice, Watson.
2 ales, please, barman. Coming right up, sir.
I tell you, there's not to be trusted. He's a fine doctor, foreigner he may be, but he cured my Bessie in no time. Give him man his due, Mr. Morton.
His due? If I give him his due, I'd take a horsewhip up to the lodge this very evening. In fact, I'm almost persuaded to do just that. Dr. Juan Lana is not just a foreigner, he's a fake. A total fake. Now get out of my way.
It seems the tempers run high in this place, barman.
That's the young squire, isn't it, Arthur Morton? He's hot-blooded. But a nicer fellow you couldn't meet in a day's march. Wouldn't hurt a fly, no, not him. Here your drink, sir.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
The Spanish Doctor.
Sherlock Holmes and I had been in Yorkshire, where Holmes had successfully dealt with the case of the Whitby widow. We'd been a little delayed in our plans to return to London, and feeling tired and a little weary, we'd agreed to stay overnight at the Mitre Inn in Bishop's Cross before catching the train from York. Bishop's Cross seemed a pleasant enough village, and the inn was old-fashioned but comfortable. We had a pleasant supper and retired to the bar for a cool drink to end that summer evening. Holmes had always maintained that if you wished to know what went on in country places, the way to find out was to listen to the talk in the local bar. We did, and found it quite interesting. But as we were to leave the following morning, we took scant notice. We retired to our rooms quite early, and I slept almost at once. It was quiet and blissfully peaceful until...
Watson, wake up. Wake up.
Holmes? Holmes, what's the matter?
Wake up, Watson. I've just been called by the local police. It seems there's trouble at one of the local estates. Someone has been killed, and knowing I was staying here, they've sent for me. Come, I've no wish to tackle this alone. You must get dressed immediately. Hurry, Watson, hurry.
I was in no way pleased, but dragged myself from the comfortable feather bed and washed the sleep from my eyes. 10 minutes later, we were in a dog cart with a young farmhand urging his pony forward through the morning mists.
Sorry, I can't tell you more, Mr. Holmes. The inspector, he just said I was to get you up to the lodge right soon.
The lodge? Is that the home of Dr. Juan Lana?
Why? How come you know that?
thought you'd be a stranger in this part.
I am. I just happened to have overheard the name mentioned in the bar last night. Mr. Morton, I think it was, who seemed to dislike the good doctor.
Ah, they ain't friends. Never since the doctor broke off his engagement to Frances Morton, half her sister. Be the doctor who's dead, so I understand.
Dead in mysterious circumstances, I take it.
I don't know any details, sir. You'll have to be asking Inspector Berry about that. Ah, there be the lodge. Won't be long now.
The Spanish Lodge, as it was called locally, was a small wooden-built house on the hillside above the village. Well kept, with neat lawns and flower beds, it was obviously the home of someone of comfortable means. We made our way up the stone steps and into the hall, where a police constable stood on guard. An inner door opened, and a plainclothesman bustled towards us.
Holmes. Sherlock Holmes? Remember me? Inspector Berry. Late at K Division, East Ham. Seconded to York over a year ago.
Of course I remember you, Berry. Good to see you again.
I hear you were staying overnight at the Mitre, and I hope you don't mind this early call, but it seemed an opportunity not to be missed. Dr. Lano owns this house, and practice has been killed. I think it must be murder.
When did this happen, and what caused his death?
Well, come and see for yourself. Oh, good morning, Dr. Watson. I'm sorry to have appeared to ignore you. I value your visit. You may be of great help.
Good morning, Inspector. Yes, if I can be of any assistance, then of course.
Well, this way, then.
The room we were shown into was large. It contained a sofa and easy chairs, a large desk, and bookcases round 3 walls. There was a stone fireplace, many rugs across the wooden floor. Leading from the room was a small dressing recess with wash bowls and toilet facilities. It was obvious that the doctor used his study for professional purposes. As for the good doctor himself, at the side of the table, away from the window, he was stretched upon his back. No doubt that he was dead, and that it was a violent death. One of his eyes was blackened, and there were marks of bruises about his face and neck. The thickening of his features suggested to me that the cause of death had been strangulation.
He used this room as a home surgery, it seems.
That's right. That's the outside door. It's clear that someone entered from there, killed the doctor, and escaped unseen. That the assailant was a man is certain from the footprints outside and the nature of the injury.
Yes, it's very seldom that I have the opportunity to examine a murdered man in these circumstances. I shall make a thorough investigation of the body and this room. How many people live in this house?
Oh, just an elderly manservant who attends to the house. The cook, housekeeper, the coachman, and the surgery boy sleep out.
Did the manservant hear anything?
I believe so. His name is Bloggs, but he's still in a state of deep shock. Perhaps, once you've completed your examination, you'd care to join me in questioning him?
Yes, certainly. I shall be about half an hour. Have Bloggs wait in the hall. Find out if there were any visitors last night, and patients who were expected to call. Names and addresses of everyone he saw yesterday. Meanwhile... yes, this is very interesting.
I'd often watched Holmes at work, but rarely had I seen him so thorough. He examined the body and every inch of the rugs and carpets surrounding it. Then he went into the washing recess. I watched with amazement as he picked several items out of the basin with tweezers and placed them in an envelope. He spent a long time looking at the dead man and was clearly puzzled. Then, locking the door behind him, he walked across the hall to where an elderly gentleman in a state of deep shock was seated by the hat stand.
I can't believe it, sir. It's not possible. The good master's dead.
You must try to recall all you can about last evening. Now, when did you last see your master?
About 9:30, sir. I went in there, and he was writing at his desk, and I bade him good night and went about my duties, and it was about 11 o'clock when I went to go upstairs, and a short while later I thought I heard a cry or a call of some sort, and I went back down here, and I tapped on the door. Doctor! Hey, doctor, sir, are you all right?
Who is that? Who is that at this hour?
Oh, I'm here, sir. Bloggs.
I beg that you leave me in peace. Go back to your room this evening.
Well, I thought I heard you call out, sir. Is everything all right?
Perfectly all right. Go. Go to bed. Go easy.
Oh, very good, sir.
Now, let us solve this whole matter once and for all. How dare you come here and cause this trouble?
There was someone in there with him, sir, and I couldn't tell who it was. I went back to my room, but sleep came hard. And about an hour later, I can't be sure of the time, but I got up to open the window a bit wider, it being such a hot night.
And did you see anyone in the grounds? Well, come, man, come, speak up.
Well, yes, there was someone, a man, walking away from the house, from the surgery door. I couldn't be sure it was, but it was bright moonlight.
You thought you recognized the man?
Well, I can't be sure, of course, but, well, yes, it looked to me like young Arthur Morton.
It took Holmes another hour before he felt satisfied enough to let Inspector Berry remove the body of Dr. Lana. Then, after studying the list of patients who had called the day before, he asked to be taken to Vine Cottage, the home of Arthur Morton. Frances Morton, his sister, received us.
I am sorry, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. My brother isn't in at the moment. Can I help you in any way? Obviously, you've called regarding the dreadful death of Dr. Lana. We're all very, very upset.
Yes, I'm sure you are. Please do tell me everything you know about this man. Am I right in thinking that you knew him extremely well? Was there perhaps some emotional tie at one point?
Oh, you're very astute. It's no use pretending. You'll find it all out quite soon. So, yes, I will tell you all I know about Juan Lana.
Please do. Leave nothing out, however unimportant it may seem.
Well, Juan came here to Bishop's Cross some 10 years ago. He was of Spanish blood. Some even say royal blood. He'd lived for years in South America, and quite naturally the villagers resented such a grand foreigner. But he was a doctor of medicine, and a very brilliant one. He established a practice. It took years for him to win the confidence of the people, but he did. He was eventually well respected and even well loved.
When did you yourself become acquainted with him?
About 2 years ago, when I returned from Europe. We fell in love. And 6 months ago, we announced our engagement. I find this most painful, you see.
Please, take your time. Tell me all you can.
Well, Juan's attitude suddenly changed. He became morose, withdrawn. It was as though he was suddenly frightened, living in fear of the future. Then, without any reason at all, he broke off our engagement. He said he couldn't marry me, and that for my own good, he wished me to be free. Oh, I can't tell you how rejected I felt. How miserable and jilted. And now he's dead. He's murdered, they say.
Well, it appears that he died as a result of wounds sustained in a fight. Tell me, Miss Morton, and you may as well be quite frank, have you any idea who could have done this deed?
Oh, no. No, of course not.
What did your brother feel about Dr. Lana? Did they not hate each other?
Oh, it wasn't Arthur. It couldn't have been. It wasn't Arthur. Please believe me, it wasn't. Oh, tell me it wasn't Arthur.
Frances Morton had tried valiantly to control her grief. But when questioned about her brother, she broke down completely. There was little we could do but hand her over to the careful attention of her maid and leave the house. Arthur Morton had not returned, and we soon found out why. He was held for questioning by Inspector Berry at the local police station. When we entered, he was sitting sullenly at the desk preparing a statement. First thing we noticed was that his face was puffed and bruised, his left hand clumsily bandaged.
Oh, come in, Holmes, Watson. Mr. Morton is about to help our inquiries by telling us of his relationship with a dead man and of his movements last night.
Neither of which has any bearing on the murder. I admit that I disliked Lana. After what he did to my sister Frances, I considered him a complete outsider, an untrustworthy foreigner. The fact that he is dead doesn't alter my opinions.
You quarreled with the deceased on many occasions.
Only a couple. After jilting Frances, he went out of his way to avoid me. He steered clear of Vine Cottage. He knew what a reception he would get from me if he came near our home. But in spite of this, I never laid a finger on him. I certainly didn't kill him.
Those injuries that you show, the bandaged hand, those bruises, how did you come by those?
Gypsies. There have been a band of roaming gypsies with their caravans parked on my land, at the back towards the lodge. They caused trouble with fires. I went out after them last night and, well, there was a bit of a rough house. I consider I didn't come off at all badly.
I see. Well, perhaps as you're talking about last night, you'd be good enough to give me your exact movements.
Well, it was quite late. About 11 o'clock, I think. I was locking up when I saw the fires between the trees. I went over to remonstrate. Well, you know how dry everything is in this hot weather. And a couple of these Romany types took exception to my orders, and I had to knock one of them down.
Did you go near the lodge at that time?
I walked back down the side lane. I didn't go near the house, although I noticed that the lights were on in the room Lana uses as a study and consulting room.
You didn't go near the house? What if I tell you that you were seen in the grounds?
Whoever says he saw me must have been mistaken.
Bloggs, the manservant, says he saw you from his bedroom window. You were walking away from the surgery door. The time was after 11 o'clock.
Bloggs, that old man. With failing sight, how could he have identified anyone in the middle of the night? And from the top window under the eaves.
You know his window. Or could you perhaps have seen his light on also?
Of course I know the layout of the house.
Mr. Morton, might I ask to see the boots you wore when you went up to the gypsy encampment last night?
Oh, I don't remember which ones I wore. They could be in the boot cupboard, I suppose. Why?
I should like to take them with me when I return to the lodge. Do you mind?
Not at all.
Good. Have you any questions to ask this young man, Holmes?
Not at the moment, Inspector. I think he should be allowed to go home and comfort his sister. She was most unwell when we left Vine Cottage.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Please will excuse me, gentlemen.
Holmes was in a particularly thoughtful mood as we made our way back up the hill to Spaniard's Lodge. Once again, Holmes let himself into the study and carefully inspected the room. He rang the bell, and Bloggs appeared instantly.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes, Bloggs. Now that the body of your master has been removed, has anything been touched in this room?
Oh, no, sir. I kept it locked on the inspector's instructions.
Ah, good. Then can you tell me if you can notice anything missing from its usual place?
No, sir, I don't think so. It all appears much the same. Of course, I haven't... Why, that's strange. The photograph on the desk, it's an empty frame. Someone has removed the actual photograph. Well, how curious.
Yes, curious indeed. Because nothing else has been stolen. Dr. Lana's gold watch was still on his wrist. Money in his wallet, in his smoking jacket. Valuable cufflinks and tie pins in the box in the dressing room. Well, clearly robbery was not the motive for breaking in here, but... Yes, a photograph is missing. What was the photograph, Bluff?
Oh, it was one of Miss Frances Morton, sir. The young lady from Vine Cottage to whom Dr. Lana was at one time engaged.
Ah, yes, I see. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, well, thank you, Bloggs. That will be all.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Look here, Holmes. What's this all about? Blessed if I can see that any of this makes sense. Now, you surely don't think you know what happened last night?
No, not yet, but I shall do very shortly. Well, I think it's important that we stay on at the Mitre Inn for a few days. Is that all right with you, Watson?
What could I say? I was in no hurry to return to London in what promised to become a scorching heat wave. A few extra days at Bishop's Cross would be pleasant enough without the interest of the Spanish doctor case. As for Holmes, well, he seemed very intrigued. But he offered Inspector Berry no advice at all. Perhaps because Berry seemed to have already made up his mind.
I've tested Morton's shoes on the ground outside the surgery door. They fit exactly into the impressions left on the flower beds. I've also been up to the gypsy encampment. There are no caravans there. Of course, they could have taken fright and left, but there's little evidence of wagon tracks. There's no sign of recent fires. Also, there's a woman in the village who says she went up to the lodge to ask Dr. Lana to visit her sick daughter. The doctor didn't come to the surgery door when she rang. When she returned home, she also saw Arthur Morton coming away from the gates. I think there's no doubt about it, Holmes. I'm issuing a warrant for his arrest. And to me, it's an open and shut case. No publicity yet, of course, but I'll soon gather all the evidence I need.
Great heavens, Holmes. I thought Inspector Berry said no publicity. Just look at this. Great banner headlines about the murder and an early arrest of the local squire.
Well, I believe that the news has spread quite far afield. I shouldn't be surprised if most of the national papers had similar reports.
Well, how on earth did they get these reports? Holmes, this isn't your doing, is it?
Me? Oh, why on earth should you think that, Watson?
Because you've been so strangely secretive. You've allowed the inspector to have his head in this case. You haven't told him what your own views are, or given him a single clue. And yet you insist on staying here. Now, come on. What's it all about, Holmes? Tell me.
Well, it's a little early yet, Watson, but regarding the giving out of clues, what would you think if you found a wash bowl filled with soap and black hairs and a body with calloused hands?
I don't understand.
No, I didn't for quite some time, but be patient, Watson. We must let the good inspector tread the wrong path in order to find the right one. A path that may bring Dr. Juan Lana back to life again.
Damn it all! I don't understand it, Holmes. I've been made to look a cracking ass, all right. Here it is, spread all over the newspapers, and I haven't got my case together yet. I should be a laughing stock. How did the news get out?
I don't think you should despair, Berry. In fact, I think you're going to make a startling success of this case.
You do? Well, I'm darned if I can see how.
Supposing we decide to all get together in this case, hold a council of war.
Well, I support that plan. As a matter of fact, I've been hoping for slightly more of a lead from you, Holmes.
Yes, I know. I've had my reasons for remaining in the background. Now, why don't we decide to spend the day quietly gathering together all the data possible? And then, say at 9 o'clock tonight, we meet at the lodge. You, me, Watson, Arthur Morton and his sister Frances, Bloggs, the manservant, and any others whom you may suggest. You must all be wondering why you've been invited to come here this evening. Well, the answer is quite simple. It's necessary to conclude the investigations into the death of a man found dead in this very room. Firstly, let me set all your minds at rest. None of you is guilty of any crime.
But one was murdered. Someone must have done it.
With due respect, Miss Morton, that is incorrect. You see, Dr. Lana was not murdered.
What?
Yet another guess. Please be so good as to answer the front door, Bloggs.
What do you mean Lana was not murdered? You mean it was just an accident, the result of a fight?
Death was the result of a fight, but... please do come in.
I came as soon as I could.
John, I can't believe it.
I am extremely sorry to give you a shock like this, but I had to return. I could not let another man take the blame for murder.
Now, look here. Just what is all this? You're Dr. Juan Lana, the owner of this house? Then what the devil... Who was murdered, then?
I think it was the doctor's twin brother. Was it not, Doctor? Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell us the whole story. Take your time and leave nothing out, however painful it may be for you or others in this room.
Very well, thank you. I feel I must tell the tale to you, Francis. It is a tale of confession. This gentleman, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, who was responsible for bringing me back here, is quite right. The dead man is my brother, Stefan. I was born in Madrid, a twin. My father, who came of the best blood of old Spain, took his family to South America when we were very young. He did well, but was killed in the riots at San Juan when we were children. We were forced to earn our own living. Stefan and I were identical. No one could tell us apart. But as we grew older, there was clearly a difference in our temperament. I have to say this. From reaching manhood, Stefan developed evil ways. I grew up in horror of him, often taking the blame for his notorious behavior. I found my career in jeopardy. But I left the Argentine forever to seek happiness in Europe. I worked hard, got my degrees, and came here. For years, I thought I was free of Stefan. I found you, Francis, and fell in love. I am still in love.
Oh, Juan, my dear.
Then, some while ago, I received a letter. Stefan had traced me. He was coming to see me. I immediately knew that the terror of my childhood would be repeated. He would bring disgrace upon me by impersonating me, borrowing money, causing scandals. I had to protect the one I loved. I broke off our engagement. It seemed the only thing to do.
Why the devil didn't you tell us all this? Now come clean.
I am of proud Spanish blood. I am not an Englishman.
Well, get on with what happened, Doctor.
The other night, he arrived. He had walked from York and said he was tired and ill. I was shocked at his appearance. He was just the same, apart from sporting a thin moustache. But my medical knowledge told me that there was some serious internal malady. He'd been in a fight with some sailors from the ship he'd arrived in at Hull. His poverty contrasted with my own well-being. This angered him, and he began to abuse me, demanding drink and money. He threatened and insulted me, using the most foul language. I am a hot-tempered man, but I remained master of myself, and I never raised a hand against him. My coolness only aggravated his anger. He raved and cursed, and then he became contorted in a horrible spasm, and clutching at his own throat, fell to the carpet. His diseased heart had broken down. His own violence had killed him.
Oh, Juan, my poor Juan.
I couldn't face it. It seemed there was only one thing I could do. I changed places with him, shaved off his moustache, dressed him in my clothes, and took these, the ones I stand up in. And your photograph I took as a remembrance, Francis. If I am guilty of a crime, it is one of deception, but not of murder. You do believe that, don't you, Francis?
A subsequent investigation into the case of the Spanish doctor proved that Juan Lana had been speaking the truth. It was proved that his twin brother had traveled over in a cargo boat from South America, and that the ship's doctor testified that Stefan had a weak heart and could well have died in the circumstances described.
Two things were obvious, Watson. One, the fact that the dead man had been recently shaved. I found ample evidence of that in the wash basin. And the other was the state of the man's hands. A doctor does not do a rough seaman's job. I deduced that the dead man was not Dr. Lana. So it had to be someone who looked exactly like him. A twin brother was obvious. The rest was easy. A great deal of press publicity, a few telegrams to the nearest port of Hull, and that was that. Well, Inspector Berry can now tell the story and take the credit. I think we can proceed on our homeward journey now. Don't you, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Watson has a medical practice to attend to. It's rather worrying. His appointment book, have you seen it anywhere?
Well, he usually keeps it in his doctor's bag, but I did find this on the Allstat sort of note.
Oh, let me see. 5 Westley, EC3, Tuesday, 10th, Royston.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A friend in need.
I was doing very nicely in my practice and thinking of going into partnership with an old medical colleague. His name was Royston. I'd met him on several occasions and knew he was engaged upon opening up a medical centre in one of the poorer parts of London. I didn't think twice about the authenticity of the proposal. One Tuesday, I called at a very grim and rather dilapidated building called Westley, just off the river. I was totally unprepared for my reception, for instead of meeting my old friend, I was shown into a small anteroom. It was dark. I couldn't see properly. Before I knew what was happening, hands seized me from behind. I struggled valiantly, and then a violent blow against the side of the head caused me to gasp. Stars swam before my eyes, and I lost consciousness.
Couldn't have been easier. See him falling for it like that.
Yeah, you'd think anyone who'd associated with Sherlock Holmes would be a bit more careful.
What's the next step?
We get him out and into a cab. Drive him to the boss's nursing home. From then on, it's nothing to do with us.
They're not thinking of knocking him off, are they? I mean, it's not murder.
No, the idea is to hold him as hostage, that's all. This is the one way of getting at Holmes. Those two have been buddies for years. If anything can tempt Holmes out into the open, this is the man. Come on now, prop him up.
Yeah.
He'll be coming round soon. We want to have him safe and sound by then.
It's not going to be easy getting him into a cab. He's a big bloke.
No, bigger than I am. We'll switch clothes. I'll carry the doctor's bag, and it'll look like we're helping a patient home.
Yeah.
Here we are. Check the street.
Yeah, looks all clear. Getting dust. Gas lamps aren't on yet. But there's more than a bit of fog gathering. Yeah, what's you? Come on. No more talk. Get him on his feet.
Right. He'll be able to put one foot in front of the other. By the time he comes to, he'll be in the nursing home, with no idea of where he is or how he got there. Come on. You support him under one arm, and I'll take the other. Here we go. Hurry now.
So that's the position, Lestrade. Watson is missing, and there's no trace. As you know, this is completely unlike him. I'm quite certain something's happened. He would never have remained silent if it had been possible for him to get a message to me.
Might have met with an accident. Have you tried the hospital?
Well, yes, of course. Watson's well known in most of the local hospitals. There's no report of anyone answering to his description being found.
And what do you think it's all about?
Well, I'm afraid I take it very seriously. This could be someone's way of getting at me. At the moment, there seems very little we can do except wait. But I should appreciate your help.
Of course. Of course. Anything I can do.
I need to carry out an investigation into a place in EC3. Now, all I have to go on is 2 names. One is Wesley and the other is Royston. Now, these were scrawled on a note that Watson must have left by accident on the hall stand when he was putting on his coat. Can I have a couple of men and do a search of that river district?
Of course. I'll do better than that. I'll even come along myself. What do you say to that? Now, this sudden fog is not going to make our task any easier, Holmes.
No, but in a way, it's an advantage. One can remain more secretive in the heavy mists. Look, I think we're on the right track. That large building over there. I have a shrewd idea that it's empty. And I think... Yes. Look here, see by the light of my dark lantern. The street is Wesley. Now, that building will be number 5, and if it is, well, we're in luck.
I might remind you that we don't have a search warrant.
Oh, Lestrade, you're in plain clothes. I've no intention of letting your men swarm all over the building. Come on. I think there's bound to be a window open. I'll do the breaking and entering, and you can come in through the front door. Yes. That's a nice one.
If they could seat me at the yard now, I'd get a railroad tailing off. What sort of place do you think this is, anyway?
It's just a disused house. Strange. Now, why should Watson want to call here? Now, wait a moment. Look out here in the hall. There's signs of a struggle. A chair knocked over, movement in the dust, and hold the lantern up. Yes, look, smudges of mud.
Yes, here, down by the wall. That looks like blood to me.
Yes, I'm afraid the good Watson got into quite a bit of trouble here. Do you see this? It hasn't rained in these parts for some days, and yet this is that grey type of mud that's found near the river. And imprinted in the mud are leaves and small particles of petals. Well, this should tell us something.
Holmes, do you seriously mean to say that Watson has been abducted?
Well, it certainly looks like it, Lestrade. But why? That's the question. Watson hasn't got an enemy in the world. It can only be because of his connection with me. Yes, so who is behind all this? That's the question.
What's the next move?
Well, I don't think we can do a great deal tonight. If I'm right, then Watson will not be in any active danger until I've been approached direct. There will be an attempt to blackmail or coerce me in some way. I think we might well find something of interest if we question the cabbies who service this district. There can't be many of them on these routes. If Watson was abducted, he must have put up a struggle. He's a big man. Well, come on, Lestrade. Let's get back on the street and see if any of your men have picked up any clues.
Nothing to report, sir. The fog has settled in good and proper. Most folk have got themselves indoors by a good fire.
Yes, something we'd all like.
Now, here comes a cab. Perhaps we should return to Baker Street and wait for events to develop. But just a moment. Hello there, cabby. Not many fares on an evening such as this. Going off duty?
Oh, that's about it, sir. Leading the old mare back to the stables. Can't see a thing in this.
Are you a regular in these parts?
Oh, that's right, sir. Been working this part of the city for near 20 years.
Well, then you must know it like the back of your hand. Tell me, have you in the last 24 hours had reason to convey a sick man from that large house across the way there, number 5?
Oh, funny you should ask that. As a matter of fact, I did. Earlier on, there was a doctor and his assistant. He had a sick fellow with him. He was recovering from an accident. They bundled him in the cab, and I took them south of the river. Place set back on its own grounds. They said it was a private sort of nursing home, sir. Why do you ask, sir?
Well, because we're most interested in this accident. Look here, I know it's a foul night, and you're thinking of going home, but could you find your way to this so-called nursing home?
Oh, yes, of course I could. Come on, up in, sir. It'll take a little time, but we'll manage it.
Ah, good man. Now, there'll be a sovereign for your pains at the end of it. Now, send your men home to their beds, Lestrade, and jump in.
you are, sirs. This is the place where I drop the doctor and the patient. That driveway. They say it leads up to the nursing home.
Thank you, cabby. I think you can find this place again, Lestrade.
Yes, certain I can. Quite easy.
Right, well, that's what we're doing tonight. To attempt to enter there would be showing our hand and perhaps putting Watson in further danger. Well, I suggest that we now drive back to Baker Street. I shall be very surprised if the next move doesn't come from our adversaries. Whoever's behind this has thought it out extremely carefully. Right, Gabby, 221 Baker Street, and there's another sovereign for you if you can get us there before midnight.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back, and you, Inspector.
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, but why are you up and about at this hour?
Well, I was worried about Dr. Watson and how you was getting on, and then I went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea. I spotted this on the front doormat. It's a message, and it's from him. It's gotta be. I recognise his handwriting anywhere. Oh, do open it, Miss Holmes, and set my mind at rest. He must be all right.
No, it's only a note, not a posted letter. It certainly looks like Watson's writing. Dear Sherlock, a reassuring note to say that I'm back in town and staying with an old friend, Dr. Hugh Royston at his nursing home. I expect to be away for another couple of days on this most interesting development. John Watson.
Oh, well, that's all right then, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's far from all right.
Oh?
Watson most certainly did not write this note. He's never called me by my first name in his life. This is practically an invitation to visit that nursing home that we traced Lestrade. And we must be careful. Watson's life is all important to me. But I'll never fall into a trap like this. Never.
I had no idea where I was and knew better than to attempt to open my eyes. There were two uncouth voices and one cultured foreign one.
Hey, your boss delivered just like we promised.
No trouble at all. Easy as pie.
How long has he been like this?
Several hours.
Then we can take no chances. He is here in the nursing home, but he is not to stay here. He must be moved once again to his final resting place. But just as an added precaution, I think a small injection into the right arm, a drug I use, is most effective. He will not regain consciousness for over a day and a night. And now the syringe. Yes, the skin is neatly punctured, so no question of pain. Caught him just in time. Now, in an hour's time, he will be moved. This time on a stretcher in a carriage ambulance, which you will drive. He will be taken to Bale's Wharf, the number 1 laboratory. I shall be there to arrange things.
Will we then be paid off in full?
No, your task is not yet complete. Then we have to await the arrival of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. After he's found Watson and is a fellow prisoner, you will be dismissed and it will all be over.
You mean you're going to do them both in?
The eventual outcome of these two men is really none of your concern.
Well, we have given a hand, though. We're what is known as accessories after the fact or some such. Ain't that right?
You are being handsomely paid. That is all that need concern you.
I'm not so sure. If you get caught, then straight away.
I shan't be caught, and neither will you if you will only keep your heads and do as you're told. Now, enough of this. Come to our final preparations. There is no time to lose. Sherlock Holmes is a fast worker. And now that the overnight fog has disappeared, we must expect swift action. Come, enough of this chatter. Come, to work.
Yes, I'm sorry to behave so strangely this morning, Lestrade, but I believe this is more difficult than I thought. It's clear to me that Watson has been abducted for the sole reason of trapping me. I've therefore not rushed in, but taken things slowly. And the first essential is to establish the true identity of this man, Dr. Hugh Royston. I've therefore taken an hour of early morning, looking him up in the London Medical Register. He does exist, and he lives in this street. We're about to call upon him. Now, this way, up these steps.
Yes, can I help you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Inspector Lestrade from Scotland Yard. Is it possible to see Dr. Royston for just a few minutes?
Please do come in. I will inform Doctor that you have called.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Well, this looks respectable enough, Holmes. Doesn't look much wrong here.
No, I didn't think there would be.
Would you like to come too, please? The doctor will see you now.
Thank you.
Sherlock Holmes, great pleasure to meet you. You're a great friend of John Watson's, isn't that so? Please, won't you be seated and tell me what I can do for you?
It's Watson himself. He has disappeared. The only clue we have is your name and address in Wesley Street, EC3.
Gracious, are you sure of this? Disappeared, you say? Extraordinary.
You can throw no light upon this? For instance, when did you last see Watson?
Some weeks ago. We'd been corresponding. I was rather keen to take a small nursing home in the East End and run it for hard-up people, the poor and delinquent. Watson agreed to consider this. The suggested site was at 5 Wesley Street, that rather derelict and seedy, run by a man called Henry von Bork.
Von Bork? So he's the man behind all this?
You know the man?
Only too well. One of the most treacherous spies in Europe. Yes, it's all becoming quite clear to me now. Von Bork is using Watson to lead me into a trap. Unfortunately, I cannot afford to ignore it. He will have no hesitation in killing Watson unless he thinks I am coming to the rescue. Thank you, Doctor. You've been a great help. Come, Lestrade. Royston told me what I wanted to know. I know Von Bork's mind. I know it's tortuous and arrogant. He's convinced that he can outwit me, and in order to save Watson, I shall have to allow him to think so.
Well, why don't I get a search warrant against his home and let's raid the place? The element of surprise is always good. This Von Bork won't think you'd consider such a bold plan.
Well, you may do that by all means if you wish, Lestrade, but I don't think that is the answer to our problem. I'm prepared to believe that Watson was enticed into that nursing home, thinking he would meet the good doctor there. But I cannot think Von Bork will keep him there. It's too risky. No, you'll have him removed.
But where to?
Von Bork used to have offices in the dock area. You may recall that we thought he was using them in the smuggling case of the Blue Peter. Now, wait a moment. When we called at 5 Wesley Street, we found evidence of a struggle. Undoubtedly, that is where Watson was overpowered. Then I also observed grey mud, do you recall? Imprinted in the mud were leaves and particles of petals. Now, the flowering petals were autumn willow blossoms. Those trees only flourish down by the river. Yet I think I can trace the old offices that Von Bork used. If I'm right, then that's where they would have taken Watson.
Seems to be taking a long shot to me, Holmes. Wouldn't it be better to stick to more orthodox methods?
There's no time. Von Bork will be getting anxious. He's not going to hang around keeping Watson alive if he can't get at me. Now, I've got to move. The point is, Lestrade, are you still going to back me up?
I've done so up till now. I'm not backing out when it comes to a crisis. Lead on, Holmes. I'm with you.
This is it, Lestrade. These are the offices. And I fancy Bork has been using them for experimental purposes. They have the appearance of being scientific laboratories.
Doesn't look as though they're at all occupied.
I think this way, round the side entrance. I know you do not approve of my method of entering premises, but needs must when the devil drives. Watson's always said that the police were lucky that I didn't choose a career in crime. I should be rated with the best of them. Observe, I have a full set of burglar's tools with me now. For instance, this door, although made of steel and padlocked, presents no problems.
Something tells me I'm going to regret this. If we're caught, it's demotion for me, no doubt of that.
Oh, nonsense. Now, here, watch. Now, come on, let's take a look.
Blessed if I can see why you think Watson should be shut away in a place like this. It's quite dark.
There's just packing cases. The workrooms must be through there. Yes. Yes, this looks more like it. Fully equipped as a laboratory. Yes, we're on the right lines, all right. Look, wooden steps going down and footprints. Muddy footprints. Now, you see how staggered they are? Now, those are the sort of prints 2 men would make if they were carrying a stretcher. Come on, Lestrade. Now, here. Now, once our eyes grow accustomed to the dark, and Lestrade, I'm right. There, in the corner. It is a stretcher. And it is Watson.
By Jove, you're right, Holmes. What the devil?
The door. The top of the stairs. It's closed.
Caught, Holmes. Caught like a rat in a trap. I knew you would find Watson sooner or later. It all worked out as I planned. It is useless to think you can't escape. And within 20 minutes you will both die. You'll see, for months I have been working on an explosive device which is triggered off by that iron bar door closing. 20 minutes, Holmes. Goodbye.
What the devil? Holmes, we've fallen right into his hands. Explosive device. It must be here. Down by the stretcher. Aye. Look straight. Gun cotton, sulfuric acid, nitric acid. Look, help me to move, Watson. Right to the far corner. There's only one chance. We must make our own explosive first. Quickly, Miss Drake. Right over here, by the fence. Now, come on, give me a hand. Prepared cotton. It has to be 3 parts sulfuric acid to 1 part of nitric acid. It will burn without explosion on ignition. But it's laid up by that iron door. With percussion, it goes up at about 5 times the power of gunpowder.
Holmes, do you really know what you're doing?
Oh, I'd better get right to the stage. Well, this really is a triumph for Herr Bork. Now listen, do exactly as I say and as swiftly as possible. Take this. Carefully now. Right. Now, here. Now get right back. Back by the far wall. Cover Watson with anything you can to protect him. The percussion, when I trigger off, should blow the gate outwards. If it does, then we are safe. We grab the stretcher, get up those stairs as quickly as possible. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right, nearly there, well. Here goes. Now get down. We've done it. We've done it. Come on.
It was some hours later that I opened my eyes. My head ached and I could hardly see. But I was aware of familiar surroundings. The clean sheets under me and the softness of the pillow, which smelt of lavender. I was in my own bed back in Baker Street. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I knew that someone was in the room with me. A friend. A friend whom I knew very well indeed.
Oh, Dr. Watson, I do believe you're coming round at last. Now, don't try to move or speak. Just lie there and close your eyes. You've had such a terrible time of it, but it's all over now. Mr. Holmes and Inspector Lestrade have got everything under control. They found you down somewhere by the river, brought you back more dead than alive. But you're all right. They've gone after the men who tried to kill you, and they'll get them. I'm sure they'll get them.
Well, place is surrounded, Holmes. No chance of anyone getting in or out of this so-called nursing home. This is what we should have done in the first place.
Perhaps, but it would have meant sacrificing Watson, and that I was not prepared to do. All right, Lestrade, this is more your line of country than it is mine. Go ahead. Do it your way from now on.
Right, men. Follow me. In we go. Well, I'll be... Not a sign. Nothing. Not a living soul in the place. Now, what do you make of that, Holmes?
I'm hardly surprised. If Von Bork had been successful and killed Watson and me and you in his booby trap, then he wouldn't have wanted to stay around London to be questioned. Now, clearly this nursing home was just a blind. A hideaway until he carried out his plans. Well, I'd soon it worked out like this. Watson is alive and Von Bork has escaped. But he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. I'll catch up with Von Bork, and when I do, it will be a fight to the death.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Oh, very nice casting, Holmes. I must say I'm enjoying this trip tremendously.
It'd be rather more satisfying if we caught some fish, Watson.
What are you always telling me? Patience is a virtue? Well, I've only been here a couple of days. And after all, what have we come to Norfolk for? Complete rest. Enjoy the Broads, fishing, walking, generally taking a lazy holiday. I'm quite content.
It's all very well for a couple of days. Then I find I need something to concentrate upon.
Well, I think you should concentrate upon your line, Holmes. I think you might have a bite.
Hey, you there. You on the plank there?
And if I have, then that man has ruined it.
Holmes. Sherlock Holmes, surely it must be.
Who on earth? I'm not known in these parts. By heavens, it's Tubby Spencer. Do you remember him, Watson? Superintendent at the Yard many years ago. Well, well. What on earth's he doing up here?
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Nene River Mystery. The summer of 1889 came very late, but it suited me quite well, for I'd been busy the whole of August, and it wasn't until September that I had time on my hands. When I did, the summer really started. Sun came out, temperatures rose, and it seemed an ideal time to take a short break. Most holiday makers had gone home. The resorts were deserted. I persuaded Holmes to join me for a few days on the Norfolk Broads. We'd found a small inn which was reasonably comfortable, and for 2 days we'd enjoyed the walking and the scenery. And then one morning we'd been disturbed by the well-remembered figure of Superintendent Spencer, or rather, ex-superintendent, for he'd retired from Scotland Yard many years ago.
Holmes, Watson, well, this is a wonderful meeting. I inquired at the inn, and they told me I'd find you on the river.
Tubby Spencer, this is a surprise. Good to see you. Hey, Watson?
Yes, certainly is. You're looking well, Superintendent.
Oh, no titles, please. I gave that up years ago. Just plain Spencer. Or Tubby, if you like.
What are you doing in these parts?
Well, the wife and I bought a pub when I retired. The Anglers' Rest at South Wootton, near the mouth of this river. Nice spot. We're well content there.
How did you find us?
Oh, your fame spreads far and wide, Holmes. Once I'd heard the name Holmes, and the description of a tall, angular fellow who walked the fens in a deerstalker hat, accompanied by a burly fellow who was a doctor. I knew who it was.
Well, it's splendid to see you again after all this time.
Good to see you. Tell me, are you satisfied with your stay at the local inn? It's the Wheat Sheep, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. I think we can say that they're making us comfortable there. Don't you agree, Holmes?
Oh, yes, I've no complaints. But perhaps you have a reason for asking that question, Tuppy. Although South Wootton is but a short way off, you've travelled here at some haste to find us, have you not?
Now, how did you know that?
You were always a very careful dresser. Your outfit is still smart. You've not become slovenly in any way. Yet your boots are badly tied, your socks don't match, and your tie is inside out. You dressed hurriedly. You've even taken to horse to reach us, hence the riding crop in your hand. Why the haste, Tubby? Something wrong?
I can see that you are just as observant as ever, Holmes. Yes, I heard that you were here for but a few days, and I was anxious to see you before you departed.
Oh, we've a couple of days more left of the holiday. You needn't have hurried.
Oh, that's good. Then perhaps I might make a suggestion. If you care to see a little more of the district, why not leave the Wheat Sheep and come across to my place? Well, there is free accommodation for you at the Fisherman's Rest. My wife will be glad to meet you. She's a rare cook, I can tell you.
And you'll have plenty of time to explain to us just what it is that's worrying you. What is it, Tuppy? You say that you're no longer a member of the force, but you're still interested in crime, aren't you? And it is a crime that you wish to discuss, isn't it, Tubby?
Tubby Spencer simply grinned and inclined his head. That was enough for Holmes. He had exhausted all his interest in fishing. The mention of the word crime was a bait far more attractive to his mentality. Within minutes, we'd gathered together our fishing gear and were on our way back to the inn. By lunchtime, we'd been taken by donkey cart across the fenlands to South Wootton. The Fisherman's Rest was in every way superior to the inn we had just left. Mrs. Spencer made us very welcome. After a fine meal, we retired to Tubby's parlour, where we lit our pipes and sat near the open windows that looked out towards the river's mouth.
Well, come on, Tubby. This is the ideal time to explain what it's all about.
Well, now, Holmes, you've got to understand that South Wootton is a very small place. Not much goes on here, and the population is sparse. So, as most villages, gossip is part of the day-to-day diet of most folk. But recently, something has happened that's caused a real stir. 2 people, the man and his wife, have simply disappeared.
Disappeared?
Well, Margaret and Bill Easton. Well, they live in a large cottage right up near Goose Fen. They've been married some 8 years. She was born and raised here. He's a Londoner she met and brought up to Norfolk after their marriage. He got a job as a salesman in King's Lynn. He's been doing very well. There was talk of him opening his own business, and then something must have happened. The plan was abandoned. Bill used to go away on trips connected with his work. Left 3 days ago, they both did. No one's seen them since.
But 3 days is no time at all. They could turn up at any moment. What makes you think that anything is wrong? Surely it's far too early to become anxious in any way.
Oh, I hope so. That's why it's not been reported officially. But the Eastons have always been a bit of a mystery couple. Keep themselves to themselves. And this mystery has been borne out by Luke Merivale.
Who's he?
He's their lodger. A rum sort of cove. He arrived in these parts about a year ago. Works at the local garage as a mechanic. Oh, there's nothing known against him, but he's not liked. Bit of a snooper. And hasn't made friends except with a few poachers and the like. A rumour has it he's a bad lot, but as I say, there's nothing known against him. Anyway, he's very upset about this disappearance. He says there's been foul play of some kind.
On what facts does he base these suspicions?
Look, why don't you let him tell you himself? He's always calling in a bar in late afternoon for a pint. You get talking to him. He'll tell you everything. I'm sure he will. He's a tall, skinny bloke. A bit servile, but he will talk.
I am very pleased and honoured to meet you, Mr. Holmes. It's a great day for South Wootton. A great day, famous detectives.
Thank you, but Dr. Watson and I are simply on holiday. This is in no sense a business visit.
You must always be able to give a little advice upon criminal matters. You can't help being interested, I'm sure. For instance, now, my landlady and her husband, perhaps you've heard, strange goings on in our place at Goose Fen. Mr. and Mrs. Easton, I'm sure they're in great trouble. Well, that's if they're still alive.
Oh. Tell me more, Luke. Come, let me fill your glass and then tell me what the mystery is all about. Tubby, can we have the same again, please?
Coming up.
Oh, thank you kindly. Well, now, it's this one. I've been boarding at the Eastons for nearly a year now, and I was quick to realise quite a few things. One was that Bill Easton had trouble in the past. He'd done time, like, been in jail. Oh, yes, I can recognise an old lag, all right. And it seems that she, that's his wife, had met him just after he came out. Something to do with a charity meeting. They fell in love, and she brought him here to South Wootton, and he went straight. Nothing wrong in that, of course. Well, he paid the price for his crime, embezzlement or something it was. Anyway, some months ago, I happened to come down to my bedroom, and they was in the parlour. I was going out and went up the passage to get me cab that was hanging on the wall stand. I couldn't help hearing what they were saying. I didn't listen on purpose, mind. I couldn't help it.
Bill, what are we going to do? We can't go on like this. We've been paying out money regularly for months.
I know. Morgan, I shouldn't have started it. Should have had the guts to define from the very beginning. But I thought he would honour his word. He swore that if I gave him a few $100, then he would go abroad, leave us alone, instead of which he's still here.
Well, we could go to the police. Blackmail is a foul crime.
But then it would all come out anyway. There wasn't anything he could do if he talks. I'll just have to find some cash somewhere. When I give it to him, I'm going to tell him it's the last he's going to get. He can do his damnedest.
Oh, Bill, will it do any good if I saw this man?
No. Now, Adam West is a foul and violent man. I don't want my wife to be involved with him.
But I am involved, I am. All my savings have gone to that swine. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Don't cry, darling. Don't cry.
So you see, I knew that Bill and Margaret Easton were being blackmailed by this man called Adam West. Who he is or where he lives, I can't say. Anyway, it accounted for the strange sort of atmosphere that's been in the house. And then, only a couple of nights ago, I was going upstairs when I overheard them talking once again. This time it scared me a bit. I knew he kept a revolver in his bedroom, but I'd never seen him use it.
I'm going to put a stop to this, Marge. Even if I have to use this.
Bill! Bill, no! No, you can't. You can't think of such a thing.
The man is a coward. I know in his heart he is a coward. No one would have done what he has unless he's a rotten coward. This will scare me into silence. I know it will. I'm meeting Adam West late this evening. And I'm going to put a stop to this once and for all.
Bill, don't, please. Let me try. Let me meet him, please.
So, you see, Mr. Holmes, it is clear to me that Bill and his wife both went off to tackle this blackmailer, Adam West. They had a gun and they was going to meet him. Well, they haven't come back, so I reckon there's something tragic happened, like. Now, what do you think, eh?
Well, it certainly bears investigation, Luke. Did they not say where this meeting place was?
No, I didn't hear no places mentioned. But I reckon...
Hey, look, everyone, look at this. This Billy Suzette, found down by the river mouth, and it's got a bullet hole through it.
It's difficult to describe the sensation that broke out in the bar of the Fisherman's Rest. The man who had entered holding a large countryman's hat was Silas, well known in those parts as a casual worker during the day and a poacher at night. But for once, his poaching activities were not under question. He approached the bar and threw the hat onto the counter. Tubby Spencer picked it up immediately.
Yes, this is Bill Easton's, all right. Got his initials inside. Recognize it anywhere.
May I see that, please? Yes, there is a bullet hole, all right.
Holmes, you think this
Someone must go for the police. This must be handed over to the police at once.
Police? What, Sergeant Peppercorn? What good is he?
It has to be officially reported. Now, come on, Silas. You must take us down to the police station and make a statement. Come on now, the rest of you clear the way. Come on, Silas.
Silas was led out, and after a few minutes, Holmes motioned to me that we should also leave. It was typical of Holmes that he didn't wait for the police to arrive. Mention had been made of the river, and that was enough for him. We were down on its banks within 20 minutes. It was still broad daylight. Holmes noted the footprints on the sandy path, and eventually he stopped by some tall reeds bordering the marshlands.
Yes, I think this must be it, Watson. You see, the reeds are bent all over the place, towards us, mostly. Which means Silas the poacher must have come from the river this way. Come. Yes. The trail leads towards the water.
It's getting awfully damp underfoot, Holmes. Isn't this where the Wootton Marsh becomes dangerous? There's a quicksand at the mouth of the main river, I'm told.
Yes, I shouldn't be at all surprised. The foliage gives way as it slopes towards the water. Yes, now careful now, Watson. This is very important. We found the spot before others had got here and trampled all the evidence into the earth. Yes, footprints. But this way, tread on the grass to one side.
Holmes, what's that? White, fluttering on those reeds.
Yes, a length of cloth. Let me reach for it. Yes, a flimsy piece of material. As it could be from a woman's dress and... look, Watson. Blood. Oh, yes, this is where it happened. I should think the hat was found about here also. Yes, take this, Watson. It's vital evidence that a crime has been committed. Take it while I study these footprints. Yes. Here's where the struggle took place. Very clearly defined in the muddy sand. This is most interesting. It tells me a great deal. We are indeed fortunate, Watson.
Watson? There you are. Got here before us, have you? Holmes, this is Sergeant Peppercorn from the Wootton Police. I've explained who you are and how we're going to find ourselves out here.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. What a real fine state of affairs this be, eh? I reckon there'll be trouble here, eh?
Undoubtedly, Sergeant. A murder has been committed, perhaps two murders. This shows the scene of the struggle. And Watson found a strip of women's clothing. It's covered with bloodstains. There seems no doubt that Mrs. Easton was attacked here.
Oh, now, and this is the spot where Silas said he found the hat, so, well, it looks like both Bill and Marge Easton have been murdered, eh? Well, there ain't no sign of bodies about, is there?
There are tracks. There are tracks leading this way, not towards the river, but through the reeds and marshland. Look, very clear, wide, and it's all flattened down.
Oh, best follow it.
I doubt if that'll be of any use. That trail leads straight into the wooden marsh, and from then on, it's the knee and quicksand. If the man responsible for all this is a local fellow, then he may know of a safe path through the quicksand. But then all he has to do is dump the bodies in the right places, and they'll never be found. Nothing has ever been recovered from the knee and quicksand.
It's a perfect way to dispose of a body. Yes, I think I'll leave all the rest to you, Sergeant. I've found out all I need from the scene of the crime. We were getting back to the Fisherman's Rest. Oh, the hat. Is it still there, Sergeant?
Oh, I thought you might like to examine it, Miss Strong, so I left it with Tubby's wife.
Oh, good man. You don't mind if we take this strip of clothing, do you? I'll see you later on, Sergeant. Come, Watson. There's work to be done.
We got back to the inn in record time, and Holmes took the hat from Mrs. Spence. We sat again in Tubby's parlour, and Holmes was silent for about half an hour while he subjected both hat and torn clothing to minute scrutiny through his magnifying glass. I could tell that he was puzzled. By the time Tubby Spencer returned, he was sitting quietly puffing at his pipe, lost in thought.
Well, at least I didn't bring you over in a wild goose chase, Holmes.
No. The goose at Goose End is not wild, Tubby, but extremely clever.
The man called Adam West, you mean? Yes, I agree. Of course, Sergeant Peppercorn has got in touch with headquarters at King's Lynn. They will have notified Norwich, and the country police will be over here before we know where we are.
Oh, I don't think I wish to get involved with them, Tubby. We've got quite a way ourselves. We were almost in at the kill, as it were. Are you agreeable to carry on with this as a private investigation?
Oh, I'm a private person now, not a Scotland Yard man. Yes, of course. Then it'll be a pleasure to work with you again.
Ah, good. Now, what are your thoughts about this up to the moment?
Well, on the face of it, it appears that Bill Easton went out to keep the rendezvous with Adam West, who had been blackmailing him. We know he was armed. I should judge that his wife followed him. There was a confrontation down by the river. Perhaps Easton pulled a gun and tried to fire at West. His wife intervened. There was a struggle. West shot Easton. Then after another struggle, in which Margaret's clothing was badly torn, he overpowered her. He threw her into the quicksand and disposed of Easton's body in the same way.
Yes, that is a workable theory.
But you don't agree with it?
Oh, no, not at all.
Then might I ask what your thoughts are up to this moment?
I'd sooner keep them to myself for a while. They're rather disorganized, and I hate rambling thinking. What about you, Watson?
I have to agree with Tubby. There's only one thing that I'm not sure about.
What's that?
The lodger, Luke Merivale. He's a shifty sort of man. I wonder if his evidence is to be trusted. We've only his word for it that these conversations he overheard actually took place. For all we know, there might not even be a blackmailer called Adam West.
Splendid thinking, Watson. That's really very astute of you. Full marks.
Oh, thank you, Holmes. You see, if his story's correct, then why didn't he move before? Why, for instance, if he is an inquisitive type of person, and he obviously is because he eavesdrops, didn't he follow Easton and his wife and check up on their movements on the night of the crime?
Why, indeed. Of course, he might have been too scared.
Or he might be even more involved. Lodgers have been known to disrupt domestic harmony, you know. Well, it's worth thinking about, Holmes.
Wrong, Watson. Totally wrong. You are, in fact, both wrong, but it is getting late. I suggest a little light supper and an early night. Tomorrow morning we can resume our investigations. I shall first send off a telegram to your old firm of Scotland Yard, Tubby. And in the morning I suggest a trip to King's Lynn.
King's Lynn? But why, Holmes?
To Easton's place of work. I think we might be able to pick up a few missing threads from quite an opposite direction. Meanwhile, your wife tells me there is cold game pie and cider for supper. Shall we join her in the kitchen, Tubby?
I knew from Holmes' attitude that we should get no more out of him that night. The next morning, after an excellent breakfast, the three of us, for Tubby refused to be left out, journeyed by pony trap to King's Lynn, where we easily traced the firm of Churchman and Sons where Bill Easton used to work as a salesman. The chief clerk showed us into the small office that Easton used.
Yes, this is where poor Bill used to work. We haven't touched anything, of course, because we're still hoping that all these rumors are ill-founded and that he will return. That's his desk.
Thank you. I'm afraid the chances of you seeing Bill Easton again are very remote. But I'm glad you've left everything undisturbed.
Thank you. I shall be in my office if you wish to discuss anything further. Excuse me now, please.
Rest if I can see what's so important about searching his place of work, Holmes. I should have thought a search of the house would have been more profitable.
Not if there was something he wished to conceal from his wife. There's this, for instance. A wallet. And in the wallet, letters. Here's one letter in particular. Listen to this. My dearest Adam, just a short note to say that I shall be waiting at the same place for you. I love you and will wait for you for always. I know that we shall come together in the end and live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Yours, Pearl.
Letter to the blackmailer? Yet Bill Easton came by it. Holmes, do you think this is significant? Could Easton have been planning to turn the table, blackmail the blackmailer?
Lady Pearl has unfortunately, by sheer force of habit, perhaps, written her address at the top of the paper. 12 Sheepcote Lane. Well, our next port of call is clearly indicated. Come, gentlemen, let us visit this Pearl lady. I think we're nearing the end of our chase.
Sheepcote Lane was on the other side of the town, but we found it quite easily. Holmes walked rapidly up the steps, and a buxom young lady answered the door.
You are Pearl? We are the police. Kindly let us in. We wish to ask you a few questions.
What's your name? You can't come in here.
We are in. Now, where is the man who calls himself Adam West?
Adam? He ain't here. He's gone to...
What is it, Pearl? I thought I heard someone...
Bill Easton.
That is correct. Bill Easton, who served his first term of imprisonment as Adam West, and who will now hang for the murder of his wife, Margaret Easton. You'd better take charge from now on, Superintendent Spencer.
Tubby Spencer took charge automatically. Easton broke down once he realized he'd been caught. Holmes drove the pony cart back to the Fisherman's Rest and explained.
You see, Watson, there were two things that simply didn't fit in with Tubby's theory that a blackmailer had murdered both Easton and his wife. The first was the scene of the crime. That struggle clearly indicated only two sets of footprints, a man's and a woman's. There was no third party. Hence, the struggle was between Easton and his wife. The second was the hat. Easton fired a bullet through his own hat to make everyone think that the bullet had lodged in his brain and the body thrown into the quicksand along with his wife's. But he made a big mistake. He fired the gun from inside the hat so that there wouldn't be a hole on the other side. There was clear evidence of the powder burns inside. Hence, no murder. Yes, he'd invented the character of Adam West as a blackmailer, threatening to reveal his criminal past in order to drain away his wife's savings. He salted them away with his own money in order to run off with Pearl, his latest mistress. Scotland Yard confirms that he was both Adam West and Bill Easton. Well, I've had a very enjoyable fishing trip. It ended with quite a satisfying catch after all, didn't it, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
There's one thing I cannot understand, Watson.
I'm relieved to hear that, Holmes. You can usually explain everything away. Now, what is it that confounds you?
Accountancy. I've often thought it to be worth my while to engage a lady secretary who could put my affairs in order, but... I do confess I cannot cope with balancing these bills.
You're in financial trouble, Holmes?
I don't think so, but then you see, I understand these banking statements so little I can't be sure. Oh, well, I shall simply have to rely upon my bank manager's judgment. What a bore earning a living is.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
The unpaid debt.
I knew very little about Sherlock Holmes' financial affairs, but I knew better than to try, and to offer to help would have been regarded as an insult. On the very morning when he placed aside his account books with a weary sigh, Mrs. Hudson announced a visitor.
Lord Edison to see you, sir.
Oh, he's not made an appointment, but I think I have the time. Ask him in, will you please, Mrs. Hudson?
Please come this way, my lord.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, I'm so sorry to call without making an appointment, but I was passing this way and rang the bell upon a sudden impulse. If this intrusion's inconvenient...
Not at all, no, not at all. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. John Watson.
Good morning.
We work together on many of my cases. Please feel free to speak openly in front of him.
Very well.
Do sit down. Smoke if you wish. I'm about to enjoy a pipe myself.
Thank you.
Now, I can tell that something's disturbing you. What made you rise so early and walk here through Regent's Park? Do you normally suffer from insomnia?
Gracious. How could you have guessed that?
Your boots are muddy. Earth clogged under the instep. Earth that has dried with leaves and the seeds of shrubs. Only one place near here where you could have picked that up. We had a shower early on, about 7 o'clock. Since then, it's been a fine day. So, you must have walked out early as your coats and hats are still damp. You cut yourself whilst shaving and you're wearing cufflinks that do not match. All this indicates a distressed state of mind for a man of your station. Can I help you, my lord?
I sincerely hope so, Holmes. The fact is that, like most men who have a town house and a cottage in the country, by the time of settlement taxes, I've very little money left.
I know exactly what you mean. Pray continue.
Well, not only that, but, my pride has been hurt. I'll be frank, I'm something of a gambler. Not a week passes without I have a few friends in to dinner and a game afterwards. I did so a couple of nights or so ago. It was, on the whole, a lamentable evening.
You lost heavily?
No, on the contrary, I won a considerable amount.
Perhaps you better start from the very beginning and tell me everything that happened. You knew the people with whom you played?
Oh, yes, quite well. The party consisted of 2 men, a woman, and myself. We were playing poker. One of the men was an American friend, Joe Van Heimer, over here on a short stay. The other man was Ernest Hardcastle, the son of a very old friend, Lionel Hardcastle. The lady was a charming widow, Mrs. Amanda Vane. We spent a most pleasant evening, the play going one way and then another, and the hour grew very late. Eventually, we decided upon one last game, and then came the time to settle up.
Well, I guess that's enough for one night for me. Excuse me.
Oh, I quite understand, Mr. Van Heimer. It's been quite a long evening. How do I stand? I think I've made money tonight. £50. Yes?
You're right. Joe here owes you that. I seem to have been the lucky one.
And I, the unlucky one. How much do I owe you?
As much as 3,500, I'm afraid, Ernest.
Oh, well, it's yours tonight, mine next week. I'm afraid I shall not be able to write you a cheque on my own account this evening. The fact is that I'm overdrawn already, but dear Papa will help out. He always does. Will it be all right if I arrange things with him and then I'll send a cheque round in the course of tomorrow?
Yes, of course.
Well, I guess I can pay you out in cash and get me a hansom back to the Dorchester.
Oh, there's no need. I have a carriage waiting in the courtyard below. I shall be only too pleased to drive home that way. What about you, Ernest?
Well, I think I'll walk. It isn't far. Clear my head.
Just as you wish. Oh, dear, what a mess we've made of this room. Your servants will despise us when they come to clear away.
Oh, that'll not be until late tomorrow morning. I'm leaving everything just as it is, and I've given orders not to be disturbed.
Oh.
Well, I guess it's good night. Thank you, and we'll be in touch.
Yes, of course. Good night, Amanda. Good night, Joe.
Good night.
Bad luck, Ernest.
Oh, I'm only lending you the money. I'll take it off you again next week. Father will settle up tomorrow. Good night.
Thanks for a lovely evening. I have enjoyed myself.
Good night, Amanda. Good night, Joe. Good night.
As you say, a profitable evening. Well, there seems no trouble there. Did the cheque arrive the next day?
2 days later. It was an open cheque, and I went round to Ernest's bank to cash it. Imagine my surprise when they refused to do so. They stamped it not payable. The cheque had been stopped. Why, I don't know.
You think that Ernest's father refused? Well, 3,000 is, well, it's quite a lot of money. Perhaps he decided that he couldn't afford it.
No. Hardcastle has more money than he knows what to do with. And he must have given Ernest the money to put in his own accounts before he could write me out the cheque. But why was it stopped? Why did Ernest write out a cheque and then have it stopped immediately?
Well, it is very strange, isn't it? But why come to me? What makes you think I can do anything about it?
Frankly, I'm afraid of some sort of scandal. Lionel Hardcastle's an extremely influential man. If he and his son feel they have a good reason for stopping that cheque, then I'm on dangerous ground. If I tell people that Ernest has welched on a debt, his honour will be questioned. He'll naturally defend himself, and there'll be the most almighty scandal. Every club in London will be gossiping. I can't afford that. Frankly, I need to clear this matter up silently, and I need to be paid the money that I've won. I need the cash.
I see. But if Ernest Hardcastle is indeed a friend of yours, then can't you quietly call upon him and chat this over in a friendly manner? Ask him man to man what the trouble is.
I've tried that. I knew that Ernest would be at his club at lunchtime yesterday, made a point of being there. I came across him in the billiard room. Ah, Ernest, very man I wish to see. Look here, what is all this nonsense over that cheque?
Do you think this is quite the right place to discuss such things?
It's as good as any other, isn't it? Come, a short answer.
Well, this is deuced awkward. I'm most fearfully sorry, but the fact is that, well, my father ordered me to stop payment.
But why?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't. I simply received a message from him ordering me to stop payment to you. You know what father is like. I have to obey him no matter what he asks, and I simply don't know why he demanded that I did so. Oh, excuse me now. I have to play.
And that was that. I don't feel like having an open confrontation with Lionel Hardcastle himself. And I thought I'd call on you. You have a reputation of solving delicate problems with discretion.
Thank you.
Then, will you help?
I will try. I have my own methods, of course. I must be allowed complete freedom.
No, you shall have it. Regarding payment, as I've told you, I am rather hard up at the present. That's why I need that cheque. So...
The debt is for 3,500, not so? I take it that you would be happy with the round figure of 3,000. My bank manager would be pleased to accept the rest. Good day, Lord Edgerton.
I couldn't help smiling at the way Holmes neatly adjusted his bank balance that morning, for I'd no doubt that he would succeed in straightening matters out. It was a simple matter for a man of his reputation to gain an audience with the millionaire Lionel Hardcastle.
Glad of this opportunity to make your acquaintance, Holmes. Wish it could have been made in other circumstances.
Thank you. I've been as frank as I can. I'm representing Lord Edgerton, who feels too embarrassed by the circumstances to call himself.
Appreciate that.
If the expression does not appear too jocular, I shall lay my cards on the table. At the general settlement of that poker game, your son had to pay Lord Edgerton £3,500. He agreed to pay the debt. You advanced him the money which he placed in his account. He then wrote out a cheque and delivered it. But suddenly you demanded it be stopped. Now, to my mind, someone must have influenced you in that decision.
Oh?
Of course. It could surely have been one of only two people. The other two seated round that card table. Joe Van Heimer or Mrs. Amanda Vane. Mr. Van Heimer is about his business. According to the Dorchester, a very busy man. That leaves Amanda Vane. Now, what did she say to you that made you stop that cheque, Mr. Hardcastle?
You're as astute as they say you are, Holmes. You are quite correct. Mrs. Vane wrote me a note informing me that, in her opinion, the game had been a cheat from beginning to end.
Ah, that is as I thought. Do you know Mrs. Vane very well?
I can't say that I do. I have met her, say, half a dozen times, but that's all.
And yet you are prepared to accept her accusation against the sound reputation of Lord Edgerton, a man you have known and been friendly with for many years? How very extraordinary.
It's not extraordinary at all. You see, Holmes, I have since met with Mrs. Vane, and she is able to prove her accusation. The games in which my son lost that considerable amount of money were played with a rigged deck of cards, and Lord Edgerton used them to cheat him. I'm prepared to remain silent upon the matter, provided that Edgerton drops it at once and never asks a member of my family into his home again. Perhaps you'll be good enough to convey that message back to him. Good day to you, Holmes.
When I got back to Baker Street that afternoon, I found Sherlock Holmes awaiting me with some impatience. He was dressed very smartly and obviously about to go out. He insisted that I went with him. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but he was adamant. I was forced to wash and change and accompany him to Eaton Square. The sumptuous home of Mrs. Amanda Vane. I found her totally enchanting. She smiled her welcome and assumed the role of a shrewd hostess.
I take it that this is a business visit, Mr. Holmes, but that is no reason why you should not enjoy it. There's whiskey and soda here, and cigarettes at your elbow. I'm sure the doctor would approve of a little stimulant after a hard day. May I have a small whiskey?
Yes, of course.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Vane. But before going any further, I must point out that you've put yourself in something of a predicament.
Oh, good. Really, life is so boring for me, doing the same dreary social rounds, that any kind of predicament sounds most exciting. And I must admit that I'm completely thrilled at meeting so famous a detective. I shall dine out on this for weeks.
Your drink, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Oh, do help yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just right. Now, Mr. Holmes, please explain my predicament. I feel I should know what it is.
You wrote a note to Lionel Hardcastle regarding a certain poker game. Later you visited him and told him that the game was a crooked one. Due to your visit, Hardcastle ordered his son to stop payment on a cheque for his debts. Now, the inference is that Lord Egerton is a cheat. Now, have you heard of the laws of libel and slander, Mrs. Vane? If this comes out and you cannot prove your accusation, a suit against you would cost you a great deal of money.
Oh, I know. I was aware of that before I did what I did. But what else could I do, once I was convinced that the game was cheated?
How do you know it was? What is your proof?
Well, it's really all rather simple. You see, I have no reason in the world to complain. After all, I won £50.
From whom?
Joe Van Heimer. And he paid me there and then in notes. Lucky me. To tell you the truth, I was thrilled a bit. I'm normally not very lucky at cards. I do better at love, I must admit. Anyway, the game broke up very late, and I gave Mr. Van Heimer a lift back to Dorchester in my carriage. And when I was in the carriage, I realized I'd left my vanity bag behind. So silly. I remembered exactly where I'd left it. I put the money Joe had given me in my purse, and my purse in my large handbag. That one hanging from its strap over that chair. But my vanity bag I'd left out. Well, the very next morning, I was leaving from Euston to Tring on the early 7:20 train. I had to virtually pass the Egerton home. I stopped my carriage and called. I know it was very early and hardly the done thing, but I knew only the servants would be up. Fortunately, old Harris, the handyman, was there. He let me in. He knows me, so it was all right. I told him I'd find my own way out. So I went into the room where we'd played cards the night before. It was exactly as we'd left it, even to the empty glasses and the smell of stale cigarette stubs. I found my bag, just where I knew it would be, and I was about to leave when...
Yes, go on.
Well, the early morning sunlight was streaming through the lace curtains, and it fell across the card table and illuminated the back of the cards, lying just as we left them, scattered across the table. I picked one up and looked at the glazed back of it. Then I picked up another and studied that. And then another. They were all marked.
Marked?
Yes, very cleverly marked, with pinpricks along the edge of the borders. Tiny pinpricks, which you could hardly see, unless you looked for them. But if you were dealing, I knew you could tell the value of the cards by touch, providing you knew the code.
I see, how very clever. And then?
Why, I stood there for some minutes, trying to take it all in. Then I examined the other cards. They all carried some kind of small indentation. I didn't know what to do. Then I made up my mind. I took 5 or 6 cards at random and left the house. Later, I wrote to Mr. Hardcastle and took those cards along to show him. I left the decision to him. He stopped Ernest's cheque. And really, I don't think anyone can blame him. Sure you won't have another drink, Mr. Holmes?
Holmes declined a drink and wished Amanda Vane a good evening. He was silent as we walked down into Sloane Square and hailed a hansom cab. And it wasn't until we were clattering our way up Sloane Street that he broke the silence.
It won't do, Watson. It just won't do.
It's a sad state of affairs for Lord Egerton. Mrs. Vane acted very well within her rights. After all, Holmes, what else could the lady do?
That is exactly the point, Watson. I'm a man who deals in facts, a man who searches for clues. But clues aren't necessarily all material ones that can be studied under a microscope. One can detect from people's behavior. And Mrs. Vane's behaviour is extraordinary.
I thought she was a perfect hostess.
I mean when she applied to the facts of the card game. For instance, why did she go to Hardcastle Senior about the cheated game? Surely the man she should have gone to is the man she played the game with. The man who stood to lose £3,500. Ernest Hardcastle is a grown man, but he's a very spoilt puppy and very much under his father's thumb. But he was the one directly involved. Why didn't you go to him?
Well, perhaps she did.
If she did, he'd know the reason for stopping the check. He says he doesn't.
I don't understand.
Amanda Vane didn't go to Ernest and tell him the game was a cheat. And she didn't go to Joe Van Heimer either. Now, why? Because it was necessary to their little plot that there should seem to be no collusion between them.
Collusion? What? Between Mrs. Vane and Ernest Hardcastle?
Oh, yes, of course.
What, you mean that the whole thing was an elaborate trick?
Look at it this way, Watson. Lord Egerton told us that Lionel Hardcastle was accustomed to paying his son's gambling debts. He's a millionaire. He's not going to have society saying his son cannot pay his way. But clearly Hardcastle knows of his extravagances, so he keeps him on a short supply of money. So short that Ernest feels that sometimes he has to trick his father into giving more.
I still don't understand. I'm sorry.
Ernest and Amanda Vane worked it all out. They go for a poker game at Lord Egerton's as partners. If they both won, then of course it would be all right, but Ernest loses heavily, and the party breaks up. Amanda Vane leaves her vanity bag behind on purpose. Next morning, knowing the habits of Egerton's household, she goes round there and gets herself admitted by Harris, the handyman. She sends him about his business, saying she'll let herself out. In the card room, she finds her vanity bag. From it, she extracts a slender hat pin and quickly makes a series of marks on the cards in front of her. It'll be easy. A matter of 10 minutes at the outside. Then she takes some of the cards and leaves.
Well, Holmes, is this possible that beautiful-looking woman, so charming?
Unlike you, I've never allowed my mind to be swayed by a woman's looks. She went to Lionel Hardcastle because she knew his reaction would be to order Ernest to stop payment on the check.
Holmes, but surely you could be wrong. I mean, well, I can't believe that Amanda Vane is a liar.
I think she's worse than that. And she gets her facts wrong. I know the train's out of Euston on a weekday morning. There is no train on the main line to Tring at 7:20. The northbound expresses don't stop at Tring. The first train out of Euston that does is the 10:05 for Coventry. It's a small point, but significant.
Oh, Holmes, if you are correct, then what are we to do?
Well, I think if they can cheat, then so can I. Driver?
Yes, sir.
I've changed my mind. Not Baker Street. Take us to Hanover Square, number 5, the home of Lord Arthur Egerton, and smartly, please.
Upon arrival at Hanover Square, Holmes asked me to stay in the cab. He ran up the steps, rang the bell, and was admitted by the butler. 20 minutes elapsed before he returned, a grim smile of satisfaction on his face. Climbing into the cab, he said,
well, that's that. It'll cost his lordship another £100 and the hire of the Rose Room at the Dorchester, but I think it will be worth it. You'll have an interesting evening out in front of you for tomorrow, Watson. Baker Street now. Thank you, driver.
I knew better than to question Holmes when he was in one of his secretive moods. I would have to be kept in the dark along with everyone else. But I did make sure that I was free the next evening, and once again, suitably attired for the occasion, I accompanied him to the Dorchester Hotel. We were shown to the Rose Room, and there were Lord Egerton and the American, to whom I was introduced, Joe Van Heimer. We were given drinks, and then Hardcastle and his son arrived.
I really don't understand all this. What is it all about? I received your telegram, Holmes, but... Oh, Egerton. I hardly expected this.
Good evening, Lionel. Good evening, Ernest. I don't think you know Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, do you?
Good evening. Look, what does this mean? If there is no explanation, then I think we should go with Watson.
Please don't go before our last guest arrives. Here she is. Please come in, Mrs. Vane.
Good evening. I came in answer to your telegram, Ernest. I didn't expect a gathering like this. What does it mean?
Oh, come along now.
Please do allow me to offer my apologies. I'm afraid I've been guilty of sending telegrams under false names. I'm sorry, but I needed to gather you all together, and it seemed the only way. I think we all know now of the trouble that arose out of the poker game held at Lord Egerton's the other evening. There's been a great deal of confusion, and I think it right that the truth be told between these four walls. I do assure you that as far as I'm concerned, it will never be talked of again outside this room.
Get to the point, man.
Very well. I have to say that a false accusation has been made against the integrity of my client, Lord Egerton. Mrs. Vane maintains that he played with marked cards for the last game in which Ernest Hardcastle lost a very great deal of money. That accusation is completely untrue.
How dare you? I stand by every word I said.
The cards were marked with pinpricks, but you marked them the morning after the game, when you called to collect your vanity bag. Now, didn't you, Mrs. Vane?
That's a lie, a wicked lie. You cannot prove that.
No? There's one other person here who has yet to make an appearance. Let me draw back the curtain.
Good evening. Yes, ma'am. I was told to come here, like Mr. Holmes said.
Because this man saw you using a hatpin to make those marks. The door was slightly ajar. There's a mirror on the wall near the fireplace. You were actually seen, Mrs. Vane.
Man, you fool, you stupid blundering fool. Why didn't you make sure you were alone?
Thank you. That's all we needed to know. I think, Hardcastle, Lord Edgerton, you must decide future actions between yourselves, don't you? Of course, Ernest knew that once the money was in the bank, his father would never ask for it to be returned, so he was £3,500 to the good. He isn't now, but I'm £500 better off.
And the man, Harris?
He is £100 to the good. You will notice, Watson, that he didn't actually lie at all. He just had to appear. I did the lying for him. Mrs. Vane's reaction and Ernest Hardcastle's sense of guilt did the rest. Yes, quite a profitable investigation. I'm sure my bank manager would be very pleased.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Well, that's about the size of it, Dr. Watson. I just have to travel north to Cumberland, and I simply can't take young Harry, my grandson. I'll only be gone a few days, but I can't leave the boy alone in the house, and he don't know nobody in London.
So you're wondering if Sherlock Holmes will allow him to come and stay here at 221B Baker Street,
Well, I know it's an imposition, but, well, Harry's a bright boy. I know he'll behave himself and not get in the way. Of course, if it relied on you, it wouldn't be so bad. You're a doctor and used to handling children. But Mr. Holmes, well, there's no doubt that he can be difficult. I wondered, perhaps if you'd talk to him, sound out the ground, as it were.
All right, Mrs. Hudson, I appreciate your problem. I'll do my best to persuade Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, sir. There won't be no trouble, I promise you that. Harry will be as good as gold. You'll see.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The young visitor.
I knew that to put up a lively young boy in our rooms for any length of time would cause untold trouble. But I didn't see why we shouldn't try to help for a short while. There was a small box room at the top of the house that had a trestle bed in it. It could be made quite comfortable. The only difficulty was Sherlock Holmes and his work. He was the last man in London to want a small boy under his feet while he was engaged upon a case. I broached the subject carefully the next morning. Much to my surprise, Holmes agreed to the arrangement quite amicably. Mrs. Hudson was delighted, and on the Friday afternoon showed him the lad, all dressed in his Sunday best and schooled in the proper behavior.
Come in now, Harry, and say hello to Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? Very pleased to meet you, Doctor.
So, you're Harry, and you're to be our young visitor for a few days.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for letting me stay here.
Harry's a bright lad. He won't make any trouble. I mean, he isn't rowdy or anything like that. As long as there's plenty of books for him to look at, he'll be as quiet as a mouse.
Well, there are plenty of those, although perhaps you aren't quite grown up enough for most of them. Well, young man, sit yourself down. It's a bit early for tea.
Gran's shown me where everything is, sir. I can get it for you any time.
Well, not yet. Well, come on, sit down and tell us something about yourself.
There isn't much. I'd sooner hear about you, Mr. Holmes. Do you really catch criminals, murderers, and people like that? And do they fight to the death at the very end?
Well, not very often. Detection isn't all blood and thunder. It's a question of observation and thinking in the right manner. But I'm not working on any case at the moment, so you needn't bother about disturbing me.
Oh, that's a pity. I think I'd like to be a detective when I grow up.
Well, there's plenty of time for that. Now, what would you like to do this weekend? Play games? Visit the zoo?
Not really. You know what I'd really like?
No? What?
To go down Charing Cross Road and look at all the second-hand bookstores. Now, that will really be a treat.
Well, if that's what you want, that's exactly what we shall do. We shall do so tomorrow morning. How's that? It's a promise.
Wow! I think I'm really going to enjoy it here. I really do.
Things had got off to a most pleasant start. It was clear that Holmes liked the boy, who was quick-witted and not over-familiar. True to his promise, Holmes ordered a hansom cab the next day, and the two of them started off for an exploration of the London bookshops. Charing Cross Road was the obvious start. Holmes knew every store intimately, and one in particular, Nesbitt & Son, was a great favourite.
Well, now, Mr. Holmes, found anything to your liking?
Not at the moment, Nesbitt, but I'll browse around if you don't mind.
Make yourself at home, sir. Make yourself at home.
Mr. Holmes, just come and look at what I found.
What is it, Harry?
Look! It's an old book all filled with maps and drawings. Look! Sailing ships and pirates. All the voyages marked out. Called E. White Cosgrove. Travels of imagination and exploration.
What's that? Gracious me. Nesbitt, what have you got an old Cosgrove out here on the store pavement for? What's it marked up as? 5 shillings. It should be worth far more than that.
Well, I don't know. It came in with a job lot from a Mr. Robert Johnson of the Manor, Lake Radlett. It's in a poor state. Many pages missing, and the cover is stained and warped. It's a pity. It's rare enough, but I doubt if it could be restored.
Please, may I buy it? I'd love to start a collection with this. I've got half the money. If you put the other half, I promise I'll pay you back.
That's all right. Wrap it up, Nesbitt. The young man's found what he wants.
Very good, Mr. Holmes. We must encourage a budding bibliophile, mustn't we?
The rest of that day, young Harry stayed in the box room, poring over travels of imagination and exploration. We heard not a sound from him. It was on the Sunday morning, after a brisk walk in the park, that we returned to find a visitor had called.
Ah, come in, Watson. Young Harry, this is Miss Amelia Johnson. She's called about the book you bought yesterday, Harry. I rather think she wants to buy it from you.
What? I'm sorry. Perhaps you'll let me explain, young man. You see, my uncle is Mr. Robert Johnson, and this book came from his private collection. I think there must have been a slight mistake. The volume should never have been included in the parcel of books sent to Nesbitt in London. Since then, a few pages have been discovered, which, when added to the book, would make it quite valuable. We found out Mr. Holmes' name and address from Nesbitt, and he said he was sure you would agree to sell it back. I'll offer you far more than you paid for it. Now, what do you say?
No.
I'll give you a sovereign here and now for the book. Here? See, a bright new golden sovereign.
Mr. Holmes, I don't have to sell a book, do I? I'll never get another one like it. And if that page is missing, well, maybe I'll be able to buy them for this lady later on.
The book rightfully belongs to you, Harry. It's yours, and you've paid for it quite honestly. Of course, Miss Johnson, the missing pages may deal with the island of Corsium and the legend of the dinosaur. There is a reference to that later on in the book, isn't that so?
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. It's a shame that the tale should remain incomplete. We're anxious to see the volume whole again. I don't think my offer is unreasonable.
Not at all. But it's entirely up to you, Harry. A sovereign back for 5 shillings outlay is a good investment.
I don't want a good investment. I want my book and she shan't have it, so there. I'm sorry, but the answer is no.
Well, that's your answer, I'm afraid. The child is entitled to keep what is rightfully his.
He's a junior. Surely he has parents I can appeal to, people who will listen to reason.
I'm afraid not. None that you can approach at the moment. He's staying with me in the box room in the roof until his grandmother returns next week. But Harry is a strong-willed boy. I doubt if anyone will make him change his mind.
Not even if I made the offer 5 guineas?
I very much doubt it. I'm sorry, Miss Johnson. I'm afraid your visit from Radlett has been a waste of time. Please, may I show you out? Now, look here, Harry. We appear to have stirred up quite a hornet's nest with this purchase of yours.
I'm sorry. I don't want to sell it.
No, and I don't think you should. Remember, I told you that detection was observation and theological thinking? Well, this is the case in point. I believe that book is far more valuable than anyone knows. Now, why did Miss Johnson go to such lengths to regain it? She knows nothing of its contents. I deliberately misled her by quoting the island of Corsium and the dinosaur. A total fabrication. Now, she's offering 5 guineas for a book Nesbit thinks only worth 5 shillings. Now, she's not going to stop there. If she can't buy it, she will be arranging to steal it.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, indeed I do. I've let her know that you occupy the box room at the top of the house with a small window jutting out onto the roof. I shall be very much surprised if you don't have a visitor call upon you this very night.
A real-life burglar. What do we do? Bolt the window? Call the police?
There's no need to call the police when I'm here. And no need to bolt the window either. In fact, you will leave it open. Now listen, Harry. Here is a real adventure for you. Now this is what we shall do. You will go to bed as usual tonight, but after it's dark.
You're still awake, sir?
Yes, Harry. I think this is proving a washout, Holmes. It's very late.
Listen. Someone's outside on the roof. Wait.
Right, man, easy. This is a window. Here. You go first. Righto. Hold on. That's right. Right. Head. Right, come on. Bring the lamp.
All right, Watson. Get them.
Right. I'm with
After the initial tussle, the 2 men who had entered the box room from the roof gave up. They were clearly amateurs at the game and even appeared shamefaced after the lamps were lit and the window closed. Holmes viewed them with contempt mixed with pity. As he listened to their awkward explanations...
I'd never touched the job if I'd known. So help me, I wouldn't.
Oh, me neither. And we was just told to climb in here and get back a book that this kid had nicked from a bookstore.
I didn't nick it. It cost 5 bob.
Quiet, Harry. Well, you made a right mess of breaking and entering. Did whoever engaged you tell you who I was and who this young lad is?
Oh, no. We thought we'd find the place empty. We was told what books to look for. Travels of Imagination, something like that.
E. White Cosgrove's Travels of Imagination and Exploration. And I'll have you know that this is the house of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. You Sherlock Holmes? Oh, now we're for it.
Before we send for the police, perhaps you can tell me the name and address of whoever put you up to this attempted burglary.
A fella called Alan Mortimer. He lives at 28 Bermondside Mansions, Main Road, Radlett.
Radlett. Ah, yes. Things are beginning to form a pattern. Now, look, you two, it's clear that you have been duped and made fools of. On the other hand, had you been successful, you would no doubt have handed over the book and collected payment. How much were you offered for this job?
10 quid apiece.
Ah, that confirms our impressions of the value of the book, doesn't it, Harry? Look, this is what I shall do. I will turn you over to the police, but I shan't prefer charges until tomorrow. If I can clear up this matter swiftly, then we will see if we can't let you off with just a warning. But if things go wrong, I shall call upon you to give evidence against the true offender. Is that clear?
Oh, yes. Thank you, sir.
All right, Watson. Well, let's get these men down to the police station. Then I think we've had enough for one Sunday night. Tomorrow, we shall be paying a visit to Radlett, to the home of Mr. Robert Johnson, where I hope we can successfully conclude this very interesting matter. And as for you, Harry, you get to bed with no more questions asked. Understand?
Could not resist the temptation of a trip to Radlett the following day. With the two would-be burglars still under lock and key, there was no chance of any information leaking back to the man who called himself Alan Mortimer. It was typical of Holmes that he made young Harry do up the controversial book in a neat brown paper parcel with string tied in reef knots. We then took a train to Stanmore and a carriage to Manor Lake, Rathet. Paying off the carriage, we walked up the long driveway. Obviously, the land and manor had at one time been a famous property. A vast lake stretched to the west of the house. An attempt had been made to control the foliage, but whoever had made it had fought a losing battle. We were crossing the final lawn when two figures appeared upon another driveway, a man and a woman.
Now, who do I see approaching? You have but seen her once. What do you say, Harry?
An awful woman who wants to buy my valuable book.
Yes, it's Amelia Johnson, all right. Who's that with her?
Yes. I'd make an even guess that his name is Alan Mortimer.
Cruddy bloke who organised the burglars.
Now, if I'm right, young Harry, you must keep your mouth firmly shut. You are not going to let on about anything that has happened. If you do, you will destroy everything. Understand?
But...
Now, they've seen us, and they've also recognized us. They cannot refuse to greet us. But whatever I say, you must agree. No matter how much you hate it, you must smile and nod and be a little gentleman. Understand?
But Right, I agree.
Good. Here we are. Now, good morning, Miss Johnson. I hope you'll pardon this intrusion. The fact is that my young friend here has had a change of heart and thinks he would like to talk to your uncle about the purchase of his book.
What? I see. I don't know where Uncle is. I think he's inside the house. Good morning, Dr. Watson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Harry.
Mom.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is my fiancé, Alan Mortimer. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
And Harry.
Pleased to meet you.
Would you excuse us? I think we'd better go on up to the house. I'd like to conclude this transaction as soon as possible. Come, Watson, Harry, this way. Good morning to you, Miss Johnson. Good morning, Mr. Mortimer.
Alan, what on earth could have happened? I thought you'd arranged everything, but there was no need to worry.
Something must have gone wrong. Those men have bungled it.
Well, what do we do now? If Uncle gets that book back, that man, Sherlock Holmes, is quite capable.
We shall just have to wait. If Holmes does work things out, it will go very heavily against us. But we shall just have to wait and see, shan't we?
Within a few minutes, we were up at the house. An elderly manservant showed us into a large, dilapidated room where, from behind an enormous desk, a thin, distinguished man rose to his feet and made us welcome. He explained his circumstances and how he came to part with the book.
As you can tell by looking around you, Mr. Holmes, my family have fallen on rather hard times. We used, in the old days, to be very wealthy. My ancestors have lived here for hundreds of years. I am the last of the Johnsons. Yes, naturally, I wish to end my days here. The thought of giving up the place at my age is repugnant to me. So I have been forced to sell my possessions in order to live. Amongst the things I got rid of is the family silver and many rare books. I sent a whole lot to Nesbitt and Son. Amongst them was the Cosgrove. I fail to see why you wish to return it.
I don't. But there's a riddle attached to this book, Mr. Johnson. And I think with your help, I can solve that riddle. And perhaps in doing so, I'll be able to help you overcome some of your more pressing problems.
Riddle? What sort of riddle? I don't understand.
Open up the book, Harry.
Very well, sir.
Now, to start with, I want to know who was the original owner of this book, his background, the sort of man he was.
Well, that's easily answered. It was my great-grandfather, old Peter. He returned from many years sailing the world and did a lot of rebuilding to this manor. He created the lake, set out the gardens. He was an eccentric, an amiable adventurer.
Ah, so he landscaped the grounds. Harry, turn to the centre spread pages of the book.
Those are the 2 pages that show the south of England and the Isle of Wight. There are lovely monsters and even a whale blowing a waterspout. Look, lots of pirates and galleons. It's a bit messy, though. Someone seems to have written in the margins. Can't read it very well. What's it mean, Mr. Holmes?
An examination of the writing through a magnifying glass. Is TREASURE S-O-R-T-R-O-U-V-E.
Oh, Trésor trouvé. Treasure found, or as we say, treasure trove.
Yes, and it's on the island marked with a cross, very near to that water spout.
A treasure! On the Isle of Wight?
I think not. Let's come to the window. You see, the French windows open out with a view across the lake. Now, do you see anything unusual about it?
Oh, best if I can. Well, it looks a bit overgrown. That's if you forgive the observation, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, I agree, but personally, I've never liked that lake. It seems so oddly designed. No symmetry, just everything thrown together.
Look more closely at the small island towards the far end. I think if we had a bird's eye view of its shape, we would be reminded of something. Now, does it mean anything?
Well, I must confess I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, what about you, Harry? Come along, you're a bright boy. What does it remind you of?
Well, funny. I've got it. It's the same shape as the map. The Isle of Wight, like in the book.
Ah, exactly.
But I don't understand you. You mean that old Peter landscaped that lake and island to resemble this map?
That's it.
Now, wait a moment. There must have been a reason. But the treasure trove. You think that there's some sort of treasure hidden on that island out there?
Well, one can but assume that old Peter worked all this out for that reason. It explains why this book is so valuable. I presume that you have a boat that can get us across to the island, Mr. Johnson?
Well, there's an old rowing boat moored down there. Oh, I haven't been across to the island for months. Old Giles, my manservant, will know if it can still be used.
Good, then I suggest a trip to the island and a little exploring, don't you?
Wow! Buried treasure! The boys at school are never going to believe this. Come on! Oh, I don't understand. There isn't any water spout, Mr. Holmes. So how can we know where to look?
What's that half hidden in the reeds and bushes?
Looks like a sort of fountain. Hey, a water spout!
Pull up alongside it, Watson.
Right, Herb. There.
Right. Now, you have a spade, Mr. Johnson. Right. Let's get ashore and start to dig around that fountain. I think but a few paces the other side is the nearest we can attempt. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready. There's something here. There's metal. Joe, look. There's a small metal box. Now, come on, give me a hand. Smooth away the earth, Harry.
Right.
Right, open it. Yes, it doesn't appear to be locked. If it is, prise it open, Watson.
Right.
Wow. Oh, just look at that.
What a sight met our eyes when the small metal box was opened. Even though the sovereigns it contained had been buried in the moist earth for all those years, they appeared almost newly minted. They were genuine enough. The look of sheer amazement on Robert Johnson's face was only matched by the wonder of young Harry. I really believe that at that moment all this young boy's dreams came true. It was simply a fairy tale for him. Back at the house, Robert Johnson couldn't contain his delight. But Holmes, unperturbed, had to curb his enthusiasm.
I'm afraid we now have to come to the unpleasant part of the whole adventure, Mr. Johnson. I have to tell you that your niece is not the timid, loyal creature you thought her to be. She found some missing pages to the book by White Cosgrove. On those pages must have been the information that elsewhere in the book was the clue to all this money. Perhaps it said, look at the center pages, something like that. Anyway, she didn't tell you. She went to Alan Mortimer, the man she wishes to marry. She and he made a plan to get hold of the book, seek out where old Peter had buried his fortune, and claim it for themselves. They would have tricked you out of this money. I think when you confront them with this treachery, they will be unable to deny it. If they do, well, I have proof. Witnesses now under lock and key. Get rid of both of them and enjoy your old age, Mr. Johnson.
Why, I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Holmes. Surely there must be some way, some reward.
Holmes refused the reward. The young Harry Hudson went back to London with 10 shiny sovereigns in his pocket. The happiest lad in the whole world.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
As a medical man, I'd always been a great believer in looking to nature for the secret of health. A balanced diet with everything in moderation. Gentle and regular exercise and plenty of sound sleep. But of course, we all tend to become self-indulgent from time to time. When that happens, I resort to more drastic means. Holmes and I sweated it out in the steam room for a good 20 minutes to half an hour.
Had enough, Watson?
Yes, I think so. This is going to lose me pounds in weight.
Well, it'll all go back on again quite soon. It's purely water weight. Come on, then. Let's have a shower in the next room and then a good massage. I don't want to spend all day in here.
Right. Oh, where's my towel? Right. Come on. This will turn us up. Feel like new men after this.
It's interesting to contrast the effects of heat and cold upon the human body. I suppose this would be quite the wrong thing for a man who was ill to do.
Yes, well, it depends upon the illness. His heart was weak. Yes, I suppose so. Well, here goes. Two or 3 minutes of this will be enough. Rub down with a rough towel and 20 minutes of heavy massage.
I think you have a streak of masochism in your nature, Watson, but... Well, I'll take your word for it.
Yes, that's better. Feel fitter already. Oh, gracious, Holmes. What's that?
Like you. How dare you call me a lout? Vera is vain. Your beggar only being so be quiet. Get out of here. Stay out. I shall do nothing of the kind. I have as much right to use these bars as you have. I come here regularly, and I shall continue to do so. And no stupid, mad old inventor is going to... I'm warning you, Ashby. I can't tolerate your persecution much longer. I don't want to persecute you. I want to ignore you. I find you interfering in any way. You'll what? Think a weak, feeble old fool like you can scare me? I'll find a way to make you pay for this. I'll kill you if you get the chance. It will be quite simple for me to put you out of your misery first.
Why, gentlemen, please. There are other people in here. This is a respectable establishment. We can't allow personal quarrels to take place within these walls. Now, kindly dress and leave here as soon as possible.
Very well. But I warn you, Kenyon, I won't tolerate much more of this. You'd better pull yourself together and be more reasonable. You'll regret it.
And you'd better mend your ways, and above all, stay away from my daughter.
Common oaf. No good loafer. Only after her money, I know that.
Now, that's enough, sir. I must ask you to leave. There are other clients waiting. Have that way out, please. Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. I'll be with you in a moment.
Watson? Did you say Watson? Yes, a strange morning we are, meeting all the odd types in here. Remember me, Watson? Rex Kenyon, Research Department of Battersea Institution.
Yes. Of course I do. Some years ago. I'd never have known you. You've changed so considerably.
Oh, lost a bit of hair and slimmed down. On the other hand, you look portly and prosperous. Suppose you quacks always win, huh? Come out on top. The only people who can bury their mistakes, huh? Well, I can't waste more time in here. I'll be back next week. I'll leave your tip at the office. Goodbye, Watson.
What an extremely unpleasant man.
Yes, he always was, if I remember.
Just make yourself comfortable on the massage tables, gentlemen. You first, Dr. Watson. Just relax, Mr. Holmes. Sleep, if you like.
I should think sleeping in here is almost impossible.
I don't know. Some people do. Back and shoulders first, Doctor.
Who was that man, Watson? Rex Kenyon, did he say?
Yes, that's right. I met him some while ago when I was doing some research at the same institute. He used to be a very clever scientist. Turned his attention to many inventions. Patents for dozens of things, from steam pumps to vacuum flasks.
Vacuum flasks?
Yes, small portable flasks for carrying hot drinks. Doesn't seem to have caught on, or perhaps he can't find a firm to mass produce them.
He uses one himself. Brings in cold water to drink. I think it's largely laced with brandy. Rex Kenyon's a very complex man. Terrible temper, you must have heard.
Who was the man he was arguing with?
Young John Ashby. Another one with a foul temper. Apparently, Ashby's keen on Kenyon's daughter, causing untold trouble. They come here and raise Cain.
I wonder you allow it?
Oh, I have complained, and they've been warned that it's got to stop. We tried to persuade them to make different appointments, but each claims he was first in booking these hours. Oh, very trying.
Well, I must say, I'm shocked at Kenyon's appearance. He looks dreadfully ill to me. Oh, can you concentrate on my right shoulder? I think I've a touch of hypersitis there. Yes, that's it.
Yes, a bit of a knot here. Just under that old
I
wall.
suppose the incident with Rex Kenyon would have been totally forgotten if we hadn't had a visitor a couple of days later. I came home in the afternoon to find Mrs. Hudson had just announced a young lady.
Ah, Watson, back just the right time. This is Miss Vera Kenyon. She's come to see you and not me. Shall I leave you?
Oh, please. Please, Mr. Holmes, please don't. The fact is, I would welcome your advice.
Oh, what's it all about? Oh, do be seated. I assure you that we shall both help you if we can.
Well, my father is Rex Kenyon. I believe you were acquainted with him some time ago, as you met at the Raynor Steam Bars the other day.
Yes, that's right. Well, I must say I'm surprised that he mentioned the fact to you.
Well, it just came up when you were talking of ways of keeping healthy. And this is really why I've come to you, Dr. Watson. I'm quite convinced my father is very, very ill. He's a brilliant man, as you must know. He's been deteriorating in health quite rapidly. And it's affecting his whole personality. He will not go to a doctor. He hasn't any faith at all in the medical profession. And I'm worried to death about him.
Yes, well, how do you think I can help?
Well, you are the only doctor he even knows. Can you not call at our house, quite socially, and persuade him to let you examine him, advise him?
Well, if I thought it would succeed, I'd agree immediately. But it's quite clear that your father would not allow me to even talk about his health. He'd never consent to taking my advice, and it'd only cause an ugly scene. I imagine you find it difficult enough as it is.
It's becoming intolerable. I have no life of my own. Recently, I became engaged to a young man, John Ashby. I was forced to break off the engagement when father behaved like a madman, ranting and screaming and threatening to cut me off without a penny. I'm afraid John also has a bad temper. Between the two of them, I'm at my wit's end.
I'm sorry, I really don't think I can help at all. What do you advise, Holmes?
I should think a change of scenery for all concerned would be the best plan. Can you not persuade your father to take a short vacation, get away into the country, even for a few weeks?
I have suggested this many times. He won't hear of it. All he wishes to do is spend most of the day in his workshop attached to the house, drink at the public house, the Falcon, and visit the steam bars 3 times a week. It's the pattern of a total eccentric, but he will not break it.
I cannot see what we could do to help.
Mr. Holmes, if a visit by Dr. Watson to our home will anger Father, then can you not call? You're famed for your scientific approach to life. Surely you and Father could find something in common. Perhaps you might have an influence over him.
I very much doubt it. If anything specific arises, I will most certainly call upon you, but like Watson at the moment, I don't see what good I can do. I'm sorry, but that's that.
It must have been over a week later that I came down to breakfast to find Holmes eagerly reading the Morning Standard, which was propped against the toast rack.
Ah, Watson, come sit down. Pour yourself some coffee. Eggs and bacon on the sideboard. Help yourself and listen to this. Inventor found killed in Turkish bath. Mr. Rex Kenyon, well-known inventor of patent domestic appliances, was found stabbed to death in the Raynor Road Turkish bath and gymnasium late yesterday afternoon. He was heard to be quarrelling violently with another client in the steam bath earlier. The body was found by Mr. Paul Simmons, a masseur. Scotland Yard are investigating. The young man has been held for questioning.
Yeah. Sounds as though Vera Kenyon's young man's in trouble. Almost a duplication of the situation we witnessed from last there. Those two threatening to kill each other. Oh, we heard them say so.
Yes, now it's happened. Well, I said I would help Miss Kenyon if the need arose, and as it's clearly a case of murder... Ah, that may well be the lady herself. Would you answer the door?
When I opened the front door, I was surprised to see not Miss Vera Kenyon, but Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. Of course, I invited him up straight away. It seemed he had called about the matter we'd been discussing. Holmes poured him coffee, urged him to smoke his pipe, and get down to the purpose of the visit.
Oh, well, now, I see from the newspaper lying amongst the breakfast things that you've read of the death of Rex Kenyon in those Turkish bars. I believe you knew him.
Well, Watson knew him slightly. I only saw him once in those very steam baths.
Oh, we were actually expecting his daughter when you rang the bell. She came here to ask me if I could help her with her father. He was a very hot-tempered, eccentric man who led her a terrible dance. We witnessed a very ugly scene when we saw him on the occasion that Holmes has mentioned. He quarrelled violently with the young man, John Ashby.
I take it that they quarrelled yet again, and that Ashby is the young man you're holding for questioning.
We have done that. We were forced to release him. You're well informed.
Oh, not nearly as much as I should like to be. Please, tell us more.
Well, you're right. Kenyon and Ashby frequented those Turkish baths. They were continually meeting and always fighting. It seemed that yesterday afternoon at about 4 o'clock, they both arrived at the baths. They undressed in the changing room and they entered the steam room. Rex Kenyon carried his refreshment flask as usual. They entered at different times and couldn't have been pleased to see each other. They were the only two people in this, the hottest room. It was only a matter of minutes before the masseurs waiting in the outer room heard them quarrelling.
You dirty hound! Now, one shut up! Go to the devil! Stop hounding me, following me about. Follow you? Oh, I'd be only too pleased if I never saw you again, you old goat. You're a sneaky young blackguard. You'd like to see me dead, wouldn't you? Yes, I would. Then you'd try and desert my daughter's inheritance, you swine. Shut up, you old fool, or I'll make you...
The argument continued for a few more minutes. Then John Ashby came out of the hot room and walked across to the headmaster, Atterbury.
Oh, yes, we know Atterbury. Good man at his job.
And I think a sound witness. He told me in great detail all that happened next. Mr. Ashby came straight out of the hot room and into our parlour. I saw him. He was naked except for a towel round him. This he discarded when he lay face down on one of our benches and demanded a cold sponge treatment. I got to work on him straight away, hoping that the cold water would cool his temper, too. He's a powerful young man. I could tell he was still very angry. Some 10 minutes passed. No one came in or out of the bath during that time, I can swear to that. Then another client, stripped for the hot room, came through from the changing room and entered it. Well, seconds later, there was this dreadful scream. We all rushed forward. Rex Kenyon was lying on his back on a bench with blood still flowing from a wound over his heart. He was dead. Well, I closed the place up and sent for the police. Nothing was touched, no one allowed to dress or move until they arrived. And that's the whole story. And no weapon was found, either in the heat room, the showers, or your massage parlour. The local police made a thorough search. It's easy in a Turkish bath. The rooms are empty, save for benches and towels. There's simply no place where a weapon like a dagger or knife could be concealed. No windows to throw things out of, everything quite sealed in. Frankly, Inspector, I don't know what to make of it, but everything I've told you is the absolute truth. So that is the position. Well, it's baffling, Holmes. There's simply no murder weapon.
Yet you suspect young Ashby. Will you arrest him?
Oh, we should. Clearly he is the murderer. He threatened to kill Kenyon many times in front of witnesses. He was the only other one in that hot room. Kenyon and he were quarrelling. No one else could have done it. It has to be Ashby.
Yet he came out after the quarrel, clad only in a towel, and instead of going back into the changing rooms, where he could have got rid of the murder weapon concealed under the towel, he stayed for a naked sponge down. Was there any blood on Ashby's towel?
No, it was spotlessly clean, pure white. You see, it doesn't make sense. We know this young man is the murderer, and yet we simply can't prove it. It sounded just the sort of intricate puzzle that you so enjoy. That's why I came round here. What do you think, Holmes? Are you interested in working on the case?
Well, as I promised to help Vera Kenyon, I'm more or less committed, am I not? Yes, I will give the matter my immediate attention. The first thing, of course, is a visit to the baths and an interview with the masseur, Atterbury. Yes. Like to come along, Watson?
We went immediately to the Turkish baths, and Holmes had a long talk with Atterbury, who simply repeated everything he'd told Lestrade. The steam room was not working. Nothing had been touched since the baths had been closed down. We both knew our way about the place, but it was clearly a waste of time. Then Holmes suggested taking a hansom to the Kenyon home. Lestrade knew where it was, and when we arrived, we found a tearful Vera Kenyon and a rather belligerent John Ashby.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, how good of you to come. I know John didn't do it. He didn't kill my father.
Of course I didn't. I didn't like the old man. We hated each other, and it's no use pretending we didn't. I know that the circumstances are dead against me. I can't see how he could have been murdered, and I don't know who was responsible, but it wasn't me.
If my father had killed John, I could have understood it. He didn't want John anywhere near me or the house. Why should John want to kill Father?
It has been suggested that with your father out of the way, you would inherit a great deal of this estate. If you married John Ashby, then he would automatically become a rich man.
That's a lie. A flaming great lie. And if I meet up with whoever said that, I'll...
John, please.
You also have a violent, ungovernable temper.
All right, I admit it. But my temper goes as quickly as it comes.
Lots of murders are committed in acts of rage.
But I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, you've got to believe me.
Oh, yes, I do. This killing wasn't committed on the spur of the moment. It was quite premeditated and cunningly thought out.
Oh, and perhaps you will be able to tell us what Ashby cannot. Who killed Kenyon? How did he get rid of the weapon? And what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you. Perhaps someone could arrange a pot of tea. But I should like Miss Kenyon to show me over the house, and in particular her father's workshop. That I should be most interested to see.
Oh, but of course. John, would you be good enough to slip into the kitchen and ask cook to give us tea up here in half an hour? Do you wish to see the house also, Dr. Watson? If so, then please come with me. I'm sure you'll excuse me, won't you, Inspector?
We left a rather bewildered Lestrade and an irritated John Ashby and were shown over the house. Holmes just glanced into the rest of the rooms, but was clearly most interested in the outbuilding. It was a large, well-equipped type of workshop, filled with benches, Bunsen burners, retorts, metal gadgets, and dozens of tools, each appropriate to the experiment being conducted according to the plans pinned above the bench. It was a fascinating place, one in which Holmes could have spent many hours, but he appeared to know just what he was looking for. He prowled around until he came upon a small desk. On the wooden frame was a small design sketched on squared paper.
Yes, this is interesting, Watson. See, it's a sort of scabbard. Your father did a great deal of work in metal, Miss Kenyon?
He worked in all types of material. Yes, he welded metal into all kinds of instruments and designs.
Now, I wonder what happened to this particular subject. Yes, in a drawer, perhaps. No, there's nothing here, although a small book.
Deliveries of materials, I think. Orders for things he needed.
It says here, 7 pounds of ice, cylinder of CO2 gas. That seems to have been ordered several times, and the last delivery on the day of his death. Yes, now I think all is clear.
Look, I'm pressed if I can follow this.
Neither can I.
I cannot explain. The only way I can tell you what happened is to show you. A practical demonstration of your father's abilities. Now, wait just one moment. I need to look around. Yes, it's clear that if something is intended not to be found, it will be deliberately thrown away, and so the dustbins and rubbish boxes. Now, here, this. Now, what about this?
What on earth is it?
Looks like some form of metal mold.
Good, Watson. That's exactly what it is. And now the gas cylinder. Where did they take the empty ones to be taken away?
I think there, by the back exit. Yes. Look, there's one by the door.
Yes. This is what we're after. Do you have ice in the house, Miss Kenyon? It is very important.
Yes, I think in the kitchen. Father installed his own type of gas refrigerator.
Then please go and get me a bucketful and ask Mr. Ashby and Inspector Lestrade to come here at once, please. The tea can wait.
Oh, very good, Mr. Holmes.
Now, Watson, help me to bring that cylinder back near to this bench, will you? This experiment?
I did exactly as Holmes instructed. And by the time Vera Kenyon had returned with the ice and Ashby and the inspector had joined us, Holmes appeared satisfied. He started on his demonstration.
I don't know how familiar you are with chemistry experiments, but of course Rex Kenyon was an expert. He successfully invented a small type of vacuum flask, the Kenyon flask, which kept the liquid poured into it at exactly the same temperature, be it boiling hot or ice cold, for many hours. He also knew that CO2, carbon dioxide, has a very low freezing point, 80 degrees centigrade. And as it comes out of the cylinder and mixes with the air, it turns into very fine crystals. Now watch. Now observe, this is a metal mold. It looks like a small scabbard in which one places a vicious dagger. Now, this ice-cold material is forced into the mold, directed like this, and forced with ice to be compacted in. Now, notice that if I touch it, I shall virtually burn myself. So the reaction of the skin will be like that of a fierce flame. So, I use a block of ice which I can touch. Now, if that is left to assume the shape of the mold, and when solidified, taken out, what do we have? A perfect ice dagger. That is the weapon with which Rex Kenyon killed himself. It was not murder. It was suicide made to look like murder, and done so that another man's life should be forfeited. That's what this case is all about.
It wasn't until we were back at Baker Street and I was mulling over all that Sherlock Holmes had demonstrated that the pieces of the jigsaw began to fit together.
Kenyon used to turn up at the Turkish bath with a vacuum flask. It was the only other article than the towels that went into the hot steam room. I've often said, Watson, that when all the other possibles have been ruled out, what is left must be the answer. In this case, the only object that could be used as a weapon was the flask. Now, obviously, one could not stab a man to death with that, but with something concealed in the flask? Yes. When Kenyon was found dead with his chest wound still bleeding, the flask was on the floor. It was quite empty. So the contents of the flask. The ice dagger with which he delivered the fatal blow sank into his flesh. He collapsed, and within minutes, the intense heat of the room melted the ice. The murder weapon disappeared.
And he died hoping that Ashby would be convicted of murder. But why, Holmes? I mean, why did he kill himself?
I think as a medical man you can guess, Watson. You remarked that he looked desperately ill. I believe a post-mortem will show that he was suffering from an incurable disease, that he had only a few months to live. That's why he had to work quickly. Well, let's hope Lestrade realizes the truth, and the truth is the only answer.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
What is it, Mrs. Hudson? I came immediately. I received your message. What's wrong with Sherlock Holmes?
Well, I think he's busted an ankle, sir. He's had a nasty fall right here outside the house. I managed to get him up to his room, but oh dear, you know what he's like. Do come in. Perhaps he'll listen to you. He won't take a blind bit of notice of me. Come in. Do your best with him.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
a matter of deduction.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colours. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Die volgende klassieke advertensie van Springbok Radio se verlede kom met die vergunning van die Springbok Radio Bewaringsvereniging van Suid-Afrika.
Net meer as 'n dekade gelede het 'n paar versiende Suid-Afrikaners bymekaar gekom en die enorme uitdagings van die internasionale oliehandel aangedurf. Vandag met 'n topgehalte brandstof, 'n volledige reeks olies en reeds meer as 300 volstasies tot in die verste uithoeke van ons land. Betrek jou die een bymiddel wat regtig saak maak. Trots, want trek is ons eie. Trek in by die kwagga en maak vol met trots.
One Sunday morning, I'd received an urgent message from Mrs. Hudson to call at my old rooms at Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes was in some sort of trouble. Naturally, I dropped everything and hurried round. I found my old friend lying on the sofa in the sitting room with his right ankle up on a cushion. He refused to take his injuries seriously, but I insisted on a thorough examination.
I told Mrs. Hudson not to bother you, but you know what she's like. She'll have to make a fuss. It's only a slight sprain. Nothing broken.
Well, just hold still for a moment, Holmes, and let me be the judge. Yes, I think you may be right, but the swelling's considerable. You'll certainly have to keep it up for a while. Cold compresses will help. It must be very painful. Right, well, I think that's all I can do for you at the moment, Holmes. If you require anything else, you must just let me know. Oh, seems we have another visitor. Now, whoever it is, don't let them get you up and about. The more you rest that ankle, the quicker it will take to mend. Now, you must promise me to be sensible about this, Holmes. I know what a bad patient you can be, so just try and curb your natural impatience, won't you?
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Lestrade to see you. Is it all right if I let him up?
Of course it is, Mrs. Hudson. I'm not at death's door, you know. Oh, and put the kettle on, will you? I might as well have a nice hot cup of tea.
Tea is already on the way. You will stay for a cup, won't you, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. That would be most agreeable.
Very good, sir. This way, Inspector.
Holmes, Watson, quite like old times. I heard that you had suffered an injury, Holmes. Nothing serious, I trust?
Very minor, I'm glad to say. Watson's just attended to me and agrees that it's nothing to worry about. Sit down, Lestrade. Now, tell me what brings you here. Surely it can't just be to inquire about my health.
Oh, I was passing this way. Thought I'd drop in. I see that you've been busy reading the papers. What do you think of this body on the train?
There's hardly sufficient data in this newspaper report. It merely says that upon the arrival of the 2:30 train at Tilbury yesterday, a porter discovered the body of a dead man in a first-class carriage. The man was identified as Mr. Harold Brightly, and he seems to have met his death through a blow on the side of the head, although no weapon that could have caused the wound has yet been found. I presume that there could have been many reasons for this.
Any theories?
Hardly. You know, I never go by conjecture, only by facts. Brightly could have been struck by an assailant who left the carriage at an earlier stop, taking the murder weapon with him. On the other hand, he might have leaned out of the open window and been hit by an object on the side of the line, even a passing train. But you must have a professional interest in this, Lestrade. What have you uncovered so far?
Well, I must admit that I have been called in. The Essex police asked for Scotland Yard, and I was approached. I'm happy to say that I've solved the whole case. Not bad in so short a time, eh? Brightly was murdered, all right, by his own nephew.
Just a moment. Please start from the beginning. It's only from there that I can sift out the evidence and form my own opinions.
Well, to start with the body. At first it appeared that Brightly had been struck a terrific blow by a blunt instrument. There was a wound of about 2 inches on the right side of his head. But, on closer examination by the police surgeon, it was found that death was due to a bullet.
from what would seem to be an ordinary army rifle, which was found embedded in the brain.
Shooting in a train. Interesting. What position was the body in?
In the right-hand corner facing the engine, although I don't consider that of any great importance.
All facts are important in a case of murder, but pray continue.
Well, of course, the first thing to do was to find out more about the dead man and discover a reason why anyone should wish to murder him. Now, Brad lived with his daughter in a small place called Ben Fleet on the way to Southend. He worked in the city, and yesterday, being Saturday, he left his office at about 1. He lunched at a restaurant near Fenchurch Station and took the 2:30 train. Brightly was in business with his nephew, importers, a young fellow called Roy Simmons. Roy Simmons' mother was Brightly's sister, been dead for a couple of years, and in the Brightly was a very aristocratic man, travelled first class. Simmons is a bit of a wild type, not much cash, always travels third. He almost missed the train, jumped aboard at the last minute. He knew his mates in the army were in the carriage higher up, and so, and this is the interesting part, Holmes, he admits to having scrambled along the footboard outside the train to the third-class carriages. The workman on the line reported having seen a man in uniform with a rifle on his back hanging on to the outside of the train.
So you think he was able to shoot his uncle through the open carriage window and then join his friends in their
the moment the inquest is over, I shall issue an order for Roy Simmons' arrest. And although I say it myself, I think it's extremely quick work.
Oh, it's quick all right, Lestrade, there's no doubt about that, but is it correct? That is the point.
Here you are, sir. Tea.
A timely interruption, Mrs. Hudson. Would you like to pour, Watson? I'm somewhat incapacitated. Oh, and Lestrade, do promise me that you won't make any move on this rather unusual case until I've given the matter far more thought, won't you? 2 sugars for me, as usual. Thank you, Watson.
Holmes managed to steer the conversation away from Lestrade's latest case, but I could tell that his interest had been fully roused. He motioned me to stay on after we'd taken tea, and when Lestrade had left, he once again picked up the newspaper and studied the account of the murder.
Singular case, Watson. Of course, Lestrade is flushed with pride, and I suspect that he only called in here to show me that he was in complete command of the situation.
Well, he does seem to have a very good case, Holmes.
I question that, Watson. Unfortunately, I'm unable to carry out a full investigation. I can only think the matter out from this couch. As you know, I always like to visit the scene of the crime personally and collect my own facts from first-hand observation. But this wretched sprained ankle prevents any such course. I can but rely upon second-hand evidence. You wouldn't be prepared to act for me on this matter, would you, Watson?
Well, I'll do everything I can, Holmes, but as you know, I've not your powers of observation and deduction. I could very easily jump to the wrong conclusion.
Not nearly as readily as our good friend Lestrade, I do assure you. So you will help?
Well, if I can, of course, yes.
Good. Then the first thing I would like you to do is this. Oh, dear. Does seem to be my morning for visitors, doesn't it? Mrs. Hudson will be asking for weekends off in future.
She won't while you're laid up. She's far too loyal. Would you rather I came again later, Holmes?
No. I should prefer you to stay if you have the time.
Oh, very well.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Young lady and gentleman to see you. Mr. Roy Simmons and Miss Joyce Brightly.
This becomes most interesting. Pray do come in, both of you. Meet my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Excuse the fact that I cannot stand. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to have called without an appointment, but this really is a most urgent matter. May I introduce Miss Brightly? Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
I think I can tell why you're here. You've been interviewed by Scotland Yard, have you not, Mr. Simmons? And you fear an immediate arrest for the murder of your uncle.
That's true, Mr. Holmes. But I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it.
He didn't, Mr. Holmes. I know he didn't. Oh, please, can't you help us?
I will certainly try my best. If it's any consolation, I must say straight away that I believe you are entirely innocent, Mr. Simmons. I'm quite sure of that. But how can we prove it? That is the tricky question, isn't it? Only by finding the true murderer.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000, or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, 2 worlds in one.
I had a chance to study the young couple, and quickly formed the opinion that, although they were cousins, they were very fond of each other, and they made no secret about this. Roy Simmons explained.
I think I must explain, Mr. Holmes, that one of the reasons that I didn't get along very well with my uncle was the fact that Joyce and I have been in love for some while. There was a resentment upon his part. We tried to explain. He wouldn't listen. He was always a very stubborn man. He was against cousins marrying, and, well, I know he thought I just wasn't good enough for Joyce.
I think that had he lived, he'd have come round to accepting us together. But then this dreadful tragedy occurred, and for the way that Scotland Yard works it out, things look very black for us. That's why we decided to come to you. Oh, please, you say you believe in Roy, but that you have to find out the true murderer. But how can you do so, Mr. Holmes? There is simply no one who has a motive to kill my father. How can there be?
All this will be revealed in good time, Miss Brightly. I've requested Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard not to make any positive moves against Mr. Simmons until I've had time to collect many more facts. Tell me when the inquest will be held. On Tuesday morning. It means we have so little time.
I suppose you'll be unable to be present, Mr. Holmes.
My good friend Dr. Watson tells me that I must remain here and not put any weight upon my injured ankle. I regret that all inquiries will have to be done for me by Watson. However, I see no reason to despair. I take it that you can hold yourself available for any interviews or journeys that I can arrange on your behalf, Mr. Simmons? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Here's my card. I live in a small apartment in Ashworth Road, Paddington. I'll be at home from now on.
I shall be back at the family home at Benfleet. Please feel free to call me at any time, Mr. Holmes. It's imperative that this dreadful tragedy is solved immediately.
I shall certainly do my best. Just a few questions before you leave, and then the investigation will be taken over by Dr. Watson. Now, a detailed account of your movements from the moment you caught that train in your soldier's uniform, if you please, Mr. Simmons.
Roy Simmons gave us a clear account of his actions of the previous day, and I could tell from the frank and yet clumsy way he told his tale that it was the truth. It was a confession of some bravado, but I believed every word of it. Holmes sat back on the sofa, the tips of the fingers of each hand placed gently together, his eyes half closed as though picturing all he was told. Eventually he smiled and dismissed the couple, promising them that he would take action immediately. When they'd been shown out by Mrs. Hudson, he made several immediate requests.
Firstly, Watson, my books. Railway timetable and ordnance maps from the shelves by the fireplace, if you don't mind.
Yes.
This case is becoming remarkably interesting. I think you'll find the red bound books are the ones. A 6-inch survey map that covers the countryside from Rainham to Purdham.
Let's see. These the ones you want?
Yes, those are they. Yes. Now, this is what I'm looking for. Come, study this with me, Watson. You see, here is the railway, and here, running alongside, is the country road. Now, it breaks way round about here, because it enters Rainham Marsh. There are rifle ranges there, and here. Now, this presumably was where the reserve soldiers were doing their afternoon practice. Roy Simmons must have been shooting on this one. Yes, this is most interesting. I'm afraid I must ask you to take a trip down to Rainham, Watson. I want as much information as can be obtained from the warden in charge of the ranges. Take Roy Simmons with you. He'll know the terrain. And while you're at it, I think you should go by train from Fenchurch Street, occupy a first-class carriage, sit on the right-hand side facing the engine, and carry out a simple experiment. Will you?
Of course I agreed, and some 2 hours later found myself on the South End train from London. I had the maps open upon my knee, and Roy Simmons explained the countryside in great detail. I was very conscious of my own inadequacies, realizing that Holmes would make far more out of everything than I could. but I tried to follow his instructions as carefully as possible. Now, what I wish you to do, Simmons, is to stand up over there by the opposite window and hold that walking stick as though you would a rifle. Now, point it at me. Now, hold your aim as steadily as you can.
Very well. I think it won't be easy. I might add that I'm not the best of shots. That's why I was part of the team that had to put in extra practice. However, here goes. Yes. Now, you mean like this?
That's it, as though the stick's coming through the window.
Tricky. Oh. How's that?
Yes, I think I see what Holmes is after. You're having a hard time pointing that stick accurately. And if you were outside on the running board, holding on with one hand, it would be virtually impossible to aim accurately through the window. The motion of the train has thrown you off. Well, that's one theory taken care of.
Thank goodness for that. I don't mind admitting that I was scared stiff hanging on out there anyway. It was only my mates cheering me on that kept me going. But, Dr. Watson, my uncle was killed in this train. I didn't do it, so who the devil did?
Well, I can't answer that, but a glimmer of light is beginning to dawn. Perhaps after we've visited the rifle ranges, we shall have a better idea. How much farther to the stop where we get off? And will there be anyone there on a Sunday afternoon? The journey didn't take more than another 15 minutes, and there was a warden in charge of the Rainham Marsh Range. He explained that there was no activity at that particular time.
Oh, nothing going on at the moment. Always quiet on a Sunday. It's weekdays and Saturdays that we're busy.
Yesterday, the Army Reserves were in action, I understand. Do you mind showing me exactly where the practice took place?
It was over there on number 8 range, wasn't it, Warden? I was part of the team.
Oh, that's so. A bunch of right rotten shots you were, too. Yes, that's where you were firing. You notice that the butts are placed right against the fence. Beyond that's the marsh and the river.
So that if anyone was particularly wild with their firing, there could be no danger from flying bullets.
Oh, heaven help us, no. That's why the place is designed as it is. Very little danger here. The red flags go up, of course, and no one's allowed to walk across. Never been any accidents, I'm thankful to say. Of course, on the other side, there's a house or two and the railway, but, the fire doesn't go in that direction.
Excuse me, Warden, but wasn't there other activity going on down here during yesterday afternoon? I think I heard some of the men talking about some unusual firing.
Oh, aye, that's right, yeah. Over there, number 9 range. Special testing going on from Woolwich. Newfangled sort of gun, a sort of repeater device. Testing it out, they were. I can't say whether it was a great success or not. War Office were in charge, you see. It's all very secret and hush-hush.
I see. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else to keep us here, Simmons. We'd better be getting back to Baker Street and report to Holmes. I'm afraid he won't be at all impressed. I'm not a very good substitute, I'm afraid. Oh, thank you, Warden. You've been very kind. Come on, Simmons. We shall just be in time to take the return train. Back at Baker Street, I made the report to Holmes in as detailed a manner as possible. Roy Simmons helped me by drawing a rough sketch of the position of the rifle ranges and the railway and confirming all that had taken place. Holmes was naturally impatient and annoyed that he had been able to conduct the investigation in person. He studied the survey maps and our sketches in great detail.
That's no use, Watson. I shall have to go down there myself.
Oh, but Holmes, you can't. It's important that you do not use that leg in its present state.
I shall take a stout stick and put very little weight upon the ankle. I'm quite convinced that the answer to this case lies on that rifle range. We've proved that no one on that train could have committed the murder. The rifle range has got to be the answer. Please, be good enough to get in touch with Lestrade at Scotland Yard. He must hire a 4-wheeler, and we shall drive down there. Now, there's a path that goes across the marshes. I shall conduct the investigation from there. Come. Enough time has been wasted as it is. We must get back to Raynham while it's still light. Hurry, Watson, hurry.
And so, yet again, I made the journey down to Raynham. Holmes was silent for most of the journey, and I could tell that Lestrade thought the whole thing a waste of time. Once on the rifle range, Holmes produced some powerful field glasses and studied the countryside. He seemed particularly interested in number 9 range, where the new rifle tests had been conducted.
Most extraordinary. It's very good of you to give us so much of your time, Warden. Tell me a little more about this test rifle. Was it held by hand by one of the men from Woolwich?
Oh, no, sir. A special clamp was used to hold it quite steady. Very powerful gun it is, too. Something went wrong right at the end of the test. It slipped from the clamp, I believe, and the last round must have gone off over into the river over there.
Ah, something went wrong and the target was missed. That's just the information I was looking for. Watson, Lestrade, study the scene before you. Imagine, if you can, what would happen if bullets from a highly powered gun got sprayed about this range.
I can't see that it would make much difference. As the warden says, they would simply have gone by the target and into the marsh or river.
Yes, unless one bullet was deflected in some way. It is possible. In fact, more than possible. Watson, lend me that rather burly shoulder of yours to lean upon. I'm about to hop my way across the grass and show you just how Brightly was killed. It was not murder at all. It was a pure accident. Come, let me explain.
As we helped Holmes to stagger across the rifle range, he began to explain his theory. It all began to make sense. Even Lestrade was impressed and forced to listen. I was staggered that the facts could have been placed together so accurately without Holmes having been anywhere near the scene of the death.
It was clear from the beginning that Simmons could never have killed his uncle. In the first place, if he was on the train, then he would have had to fire at very close range. A rifle bullet would have simply gone through the man's head and not lodged in the brain. It was obvious that the bullet that killed Brightly was very near the end of its flight, and so must have been fired from a long way off. Now, although the rifle used on this range was pointing in the wrong direction, supposing it hit that metal flagstaff in front of us, it would then have ricocheted off, been deflected, and entered the open window of the passing train. A bullet deflected in this way usually turns over and over in its flight, and that would account for the unusual size of the wound. There, look up there on the flagstaff. That is a recent scar where the paint has been chipped away. I submit to you that that is how Brightly was killed. Check the times of the train against the last round fired by that new rifle from Woolwich, and I think you have the case solved. Don't you, Lestrade? And an innocent man will be able to go free. Saved purely by a method of deduction. Elementary. Not so, my dear Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
I trust you're enjoying the morning papers, Watson?
Hmm? Oh, yes. Oh, would you like to have them, Holmes?
No, not yet. I'm busy on my correspondence. This is interesting. Listen. Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm most anxious to have your advice on a most important event. I was present at the White and Milton auction of coins yesterday and became involved in what might be a serious charge. May I call upon you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? I shall understand if I'm not granted an interview and hope for another appointment. Yours faithfully, Evelyn Summerhays.
Evelyn Summerhays. Name sounds vaguely familiar. Man or woman, Holmes?
And the name's popular with both sexes at the moment. The letter's typewritten, which could mean a woman. The signature is made with a firm flourish, which could be a man's. We shall just have to wait and see, shan't we? Pass the newspaper now, please, Watson.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Auction of an Oxford Crown.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000, or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Flower Connection has just opened their flagship store in Linden, Johannesburg at 65 on 4th, situated in 4th Avenue. For fresh cut flowers, plants and florist accessories at wholesale prices, come to Flower Connection. Our Florist Academy is well known for its courses and flower arranging lessons. Give a unique gift this Mother's Day, a flower course. We supply all flowers and materials. Remember, instead of giving one bouquet, the flower course will be a gift for life. Call Jenny on 076 951 9449 or visit our website at www.flowerconnection.com.
I was very rarely seated at breakfast before Sherlock Holmes came down, but at that time, early in 1882, I'd not been living in lodgings at 221B Baker Street long enough to appreciate Sherlock Holmes' early morning habits. I had therefore helped myself to eggs, bacon and coffee, and proceeded to read the newspaper. The one Holmes always opened the moment it was brought up by Mrs. Hudson. Holmes soon took it from me. He glanced at the headlines, dismissing all the political and business news, and quickly found a report that interested him.
Did you read this, Watson? A strange coincidence. Listen. Strange event of the Royal Oxford Crown. The well-known sales rooms of White and Milton were placed in confusion yesterday when all hope of bidding for the special coin, the Charles II Royal Oxford Crown, were abandoned. The coin, which has been on view for days, disappeared within hours of it coming under the hammer, and another comparatively worthless coin of a similar type was found in its place. The resulting investigation and search proved useless. The coin has disappeared, and the authorities are completely baffled.
But, Holmes, that letter you just opened, it must refer to this event. The auction rooms of White and Mills. This person who's coming to see you has been involved in some way.
Yes, it's most interesting. That could well be our early visitor. I think Mrs. Hudson will answer the bell, Watson. But perhaps you'd welcome her in while I clear some of the breakfast things onto the tray.
Very well, Holmes. I think we shall find that our caller is a young woman. Beautiful and in distress.
Not a romantic, Watson.
This way, thank you. You have an appointment,
That's all right, Mrs. Hudson. Mr. Holmes is expecting the lady. Please, step this way.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Watson. I share these rooms with Mr. Holmes. Please, come in.
Thank you.
You, Mr. Sherlock Holmes? You got my letter? Ah, yes. I see it upon the table. Thank you for granting me this appointment. My name is Evelyn Summerhays, and I really am in great trouble. I hope I shall not take up too much of your time.
The missing coin? The Royal Oxford Crown? I've just been reading about it in the newspaper. Please do be seated, Miss Summerhays. May I offer you some coffee?
Thank you, no. I've had breakfast.
Well, now, tell me how you happen to be concerned in this strange affair.
Well, it's a long story. I will try to be brief. I came to London nearly a year ago from Cumberland. I knew very few people in the city. I managed to get suitable accommodation, but I found I needed to work. I'm not a very patient person. I could not make a success of the task as a governess or teaching children. On the other hand, I'm very well read and speak quite a few languages. I obtained a job working on a newspaper. Oh, yes, I know it's unusual to have women writing for the press, but one must move with the times. My articles and news reports are acceptable under the heading of Evelyn Summerhaze, because most readers think that I'm a man. I enjoy my job, Mr. Holmes.
I'm sure you're extremely good at it. And was it as a newspaper woman that you went to the auction rooms?
Yes. I'd heard about the Charles II coin being up for auction. It realized some £250 some years ago. There are only a dozen known to have been struck. It was to commemorate the Oxford Parliament when Charles II ruled without using the house at all. I thought it would make an interesting article. I didn't know much about coin auctions, but I went along. There were only about 8 people present. A handful of elderly gentlemen asking to see the coins, which were in trays taken from drawers. Each coin had its own separate box in the tray. I obtained a catalogue and looked up the Oxford Royal. It was lot number 28. I thought it was a good opportunity to view the coin in detail, and so I called for that particular tray. May I view lot 28, please?
Tray with 28 to the lady at the centre of the table, please.
Thank you. So this is the famous Oxford Royal. Most interesting. Hardly seems any different from the others.
You think it looks like all the rest?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you read my mind. It does look quite ordinary.
Compare it with others from this trade, for instance. You will find it is quite different. Regardless of the age of the coin, the metal itself shows a different colour, and the weight is quite extraordinary. You see?
Yes, of course, you're right.
You are obviously not a collector. Others around this table have no need to even hold the coin to tell you these things.
No, I don't collect coins, although I have seen many coin collections. I haven't taken all that much interest until now. How long do you think it'll be before this lot is auctioned?
Oh, an hour, I should say. That is if they start straight away.
Please, will the attendants collect all trays on display? Thank you.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right. Here, take the tray, attendant.
Very well, madam.
We will commence with lot 1. If you consult your catalogues, you will note the history of these coins, which make up the Downsbury collection. They were originally...
I sat fascinated as the auction proceeded. Everyone round the arc of the maiden table seemed to know exactly what would happen. It moved very swiftly. The young man sitting next to me bid for a lot and made the purchase with hardly a glance at the coin when it was placed in an envelope and handed to him. Shortly after that, lot 28, the Oxford Royal, came up. I was interested to find out how much it would bring. After that, I would leave and go back to my apartment, write the article.
Lot 28, the Oxford Royal coin, minted in the time of Charles II, the year 1681. I am sure...
Excuse me, but that is not the Oxford Royal. Maybe in the right box, but it's the wrong coin. I can see it from here. That is not the Oxford Royal crown. It is not...
Quiet, please. Quiet. Allow me to examine the lot, please. The gentleman is quite correct. There has been some mistake. This is the wrong coin. I'm sorry, but I must discontinue the selling. This is an important lot. Did anyone in this room ask to see the royal crown before the bidding began?
Yes, the lady did. She was the last to handle it before you began, sir.
Madam, did you see the tray before the auction started?
Yes, I examined it and returned it to the box. I know it was the correct one. I made notes about it. Even a rough sketch of the face design.
Well, this is a most awkward situation, Miss...
Summerhaze. Evelyn Summerhaze.
Well, Miss Summerhaze, I hardly know what to say. Everyone here is known to me by sight, if not by name. We have, of course, the name and address of everyone. But yourself?
I live at number 17, Hearthstone Mansions, Trevor Square, Knightsbridge.
Thank you. I have no intention of embarrassing you, but is there anyone to whom we can refer who knows you personally? You must understand that this is no reflection upon yourself. It simply places you on the same terms.
I understand. If you care to refer to the editor of the Evening Star newspaper, he will give you any references you may need. I don't see that I can help more than that. If you have any ladies on the staff, I'll be agreeable to a personal search of my clothing and handbag. I presume that the gentlemen will also raise no objections to submitting to similar treatment.
Order, please! Order!
Now, please, this must be conducted in a decorous manner. I am afraid I shall have to get in touch with our solicitors and perhaps inform the police. Meanwhile, will you all please remain seated?
There was no confusion. It was all too orderly and civilized for that. Nevertheless, I remained until the end. I was the last to go, having made a written statement. The orderly who showed me out reassured me by saying muddles like this had occurred before, but I'm still very much under suspicion as a thief. Can you advise me, Mr. Holmes? This could jeopardize my whole future.
First, a few questions. The young man sitting next to you, did he speak to you again that morning?
Yes, he hung about after the others had gone and wished me well. He hoped I wouldn't be detained.
I see. Now, when he suggested, before the bidding began, that you compared the Oxford Royal with a coin from another tray, was there at any time a slight confusion? Did you, for instance, drop any of the coins?
Well, why, yes. Yes, I think I did. Yes, I was a little embarrassed by the young man's attention, and I dropped the coins in the box. But I picked them up and placed them back immediately, of course.
But could you, quite inadvertently, have returned the coins to the wrong boxes? Transposed them, for instance? Now, think carefully, Miss Summerhays. Is such a thing possible?
Why, yes. I was confused. I could have done so, I suppose. Yes, that is quite possible. Mr. Holmes, is that the answer?
No, I don't think it is the answer at all. But I do think it could be the beginning. Would you like me to investigate the matter from now on, Miss Summerhays?
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
New Pepsodent has Earlium, an amazing discovery that actually polishes teeth so sparkling clean and white, dulling film can't find a hole. Feel the difference with your tongue.
You wonder where the dullness went when you polish your teeth with Pepsodent.
New Pepsodent, the white toothpaste you can feel working.
Pepsodent.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Miss Summerhays' reaction to Holmes' suggestion was one of great pleasure. She protested that she had merely come to him for advice, that this was a case far too minor for his attention, and that she'd be unable to pay for his services. All these doubts Holmes brushed aside with a wave of his hand. He was intrigued, like a student being set a mathematical problem. He was determined to find the correct answer, and as quickly as possible. I half suspected that already he was way ahead of us and had formed a possible theory. Evelyn Summerhays was caught up by his quiet enthusiasm.
Well, it's most generous of you, Mr. Holmes. Naturally, I wish to clear myself of all suspicions and get to the bottom of the whole matter.
Good. Then let me continue with my questioning. There was a search of sorts, I imagine. I mean, the trays must have been examined, the areas around the table, the floors, etc.
Oh, yes. The auctioneer, a gentleman named Dukes, was very thorough. A few officials arrived and asked interminable questions.
This must have meant that everyone left the seats they were occupying. Yes, tell me, Miss Summerhays, did you return to the same chair once the search had been concluded?
Well, yes. But at least I think it was the same chair.
Now tell me, and think carefully, can you recall anything happening at that particular time? Anything? However small and unimportant it may seem. Any little detail?
I don't think so. Oh, just a moment. There was one small detail. I went back and sat in what I thought was the same chair, and then the young man who was talking to me earlier, he came along the same row, and he spoke to me again.
Excuse me, but you are occupying my seat, I think.
Oh, well, there are plenty of vacant chairs. The row is almost empty. There was nothing on the seat to say it was yours. No coat.
No, but, well, I like to sit in the same place, you see.
Oh, please take your places. I must ask no one to leave until they have given permission. It has been decided to cancel the rest of this morning's selling. Miss Summerhays, I wonder if you would be good enough to stay for a short while after the others have left.
Then that was that.
So, the young man didn't reclaim his seat. Splendid. Yes, it's all beginning to make sense. Fitting in like a neat jigsaw puzzle.
I must confess that I cannot see it myself.
Well, no matter. The whole point is that if you didn't remove the coin, then someone else did. And the only person who could have done so was the young gentleman next to you. Now, 2 questions. Do you know the man's name? And do you know the number of the lot you say he purchased earlier in the auction?
The answer to both those questions is no. His name was never mentioned. Although I think I heard one of the men call him Oldbury, something like that. And while I know he did make a purchase, I can't remember the lot number.
It doesn't matter. Those facts can be obtained without much trouble. Tell me, when you were asked to stay on after the others had left, did this young man speak to you again? I think you mentioned something about him wishing you good luck.
That's right. He came over and he said that he hoped I wouldn't be further embarrassed by any detention.
Forgive the question, but did he appear rather intimate? Did he touch you at all?
No. But he did come rather near. He actually leaned against the back of the chair. I remember pulling away a little. I was a little embarrassed. But he removed his hands at once, smiled, gave a little bow, and left the rooms. He really was very charming. Good-looking and well-spoken. I can't believe that he had anything to do with the missing coin.
I think that there you were quite wrong. Right, Miss Summerhays, I think that's as far as we can go on the case at the moment. Watson, I wonder if you're going in the direction of White and Mills this morning. They're in Wigmore Street. The owner of the rooms is Clinton White. If he and Dukes, the auctioneer, can grant me an interview, say, at 3:30 this afternoon, I shall be very much obliged.
Yeah, I can go that way in my rounds, Holmes, yes.
Good. Certainly. Oh, that's all, I think, except for one question, Miss Summerhays.
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
Why are you doing all this?
I beg your pardon?
You are the daughter of Milton Summerhays, are you not? You mentioned earlier that you came to London from Cumberland. That is where the Summerhays live. They've had lands there since the time of William the Conqueror. I can easily look up the history in Who's Who and Debrett. You are related to that family, are you not?
Yes. Lord Summerhays is my uncle.
He is also a very well-known collector, stamps and coins. So what are you doing working for a London newspaper, eking out a living and staying in Knightsbridge? Why, Miss Summerhays?
It must seem very strange to you, Mr. Holmes, but as a famous detective, I have no need to point out to you the details of my personal appearance. I am 25, Mr. Holmes. I'm not exactly a beauty, am I? I've always had an unfortunate face, and my figure is large and ungainly.
Oh, no.
Yes? There is no need to be polite. I am an ugly woman. I am also quite a rich one. I've had many men try to become attached to me, and in every single case it has been for my money. I made up my mind that I would not be used in this fashion. I would not let my life slip by. And so I came to London to try to prove to myself that I am a person of some worth and intelligence who can be independent and worthwhile. I'm sorry. I'm afraid you have made me speak too freely about myself.
I apologize, Miss Summerhays. Please don't be upset. I'm sure you will be successful in working out your personal problems. You are a woman of great courage and determination. You will not fail. You are greatly to be admired.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. May I go now, please? Of course, I shall be available at my home address or the offices of the Evening Star if you should need me.
I don't think I shall trouble you again. But rest assured, this whole matter will be cleared up quite soon, and there will be no more trouble. I promise you that. Good morning to you, Miss Summerhays.
After Miss Summerhays left, Holmes hurriedly scribbled a short note to the owner of the salesrooms in Wigmore Street, Clifton White, and I left for my rounds. I was able to deliver the note quite early, and although I missed Holmes at lunchtime, I was determined not to be left out of things. And so, at 3:30 that afternoon, I made my way back to White and Mill's salesrooms. Holmes was already there.
Watson, I had an idea that you would wish to join us. Let me introduce you. Clinton White, Dr. John Watson.
We made ourselves known earlier in the day. Glad you could come back, Watson. This is a most delicate affair. Things have often gone wrong in this business, but we've always managed to hush things up. I hope there'll be no trouble this time, no publicity. I mean, the lady from the newspaper.
There will be no trouble, I assure you. Now, Watson, to give you a clearer idea of our position. We know that the gentleman who sat next to Miss Summer Hayes and engaged her in conversation quite a few times was a Mr. Derek Olmsted, who lives in Portman Close. It's very near here, and I've sent a message round to him. I expect him at 4 o'clock. That gives us half an hour to finalize things. Mr. White, would you be good enough to show us to the room used yesterday for the auction?
Of course, this way. It is locked, of course. Will be until next Saturday. Through here. The place has been cleared and cleaned, as you can see. All the chairs have been placed to one side.
Yes, in neat rows. Let me see. Yes, I think there will be no trouble at all. I imagine that while you do not wish for publicity, the fact that the public is now made aware of the Oxford Royal Crown, interest in the coin will boost its value. You will get a better price?
Fortunately, yes. That would be the case if we can regain the wretched thing.
Oh, no difficulty in that. Here you are. Here it is.
Mr. Holmes, this can't be... But it is. It is the Charles II Oxford Royal. But this is miraculous.
Oh, not at all. It was neatly hidden beneath the seat of that chair. They're all identical, of course, but there's a mark on the back of one, a number 28, scratched on the top of the wooden frame. There, so you have the precious coin. And now, all we have to do is wait until it's proved who took it. Shall we adjourn to the next room for half an hour?
Already, I was beginning to put the pieces together. It only remained for Holmes to catch the culprit. We left the door to the auction rooms ajar and concealed ourselves in the alcove leading to the passage as 4 o'clock approached.
There, you see the door is opening slowly. Someone is entering the room. Stay exactly where you are and don't move, please.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I have no need to ask your name or what you are doing here. You came to collect the missing Oxford Royal, didn't you? Will you please produce the coin you have just placed in your breast pocket?
I don't know what you're talking about. I came here to see Mr. White. I left some gloves here and...
It's no use, Olmsted. Holmes has explained exactly how you bought a quite ordinary lot at the auction yesterday, knowing it was the Royal Crown. Kindly produce that coin.
Oh, very well. Here you are. But I bought it legally. I took only what you sold to me. I didn't switch the coins.
No. You simply noticed that Miss Summerhayes did, and so you took advantage of the fact. When people were searched, you had to conceal the coin, so you slipped it into the crack beneath your chair seat. Later, you tried to get it back. But you couldn't. The lady was occupying the place. So you had to mark the seat to identify it and come back later to collect it. Well, it's now your decision, White. Do you prosecute this man or not?
Well, I don't know. Here, please take the coin. Take it back. You'll make far more money on it now than you would have done yesterday. Please, think of the publicity. I shall be a ruined man. Please take the coin.
No, you can keep it, Olmsted. You didn't think we'd take a chance like that, having found the real one, do you? This is simply 2 pennies stuck together. Keep it as a reminder that honesty is always the best policy.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
Villa Rosa, the gay red wine. Villa Bianca, the sprightly white.
Villa Rosa, Villa Bianca.
Lively, exciting, the perfect complement to the perfect meal. The wines of good living.
Some things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on SpringbokRadio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on springbokradio.com, contact Dave Dupree on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at springbokradio.com.
We were able to reassure Evelyn Summerhayes that all was well. The coin had been recovered and was later sold at a highly improved price. We heard no more of Derek Olmsted. There was talk that he'd gone abroad, as Holmes said.
He was an amateur criminal, really. I mean, what use was the coin to him? It's not like stealing a string of jewels, which can be broken up and reset and become marketable. A coin remains a coin. If he tried to sell it to a dealer, the whole crime would be exposed. No. A foolish, greedy young man. And Evelyn Summerhayes was right. It was hardly worth my notice. But it helped everyone concerned. And after all, it was all over in one short day, wasn't it? Oh, well, join me in a drink, Watson, and let's toast our next case of real crime. It's about time I crossed swords with a gentleman known as Moriarty.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Watson has a medical practice to attend to. It's rather worrying. His appointment book, have you seen it anywhere?
Well, he usually keeps it in his doctor's bag, but I did find this on the Allstat sort of note.
Oh, let me see. 5 Westley, EC3, Tuesday, 10th, Royston.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A friend in need. I was doing very nicely in my practice and thinking of going into partnership with an old medical colleague. His name was Royston. I'd met him on several occasions and knew he was engaged upon opening up a medical centre in one of the poorer parts of London. I didn't think twice about the authenticity of the proposal. One Tuesday, I called at a very grim and rather dilapidated building called Westley, just off the river. I was totally unprepared for my reception, for instead of meeting my old friend, I was shown into a small anteroom. It was dark. I couldn't see properly. Before I knew what was happening, hands seized me from behind. I struggled valiantly, and then a violent blow against the side of the head caused me to gasp. Stars swam before my eyes, and I lost consciousness.
Couldn't have been easier. See him falling for it like that.
Yeah, you'd think anyone who'd associated with Sherlock Holmes would be a bit more careful.
What's the next step?
We get him out and into a cab. Drive him to the boss's nursing home. From then on, it's nothing to do with us.
They're not thinking of knocking him off, are they? I mean, it's not murder.
No, the idea is to hold him as hostage, that's all. This is the one way of getting at Holmes. Those two have been buddies for years. If anything can tempt Holmes out into the open, this is the man. Come on now, prop him up.
Yeah.
He'll be coming round soon. We want to have him safe and sound by then.
It's not going to be easy getting him into a cab. He's a big bloke.
No, bigger than I am. We'll switch clothes. I'll carry the doctor's bag, and it'll look like we're helping a patient home.
Yeah.
Here we are. Check the street.
Yeah, looks all clear. Getting dust. Gas lamps aren't on yet. But there's more than a bit of fog gathering. Yeah, what's you? Come on.
No more talk. Get him on his feet. Right. He'll be able to put one foot in front of the other. By the time he comes to, he'll be in the nursing home, with no idea of where he is or how he got there. Come on. You support him under one arm, and I'll take the other. Here we go. Hurry now.
So that's the position, Lestrade. Watson is missing, and there's no trace. As you know, this is completely unlike him. I'm quite certain something's happened. He would never have remained silent if it had been possible for him to get a message to me.
Might have met with an accident. Have you tried the hospital?
Well, yes, of course. Watson's well known in most of the local hospitals. There's no report of anyone answering to his description being found.
And what do you think it's all about?
Well, I'm afraid I take it very seriously. This could be someone's way of getting at me. At the moment, there seems very little we can do except wait. But I should appreciate your help.
Of course. Of course. Anything I can do.
I need to carry out an investigation into a place in EC3. Now, all I have to go on is two names. One is Wesley and the other is Royston. Now, these were scrawled on a note that Watson must have left by accident on the hall stand when he was putting on his coat. Can I have a couple of men and do a search of that river district?
Of course. I'll do better than that. I'll even come along myself. What do you say to that? Now, this sudden fog is not going to make our task any easier, Holmes.
No, but in a way, it's an advantage. One can remain more secretive in the heavy mists. Look, I think we're on the right track. That large building over there. I have a shrewd idea that it's empty. And I think... Yes. Look here, see by the light of my dark lantern. The street is Wesley. Now, that building will be number 5, and if it is, well, we're in luck.
I might remind you that we don't have a search warrant.
Oh, Lestrade, you're in plain clothes. I've no intention of letting your men swarm all over the building. Come on. I think there's bound to be a window open. I'll do the breaking and entering, and you can come in through the front door. Yes. That's a nice one.
If they could seat me at the yard now, I'd get a railroad tailing off. What sort of place do you think this is, anyway?
It's just a disused house. Strange. Now, why should Watson want to call here? Now, wait a moment. Look out here in the hall. There's signs of a struggle. A chair knocked over, movement in the dust, and hold the lantern up. Yes, look, smudges of mud.
Yes, here, down by the wall. That looks like blood to me.
Yes, I'm afraid the good Watson got into quite a bit of trouble here. Do you see this? It hasn't rained in these parts for some days, and yet this is that grey type of mud that's found near the river. And imprinted in the mud are leaves and small particles of petals. Well, this should tell us something.
Holmes, do you seriously mean to say that Watson has been abducted?
Well, it certainly looks like it, Lestrade. But why? That's the question. Watson hasn't got an enemy in the world. It can only be because of his connection with me. Yes, so who is behind all this? That's the question.
What's the next move?
Well, I don't think we can do a great deal tonight. If I'm right, then Watson will not be in any active danger until I've been approached direct. There will be an attempt to blackmail or coerce me in some way. I think we might well find something of interest if we question the cabbies who service this district. There can't be many of them on these routes. If Watson was abducted, he must have put up a struggle. He's a big man. Well, come on, Lestrade. Let's get back on the street and see if any of your men have picked up any clues.
Nothing to report, sir. The fog has settled in good and proper. Most folk have got themselves indoors by a good fire.
Yes, something we'd all like.
Now, here comes a cab. Perhaps we should return to Baker Street and wait for events to develop. But just a moment. Hello there, cabby. Not many fares on an evening such as this. Going off duty?
Oh, that's about it, sir. Leading the old mare back to the stables. Can't see a thing in this.
Are you a regular in these parts?
Oh, that's right, sir. Been working this part of the city for near 20 years.
Well, then you must know it like the back of your hand. Tell me, have you in the last 24 hours had reason to convey a sick man from that large house across the way there, number 5?
Oh, funny you should ask that. As a matter of fact, I did. Earlier on, there was a doctor and his assistant. He had a sick fellow with him. He was recovering from an accident. They bundled him in the cab, and I took them south of the river. Place set back on its own grounds. They said it was a private sort of nursing home, sir. Why do you ask, sir?
Well, because we're most interested in this accident. Look here, I know it's a foul night, and you're thinking of going home, but Could you find your way to this so-called nursing home?
Oh, yes, of course I could. Come on, Hopkins. It'll take a little time, but we'll manage it.
Good man. Now, there'll be a sovereign for your pains at the end of it. Now, send your men home to their beds, Lestrade, and jump in.
There you are, sirs. This is the place where I drop the doctor and the patient. That driveway. They say it leads up to the nursing home.
Thank you, cabby. I think you can find this place again, Lestrade.
Yes, certainly I can. Quite easy.
Right, well, that's what we're doing tonight. To attempt to enter there would be showing our hand and perhaps putting Watson in further danger. Well, I suggest that we now drive back to Baker Street. I shall be very surprised if the next move doesn't come from our adversaries. Whoever's behind this has thought it out extremely carefully. Right, Gabby, 221 Baker Street, and there's another sovereign for you if you can get us there before midnight.
Miss Jones. Oh, I'm so glad you're back, and you, Inspector.
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, but why are you up and about at this hour?
Well, I was worried about Dr. Watson and how you was getting on, and then I went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea. I spotted this on the front doormat. It's a message, and it's from him. It's gotta be. I recognise his handwriting anywhere. Oh, do open it, Miss Jones, and set my mind at rest. He must be all right.
No, it's only a note, not a posted letter. It certainly looks like Watson's writing. Dear Sherlock, a reassuring note to say that I'm back in town and staying with an old friend, Dr. Hugh Royston, at his nursing home. I expect to be away for another couple of days on this most interesting development. John Watson.
Oh, well, that's all right then, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's far from all right.
Oh?
Watson most certainly did not write this note. He's never called me by my first name in his life. This is practically an invitation to visit that nursing home that we traced to Lestrade. And we must be careful. Watson's life is all important to me. But I'll never fall into a trap like this. Never.
I had no idea where I was and knew better than to attempt to open my eyes. There were two uncouth voices and one cultured foreign one.
Hey, your boss delivered just like we promised. No trouble at all. Easy as pie.
How long has he been like this?
Several hours.
Then we can take no chances. He is here in the nursing home, but he is not to stay here. He must be moved once again to his final resting place. But just as an added precaution, I think a small injection into the right arm, a drug I use, is most effective. He will not regain consciousness for over a day and a night. And now the syringe. Yes, the skin is neatly punctured, so no question of pain. Caught him just in time. Now, in an hour's time, he will be moved. This time on a stretcher in a carriage ambulance, which you will drive. He will be taken to Bale's Wharf, the number 1 laboratory. I shall be there to arrange things.
Will we then be paid off in full?
No, your task is not yet complete. Then we have to await the arrival of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. After he's found Watson and is a fellow prisoner, you will be dismissed and it will all be over.
You mean you're going to do them both in?
The eventual outcome of these two men is really none of your concern.
Well, we have given her a hand, though. We're what is known as accessories after the fact or some such. Ain't that right?
You are being handsomely paid. That is all that need concern you.
I'm not so sure. If you get caught, then straight away.
I shan't be caught, and neither will you if you will only keep your heads and do as you're told. Now, enough of this. Come to our final preparations. There is no time to lose. Sherlock Holmes is a fast worker. And now that the overnight fog has disappeared, we must expect swift action. Come, enough of this chatter. Come, to work.
Yes, I'm sorry to behave so strangely this morning, Lestrade, but I believe this is more difficult than I thought. It's clear to me that Watson has been abducted for the sole reason of trapping me. I've therefore not rushed in, but taken things slowly. And the first essential is to establish the true identity of this man, Dr. Hugh Royston. I've therefore taken an hour of early morning, looking him up in the London Medical Register. He does exist, and he lives in this street. We're about to call upon him. Now, this way, up these steps.
Yes, can I help you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Inspector Lestrade from Scotland Yard. Is it possible to see Dr. Royston for just a few minutes?
Please do come in. I will inform Doctor that you have called.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Well, this looks respectable enough, Holmes. Doesn't look much wrong here.
No, I didn't think there would be.
Would you like to come too, please? The doctor will see you now.
Thank you.
Sherlock Holmes, great pleasure to meet you. You're a great friend of John Watson's, isn't that so? Please, won't you be seated and tell me what I can do for you?
It's Watson himself. He has disappeared. The only clue we have is your name and address in Wesley Street, EC3.
Gracious, are you sure of this? Disappeared, you say? Extraordinary.
You can throw no light upon this? For instance, when did you last see Watson?
Some weeks ago. We'd been corresponding. I was rather keen to take a small nursing home in the East End and run it for hard-up people, the poor and delinquent. Watson agreed to consider this. The suggested site was at 5 Wesley Street, that rather derelict and seedy, run by a man called Henry von Bork.
Von Bork? So he's the man behind all this?
You know the man?
Only too well. One of the most treacherous spies in Europe. Yes, it's all becoming quite clear to me now. Von Bork is using Watson to lead me into a trap. Unfortunately, I cannot afford to ignore it. He will have no hesitation in killing Watson unless he thinks I am coming to the rescue. Thank you, Doctor. You've been a great help. Come, Lestrade. Royston told me what I wanted to know. I know Von Bork's mind. I know it's tortuous and arrogant. He's convinced that he can outwit me, and in order to save Watson, I shall have to allow him to think so.
Well, why don't I get a search warrant against his home and let's raid the place? The element of surprise is always good. This Von Bork won't think you'd consider such a bold plan.
Well, you may do that by all means if you wish, Lestrade, but I don't think that is the answer to our problem. I'm prepared to believe that Watson was enticed into that nursing home, thinking he would meet the good doctor there. But I cannot think Von Bork will keep him there. It's too risky. No, you'll have him removed.
But where to?
Von Bork used to have offices in the dock area. You may recall that we thought he was using them in the smuggling case of the Blue Peter. Now, wait a moment. When we called at 5 Wesley Street, we found evidence of a struggle. Undoubtedly, that is where Watson was overpowered. Then I also observed grey mud, do you recall? Imprinted in the mud were leaves and particles of petals. Now, the flowering petals were autumn willow blossoms. Those trees only flourish down by the river. Yes, I think I can trace the old offices that Von Bork used. If I'm right, then that's where they would have taken Watson.
Seems to be taking a long shot to me, Holmes. Wouldn't it be better to stick to more orthodox methods?
There's no time. Von Bork will be getting anxious. He's not going to hang around keeping Watson alive if he can't get at me. Now, I've got to move. The point is, Lestrade, are you still going to back me up?
I've done so up till now. I'm not backing out when it comes to a crisis. Lead on, Holmes. I'm with you.
This is it, Lestrade. These are the offices. And I fancy Bork has been using them for experimental purposes. They have the appearance of being scientific laboratories.
Doesn't look as though they're at all occupied.
I think this way, round the side entrance. I know you do not approve of my method of entering premises, but needs must when the devil drives. Watson's always said that the police were lucky that I didn't choose a career in crime. I should be rated with the best of them. Observe, I have a full set of burglar's tools with me now. For instance, this door, although made of steel and padlocked, presents no problems.
Something tells me I'm going to regret this. If we're caught, it's demotion for me, no doubt of that.
Oh, nonsense. Now, here, watch. Now, come on, let's take a look.
Blessed if I can see why you think Watson should be shut away in a place like this. It's quite dark.
There's just packing cases. The workrooms must be through there. Yes, this looks more like it. Fully equipped as a laboratory. Yes, we're on the right lines, all right. Look, wooden steps going down and footprints. Muddy footprints. Now, you see how staggered they are? Now, those are the sort of prints 2 men would make if they were carrying a stretcher. Come on, Lestrade. Now, here. Now, once our eyes grow accustomed to the dark, and Lestrade, I'm right. There, in the corner. It is a stretcher. And it is Watson.
By Jove, you're right, Holmes. What the devil?
The door. The top of the stairs. It's closed.
Caught, Holmes. Caught like a rat in a trap. I knew you would find Watson sooner or later. It all worked out as I planned. It is useless to think you can escape. And within 20 minutes you will both die. You'll see, for months I have been working on an explosive device which is triggered off by that iron bar door closing. 20 minutes, Holmes. Goodbye.
What the devil? Holmes, we've fallen right into his hands.
Explosive device. It must be here. Down by the stretcher. Aye. Look straight. Gum cotton, sulfuric acid, nitric acid. Look, help me to move, Watson. Right to the far corner. If there's only one chance, we must make our own explosive first. Quickly, Lestrade. Right over here, by the fence. Now, come on, give me a hand. Prepared cotton. It has to be 3 parts sulfuric acid to 1 part of nitric acid. It will burn without explosion on ignition. But it's laid up by that iron door. With percussion, it goes up at about 5 times the power of gunpowder.
Holmes, do you really know what you're doing?
Oh, I'd better get right, Lestrade. Well, this really is a triumph for Herr Bork. Now listen, do exactly as I say and as swiftly as possible. Take this. Carefully now. Right. Now, here. Now get right back. That's by the far wall. Cover Watson with anything you can to protect him. The percussion, when I trigger off, should blow the gate outwards. If it does, then we're safe. We grab the stretcher, get up those stairs as quickly as possible. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right, nearly there, well. Here goes. Now get down. We've done it. We've done it. Come on.
It was some hours later that I opened my eyes. My head ached and I could hardly see. But I was aware of familiar surroundings. The clean sheets under me and the softness of the pillow which smelt of lavender. I was in my own bed back in Baker Street. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I knew that someone was in the room with me. A friend. A friend whom I knew very well indeed.
Oh, Dr. Watson, I do believe you're coming round at last. Now, don't try to move or speak. Just lie there and close your eyes. You've had such a terrible time of it, but it's all over now. Mr. Holmes and Inspector Lestrade have got everything under control. They found you down somewhere by the river, brought you back more dead than alive. But you're all right. They've gone after the men who tried to kill you, and they'll get them. I'm sure they'll get them.
Well, place is surrounded, Holmes. No chance of anyone getting in or out of this so-called nursing home. This is what we should have done in the first place.
Perhaps, but it would have meant sacrificing Watson, and that I was not prepared to do. All right, Lestrade, this is more your line of country than it is mine. Go ahead. Do it your way from now on.
Right, men. Follow me. In we go. Well, I'll be... Not a sign. Nothing. Not a living soul in the place. Now, what do you make of that, Holmes?
I'm hardly surprised. If Von Bork had been successful and killed Watson and me and you in his booby trap, then he wouldn't have wanted to stay around London to be questioned. Now, clearly this nursing home's just a blind. A hideaway until he carried out his plans. Well, I'd soon it worked out like this. Watson is alive and Von Bork has escaped. But he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. I'll catch up with Von Bork, and when I do, it will be a fight to the death.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Holmes, you're in. Good.
I've been hoping you'd call, Watson. Come in, my dear fellow, come in. Pour yourself a drink and light up a pipe. You're most welcome.
Well, it's a long time since I've seen you so happy, Holmes.
Not happy, Watson. Stimulated. Look, a note that was sent round earlier at breakfast time. Here, read it yourself.
Oh, very well. My dear Sherlock Holmes, I'm back in London for a short while. I have an apartment in Regent's Building's Chester Terrace. May I please call upon you late this morning? After all these years, I'm sure we shall both find the meeting most interesting. I trust you still do remember me. Irene Adler.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
The Return of Irene Adler.
The name Irene Adler caused the years to roll away. It took me back immediately to one of Sherlock Holmes' earliest and most fascinating cases, a scandal in Bohemia. Sherlock Holmes had very rarely been defeated, and only once by a woman. That woman was Irene Adler, an Englishwoman who conquered all Europe and became the mistress of kings and princes. I've seldom seen Holmes so fascinated by the prospect of meeting anyone. Just before noon, a private carriage drawn by two splendid white horses drew up outside. I let the lady in myself. I do not recall a more beautiful or gracious visitor. I was enchanted. She lifted her veil, and two startlingly blue eyes mocked me.
The faithful Dr. Watson. At last, after all these years.
Oh, my honor. Please, come this way.
I trust Mr. Holmes is expecting me.
With great anticipation. Now, allow me. Your visitor, Holmes. Should I leave you?
Certainly not. You must stay. I may need assistance now that Mr. Sherlock Holmes and I have met on his home ground. Mr. Holmes.
Miss Adler. Or should I not say Mrs. Norton?
Ah, you do remember that I married. You were an unwilling witness at the ceremony, were you not? No, Miss Adler will do very nicely, thank you. My marriage was not the success I hoped.
Ah. Then may I inquire what brings you back to London?
That simple fact. I am now divorced and anxious for a change. I resolutely refuse to become old before my time. I have rented the most modern apartment in the city. It has a telephone, electric light, and even a gas icebox. I shall not remain very long. Just a few weeks. Looking up my old friends.
And foes?
Yes, and foes. It is a very dull woman who reaches my age without making quite a few enemies. But I am not worried by the future, Mr. Holmes. I have always been able to take care of myself.
I heartily agree with that.
And you? Your work is still successful?
I like to think so. Scotland Yard value me a little more highly than they did in your day.
I am glad. That Inspector Lestrade was such a dullard. I most certainly hope I don't meet him while I'm here.
I hope you don't either.
Oh, you still think of me as a dangerous woman, don't you? That is good. I like to leave a lasting impression. But really, I must go. I have so much to do during this short stay. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm having a small soiree at my apartment tomorrow evening. After 8? I shall be tremendously flattered if you and the good doctor could attend. Is that possible?
I think so. Watson?
Oh, I shall be charmed.
Good. Then we shall not say goodbye. Just au revoir. Until tomorrow, then, Mr. Holmes.
Having created exactly the impression she desired, Irene Adler swept from the room. I showed her to her carriage. She bowed graciously while a small group of onlookers gawped by the railings. On returning to our sitting room, I found Holmes in a pensive mood.
I wonder, Watson. I wonder.
Oh, what, Holmes? I must say I've never seen anyone quite so captivating.
Indeed? Oh, yes, her technique has not lessened with the years, but why, Watson? That's what I ask myself. Why?
Why what?
Why did you call upon me, and why is she in London? It's important that I know.
Holmes, I really don't follow you. Why should it not be a quite innocent visit? If she now lives a totally different life...
She doesn't. A leopard cannot change its spots, Watson. Irene Adler has been living in America. Her clothes may seem Parisian, but they are not. Her gloves bore the name tag of a New York department store. She's lived over there long enough to call a refrigerator an icebox. No. The lady's here for a purpose. It can only be a shameful one. I must anticipate her moves. Something to do with American crime.
Oh, come, Holmes. Surely you're reading a great deal more into this than exists.
I know better than to accept Irene Adler at her face value. Yes, I must warn Lestrade at the Yard and check on all rumors in high society. A careful watch must be kept upon this lady's movements.
And the party she's holding tomorrow evening after 8? Shall we attend?
Oh, by all means, Watson. Oh, yes. We most assuredly will attend.
Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, how good of you to call. Do come through and meet everyone. Allow me to introduce you. Colonel Harris.
I have to admit, your lady friend sure is irritating. How come you allowed her to invite a detective here? Quiet. Keep your mouth shut. And Irene's not my lady friend. We've only been introduced. Get it?
And these two are American friends to whom I've just been introduced. They're from New York. Friends of my ex-husband, Hank Madison and Jervis Ames. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson.
Pleasure to meet you.
How do you do, Miss Madison? Is this your first visit here from America?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it is. It feels kind of strange, but delightful. Everything is so old, you know what I mean?
I fancy so, yes. Are you from New York? In the jewelry business?
No. I'm a banker. Nothing.
Oh, what a pity. I was so wishing to talk to an American about the true value of the Baltimore diamond.
Did you say the Baltimore diamond?
That's right. I believe that it is in London and that it may be put up for sale. That is, if a private buyer cannot be found very soon. The trouble is that no one seems to know its true value.
Did I hear you mention the value of the Baltimore diamond? Oh, how exciting. The fact is that they do say a crowned head of Scandinavia has already purchased it at a price beyond belief. Certainly no one I know can afford it. Oh, but come, Mr. Holmes. I will not have you monopolized by anyone. I must show you the rest of the apartment. But first, a drink? I know you will not like fancy drinks. But something cool, perhaps.
Most pleasant.
And here, help yourself. See? The cupboard that contains the decanters has a small icebox. Open it and... there are round trays which are filled with ice. Isn't that so very convenient? Small enough to pop straight into a glass. I love this apartment. And here, my elegant golden telephone. By turning the handle several times after lifting the receiver, you can ask the operator for any number in Greater London. Isn't that so exciting? Do you think you will ever catch a criminal by making a telephone call, Mr. Holmes? Oh, is that drink to your satisfaction? Because if so, do come and meet me.
We didn't stay at the soiree very long. It was the sort of gathering that Sherlock Holmes despised. A number of false people wearing set smiles, engaging in small conversation with earnest intensity. I wondered if it had been at all worthwhile. In the hansom going home, Holmes answered my unspoken thoughts.
I think it was worth going to, Watson. It's extremely tiresome, of course, but it served its purpose.
Oh, you really feel that, Holmes? Well, I confess I've never felt more like a fish out of water.
I gleaned a few interesting facts. I was right, Watson. There is mischief afoot. It concerns that man, Hank Madison, and the Baltimore diamond. Yes, I don't know what form the trouble will take. It's not my job to police the whole of London, but Scotland Yard must be alerted. A crime is about to be committed. Lestrade at the Yard has a job of work to do.
For the next few days, Holmes was engaged in serious discussions with Scotland Yard. He used to return home in the evenings irritable and frustrated. Lestrade refused to take his warnings seriously. In the end, Holmes gave up. He'd done his best. Matters came to a head 3 days later, when Lestrade burst into our sitting room.
Holmes, it's happened. Curse it, I was a blind fool. You were right, damn it. You were right all the time.
Come in, Lestrade. Now, do calm down. Tell me what brings you here in such a sorry state.
It's the Baltimore diamond. It's been stolen.
Now, calm down, Lestrade. I can understand your frustrations, but as the deed has been done, we must now apply our minds to a solution. Wearing a pathway into my carpet will not solve anything.
No, sorry, Holmes. It's just so impossible.
If the crime involves Irene Adler, then nothing is impossible.
Could it have been her?
Well, of course it is. I've warned you repeatedly that this would happen. Now, as you seem incapable of coherent action or even logical thinking, I suggest we take a four-wheeler and go straight to Regent's Building, Chester Terrace. You will not have a warrant to search the apartment, but that can be argued about later. While we're on the way there, you can explain the circumstances in which the crime was committed. Watson, I take it that you do not wish to be left out of this?
Oh, certainly not. You get your coat, Holmes, and I'll get the four-wheeler. Within minutes, we were out of Baker Street and into a cab, topping our way down Park Road. Lestrade, who had been impressed by Holmes' clean-cut decision, pulled himself together somewhat and answered the questions that were thrown at him.
Knowing Irene Adler, the robbery would not be an armed one. It would be a case of deception with a deal of audacity. Not so?
Quite correct, Holmes. As you may know, the Baltimore diamond was sent to this country to gain a European sale. It's been held by Samuel Twiggs of Bond Street. Though Twiggs handles the select transactions himself. He has private rooms above the shop with a strong room. A few days ago, Madame Louise Dubois suggested and requested an interview and asked to see the Baltimore diamond. She gave full credentials, which were extremely impressive. Twiggs unlocked the safe and showed her the jewel.
It is exquisite. Quite exquisite. I am determined to possess it.
Oh, I'm sure Madame will wear it with a great distinction.
I think as a pendant. A single setting to lie low on the neck. Monsieur, I shall, of course, not carry out this transaction by myself. I have the patronage of the young Earl of Sandown. It is a delicate matter, you understand? Our relationship?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Complete secrecy must be observed. The Earl's family. May we consider a rendezvous? The Earl, myself, yourself, and the diamond.
Oh, I have no doubt it could be arranged.
It would have to be at a discreet venue. The Langham Hotel, perhaps. The small private business room? That is easily planned.
Oh, at your convenience, madame.
I think Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Can you manage that?
Oh, I shall make a point of it, of course.
Very good. That is decided. Oh, there is one small matter.
Mm-hmm.
The Earl. He is very young, very well known, and naturally this purchase must be conducted discreetly. He will not use his own name when you meet. He always calls himself Dr. Westbury when he travels incognito.
Oh, very wise, very wise. Yes, I often do that myself. Twiggs of Bond Street is also too well known. I am known as Mr. J. Marsh, a commercial traveller when undertaking delicate missions such as this.
Oh, that is most satisfactory. May I then arrange for a meeting at the Langham Hotel on Friday at 3 between Dr. Westbury, Mr. J. Marsh, and myself. Not forgetting the small article that lies in the case before us. Thank you so much, Mr. Twiggs. I do hope the transaction is successful.
Yes, Irene Adler, all right. Blonde wig, French accent. She could fool anyone. After all, she was a famous theatrical star. Now, go on, Lestrade. What happened next? Clearly, there was no Earl of Sandown.
No, but there was and is a Dr. Westbury. And according to him, a French lady, Madame Louise Marsh, visited him in his consulting rooms in Harley Street that same day. She was very distressed. It was regarding her husband.
It really is so embarrassing, Doctor. You see, my husband, he is suffering from the brain fever. I do not know what I can do. He acts quite normally until these attacks, and then afterwards he...
Please do not distress yourself, Madame Marsh. Tell me frankly all about your husband.
Well, I am a Frenchwoman. My husband, he is English, and far older than I am. You will appreciate that there are difficulties in such a marriage. I am able to deal with most of them, but lately James has been suffering from delusions. He keeps wishing to give me gifts, expensive ones that he cannot afford. He imagines he is a wealthy jeweler. He really believes he is such a man. Oh, if you could only speak with him, see his state of mind for yourself.
Why did you not bring him along here today?
Oh, but that is impossible. He would never consent. But perhaps if we met privately, a friendly meeting to humor him, let him talk of selling jewelry. He is harmless enough. But you could observe his behavior. Perhaps prescribe something to calm him when he talks wildly. I really love him very much, but I cannot continue like this. Please, won't you help me?
Of course I will, madame. Now, when can I see him?
Well, we are at the Langham Hotel for a few days. If you could call there on Friday afternoon, say at 3 o'clock, I could introduce you as a friend. We might have tea served in one of the private rooms. You could talk together. I could leave you alone to speak privately. Is that satisfactory, Doctor? Could you manage Friday at 3 o'clock?
Oh, yes, it's Irene Adler, all right. The meeting was held yesterday afternoon, not so? Both the jeweler and the doctor, dazzled by Madame Dubois' charm, didn't doubt her sincerity. They all three met as planned with the Baltimore diamond.
That is so. Both Twiggs and Westbury, aware that they were dealing with the most delicate problem, were most cautious at their meeting.
I can well imagine it. Irene Adler at her theatrical best, playing her cards with consummate skill.
So you two have met at last. Tea is served. And now we must talk business. The jewels.
I have it here for your inspection, Doctor.
Oh, may I... Oh, yes. Yes, is it not magnificent? Oh, of course I shall be so proud to accept it. But, the price. Can we afford it?
Oh, you must have it. I insist. No one else could do it justice. Don't you agree, Doctor?
I'm sure you're right, Mr. Marsh. But we need to talk about a great number of things. A consultation.
Oh, I am discretion itself, I assure you. I've had so much experience in these things that I shall require the usual credentials, of course.
Place yourself entirely in my hands.
If you two gentlemen are about to talk intimate business, then with permission I shall wait in the adjoining room. May I take my tea? Thank you. Please do not hurry. I have plenty of time. Go into things most thoroughly, won't you? Call me when you have finished.
And so she leaves them together, taking her tea and the Baltimore diamond with her. The jeweler and the doctor are left to discuss their business at completely cross purposes, neither daring to offend the other with straight talk for some time. And it must have been a good 10 minutes before they'd realized the truth, that they'd been tricked into thinking the other person was a different person. By that time, the French madame had vanished with the diamond. Is that it, Lestrade?
That is it, exactly.
And what steps have you taken?
An immediate alert. All the usual procedures, descriptions, etc.
Totally ineffective. It's even a waste of time questioning Irene Adler. You'll find that with the help of her 2 new American friends, she'll have a perfect alibi.
Then what are we to do, Holmes? It's all very well arriving at her apartment in a few minutes' time without a search warrant, but if she is guilty of this cunning robbery, she could have disposed of the diamonds by now.
Oh, no, that she will not do. You do not know the lady as I do. She's delighting in this deception. That's the reason why she came to me in the first place. Yes, she got the better of me once years ago, and now she thinks she can do it again. But look, we're turning into Chester Terrace. Things will become quite interesting very soon, I think.
Regent's Buildings, Chester Terrace, was almost deserted, and the butler at Irene Adler's apartment informed us that his mistress was out riding in the park with the American, Hank Madison. Lestrade introduced himself, and the butler recognized Holmes and myself from the evening of the party, and we were shown in. A pile of luggage stood in the passage. Madame Adler was due to leave for the continent. Lestrade was all for a thorough search of the cases and the rest of the apartment, but Holmes restrained him and insisted that we sat quietly and waited. To my surprise, although the hour was early, Holmes mixed himself a strong drink with ice before joining us. We waited for some time before...
Why, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and can it be, after all these years, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard? Well, what a surprise. You know my friends, Mr. Hank Madison and Mr. Jervis Amos.
Glad to meet you. Hello there, Holmes.
Good day to you.
And pray, why am I so honoured by 3 guests? I hope the matter isn't all that serious, for the 3 of us are about to leave on my tour of Europe.
I know that, madame, but I must first insist that a thorough search be made of this apartment and all your personal belongings. The Baltimore diamond has been stolen, and we believe you are responsible.
I beg your pardon. You can't be serious. Oh, but of course you may search as much as you please. Tell me, when was this diamond stolen?
Yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock from the Langham Hotel.
Indeed. Oh, that must have been while we were riding in the park.
I guess so. I called for Madame Adler at 2:45. We were out in the park until after 4. Many people saw us.
I was looking at my best, I think, in a green and yellow gown with white accessories. There were photographers out there. I refused to pose, but they must have photographed us in the carriage. So you see...
I told you that Madame would have an alibi. And I really do think it will be a waste of time to conduct a search. It's both inconvenient and undignified. Do please continue with your investigations in the manner you think fit, Lestrade, but allow Watson and I to retire. I shall say goodbye now. Goodbye, Irene Adler. I think it most unlikely that we shall ever meet again. Are you ready, Watson?
I couldn't have been more amazed. In all my years with Sherlock Holmes, I'd never known him throw in the towel over a case. But he remained unperturbed. And instead of ordering a cab to take us home, he suggested a walk through Regent's Park. There, sitting by the lake watching the ducks, he said...
Like to smoke a pipe, Watson?
Oh, I feel in no mood for smoking, Holmes. Just what are you thinking about, allowing that woman to get the better of you like that?
She hasn't got the better of me, Watson. Here, take my tobacco pouch.
Well, I don't really wish to. Holmes. Oh, what's all this about? This pouch is soaking wet, and the tobacco is drenched. Well, what's this mean? You can't smoke this soggy stuff.
Look deeper into the pouch, Watson.
Gracious me, it's the diamond. Holmes, I don't understand.
It's simple. Irene Adler obtained the diamond by impersonating Madame Dubois. She had an alibi because her American friend Jervis Amos, who's a young man of slight build, dressed in her clothes and was taken for a ride in a carriage all yesterday afternoon by Hank Madison. When she got back to her apartment, she dropped the diamond into a tray of her fancy ice box, where it lay frozen and concealed. I found it there when I helped myself to a drink.
Oh, Holmes, it's amazing.
Yeah, she worked it out wonderfully well, didn't she? But then, so did I. For I was able to refill the ice tray with water and drop a valueless glass imitation in place of the diamond. Yes, I do hope this trade takes a long time to allow the ice to set. It's all important to me that Irene Adler doesn't discover how she's been tricked until she reaches Amsterdam. Most satisfactory teaching her a lesson after all these years. Don't you agree, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
There you are, Gerald. I think that should do the trick.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watson.
I must confess that I can't for the life of me think why you should need a reference from me. After all, you are a registered practitioner.
Well, that is what the advertisement in the paper demands. Here, see it yourself.
Wanted for short period services of medical man. Necessary he be of strong physique and steady nerves. Must be entomologist. Coleopterist preferred. Apply in person, 77 Brook Street, immediately. A reference from other medical man essential. Very curious advertisement. I wish you well with your application. But if you get offered the post, I advise you to go into the position quite thoroughly before accepting it. Good luck, Gerald.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
The Man Who Loved the Beatles.
I hadn't seen young Gerald Hamilton for some years. I'd taken quite an interest in his career simply because he was a distant relative and the only member of my family who'd decided to take up medicine. I knew he'd done quite well, passed all his finals with flying colours. He was ambitious and was intent upon specializing, but was wise enough to get in as much general practice as possible beforehand. A strong, handsome young man, he was particularly interested in entomology, believing there was great need for medical research in the spreading of diseases by insects. Of course, I gave him a splendid character reference when he applied for a post with Lord Linchmere at 77 Brook Street. We neither of us were to know what a trail of bizarre events were to start with this initial meeting.
You've come in answer to my advertisement, Dr. Hamilton, and do you fulfill the conditions which are laid down?
I think so, yes, sir.
It would seem satisfactory from your references. Have you ever been exposed to imminent physical danger?
I can't say that I have, but I believe I would react with promptness and keep my head in such circumstances.
Certainly appears strong enough. So far, so good. And now, what about beetles?
Beetles, sir?
Yes, you say you're interested in entomology. Can you talk at all about beetles?
Well, I cannot profess to have anything original to say upon that creature, but I have a small collection to study, and I did contribute a small medical article regarding them in the Journal of Entomological Science.
Oh, you're a collector. Splendid, quite splendid. You're the very man for my purpose. You must have heard of my brother-in-law, Sir Thomas Rossiter.
One of the greatest authorities on the insect.
You've not met him?
No, sir.
Ah, but you shall. I must tell you that my sister, Lady Elaine Rossiter, is abroad at the moment, and I have to stay with Sir Thomas over this next week. He is interested in nothing but his recent studies on the South American beetle. It will greatly aid me if you will accompany me to Delir Court at Pangbourne. That is my brother-in-law's country residence. Would that be convenient?
If it falls within the scope of my duties, yes, of course. But with respect, sir, you have yet to outrun those duties.
Oh, yes, quite. I should require, Dr. Hamilton, that you put yourself absolutely at my disposal. For as long as you're with me, particularly this coming week, you must remain by my side. You must promise to do, without question, whatever I may ask you to do, however unreasonable it may appear to be.
That is asking a good deal. Could you not elaborate a little?
Unfortunately not, as I do not know what turn matters will take. You may be sure that I shall not ask anything criminal. You may well be proud to have been concerned in a good work if it all ends happily.
It sounds extremely vague. May I ask the term?
Yes, £20 a day.
£20 a day?
Yes.
Lord Linchmere, you may rely upon me.
Good, then the matter is settled. Consider yourself engaged as from this very moment. I will have a necessary contract of employment drawn up, should you desire it. Meanwhile, let it be a gentleman's agreement. And shall we shake hands on it, Dr. Hampton?
By all means. By all means.
It was in the middle of the next week that I received a letter from Gerald Hamilton explaining his circumstances. It was a very interesting and somewhat puzzling letter. I read some of it aloud to Sherlock Holmes. It really is a most strange household. And as each day passes, I ask myself just what I'm doing here. Lord Linchmere is pleasantly eccentric, but his brother-in-law, Sir Thomas Rossiter, is quite extraordinarily mad. He is a singularly ugly man, standing some 6 feet 6 inches, and is thin but wiry. His craggy features are topped by a domed head of strange appearance. His forehead appears to be in a state of continual movement, sometimes twitching, and at other times the muscles seem to rotate. Most alarming, and I have never encountered this condition before. As a medical man, have you? I can't say that I have.
Most interesting. Carry on, Watson. Read more.
My duties are extremely vague. I am simply a companion to Lord Linchmere, accompanying him wherever he goes, and even sleeping in the adjacent dressing room of his suite, so that I am within call should he wake in the night. Why he requires a doctor to attend him, I don't know, as he seems in very good health. For some hours every day, I talk to Sir Thomas, usually in connection with his work.
But there is a strange atmosphere in this house, Dr. Watson. It radiates a sinister feeling. It would not be over-fanciful to say that the place smells of evil. How long I shall manage to stand it, I cannot say. How I would like you to visit here and see for yourself. But I need the money, and I shall endure it for as long as I can. Well, that's the main body of his news. Seems very odd, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. Well, I've heard of Sir Thomas Rossiter, of course. I think he's mentioned in all the modern works of entomology. There was a Rossiter who was a triple murderer.
I sincerely hope there's no family connection, Holmes.
Yes. So do I.
Another 2 weeks passed, and there was no more news from Gerald. And then I came down to breakfast one morning to find a telegram propped up by the coffee pot. Holmes had finished his meal and was puffing away at his first pipe of the day when I opened it. Good gracious. Oh, something serious must have happened, Holmes. This is a telegram from Gerald Hamilton. He's in trouble. Listen. Please come Delir Court, Pangbourne, soon as you can. Murder imminent. Bring Holmes. Despair for sanity. Hamilton. Yes, well, what do you make of that, Holmes?
No more or no less than what it says, Watson. Lord Linchmere warned the young man of danger from the very beginning. Shall you go down?
Yes, of course. Will you accompany me?
Oh, by all means. I've already looked up the times of the trains and discovered that the best inn in the district is the Drover's Arms.
How could you have anticipated this, Holmes?
The postmark on the telegram is Pangbourne. It's marked urgent. Must be a cry for help. Only your young prodigy could have sent it. Shall we hurry and catch the 9:45, Watson?
The journey from Paddington to Pangbourne was uneventful. The train was quite crowded and we had little opportunity to talk. We took a donkey cart from Pangbourne Station to Delir Court, and the driver of the cart seemed ill-disposed to chatter. As we clattered our way over the uneven dirt road that dwindled into a single track, I looked around the bleak countryside. The skies had clouded over and threatened rain. The leaves of the trees seemed to be grey and not green. The foliage of the hedges was dank and gave off an unpleasant smell. It was indeed a most depressing vista. And Delir Court, grey-stoned, bleak and depressing, peered from the hillside with gloomy foreboding. What a miserable-looking district, Holmes.
There's not a great deal of cheer about it, is there? That, I take it, is the home of Sir Thomas Rossiter.
Oh, it must be. Is that Delir Court, driver?
Aye, that be it. And I'll be dropping you at the Drover's Arms as we arranged. I ain't going to drive up to that place no matter how much you pay me.
Oh, now why should you say that?
Because it's haunted, that's why. That place is haunted. By the dead and by the undead. You take my advice, steer clear of it. There's many who set their foot in there and never been seen again. Just be warned. Stay clear. Aye, well, dear.
Staying clear of Delir Court was the last thing we had in mind. We signed in at the inn and immediately changed into our country boots and set out to walk across the fields to join the driveway of the estate. We were crunching our way towards the house when... What the devil?
Stay quite still, Watson. Make no attempt to take cover or move in any way. That shot was meant as a warning.
What may I ask you two doing here? Can you not read the signs? Trespassers will be prosecuted. Turn immediately and leave my land.
You are Sir Thomas Rossiter?
What if I am?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We've come to visit Lord Linchmere.
Well, this is my land. Don't want any strangers here. Don't care who you are. Name Sherlock Holmes doesn't give you any more rights than anyone else.
No, I agree. On the other hand, the name Sir Thomas Rossiter does compel me to thank you for your book upon the Coleopatra. I found your chapter on the better-known species of British scarabaei quite fascinating.
Oh, it's a rare thing to meet a man who takes an intelligent interest in such matters. If you wish to speak to my brother-in-law, perhaps we could discuss this matter on the way to the house.
Oh, certainly. But surely this is Lord Linchmere approaching.
Ah, yes, it is. But come, let's not bother about him. Now, what is your opinion upon the nice cycle of the golden-brown raspberry beetle?
Thomas! What is this? Who are these men?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson called to see you. Mr. Holmes is about to give me his views on the laparispa acid. Please do not interrupt us. Now, you were saying, Mr. Holmes...
Well, like most fast-running active creatures...
Dr. Watson, and you've brought Sherlock Holmes. Oh, thank heaven for that. Thank heavens. Please promise you will stay with me. Please promise me that you will never leave my side. Promise.
I was immediately caught up in the weird atmosphere. I sensed at once the unbalanced mental state of both the men who walked with us up the windswept drive. Sir Thomas Rossiter appeared only calm and reasoned when he was discussing his work. When talking about beetles, he was thoughtful and rational. On other subjects, he was quite distrait. As for Lord Linchmere, he seemed beside himself with fear. Once inside the house, Sir Thomas made for his study with no word of explanation. Linchmere took us through to the sitting room and offered us drinks.
I know it's early, but I feel the need. Will you join me?
Thank you, no.
Not for me, thank you. Lord Linchmere, I feel I must explain our intrusion. The fact is that we've been sent for by my young friend and colleague, Dr. Gerald Hamilton. He seems to have been in some trouble.
Hamilton, Dr. Hamilton. Well, yes, he isn't here.
Not here? But you mean he is out at the moment?
Yes, since the morning, since this morning, early. He had some business to attend to today, so he asked me last evening if he could take the day off. I naturally gave him permission, and so he's out this morning. He's gone to London.
This is extraordinary. He sent a telegram to us, urging us to come down here immediately. Well, why would he have done so if he contemplated coming back to town? He could have seen us there.
I don't know. Believe me, I don't know. I'm most distressed by it all. Perhaps he will return this afternoon. Please, you will stay to luncheon, won't you? Stay tonight, as long as you like.
Oh, thank you, but we are comfortably housed at the Drover's Arms.
I'll send your luggage. It'll be a pleasure having visitors.
We wouldn't dream of imposing upon your hospitality.
No trouble at all. Just let me...
But I do assure you, Lord...
I think we shouldn't be so churlish as to refuse an offer to stay in such a unique home, Watson. And after all, we do want to find Gerald Hamilton, don't we?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Capital. You rang, sir. Yes, please take a trap down to the Drover's Arms and bring the luggage for Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Very good, sir.
And tell the maid to make up the beds in the room either side of mine.
Very good, sir. Will that be all, sir?
For the moment, yes. Thank you. Well, I cannot tell you how thankful I am that you've called, gentlemen. Most obliging of you to consider staying over until Dr. Hamilton gets back. I'm sure that he will not be long.
Well, I still find the whole business most confusing, but naturally we want to do what is best for both you and him.
Yeah, thank you. I'm afraid you may find things a trifle dull here. Sir Thomas hardly ever leaves his own room except to walk in the gardens and study the insects.
It's a very large house. Does he live here alone?
My sister Elaine is travelling abroad at the moment. She runs the house. There are some 5 servants. It's large but comfortable, providing you stay in the rooms that she has planned. No one dare venture into Sir Thomas' domain. There are some rooms that even the servants are forbidden to enter. Heaven knows what they're like inside.
Would it be possible to see around the place?
Yes, of course. Come, let me show you to your room.
We were carefully shown over the house, seeing, I suspected, only what Lord Linchmere wanted us to see. I could tell that Holmes was very intrigued. Although he kept up an endless stream of small talk with our host, he was noting every square inch of the rooms and corridors.
That is a door that can never be opened. It leads into Thomas's private quarters. As for the rest, well, it is at your disposal, gentlemen.
Certainly roomy. I hope I can find my way about.
No, stay close to me. That is all I ask. My bedroom is here. Yours, Dr. Watson, is this one. And on the other side, that is yours, Mr. Holmes. There are connecting doors to my own room, and I beg of you to leave them open tonight. I have a morbid fear of being alone, even when I am sleeping. Shall we return to the sitting room? There should be a pleasant fire there by now. Oh, we can talk quietly into lunch.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but could you please have a word with cook about meals? They have to be changed now, and she wants definite instructions.
Oh, dear, how tiresome. I suppose I'll have to do so. Oh, if only Elaine were here, things would be so very, very different. Will you please excuse me, gentlemen? Go down to the sitting room again. I will join you there in just a few moments.
Yes, very well done. Bother about us. We can find our way. Now, quickly, Watson. This may be our only chance to talk. Lord Linchmere is going to stick to us like glue.
Holmes, what is going on here? I can't understand.
I think it's very clear that Gerald Hamilton has not left this house. If that's the case, then he must be here somewhere and held against his will. We've just got to put up with all this quaintness until we can find him.
How? How will you do that if we're never left alone?
Look, after lunch, stick at Lord Linchmere's side. He's so scared that he's wearing himself out. Stay with him. Encourage him to relax. I shall make a thorough search and somehow or other get into Sir Thomas Rossiter's apartments.
We think that he's being held in there, but why?
No, well, in this house there could be many reasons. But I'm certain that he is here. Somewhere beyond that closed door, he's being held prisoner. One doesn't like to think of what might be happening, but we must find him. Come, let's get back to the city.
So, my friend, you're awake. Good.
What the devil is going on here? For heaven's sake, I'm funny. Why am I tied down like this?
So many reasons, yes. Very many reasons. One is so that you cannot protect that tiresome brother-in-law of mine who's always watching my every move. He's worse than my wife.
Look, it's nothing to do with me. I'm only here to do my job. And
your job will be over quite shortly. Oh, yes. You will not be needed after tonight. But meanwhile, I'm anxious to try a small experiment. I am sure, with your interest in the South American beetles, you will agree to this in the cause of science. I have a theory that the large red Montevideo thrives on human blood, in much the same way as leeches draw blood. And so...
Get away! You must be mad!
I have many of them here, in this large glass container. I shall open your shirt. Oh!
Get away! You must be mad! Take those blasted things away!
I remove the top, so. There, and now up in it, facing it upside down on your chest. There, the little ones will fall. Ah, yes, they have fallen onto your skin. Oh, they're confused. They run backwards and forwards over your flesh.
This is coughing off me. You baby maniac! Take him away!
Oh, no, I have cords on either side of the glass container. And each cord I can fasten to your wrist. So, and again here. There, I have the glass case will now be secure. The experiment now begins. How long before they start to take your blood, I wonder? Yes. How long?
It must be. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I'm sorry, gentlemen. You have been disappointed. Dr. Hamilton has a return. I can't explain it, but perhaps in the morning there will be an explanation. Meanwhile, the only thing I can suggest is an early night, that's all.
And, Sir Thomas? We've not seen him all day.
He has food sent through to his quarters. He's more than happy to be alone with his work. May I suggest a nightcap? Not for me. Oh, excuse me. As for the country air, I think your suggestion of retiring is a splendid one, Lord Lynchmere. Then may I lead the way upstairs? Rogers will put out the lamps. Come this way, please. And please do remember to sleep with the communicating doors wide open, won't you? I simply loathe the feeling of being alone in the dark. Or if you hear anything at all, however slight, then wake me. You will promise, won't you? Wake me if you hear anything during the night. Promise. Come, Watson, we can waste no more time. Come quietly now, follow me. Fortunately, I packed a dark lantern with my things. Come this way.
Holmes, where are we going? We're surely not outside.
That's right, it's the only way. Careful. Now, the door. Quickly, Watson, quickly.
Holmes, what is this? I thought you said that Gerald must be held inside the house.
He's in the cellar under Rossiter's study. There is a large ventilated grill that must lead down into the cellar. It should be easy enough to remove. Come, see. Here by the light of the lantern. There. Half covered by the ivy. That has got to be the place.
Yes, I think you may be right, Holmes. Shine the light downwards.
That's him all right, Watson. Come on. Use the strength of yours. Get that grid up. Come on.
It took us nearly 20 minutes with all our combined strength to ease the iron grillwork away. A few minutes later, we were in the cellar unfastening the bonds that tied Gerald Hamilton to the table. Holmes threw the glass case that covered his chest to the ground.
There. Are you all right? Yes, I think so.
Well, let's get those loathsome creatures off your chest. What a horrible ordeal.
It's all right. Harmless. Just one of Sir Thomas's illusions. Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes, he's mad. Stark staring, raving mad.
Right, well, come along. Let's get you out of here. We'll get back to the Drovers Inn and call the police.
No, wait. There's still Lord Lynchmere.
Yes, I was hired to protect him. He knows that his brother-in-law is dangerous.
Yes, well, there's no time to wait. Come, let's get out and into the house. There may still be time. Hurry now, both of you. Hurry. Careful. Softly now. Quiet.
Now, through here into my room. It leads to Lord Lynchmere's. Shh. Yes, I think it's all right. Yes, he's still asleep. Careful now.
Wait. Listen, someone's coming. It's Rossiter. It must be. Back into the shadows. See, the lamp still burns on the table. Wait. No! I'll get you, Watson!
It took four of us all our strength to overpower Sir Thomas Rossiter. The lamps were then lit and order restored. Rossiter lay back in a chair, his arms securely tied with the sash cord from the windows. One glance was enough to prove that he was a most dangerous maniac. Gerald Hamilton found his doctor's bag and administered an injection that took immediate effect. Later, downstairs, Lord Lynchmere explained.
My poor brother-in-law is stricken with a disease. He comes from a stock which is deeply tainted with insanity. He has these periodical outbreaks in which he will attack anyone who seems to interfere with his work. We tried for years to conceal this. My sister has led a dreadful life, and we realized that it could not continue. He grows worse each time. That's why I sent Elaine away and hired you, Hamilton. I needed protection and also a witness. A witness who was a doctor and could testify that Thomas is unbalanced and quite certifiable. We have had ample proof of that tonight. Thank heavens you came, Mr. Holmes.
Watson has been more help than I. It was quite easy to discover the layout of the house and realize there had to be a cellar beneath the study. Well, you had a dreadful ordeal, Hamilton. I sympathize completely. The fact is that I've never been able to bear beetles. I think it's time we went home.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Oh, how wonderful. John, I've got a letter from my brother Percy down at Nettlebed.
Oh, what of it, Mary, my dear? I hope he's well.
Yes, he says everything in his parish is going very nicely. But he recalls that next weekend is our anniversary. And he suggests that we go down to stay with him at the vicarage for the weekend.
Oh, and you rather like the idea.
Oh, yes. We could go to church on a Sunday at St. Anne's, where we were married just a year ago. Oh, John, dear, do say yes.
Very well, my dear. If I can arrange it, I agree.
And Percy also extends an invitation to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. John, dear, do you think you can persuade him to accept? Wouldn't that be quite splendid?
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tragedy at Nettlebed.
Mary and I had been married at Nettlebed Church in the parish of her brother, the Reverend Percy Phillips. She'd now been Mrs. Watson for a year, and the most happy year it had been. My only regret during all that time was that I'd been forced to leave Sherlock Holmes alone in the rooms at 221B Baker Street. Of course, I never lost touch. I saw him several times a week, and was still able to give him assistance whenever he asked for it. I wondered if he wouldn't be bored by the prospect of a weekend in the country, but I was duty-bound to ask him. I knew I'd get a direct reply to my invitation.
Your anniversary, is it, Watson? Oh, I'm so sorry, I'd forgotten. Time passes so quickly, and the last year has simply flown by. It's very generous of the Reverend Phelps to extend the invitation to include me.
Well, I'll quite understand if you simply say that you don't want to go, Holmes. I shall explain that you're too busy. Although if you can manage it, it'll make Mary very happy.
I have very many happy memories of Nettlebed. It's within the area of Great Paddock, isn't it? Yes, now that rings a bell. Let me see, where are my scrapbooks? I think this is the one. Now, let's see. If you recall, I started making up these books some years ago. They're press cuttings of many unsolved murders. I think just about 6 months ago, there was a most interesting case. No one ever caught a man who strangled his wife in one of the woods. I think it was Great Foxwood. And the man's name was Perryman. Yes, now let's see. Perryman. Yes, here we are. Yes, I was right. Some 7 months back, Arthur Perryman, yes, that was the man's name. According to all these reports, he found out his wife had been unfaithful. One night he simply ran amok, and following her to an assignation in Great Foxwood, he strangled her and then disappeared. The police traced him to Southampton, where he gave them the slip, and it's assumed that he managed to get out of the country. One of the few unsolved murders of the year. Interesting.
Yes, I did read something about it. I know. Mary was rather upset as it occurred on the lands of Sir Rodney Trimble, who happens to be a great friend of her brother's. Well, frankly, she hasn't been back to Nettlebed since that tragedy occurred.
And yet, of course, she's prepared to now.
Well, this is a very special occasion. She wouldn't want to turn down the Reverend's invitation if she wanted to. She's a god to go.
Well, the whole thing is most understandable. And, of course, I shall be happy to accompany you, Watson.
Holmes, you will, but that's excellent. We shall all be so pleased. Now, I doubt if I shall be able to leave until lunchtime on Friday. Mary will probably go down a day or two earlier, so can you manage the 2:30 train from Euston on Friday, Holmes? Holmes agreed to the arrangement, and Mary was delighted. She sent a telegram to her brother saying she'd be with him midweek, and that Holmes and I would arrive late on Friday afternoon. The plan worked perfectly. Our train was on time at Great Paddock Station, and a pony and trap was waiting for us. I recognized the driver. It was Ben Crump, who worked for Sir Rodney Trimble.
Afternoon, Dr. Watson. Afternoon, sir. You must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Climb in.
Thank you. It's nice to see you, Ben. But why are you meeting us? You still working for Sir Rodney?
No, that's right, but well, the Reverend and your wife, they've both been out all day. So I was asked to take the trap and fetch you. There's no need to worry. I'll be home by the time you get there. Are you comfortable, are you?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Ben.
Right, go on in, Bessie. Come on, up we go. Oh, this old one. Yes, you'll find her way back to St. Anne's without anyone holding the reins.
I know. Bessie's a great favourite of my brother-in-law's. Has it been a good year for you up at the Hall, Ben?
Times are hard, Dr. Watson. He's cut back a lot on entertaining. This weekend be the first time he's planned to shoot for nearly a year.
Oh, planning a shoot over the weekend, is he?
Tomorrow, the weather holds. I reckon you two gentlemen will be invited. You like to shoot, Mr. Holmes?
I'm considered quite a good shot, yes.
Oh, he's one of the very best.
What do you go for here? Pheasants? Woodcock?
That's right. Now, there's plenty of them to be flushed out. Just hope when the beaters start, we can cut the birds off from heading to Great Foxwood.
Great Foxwood? Ah, yes. That's where there was a murder some few months ago. Is that right?
No, that's right. We don't talk about that round here, Mr. Holmes. Some things is best forgotten. If you want to be a friend to Sir Rodney's and everyone else in these parts, you won't ever mention it. You got my meaning? Now looks like rain clouds over there. Come on, Bess, lass, get on with it. Get us home.
Within half an hour, we were at the vicarage, and all thoughts of Ben Crumb's warning had faded from my mind. It was a wonderful reunion. Percy Phelps was warm in his welcome, and Mary radiant to be able to play hostess for him as she used to in the old days. Dinner was delicious, and we sat by a pine log fire afterwards, taking coffee and liqueurs. It was a most pleasant domestic scene.
Ah, what could be more delightful than having one's family and dear friends gathered around one's own hearth? I'm so happy to see you all. Oh, I do wish you the very best of health. May you enjoy being here this weekend as much as I shall enjoy having you.
It's quite wonderful. I'm so pleased that you came with John, Mr. Holmes.
I took very little persuading, I can assure you, Mary. The only thing that amazes me is that a whole year has passed since you were married. It seems but a few months.
Oh, wait until you try marriage, Holmes. A year with the wrong person might seem like 10.
Well, here's to the next 10 years for you, John, and for you, Mary.
Oh, thank you, dear.
To a very happy couple. Oh, dear, now who can that
Now,
be?
don't you get up, Percy, dear. Let me go and answer the door. I shan't be a moment. You men stay where you are and enjoy your dress.
Well, I must congratulate you, John. You've made my sister the happiest woman in the world. I always thought she would become a contented woman, but I never believed that within a year she could change so much. Well, she looks and sounds years younger.
Well, I refuse to believe that I brought her more happiness than she's brought me. I suppose we're just very lucky, that's all.
Yes, you are. And I hope and pray that luck continues.
Well, I see no reason why it shouldn't.
Percy, look who's here. Sir Rodney, who's just walked over from the hall. Do come in, Sir Rodney.
Thank you, my dear.
Sir Rodney, what a lovely surprise. And you've arrived at just the right time. John Watson is here, and also Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, as long as I'm not intruding upon a family reunion. Hello, Watson. So nice to see you.
Yes.
And of course, I've heard much about you, Mr. Holmes. Welcome to Nettlebed.
Hello, Sir.
Yeah, then, do join us for coffee and a drink, would you, Sir Rodney?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, but no, I can but stop a moment. I called to find out if your guests had arrived, Reverend, and if you'd all care to join us up at the Hall in our first shoot of the season.
I think we've heard news of this, Sir Rodney. The old man Crump said something about it when he drove us up from the station. And I remember thinking, very selfishly, that I hoped I'd get an invitation.
Oh, good man. That means you'll accept.
Yes, only too willingly.
And you, Holmes?
How can I refuse? I shall look forward to it.
It's no good asking me, of course, but Mary will, I'm sure, be delighted to join you all at the Hall and act as hostess. She's extremely good at organizing things like refreshments.
Would you consent, Mary, my dear? I do confess that I am in need of such help, and I'd be very, very grateful. The servants will do all the preparations, of course, but I need someone to be with the field carriages to serve refreshments to the guests.
Well, of course, I'd love it. I have done a little of that sort of thing on other occasions, so I know I can manage it. And it means I'll be able to watch John and Mr. Holmes in action. Will there be many guests, and shall I know any of them?
There are about a dozen, including yourselves. Mostly local people, a few from town. Oh, the only one you might know is David Endicott.
David? Oh, how silly of me. I've spilt my wine. Who did you say? David Endicott. Yes, I think I did meet him many years ago. I doubt if he'll remember me, though.
Well, I must be on my way. Don't bother to see me out. I know my way. Good night to you all. I'll expect you up at the Hall nice and early tomorrow morning. We want to start the first partridge drive at about 10 o'clock, so shall we say no later than 9:30? Good night to you.
Thank you so much. Good night, Sir Rodney.
After Sir Rodney had left, the talk became general. But I noticed that Mary was very quiet. We retired early, and the moment that we were in our room, she gave a little sob and placed her arms round me.
Oh, John.
Mary, my dear, what is it?
Oh, John. I didn't think it would ever happen. You remember many years ago that I told you I was engaged to be married and that the man walked out on me. I was jilted.
Davis, that was years ago. What does that matter now? We're happily married. You've put all that behind
you. No, listen to me, please, dear. The man I was to have married is this man, David Endicott. He will be at the shoot tomorrow, and John, I am so afraid. So very afraid.
Afraid? You mean you're afraid of meeting this man from your past?
Yes, I am. Afraid of what might happen.
You think you might still feel attracted to him?
Oh, no, dear. No, nothing like that. No, it's just that I have found out so much more about him, and John, I'm convinced that he is evil. David Endicott is an evil man and can only bring tragedy to Nettlebed. I'm sure of it.
I've never seen Mary so upset. Of course, she'd explained to me before we were married that she'd suffered an unhappy love affair years ago, but I'd never inquired the man's name or asked for any details. Now we were to confront him the following day. I reassured my wife, told her that nothing could possibly go wrong, that she was to get a good night's sleep, and it would all seem less formidable in the morning. But I was disturbed in my own mind, and I should have been even more so if I'd known what was going on at the hall that very evening.
Now that's better.
David, I think the time has come for us to have a little talk.
Yes, Sir Rodney, what is on your mind? Surely you don't mind me helping myself to a slight nightcap?
Oh, no, not at all. Although I think I should be honest and say that you seem to be drinking far more heavily than ever. It's no way out, you know.
No way out from what?
From the sort of dissipated life that you're leading, that you have led for so many years.
Oh, dear. Am I going to end my first day here with a moral lecture?
Yes, if that is what you wish to call it. This is still my house, and I must ask you to respect the fact that I have many guests tomorrow. You are part of the weekend, and I hope you enjoy yourself. You're a good shot and should be very useful in the team. But please, I know what you're like on these occasions. You can no more keep your hands off a woman than you can the whiskey bottle. I won't stand for it tomorrow.
Well, that sounds more like a threat than a lecture. Why don't you just ask me to leave right now?
You know full well that I can't do that. Please, David, it's important. And there are lots of really nice people coming down. One of them is someone I think you used to know very well. Mary Phelps, the vicar's sister. She's now married to Dr. Watson, who is also a member of our party.
Mary? Little Mary Phelps? Well.
She is no longer little Mary Phelps. She's Mrs. John Watson, and she's a grown woman. Mature, sensible, and very happy. Just make sure that you don't cause trouble, David. If you do, in any way, then I shall no longer protect you or give you further warnings. I shall kill you.
Morning dawned bright and clear, but with a sharp wind. Mary and I were up early. She seemed pale and tense, but quite determined to go through with the day as it had been planned. The Reverend Phelps had been called out during the night to sit with a sick person in the neighboring village. And of Sherlock Holmes there was no sign. We were having coffee in the morning room when he marched in from the garden, fully dressed and flushed from a brisk walk.
Coffee, what a splendid idea. Good morning, Watson. Morning, Mary.
Good morning.
Black with 2 sugars.
Yes, very well. I'll pour it for you. Come and sit down.
Morning, Holmes. You're up and about early.
I thought it as well to take a look at the lie of the land before embarking on any practical shooting. Sir Rodney has his drives all marked out, and the beaters are gathered in force.
Sounds very promising.
Yes, it does. The only trouble is the wind. From what I can make out of the planned shoot, the first drive should flush the birds out from over the land known as Barnes Bridge and the low meadows. If the wind freshens more than it is, then the birds will be taken over the farm and into Great Fox Wood.
Great Fox Wood?
That's right. I understand that no one likes to talk about that wood and what happened there some 7 months ago.
No, it was horrible. Even Percy refuses to discuss it. No one ever goes in there these days.
And you don't know why?
No one does. It's a forbidden subject, you see. Something no one talks about.
Oh, yes, they do, amongst themselves. During my early morning walk, I came across the man Ben Crump. He's acting head marker, placing sticks with names on them where he wants the guns to be standing. I greeted him, and he didn't seem at all pleased to see me.
Well, morning, Mr. Holmes. What were you doing down here at this hour?
Oh, just finding my bearings. I see you're placing the guns.
That's it.
Anxious to keep the partridge out of Great Fox Wood? Why? Because the beaters will refuse to go in there? They think it's evil?
How did you come to know that?
Oh, rumors spread very quickly in the country, as you know. Have you any theories of your own, Ben?
I just do my job. But I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Holmes. These beaters are fine men, but you won't get any of them in that wood, not even in daylight.
Because that's where the murder took place?
Not just that. They say it's haunted. That man Arthur Perryman, who strangled his wife because she was unfaithful to him, he hanged himself in there. And I can see his body rotting from a tree.
They seriously believe this?
Oh, not only that, his spirit comes back and haunts the wood. Don't reckon I believe it myself. I knew Perryman. He's a violent man, wild, jealous. The folks around here swear they've seen his ghost. Now, so that's how the matter stands. We just got to do our best to see that the birds don't take us into Great Fox Wood. It's the wind that's the trouble. Just the wind.
So, it seems we're in for a very interesting morning, doesn't it, Watson? Very interesting.
Well, I do believe this is the real reason why I accepted the invitation to this weekend. Now, really, it's too bad of you, Holmes. Why can't you leave things alone and not turn a pleasant day's outing into a criminal investigation?
I suppose because it's my job, Watson. You ready to go?
I was annoyed with Holmes. I'd suspected all along that he was far more interested in the unsolved murder than he was in celebrating my wedding anniversary. I was also worried about Mary and this man David Endicott. I wondered what they would think of each other. But when they met, everything seemed perfectly normal.
David, you must meet Dr. Watson and his wife. You remember Mary?
Oh, of course I do. How could I forget her? Hello, Mary. How wonderful to see you again after all these years. And your husband. Very pleased to meet you, Dr. Watson. Congratulations. I can see you've made Mary a very happy woman.
Thank you. I'm pleased to meet you also.
You're looking well, David. I hope you are happy also.
Oh, very. Watson, can I show you the shooting positions? Ben has them marked out. This way. Come along, David.
Coming, Sir Rodney. I hope we can meet again later, Mary. I've such a lot to tell you. You're looking quite lovely. Oh, I've been such a fool. I made my biggest mistake over you. I shall be in touch.
David!
Coming. Goodbye, Mary, my dear.
Sir Rodney called us all to order. The party was divided up, and we set out for the first drive. I found myself in a gun position next to Holmes, with David Endicott on the far side. The beaters began work, and suddenly the wind freshened. Almost at once, the partridge began to leave cover and fly straight overhead. Whistles shrilled. The birds came on. They were easy targets. But to my sheer surprise, Holmes hardly produced a shot, and when he did, it was as though he deliberately aimed wild. The whole covey got through, and heading over the farm, settled gently in Great Fox Wood.
Holmes! Holmes, what the devil's the matter with you? You and Watson have let them all through. They're in Great Fox. Come on, men. Let's beat them out.
The men won't go in there, Sir Rodney.
Damn it, they'll have to go in there. We lead them ourselves. Come on, men. Come on. Follow me.
There was no time for more talk. We all felt pretty guilty at this failure, and I was determined to see that it didn't occur again, even if I had to drop Holmes' birds myself. But once we landed in the woods, we found it more difficult than we'd thought. Every possible tree seemed to have been planted there. The place was overgrown, and one could scarcely get through the jungle-like foliage. I found myself with Endicott and Holmes, with Sir Rodney to our left shouting orders.
Forward! Forward! Men! There to the left!
Oh, Holmes, you right?
Yes. Take a grip on your gun, Watson, and make sure it's fully loaded.
Come on!
We may well have to use it soon.
Yeah.
Look, there is a clearing. There. Stop. Now, wait a moment.
Come on, men! Come on!
For the love of heaven, stop him! Stop him! It's coming! The thing's coming! Watch out!
Great heavens,
What is it? It's such a wild dog. Watch out! Keep away!
Run! It's the only thing! Run!
Stop him! Stop him!
Endicott, look out!
Shoot, Watson, shoot!
Great heavens! What's happened? David! And this creature...
That creature, Sir Rodney, is Arthur Perryman, the man who 7 months ago strangled his wife in these woods, and then went mad and has been living here almost as an animal ever since. Poor devil. It's just as well that it's all over for him. And as for David Endicott, well, you had better see what you can do for him, haven't you, Watson?
I knelt beside the still form of David Endicott in the depths of Great Foxwood. I had to tear Perryman's hands away from him. Endicott was badly savaged about the face and throat. Of course, the whole shoot was called off. The guests departed with as much dignity as they could muster, and the police were called in. It wasn't until we were all safely back in the vicarage and Percy Phelps was dispensing stiff drinks that Holmes was able to complete his summing up.
I'm sorry that the weekend started so badly, but I'm sure it was most necessary to solve the problem. You see, I checked most thoroughly in London before we came down here on the Perryman murder. I was sure that the police were quite wrong in thinking that Arthur Perryman had managed to escape after killing his wife. He hadn't left the country, yet no one had picked up a hint about him for over 7 months. There was a rumor of a ghost in the woods. Could it be that Perryman was still there? There is a disused hut in the clearing. He'd lived there, crazed and wild. It was necessary to bring matters to a head. Of course, when he recognized David Endicott, his murderous intent flooded back. For it was Endicott who was his late wife's lover, the cause of his breakdown. It was Endicott who had a hold over Sir Rodney and was sponging off him, bleeding him white. And it is Endicott who now lies very ill in Great Paddock Hospital. I think that justice has been done, and perhaps many doubts removed from everyone's mind. Don't you agree, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
All right, John, I'll answer it.
This is a hallmark, Doctor. Dr. Watson, pleased to help.
Oh, come in. Come in. These are not surgery hours, but the doctor is in. I'm sure he'll see you. Come in. Let me help you. John, dear, a patient. Please come quickly. Hurry, dear, hurry.
I'm all right. Just to sit down.
What is it? Oh, heavens, this man does look in bad shape.
On the contrary, Watson, for a man of my years, I have never felt better.
Holmes.
It can't
Holmes,
be.
you've been dead for years.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight, his last salve. Had never been so stunned.